In the previous video, we mentioned that in order to obtain system rewards, Chu Dingfeng refused Zhao Nana's request for antipyretic drugs. Not only that, in order to satisfy his own selfish desires, Chu Dingfeng even threatened his father-in-law and mother-in-law with drugs, which eventually led to his father-in-law betraying his mother-in-law. So, will the mother-in-law choose to compromise or rise up in resistance? Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. Today we continue with the second part of Doomsday is Coming, but my fridge can return double the supplies it consumes. Chapter 37. Cheng Jiaoyue ignored Chu Dingfeng's unreasonable request. She took out the knife she had hidden from her bed and cut her neck without hesitation. Blood gushed out instantly, staining the bed. Chu Dingfeng was stunned for a moment, cursed angrily, and subconsciously rushed over to press her wound tightly with a quilt, trying to stop the blood from flowing out. However, Cheng Jiaoyue's blood was still gushing out like a hot spring, quickly soaking Chu Dingfeng's hands. Her feverish body gradually cooled down, and Chu Dingfeng realized that she could not be saved. Chu Dingfeng threw away the quilt angrily. Damn it, how could this happen? They are all stupid women. Outside the room, Zhao Nana was awakened by the noise. She walked out of the room and saw her father busy swallowing antipyretic medicine in the kitchen. She hurried to the door of her parents' room. Later, Zhao Nana saw her mother lying in a pool of blood. She collapsed and cried, "Mom!" Zhao Nana rushed to the bedside and wanted to hug her mother's body, but was pulled back by Chu Dingfeng. "Didn't I tell you not to come in? You were still pregnant. What if you have a fever?" Zhao Nana cried until she was hoarse. "Let me go. What happened to my mother?" Chu Dingfeng replied indifferently. She couldn't hold on any longer. She felt that life was too painful, so she committed suicide. Zhao Nana's eyes were instantly filled with hatred, and she stared at Chu Dingfeng fiercely. Impossible. Chu Dingfeng didn't take her anger to heart at all. After all, in his eyes, Zhao Nana was just a weak girl. Even when she was given to him, she was just crying. Chu Dingfeng said calmly, "If you don't believe me, ask your father. I gave them fever-reducing medicine." Zhao Nana turned her gaze to the kitchen and saw her father eagerly swallowing the pills. Really? Her voice was so hoarse that it seemed to be squeezed out from the depths of her throat. Chu Dingfeng smiled disdainfully and said, "Of course it's true. Do I need to lie to you?" Zhao Nana's body froze, as if struck by lightning. She stood there blankly, her eyes empty and without light. She didn't know what she had done, why Chu Dingfeng looked down on her so much. Chu Dingfeng urged impatiently, "Come with me quickly. Let your father clean up here. It may get colder tonight. Let's split the furniture and light the stove." Zhao Nana lowered her head and agreed weakly. "Okay." Chu Dingfeng obviously didn't plan to do the next job himself. He asked Zhao Nana to chop the furniture and drag the sofa to the fireplace. Zhao Nana silently picked up the heavy axe and chopped the log chair again and again, splitting the chair for fuel. As the flames lit up in the fireplace, the room finally felt a little warm. Chu Dingfeng ordered Zhao Nana to close the windows and take good care of her crying brother. Zhao Jiaoyue also tried to get close to the stove and asked, "Chief, can I warm myself by the fire?" Chu Dingfeng glanced at him coldly. "You haven't recovered from your illness yet. Do you really want to infect your child with the Doomsday disease? Your son is only 4 years old. Can he handle it?" Zhao Jiaoyue hesitated for a moment, and finally retreated back to the room under Chu Dingfeng's cold gaze. The night was long and cold, and Zhao Jiaoyue's antipyretic medicine did not fully work. The next morning, when Zhao Nana found her father's body, he was frozen stiff and his face was as quiet as if he was asleep. There was no sadness on Zhao Nana's face, but instead a smile of relief. At this time, the system's voice sounded. So, Zhao Jiaoyue was frozen to death, but not frozen to death. If he had not agreed to give up his wife, he might have had a chance to survive. The system sighed. However, this time it is not directly related to the host, so the reward will not be too generous. Wan Ning smiled and said, "It's not bad actually. After all, I didn't do anything, but Chu Dingfeng started to commit suicide on his own. This is also good news." Wan Ning felt sorry for Cheng Jiaoyue's tragic ending. After thinking for a moment, she suddenly asked, "It's so cold now. Will Chu Dingfeng go out to find firewood?" The system answered without hesitation. Chu Dingfeng should have stored some energy, but in order not to attract attention, he will most likely ask Zhao Nana to go out and find firewood. As for himself, of course he will only be busy looking for women. Wan Ning sighed and chuckled. Sure enough, You know him best. In the afternoon, Cheng Jiaoyue and Cheng Jiaoyue came back with 2 coal stoves and some charcoal. Ruan Ning asked in surprise, "Where did you find this? Did you go far away?" Cheng Jiaoyue shook his head. The road outside was very slippery. We couldn't walk far, so we went to the place where my brother used to go. We met a speculator and traded food for him. Ruan Ning asked curiously, "Does that person have a lot of stoves and charcoal?" Cheng Jiaoyue shrugged. "Not much, but enough to exchange for some." Afterwards, Cheng Jiaoyue handed the stove to Ruan Ning. "This is what we replaced for you. You can use it first." Ruan Ning was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that they would think of bringing one for her. She quickly said, "Actually, my parents brought a lot of things from the countryside, including a big stove. I don't need it. You can use it. It will definitely be much warmer at home if we light 2 stoves." Cheng Jiaoyue looked at his brother, and Cheng Jiaoyue nodded. "Since you have it, let's use it." Cheng Jiaoyue went on to say, "The roads outside are too slippery. We plan to find a way to make a sled at home tomorrow and go out the day after tomorrow." Ruan Ning nodded. "Okay, I'll go out with you guys the day after tomorrow. My ex-boyfriend is an outdoor enthusiast and left a lot of equipment. I'll see if there's anything I can use for skating later." Cheng Jiaoyue smiled and said, "It's good to find it. Ning Ning, we're going home first. It's too cold outside. You should go home early too, so you don't get cold." Ruan Ning smiled but sighed softly in her heart. "Okay, see you the day after tomorrow." After returning home, Ruan Ning took out her ice skates, sleds, and even a snowmobile from her space. Since she couldn't use the snowmobile in the city, she put it back. Ruan Xifeng asked curiously, "Daughter, are you going out?" Ruan Ning nodded. "Yes, I plan to go out and take a look at the situation." Ruan Xifeng said, "Then I'll go out with you, and your mother will be in charge of heating up the food at home." Zhou Sulan said unhappily, "You all go out and leave me alone at home?" Ruan Ning turned around and said seriously, "Mom, someone must look after the house. The responsibility of looking after the house is very important and requires a strong willpower." Zhou Sulan asked curiously, "Willpower? What willpower?" Ruan Ning explained seriously, "No matter how much others beg you, scold you, or even cry their hearts out, you can't open the door. In the end times, many people will use the elderly and children to gain sympathy." Cheng Jiaoyue almost couldn't stand it before. Zhou Sulan suddenly understood. "I see. Then I really need to be ruthless." Ruan Ning nodded, looking serious. "So the task of guarding the house is given to you. You must take on this responsibility." Zhou Sulan was a little confused, but still nodded. Early in the morning on the 3rd day, Ruan Ning and Ruan Xifeng were waiting at the door. After a while, Cheng Jiaoyue came out. Ruan Ning quickly said, "Let Jiaoyue go with us. He can bring back more things so that my mother can stay at home." Cheng Jiaoyue hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded in agreement. "Okay." Afterwards, Cheng Jiaoyue returned to the house and told Cheng Jiaoyue, who was so happy that she quickly extinguished the fire at home, changed her clothes, and prepared to leave. She always felt that staying at home to burn firewood was too resource-consuming, and being able to go out would save a lot. Ruan Ning took out 2 pairs of skates. "I really have to thank my rich second-generation ex-boyfriend. He bought everything for me." Cheng Jiaoyue's eyes lit up, and he prayed silently to the sky with gratitude, sending his blessings to the rich second generation. This was the first time Ruan Ning went out after the extreme cold. When she walked downstairs, she found that the floors below the 18th floor were almost empty. Many residents had their doors open, and no one was in their rooms. Many people had either frozen to death or chose to leave. Yesterday, Zhu Yangliang came back from the disaster camp and brought a piece of news. The epidemic there is basically over, but the death rate is heavy. The government decided to move the disaster camp to the gymnasium of the municipal university because the facilities there are more concentrated and more suitable for survival. After hearing the news, even Chairman Chun of the Self-Help Association was moved and left the community with the last members. On the contrary, Wen Mei chose to stay and insisted on following Ruan Ning, who also gave her a piece of compressed biscuit as her daily ration as promised. The 4 of them went down to the 6th floor. Ruan Ning was about to put on her skates, but Cheng Jiaoyue stopped her and said, "Wait until you get out of the community before changing. There are too many bodies outside, and you won't be able to skate." Ruan Ning put away her shoes and lowered her eyes silently. Seeing this, Cheng Jiaoyue comforted her. Zhu Yangliang said that after the government moves the camp, they will cremate the bodies together. "You don't have to worry too much." Ruan Ning nodded slightly, then asked, "Where are we going today?" Cheng Jiaoyue replied, Let's go to the office building we visited last time. There are some tables, chairs, and benches inside. There's also a small market there. Let's see if we can exchange some things for it. Ruan Ning's eyes lit up, and the four of them set off quickly. With the help of skates, they reached their destination in less than 10 minutes. But Cheng Jiaoyue was so cold that he almost lost feeling in his ears. Seeing that she was wearing a thick hat and 3 layers of scarf, but was still very cold, Ruan Ning reached out and touched her ears. Cheng Jiaoyue blinked in surprise. Ning, are your hands cold or hot? Why can't I feel it? Ruan Ning smiled. It should still be hot, otherwise I wouldn't be able to speak. Cheng Jiaoyue heard this and blinked. Oh. The four of them stood in front of a 30-story office building. The office building was located on a main road in the suburbs, and Ruan Ning guessed that it had not been completely looted. Cheng Jiaoyue pointed and said, "The small market is on the corridor on the 8th floor. Let's go up and take a look." Ruan Ning nodded, her heart full of anticipation, and followed them to the market. Cheng Jiaoyue led Ruan Ning and his group to the 8th floor. He approached Ruan Ning and whispered, "Did you see the man over there with a banner saying Wu's company? He's the one who sold me the coal stove." Ruan Ning looked in the direction he directed and saw a big man as thin as a bamboo pole sitting under the cloth. He was about 40 or 50 years old and wearing a dirty old cotton jacket. He was looking around vigilantly, as if looking for a trading partner. Cheng Jiaoyue said softly, "Let's find something useful first and then come back to see him later." Ruan Ning nodded in response, then continued walking upwards with the team. Although this office building is shabby, it is not deserted. The sound of clanging can be heard from every floor. Obviously, there are many people like them who are searching for supplies for survival. Ruan Ning and Ruan Xifeng walked all the way to the 17th floor and finally found 2 large tables in a room. Ruan Xifeng was delighted and immediately took out a screwdriver to remove the screws. Ruan Ning reminded in a low voice, "Dad, you stay here first. If someone wants to grab it, just give it to them. We don't lack wood." Ruan Xifeng asked worriedly, "Where are you going?" Ruan Ning smiled and said, "I'll go see Wu's company. Maybe we can make a deal." Ruan Xifeng hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded in agreement. "Then be careful and remember to come back early." Ruan Ning quickly went downstairs, pretending to be casually strolling around the market, observing the stalls around her. There were about 20 vendors in the market, selling a variety of items, which were obviously all stocks left over from before the end of the world. As she walked, Ruan Ning stopped in front of a stall and saw that the man was actually selling power banks. She asked curiously, "Brother, is anyone still buying this now?" The stall owner sighed and said, "Yes, there are. Didn't the government say it was trying to restore power? If you don't buy one soon, power banks will be in great demand once power is restored." Ruan Ning smiled and said, "But even if the power supply is restored, most of these power banks should be broken, right?" The stall owner shrugged helplessly. "Who knows if it works? But what if it is fixed? Then you won't be able to buy it even if you want to." Ruan Ning followed his lead and continued, "Then why don't you wait until the power supply is restored before selling it? You can definitely sell it for a higher price." The stall owner smiled bitterly. "I wanted to, but the problem is if I can't wait for that day, I'm afraid I would have starved to death." The stall owner looked Ruan Ning up and down and said with a smile, "My beautiful lady, you look well-dressed and energetic. I guess you haven't been hungry yet? Do you want to buy something?" Ruan Ning took a look at the clothes she was wearing and shook her head. The stall owner's face instantly turned unhappy, and he waved his hand to drive the customer away. "If you don't want to buy, just leave. Why are you asking so many questions?" Ruan Ning raised her eyebrows, left the stall, and continued to stroll around. Ruan Ning quickly walked to the banner of Wuji Trading Company and found that unlike other stalls, there was nothing on display here. Ruan Ning pretended to be curious, walked closer and asked, "Brother, what are you selling? Why don't you put your things out?" Wu Daowei looked up at her and said mysteriously, "I won't put good things on display. What if someone snatches them away?" Ruan Ning pretended to be interested and asked, "What good stuff?" Wu Daowei whispered, "Coal stove, charcoal. Do you want it?" At this point, Wu Daowei suddenly widened his eyes, slapped his thigh, and stood up from the ground. You were the girl who rented my car, right?" Ruan Ning was stunned, not recognizing the other person at all. "I did rent a car. Are you from a car rental company?" Wu Daowei nodded excitedly. "Yes, it's you. I almost didn't recognize you. You rented a car from my car dealership at that time. Remember I recommended Mercedes-Benz to you?" Ruan Ning thought about it and nodded. "That's true. It's a pity that the car is gone now." Wu Daowei smiled and said, "Who cares about the car? I have to thank you. Fortunately, you left me 10,000 yuan in cash. I used the money to rob a lot of good things and saved our family's life. Ruan Ning also smiled. I didn't expect to see you again. You were quite wealthy at that time. I really didn't recognize you. Wu Dawei smiled bitterly and touched his thin face. Who can be thin these days? It's good enough to be alive. He went on to say, don't call me big brother anymore. Call me Wu Dawei. I'm not doing business now. I'm just helping our boss sell some things. Ruan Ning raised her eyebrows. You sell coal stoves and charcoal? My friend bought 2 stoves from you. I just came to take a look. Wu Dawei nodded. Not only selling stoves and charcoal, but also other things, anything that can make money. Ruan Ning's eyes lit up, and she immediately asked, then do you sell rice? Wu Dawei said with a playful smile. I can't say I'm selling it, nor can I say I'm not selling it. But this thing is too precious. If you want to buy it, I really don't have it. Ruan Ning smiled slightly after hearing this, and approached him and lowered her voice and said, I don't have the money to buy rice. In fact, I have a small business that I want to discuss with you, Brother Wu. Wu Dawei looked around vigilantly, and seeing that no one was paying attention, he lowered his voice. Sister, let's talk business. Come with me. Let's find a quiet place. The two walked to a corner of the office building, where not many people passed by, and it was quite quiet. Seeing that no one was around, Ruan Ning breathed a sigh of relief and quietly put away the gun in her hand. She said softly, Brother Wu, my business is not small, but not big either. Wu Dawei smiled and said, Oh, sister, tell me, what business is it? Ruan Ning spoke slowly. When I was scavenging with my friends, I accidentally found some luxury goods in a villa area. Wu Dawei's expectant expression suddenly turned into a bit of disappointment. He waved his hand and said, Then there's nothing to talk about. Luxury goods are worthless now. No one would pick them up if they were thrown on the ground. What matters now is what we eat and what we wear. Ruan Ning smiled faintly and said mysteriously, It's clothes, and it's a mink coat, furry, warm, and comfortable to wear. Wu Dawei's eyes lit up instantly. Really? You actually managed to get a mink coat? It's a rare item. How many do you have? Ruan Ning answered slowly. Not only do we have mink coats, we also have down jackets. Although they don't look as luxurious as mink coats, they're not bad either. But I won't split this batch of goods up. I have to sell them together. Wu Dawei immediately perked up and was more interested in the down jacket than the mink coat. Down jackets, these are good things. Keeping warm in winter is the most important thing. You have to let me see how many pieces you have and how are the conditions. Ruan Ning nodded and continued. You know that the clothes that rich people wear are good and rarely worn, so the condition is naturally excellent. How about this, Wu Go? What is the price of your compressed biscuits? We can exchange them by the piece. Wu Dawei frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and said tentatively, After all, you are my savior. This time I will give you a friendly price, 1 down jacket in exchange for 10 kilograms of compressed biscuits. How about it? Ruan Ning immediately turned around and was about to leave. 10 kilograms? Brother Wu, you're not cheating me, are you? I just took a look around and know the price of your compressed biscuits. I think the lowest price is 20 kilograms per piece. Otherwise, we can't negotiate. When Wu Dawei saw that she was about to leave, he immediately became anxious and quickly grabbed the corner of her clothes. No, no, no. Let's negotiate 15 kilograms. 15 kilograms of compressed biscuits. Enough for the whole family to eat for 2 months. How about it? Ruan Ning remained unmoved and said calmly, I told you, 20 kilograms is not a big deal. If you feel you are at a disadvantage, then let it go. I'm not in a hurry if we can't exchange it. Seeing her firm attitude, Wu Dawei gritted his teeth and said, Okay, 20 kilograms is 20 kilograms. I'll let you make some money this time. Ruan Ning smiled. Brother Wu, how can you say it's a loss? I just made a little less money. Our cooperation needs to be long-term, and the prices of other clothes will also fluctuate according to this. I won't let you suffer a loss. Wu Dawei also laughed. Okay, let's make it this way. When do you think the transaction will take place? Ruan Ning checked the time and replied, Let's do it tonight in this office building. We'll pay for the goods. Wu Dawei nodded. Okay, see you tonight. The two reached an agreement, and Ruan Ning hurried back to the office. When she found Ruan Difeng, she found that he had almost tidied up the small office and was moving chairs from other floors, splitting wood boards, and stacking them neatly in the corner for use. Ruan Difeng saw Ruan Ning coming back and asked with a smile, Did you make the deal? Ruan Ning nodded. It's almost time. I have to go out tonight. In the next half day, the father and daughter worked for a while and rested for a while, and finally got some wood boards. Cheng Jiaoyue got more, and they sorted out the things, tied the ropes tightly, and then skated back home on their skates. It was not yet 5 o'clock in the afternoon when they returned home. Zhou Sulan had already prepared the meal and asked the father and daughter attentively if they were tired. Ruan Sifeng was in good spirits and said with a smile, "I'm not tired at all. It reminds me of when I was a laborer. I was also so strong and healthy." Zhou Sulan couldn't help but rolled her eyes. "Come on, don't tire my daughter out." Ruan Sifeng smiled and said, "You don't know your daughter yet. She didn't do anything at all. She was just eating ice cream next to you." Zhou Sulan raised her eyebrows when she heard this. "Eating ice cream in such a cold day? Aren't you torturing yourself?" Ruan Ning quickly explained. "How is that possible? The ice cream was frozen hard that day. I can't eat it at all." Ruan Sifeng did not forget to add insult to injury. She lit the fire and roasted it until it melted before eating it. Ruan Ning was stunned by her father's ruthless teasing. In the evening, Ruan Ning and Ruan Sifeng went out. Ruan Ning kept complaining along the way. "Dad, you are really disloyal. I lit the fire because I was afraid you would be cold." Ruan Sifeng smiled and said, "Don't quibble. You're just greedy. Eating ice cream in such a cold day. Don't blame me for not reminding you when you get old." Ruan Ning smiled helplessly. Okay, I won't eat it anymore." When they arrived at the office building, they found it was much quieter, and the bustle of the day had long since disappeared. Most of the people in the office building had already moved out their supplies. Ruan Ning took out the down jackets and mink coats that she had prepared earlier and piled them on the ground, waiting quietly for the transaction. About half an hour later, there was a slight knocking sound from downstairs. According to the agreed code, there were 3 pauses, 3 knocks, and 5 knocks. Ruan Ning responded to the knocking sound, and Wu Daowei came up with his men. He was holding a kerosene lamp in his hand, and the dim light illuminated the pile of clothes in front of Ruan Ning. Seeing this, Wu Daowei couldn't help but exclaimed, "That's a lot." Ruan Ning smiled and nodded. "There are about 140 down jackets and 10 mink coats." Wu Daowei looked at the clothes carefully and exclaimed, "These clothes are well maintained, almost like new. These down jackets were not cheap before the end of the world. They are windproof and warm and of good quality. I'm sure they can be sold for a good price if I exchange them." Ruan Ning smiled and said, "Brother Wu, you know what's good." Wu Daowei smiled and began to count the number of clothes. Sure enough, the number of down jackets and mink coats was accurate. He nodded and said, "Ms. Ruan, you are very lucky to find so many supplies. However, the quantity is a bit large, and the compressed biscuits we brought today may not be enough." Ruan Ning nodded. "Then how much did you bring?" Wu Daowei paused and replied, "We estimated that you wouldn't bring too much goods, so we only brought 700 kilograms of compressed biscuits." Ruan Ning shook her head. "It's not enough. Let's trade a part of it today and bring the rest tomorrow." Wu Daowei was unwilling to give up this big deal and immediately suggested, "Sister, let's discuss it. In addition to compressed biscuits, what else do you need? We have other supplies." Ruan Ning pretended to be interested and asked, "What other supplies?" Wu Daowei asked tentatively, "Antique." Ruan Ning smiled helplessly and said, "What's the use of antiques now? If you can't get enough to eat or wear warm clothes, who cares if antiques are real or not?" Wu Daowei scratched his head awkwardly. "We have also collected a lot of antiques, and we don't know if they will be useful in the future. What about rice? We still have a batch of rice." Ruan Ning thought about it and pretended to hesitate. "Rice? It can't be water-soaked food, right? That tastes bad, and rice takes up space, so it's better to use compressed biscuits." Wu Daowei gritted his teeth and decided to use his ultimate weapon. Chapter 38. Wu Daowei had a mysterious smile on his face. He approached Ruan Ning and whispered, "I have another good thing here. It depends on whether you want it or not." Ruan Ning saw his mysterious look and raised her eyebrows. "What is it?" "Let me tell you first, it has to be practical. I don't want anything that's not practical." Wu Daowei lowered his voice and uttered a word softly. "Meat. In the apocalypse, meat is a rare thing, especially for ordinary people who survived, who have hardly eaten meat for a long time." After Wu Daowei finished speaking, he swallowed his saliva and recalled the delicious taste. Most people would drool when hearing the word meat, but he found that Ruan Ning's reaction was just a slight stunned look, and there was not much greed in her eyes, which surprised Wu Daowei. Ruan Ning said softly, "How much meat can we get in exchange for these clothes? I guess we can only have one mouthful each when we go back. And how can the meat be fresh in such a cold weather?" Could it be bacon? Wu Dawei shook his head and explained impatiently. It's not bacon, it's fresh dog meat. Our boss caught a pregnant Chinese native dog and raised it for a while. Recently, it gave birth to a litter of puppies. The boss stewed the bitch, and it tasted delicious. As Wu Dawei spoke, his face was full of aftertaste, as if he could still smell the aroma of the meat. Ruan Ning felt a little uneasy, but she didn't show any abnormality. It wasn't strange for people to eat dog meat in the end times. She was just more interested in the puppies, but she kept a calm face. How much meat can there be from such a litter of puppies? You can't give me all of them. Wu Dawei hurriedly explained. Of course not. If you raise them, the puppies will grow up in 2 months and be enough for you to eat for several meals. At most, I can give you a male and a female so that they can reproduce. Not only can you eat meat in the future, but you can also sell the puppies. At this point, Wu Dawei became more and more excited, with an excited look on his face. Sister, I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart to you. Just think about it. You will have meat to eat in the future, and the dogs can reproduce. This is a long-term investment in the end times. Not only can you eat your fill, but you can also make a fortune from it. Ruan Ning shook her head and interrupted him with a chuckle. Brother Wu, are you kidding me? In such a cold weather, can the puppy survive? Forget raising a puppy. I think you can hardly raise yourselves, right? Wu Dawei smiled and scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. It's really hard to raise, but the puppy is already a month old, can run and jump, and is not that delicate. Wu Dawei continued. Of course, if you don't want it, I have other things. Salt, sugar, oil? These can also be exchanged, but the stock is limited and the quantity is not large. Ruan Ning thought about it and realized that these things had circulation value and could be resold later. She hesitated for a moment and said, Forget it. Let's do the deal for the 700 plus kilograms of compressed biscuits first, and I'll find other buyers for the rest. Wu Dawei was a little anxious and said unwillingly, No, I have one last thing here. It's very valuable. You can't see it now, but it will definitely be of great use in the future. Ruan Ning's eyes moved, and she pretended to be curious and asked, What is both useful and useless? Wu Dawei smiled mysteriously and made a gun gesture with his hands. Ruan Xifeng, who was standing next to him, suddenly had a tense look in his eyes and was obviously nervous. Ruan Ning's eyes lit up. You still have guns? Wu Dawei said proudly. That's right. They were all exchanged by outsiders. They said they were fished out from abandoned water or found in some ruins. No one can tell where they came from, but there are no bullets, Wu Dawei said. His tone seemed somewhat helpless. Bullets are hard to come by, and those who have bullets won't sell them. Ruan Ning deliberately showed a hint of envy. How many of these do you have left? Wu Dawei immediately put away his pride and said vigilantly, There are not many left. I'm already taking care of you by selling you one. The boss is still trying to find a way to get bullets. If it weren't for the good quality of this batch of down jackets, how could we exchange them if we wanted to wear them ourselves? Ruan Ning knew that Wu Dawei and his men had been drained of their wealth, so she said, Okay, I'll give you a good price. 1 gun for 50 down jackets. No one will lose out. After saying that, Ruan Ning looked at Wu Dawei's reaction and added, I want the other 2 puppies too, but I can't afford such a high price. 15 down jackets for 1 puppy. Wu Dawei shouted. You still say this price is not a loss? We even gave you our original capital. This is too low. Ruan Ning shrugged calmly. I have already given you the best price. Otherwise, I would not be able to continue the discussion. If you don't want to change, I won't force you. Seeing Ruan Ning's firm attitude, Wu Dawei was helpless. After thinking for a while, he finally sighed and said, Okay, 1 gun for 50 down jackets, and the other 2 puppies are up to you. But sister, you have to give me some other good things. Ruan Ning smiled and said, That's not difficult. We can continue the discussion. I still have a mink coat here. I can exchange it for at least 2,000 kilograms of compressed biscuits. Wu Dawei frowned and shook his head. Although the mink coat looks noble, it is inconvenient to wear it in the apocalypse. Who would buy it now? Ruan Ning smiled slightly. How can there be nothing? I'll point you to a place. The people there definitely need it. Wu Dawei asked doubtfully, Do you really have such a place? Why don't you sell it yourself? Ruan Ning said frankly, I don't have time to sell clothes. Think about it. Why can I find so many clothes from the villa area? Of course it's because I have connections. If you do as I say, I guarantee that the price will double. Wu Dawei thought for a while, calculating in his mind, and finally nodded. Sister, since you saved our family's life last time, I still believe you this time. Okay, 1,500 kilograms of compressed biscuits will be my payment for your information. Ruan Ning chuckled and said, okay, 1,500 jin is 1,500 jin. The two reached an agreement smoothly, and Wu Daowei quickly arranged for someone to get the compressed biscuits. Then, he led people to move all the down jackets and mink coats away. After Ruan Ning and other systems confirmed that there was no one around, they quickly put the gun and compressed biscuits into the space. Ruan Ning picked up the gun and took a closer look and found that it was similar to the standard pistol in her hand. She probably thought the bullets could be used as well, but she planned to find Cheng Jiaoyue to confirm it tomorrow. Ruan Ning and Ruan Sifeng hid the two puppies in their windproof coats and quickly returned home on ice skates. After entering the house, Ruan Ning immediately took out the puppy and handed it to Zhou Sulan. Mom, put it in your space quickly. Don't let it freeze to death. Zhou Sulan was overjoyed when she saw the two puppies. Are these the puppies we got today? Ruan Ning nodded and handed one of the skinny yellow puppies to her mother. The puppy was trembling all over and looked like it was dying. Zhou Sulan quickly put the puppy into the space and took the other one from Ruan Sifeng's arms. Both puppies were yellow, with long, thin legs. Although they looked thin, they were of good breed and should grow into big yellow dogs with thin waists and long legs. After entering the space, the expressions of the two puppies gradually changed from fear to curiosity. They saw chickens, ducks, and other animals in the space and looked around as if they wanted to explore, but they did not dare to get close easily. Ruan Ning couldn't see what was going on in the space, but she was a little worried. The puppy won't bite the chickens and ducks, right? Mom, can you make a separation in the space to prevent them from fighting? Zhou Sulan shook her head and smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, the animals in the space won't fight. I don't know why, but they just live in harmony. Ruan Ning nodded secretly, guessing that this might be some function of the system space. Then feed them some food first, but don't feed them too much, or they might get upset. After hearing this, Zhou Sulan immediately found some leftovers, heated them up, and put them in the space. The two puppies seemed to be very hungry, and they immediately rushed over after smelling the aroma of the food and buried their heads in eating. Zhou Sulan looked at them wolfing down the food, and a gratified smile appeared on her face. Seeing her mother's relaxed expression, Ruan Ning also put her worries to rest and began to take off her heavy scarf and gloves. She sat next to the return air stove. The fire was burning brightly, and the warmth gradually came over her, and the fatigue in her body began to dissipate. Ruan Ning suddenly said to Ruan Sifeng, Dad, it should be okay for you to go out with Cheng Jiaoyue and his sister tomorrow, right? Ruan Sifeng frowned. Are you planning to go out alone? Ruan Ning nodded. Well, I have something very important to do. Ruan Ning paused, then added, As for the gun I exchanged today, as long as you confirm that it can be used with my bullets, I will start teaching you how to use the gun. It's just that it's not convenient to shoot a gun, so you have to find a chance to practice in the wild. Zhou Sulan's eyes lit up when she heard this. You also got a gun? Ruan Sifeng said proudly. Your daughter's business has crushed the other party. Not only did the other party give away the puppy, but they also had to show their secrets. Zhou Sulan said unyieldingly, That's not true. My family runs a supermarket, and I inherited this talent for business. Ruan Sifeng laughed and said flatteringly, Yes, both of us have contributed. Ruan Ning smiled helplessly. Okay, it's all your credit. The family chatted and laughed beside the stove. Although the apocalyptic wind and snow outside were merciless, the house was still as warm as before. The next morning, Ruan Ning brought the new gun to the next door and asked Cheng Jiaoyue and Cheng Jiquan to check it together. After a careful examination, the two confirmed that the bullets were compatible. This news made Ruan Ning extremely happy. One more gun meant an extra layer of protection, especially since Zhou Sulan had the space to hide the gun safely. She made an excuse to stay and waited until the two Cheng siblings left. Then Ruan Ning quickly put on her skates and prepared to go take a look at the villa area. It was quite far away, and although Ruan Ning was fully armed, she still felt the biting cold wind halfway through the journey. Especially in the wild, the wind was even stronger, whistling through every gap, making people shiver with cold. In desperation, Ruan Ning took out a car from the space, got in to avoid the cold, drank some hot ginger tea, put on a new heat pack, and ate a piece of chocolate to replenish her energy. She leaned against the car to rest for a while before setting off again. When Ruan Ning finally reached the small hill in the villa area, she took a deep breath. System, are you sure Chu Dingfeng is not at home now? The system quickly replied, He is out. Zhao Nana is cutting trees in the mountains. Ruan Ning chuckled when she heard the news, knowing that Chu Dingfeng might be out looking for a woman again, while Zhao Nana was working hard chopping trees for a living. In such cold weather, most plants have already died, but Zhao Nana chose to continue cutting dead trees in the forest for a living. Ruan Ning put away her skates from the space, replaced them with an axe, and headed in the direction of Zhao Nana. Not long after, she heard the sound of chopping trees. After approaching, Ruan Ning pretended to be casual, swung the axe, and chopped at a dead tree next to her, making a loud crack. The sound of chopping trees from Zhao Nana's side stopped instantly. The system immediately reminded. Zhao Nana discovered the host's existence. She is a little scared and is hesitating whether to leave secretly. Ruan Ning smiled and deliberately shouted loudly. "Is there anyone over there? Why is there a sound?" Hearing a female voice, Zhao Nana relaxed a little, but she was still alert. After all, she didn't know whether the other person was alone, so she decided to avoid this place and leave. Ruan Ning followed with light steps, quietly approached Zhao Nana, and finally stopped her before she completely left. "Hey, there are people here?" Ruan Ning pretended to be surprised and asked with a smile. "Are you also cutting trees here?" Seeing that the other person was just a young girl, Zhao Nana relaxed a little, but still remained on guard. "You should leave quickly. This is not a good place." Ruan Ning pretended to be puzzled. "There are so many trees here. How can this not be a good place? Do you want to cut them all by yourself? There is no way to cut down all the trees." Ruan Ning sighed and pretended to be helpless and said, "My home is too far from here. It's not easy to take the trees back home after cutting them down." Zhao Nana glanced at her, still on guard, but a little shaken in her heart because she hadn't seen a girl alone for a long time. She asked tentatively, "You live down the mountain? What's the situation outside? Are people still getting sick?" Ruan Ning smiled and made up an explanation. "I don't know. The weather is too cold. The virus probably froze to death. It's not that serious now. But do you think this weather is lucky or unlucky? Which is better, dying of illness or freezing to death?" Ruan Ning sighed, as if talking to herself. Zhao Nana could hardly hold back her tears when she heard this. She murmured in a low voice, "It's better than being forced to death." Ruan Ning pretended not to understand and asked tentatively, "Sister, are you in trouble? Don't take it to heart. The world is in chaos. The most important thing is to live well." Zhao Nana's eyes were dazed, and her voice was so soft that it seemed as if she was asking herself, "Is it really that important to be alive?" Ruan Ning nodded affirmatively. "Of course it is important. No matter what difficulties you encounter, there is always hope. In this situation, it is difficult to survive alone. In fact, you can go to the disaster camp. Although the conditions there are difficult, at least you can survive." A gleam of light suddenly flashed in Zhao Nana's eyes. "Disaster camp? Does it still exist? Didn't anyone die of illness?" Ruan Ning smiled and said, "Of course they are still there. Many people have gone there. Although it is hard, it is better than staying outside alone. I have a few friends who have also gone to the disaster camp to seek refuge. In the current situation, the most important thing is to unite." Zhao Nana looked dazed. "Yeah, it's really too difficult to go on like this." Seeing that the time was right, Ruan Ning squatted down, took out a bag of compressed biscuits from her backpack, and handed it to Zhao Nana. "We are destined to meet, so I'll give you something to eat since we meet." Zhao Nana quickly waved her hand to refuse. "No, food is so precious. I can't take your things. You should keep them for yourself." Ruan Ning smiled and shook her head. "You don't know yet, right? This cold disaster killed a lot of people. Now food is more abundant than before. I have plenty of biscuits. Don't be polite." After saying that, Ruan Ning put the compressed biscuits on the ground, clapped her hands, turned around, and continued chopping trees. "If you need help, come to me anytime." Zhao Nana hesitated for a while, and only after Ruan Ning disappeared into the depths of the woods did she hurriedly put away the compressed biscuits. She was touched and confused at the same time. Ruan Ning told Zhao Nana that food was relatively abundant at the foot of the mountain, which meant that Chu Dingfeng's statement was not entirely correct. Recently, he had been going out early and coming back late every day, and the so-called looking for food was just an excuse. Is he probably looking for a woman down there? Zhao Nana felt sick and swore to herself, "I want to live, and I won't let my mother die in vain." At the same time, Ruan Ning had been waiting not far away for half an hour. After confirming that Zhao Nana had returned to the vicinity of the villa, she put away the axe and prepared to leave. The The system asked curiously. Host, are you planning to let Zhao Nana leave Chu Dingfeng and go to the disaster camp? Ruan Ning chuckled and replied, No, I know Zhao Nana won't trust me easily, no matter how sincere I am. But I have to let her know that Chu Dingfeng is deliberately treating them harshly. Going to the disaster camp is another difficult choice for her. She should know in her heart that things may not be good there either. The system thought for a moment. Then why did you meet her today? Ruan Ning smiled and said, Of course, I just want to get to know her. Feelings are something that is cultivated slowly. In the future, I will always have a chance to convince her to join hands with me to deal with the scumbag. The system exclaimed. Wow, host, you are so awesome. When Ruan Ning turned around and prepared to go down the mountain, the system suddenly spoke. Host, wait, Chu Dingfeng met Jiang Sisui. Ruan Ning stopped and raised her eyebrows. Wow, then he will get family contribution points now. The system was a little depressed. You actually still have the mood to say that. Ruan Ning chuckled. Why not? He has nothing now. How can Jiang Sisui, the only daughter of the richest man, be interested in him? The system snorted coldly. Maybe the protagonist's charm is so invincible. Ruan Ning nodded and said with a smile, Then I have to think of a way. She quickened her pace, slid on the snow, and slid all the way back home, reaching the 18th floor before lunch. Zhao Nana dragged the heavy deadwood back to the villa and saw her 4-year-old brother Zhao Xiaobao struggling to throw firewood into the fireplace. Zhao Nana's heart tightened, and she hurried over and pulled her brother to a safe place. Be careful. Don't get so close to the fire. When Zhao Xiaobao saw his sister coming back, a trace of joy flashed in his eyes, and he whispered, Sister, you are finally back. I am so scared to be alone at home. Zhao Nana's heart softened. She hugged him gently and comforted him softly. Sister is back. Don't be afraid. As night fell, Chu Dingfeng came back from outside and saw so much firewood at home. He walked into the house with a smile. Nana, you went out to chop wood again? Didn't I say that you don't have to work so hard? Zhao Nana sneered in her heart and thought, You said that, but the firewood you bring back every day can't even heat the fireplace. If I don't go out to chop firewood, won't we all freeze to death? But Zhao Nana didn't show it. She still lowered her head and worked silently, observing Chu Dingfeng carefully. He seemed to be in a particularly good mood today, as if there was some special reason. Sure enough, Chu Dingfeng took out a piece of frozen beef from the bag and showed it proudly. Look, I got beef. We can have an extra meal tonight. Zhao Nana's eyes lit up immediately. Although she had not been hungry during this period with Chu Dingfeng, she had only eaten compressed biscuits and bread, and her mouth had long been dry. Seeing this long-lost piece of meat, a trace of joy flashed in her eyes. Hurry up and thought, so we can have a good meal tonight. Chu Dingfeng said generously. Zhao Nana took the beef to the fireplace and handled it carefully, as if it were a treasure. Zhao Nana touched the frozen hard meat and began to think, I'll eat half of it tonight. No, that's too extravagant. I can only eat 1/5 at most. It's so cold, the meat can be kept for a few more days. It's all done. Chu Dingfeng came over from behind, his tone unquestionable. I got this meat with great difficulty. I must eat it to my heart's content. We're going to have a good feast tonight. Zhao Nana was a little surprised. You can't eat so much in one meal. At least save some for tomorrow. Chu Dingfeng was impatient, thinking that he could easily eat more meat when he was at the foot of the mountain. So he said coldly, Listen to me. Your husband is capable. We will eat it all today. Don't worry. Zhao Nana nodded and whispered, Okay. She felt more and more that Chu Dingfeng must have done something shameful recently. This unreasonable generosity reminded her of how her father often behaved like this after he did something wrong. She lowered her head to prepare the beef, secretly on guard. At dinner time, Zhao Nana cooked boiled beef. She was not a good cook to begin with, and this skill was taught to her by her mother Cheng Jiaoyue after the apocalypse. Moreover, Chu Dingfeng did not bring out any seasoning, so the beef was bland and tasteless. Chu Dingfeng was originally in high spirits, but after a few bites of tasteless beef, he lost his appetite. While shaking the hot red wine in the cup, he glanced at Zhao Nana from the corner of his eye, secretly dissatisfied in his heart. But Zhao Nana obviously ignored him. She was concentrating on picking up meat for her brother Zhao Xiaobao. Seeing her brother eating happily with his mouth full of greasy food, she felt a sense of satisfaction in her heart. Zhao Xiaobao's face flushed red. He grinned and chewed with big mouthfuls. The aroma of meat spread in his mouth, as if it was a delicacy he had missed for a long time. Chu Dingfeng was suddenly unhappy. He looked at Zhao Xiaobao coldly and stuffed the spoon in Zhao Nana's hand. Eat more yourself, don't always take care of your brother. How much can a child like him eat? Zhao Nana lowered her head and responded, yeah, I know. But she continued to put meat into Zhao Xiaobao's bowl. Zhao Xiaobao sensed Chu Dingfeng's hostility, and his heart tightened. He subconsciously moved closer to his sister. Zhao Nana lowered her eyes, secretly clenched her teeth, and her disgust for Chu Dingfeng deepened. The meal was depressing, and the atmosphere was dull. As the night deepened, the house fell into silence. Zhao Nana lay on the bed, but her mind was restless. She was thinking about her future. The man in front of her was becoming more and more difficult for her to understand. She had to find a way, not only for herself, but also for her brother. The next morning, Wan Ning took out 2 large backpacks and put 4 children's down jackets and thermal underwear in them. She had already made an appointment with Cheng Jiaoyue to go to the disaster camp together to see Yudafu and inquire about the situation. The disaster camp was about half an hour away from the community. The two put on their skates and skated along the road. After skating for about 10 minutes, a long team suddenly appeared in front of them, seemingly coming from the direction of the disaster camp. The two looked at each other and stopped by the road. Cheng Jiaoyue walked up to a woman whose age was unknown and asked, Annie, where are you going? The woman saw Cheng Jiaoyue wearing roller skates, and her eyes were filled with jealousy. She said in a cold tone, You're already an aunt at the age of 31? Cheng Jiaoyue quickly apologized. Sorry, I misread it. The woman no longer felt embarrassed and sighed. The disaster relief camp asked us to dig ice and look for supplies. We were only given 1 compressed biscuit a day, and if we wanted to eat more, we had to earn work points. We could dig ice, chop trees, or move corpses. I can't move corpses, and I don't have the strength to chop trees, but digging ice can at least earn me some work points. After Cheng Jiaoyue thanked her, he slid back to Wan Ning and said worriedly, Sister Lingxia is still in the refugee camp. I wonder how she is doing. Wan Ning comforted her. She is a doctor. She shouldn't have to do manual labor. Cheng Jiaoyue breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, the technicians will definitely not have to work so hard. The two continued to slide, and along the way, they saw many disaster victims coming out of the camp. Some were wearing ragged clothes, layered on top of each other, and even wrapped in quilts. Everyone's face was dirty, and it was difficult to tell whether they were men or women. Occasionally, someone would secretly look at them, with envy and malice in their eyes. Fortunately, there were armed soldiers near the camp, so they did not dare to take action. It took them nearly half an hour to reach the refugee camp. The stadium was originally a modern building, but now it looks shabby. The only way to enter and exit the 4-story stadium is through a broken window with a curtain hanging on it to block the wind. They walked to the window and found 2 armed soldiers guarding it. The soldiers did not ask too many questions. Cheng Jiaoyue asked, Excuse me, where is Dr. Zhu? She is an old expert in her 60s. The soldier replied enthusiastically, Dr. Zhu is in the innermost medical room on the left. You can find her when you go in. Cheng Jiaoyue asked again, What about Sun Yongchao? The soldier had a look of surprise on his face. Chapter 39. Do you know Colonel Sun? Ruan Ning smiled and replied, Yes, I know him. My name is Ruan Ning. If you two have time, could you please tell him that I am at Dr. Zhu's place, and I am available anytime today? The 2 soldiers looked at each other, and the other said, Okay, I'll notify them for you. After expressing their gratitude, the 2 walked into the disaster relief camp. A strange smell hit me in the face, which cannot even be described as stinky. It smells stinky and rancid, but there's also a hint of warmth in it. There was a large pot of fire in the center of the gymnasium, and there were signs of burning in many places. It seemed that these small fires were extinguished not long ago. In addition to those who went out, there were also many people who stayed in the gym. Some of them were too thin in their clothes, or they were lazy bullies. There is another type, which is the elderly and children, but their number is very rare. It is not easy for the elderly who cannot run and the children who cannot walk to survive in the last days. Cheng Jiaoyue and Ruan Ning were walking towards the infirmary while observing, when they didn't expect that 20 or 30 people suddenly appeared in the corner and rushed towards them, stretching out their bowls to beg. Ruan Ning frowned and looked towards the soldiers in the hall. Seeing that they were already approaching, she protected her backpack and said nothing. The group of people surrounding the 2 of them also saw the soldiers coming and immediately dispersed. This was the first time Cheng Jiaoyue encountered such a situation. He was at a loss. The soldier who came over asked, You didn't give us anything, did you? Cheng Jiaoyue said quickly, No. The soldier said, It's best if there's none. They're a gang. They behave like this every time they see a stranger coming in. There's no reason to arrest them. He looked at the two of them and said, "You seem to be in good condition. Be careful." Ruan Ning said, "Thank you for the reminder. We will be careful." After this happened, Cheng Jiaoyue pulled Ruan Ning and they wanted to fly, and soon arrived at the door of the infirmary. Here, the two finally felt clean and tidy. Of course, this was compared to the outside. Dr. Zhu was sorting out medical records. He looked up and saw the two of them. He asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" Ruan Ning showed a sincere smile on her face. "Aunt Zhu, Ji Li, and I came to see you." "Where is Sister Ling Xia?" "She just went to see the child." Dr. Zhu said enthusiastically, "I have a separate room here. It used to be a small storage room. There's not much furniture, but at least there's a place. Ling Xia and you Dafu live with us. It's really not suitable for people to live outside, especially with two children." "Ruan Ning, then let's go there first. This is the office. We don't want to disturb them." Dr. Zhu nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I'll take you there. Most people have gone out now, so there are not many patients." The room was not far from the infirmary. One could tell that the people living here were all contributing members of the staff, and the corridor was kept relatively clean. Dr. Zhu knocked on the door first, but there was no response. She took out a key from her coat pocket and opened the door. Wang Lingxia hadn't seen Ruan Ning and Cheng Jiaoyue yet, so she asked curiously, "Aunt Zhu, why are you back at this time?" Cheng Jiaoyue poked his head out from behind Dr. Zhu and said in a playful manner, "Sister Lingxia, look who's here." Wang Lingxia was immediately delighted. "Why are you two here?" Although they had only been apart for a few days, everyone was extremely happy to see each other, because in this environment, once they parted, it might be a farewell forever. Unfortunately, Zhu Liang and Yu Dafu went out to look for supplies. The room was simple and there was no bed. Fortunately, they found a Simmons mattress outside and put it on the floor, so that the sleeping area occupied most of the area. In addition to this, there was a fire burning in the middle of the room, with bricks underneath, and a large pot in the middle, into which firewood was thrown. Wang Lingxia gave the bench to the three people, brought a quilt to the ground, and sat on it. Cheng Jiaoyue held her hand with concern. After the four of them reminisced for a while, Ruan Ning opened her backpack and took out the children's clothes. "I exchanged these at the market outside. They are just enough for the two children to wear, so they don't have to be tied up every day. It is inconvenient to move with the quilt wrapped around the body, and they are two children, so it is impossible for them to keep pulling the quilt." Yudafu thought of a way to tie the quilt to his body with a rope so that he could move a little, but the disadvantage was also obvious. The two children were very uncomfortable. When Wang Lingxia saw the clothes, she liked them very much and even had tears in her eyes, but she didn't dare to accept such a valuable thing. Ruan Ning said, "Actually, I bought all of this with the gold you gave me. We were not familiar with the situation at the time. Now that we have finally survived, and I don't have anything else, I will return this to you." Cheng Jiaoyue advised, "Sister Lingxia, just accept it. Ningning has already bought it, so why should we let her take it back?" Dr. Zhu also patted Wang Lingxia on the shoulder. Wang Lingxia burst into tears and clutched her clothes in her hands. Thank you for thinking about us." Ruan Ning smiled and said to the two little kids squatting on the ground sorting dead branches, Xiaoyu, Xiaoyin, come over here and change your clothes." The two children were about 5 or 6 years old. Seeing that Wang Lingxia had no objection, they ran over. Qin Yu was well fed, with some flesh on his face. His eyes lit up at the new clothes, and he blinked and said to Ruan Ning, "Aunt Ruan, is this for me? I have thick clothes to wear." Ruan Ning smiled and nodded. "And he not only brought you clothes, but also brought you good things." "Wow!" Qin Yu's eyes suddenly sparkled. "Great. Are they compressed biscuits?" Ruan Ning smiled without saying anything and took out a set of first-grade exercise books from her backpack. "Look, not only can you learn how to write essays here, but also math, new words, and even English." Qin Yu was dumbfounded and almost cried from his expression. Everyone was laughing so hard that Wang Lingxia still had tears in her eyes. Now she was smiling and hugged her son, teasing, "Why don't you thank Aunt Ruan quickly?" Qin Yu felt difficulty breathing. "Thank you, Aunt Ruan." Ruan Ning handed all the exercise books to Qin Yu with a smile and touched his head. As they continued talking, there was a knock on the door and a male voice said, "Is Ruan Ning in there? Our colonel has finished his meeting and asked you to go to his office." Ruan Ning's eyes lit up slightly, and she told Dr. Zhu and the others to open the door quickly. The person who called her was the soldier she met when she just entered the door. Ruan-Ning did not try to get close to him, but followed him to the office area of the disaster relief camp. Compared to outside, it is cleaner here. The atmosphere is more solemn, and everyone is in a hurry. The soldier took her to the outside of an office and knocked on the door. When they said come in, the soldier said to Ruan-Ning, "You go in by yourself. My order is to send you here." Ruan-Ning smiled at him. "Thank you." When Ruan-Ning opened the door, the first thing she felt was the coldness. There was no fire in the house. Ruan-Ning looked at Sun Yongchao in surprise and saw that he was dressed like a polar bear. He no longer looked as domineering as he did before. What surprised Ruan-Ning even more was that Yin Ruoxue was also there. The two were standing in front of the map, apparently discussing some route. Seeing Ruan-Ning, Sun Yongchao smiled and said, "Miss Ruan, you finally came to see me. I've been looking forward to it for a long time." Ruan-Ning also smiled like a partner and greeted him. "Brother Sun, long time no see. I heard they all call you Colonel." "What Colonel? It's all just empty talk now. You should freeze when you should and go hungry when you should." Sun Yongchao asked Ruan-Ning to sit on the only two stools in the room and poured her a cup of hot tea. Although it was called hot tea, it was actually almost cold. Sun Yongchao sighed and said, "I'm sorry, I just prepared this, but I can't keep it warm at all." Ruan-Ning quickly said, "I understand." Sun Yongchao, "I seldom stay in the office, and it's not hot here, but I see you're wearing quite thick clothes, so it should be okay for a while, right?" Ruan-Ning nodded. Yin Ruoxue stood aside without saying anything. Ruan-Ning looked at the map hanging on the wall. "What were you discussing just now? Is there any new development in our disaster relief camp?" Sun Yongchao said straightforwardly, "It's not a secret. Miss Ruan, you can also help to consult. We want to send a small team to the Black Sea province. How do you think we should go?" Ruan-Ning was stunned. "Going to the plateau in this situation?" Sun Yongchao sighed, and this time he really sighed, not just pretending to sigh like Ruan-Ning. He said in a heavy tone, "After the last severe cold wave, we lost contact with the Black Sea Provincial Command. We don't know their situation now. That's our rear area, so we must restore the communication channel as soon as possible." Ruan-Ning glanced at Yin Ruoxue, thought for a moment, and said, "On my way here, I saw the disaster victims going out to look for supplies. Logically, they should not be short of food now. We let them go because our troops suffered heavy losses and we can't organize any other work besides security." Sun Yongchao looked at Ruan-Ning unexpectedly. "Miss Ruan is good at observation." Ruan-Ning shook her head. "You don't have enough people to maintain operations, and you're sending people to the Black Sea province. The altitude there is rising all the way, and we need to cross mountains and ridges. I guess that the Black Sea province's command post is probably inside an underground defense project. They may still have a chance of survival, but the team you sent out has no hope of survival." Sun Yongchao frowned and said nothing. In fact, the entire decision-making level can think of this consequence, but without the assistance of the Black Sea province, they will also be in a difficult situation and can only fight hard. Yin Ruoxue's tone was stiff. "So what do you say we should do? Are we just going to sit there and wait for death?" Ruan-Ning looked at the map again. "Actually, you can think of a solution towards the north." Yin Ruoxue was stunned. "I understand why you said to go to the south. After all, it may not be so cold there. Why should we go to the north?" Ruan-Ning said, "It's useless to go to the south. Didn't your notice say that the further south you go, the more serious the floods will be? What will they have left? In contrast, in the north, it's always cold in winter, so the thermal insulation of their buildings is better than ours. Besides, they would consciously leave their winter clothes behind. The loss of personnel during the cold snap is definitely not as severe as ours, which results in them having less food to eat. It will take about a month to go there and back. We can bring some compressed biscuits or something else and ask them to exchange them for winter clothes." Sun Yongchao said, "We only have enough compressed biscuits for 4 months now. What will we eat after we take them over?" Ruan-Ning said, "There are probably more than 10,000 people in the disaster camp right now. Even if there are 10,000 people and they're allowed to go out in their current clothes, it would be good if there are 500 people left in 4 months. You will have compressed biscuits by then, and you can eat them for a longer time." Sun Yongchao was silent. Yin Ruoxue's eyes lit up. "What you said might really be a solution, and if we bring food over, the people in the north can survive. Only when more people are alive can we have hope." Ruan-Ning glanced at Yin Ruoxue. According to the novel, her parents were inside the Black Sea Province command post, yet she was willing to change her route. Ruan-Ning didn't know what to feel for a moment. Of course, sending people there would not be able to reach the Black Sea command post, but who wouldn't have a little hope in their heart? Yin Ruoxue clenched her fists and gritted her teeth, saying, I agree with this plan. I will report it to the leader right away. Sun Yongchao sighed. I agree in principle. Compared to going to the Black Sea province, there is indeed more hope. Ruoxue, go report to the leader first, and I will talk to Miss Ruan for a while. Yin Ruoxue nodded and left without any regrets. This is her fiancé. No wonder Chu Dingfeng still couldn't understand her hundreds of thousands of words. He really doesn't have any love sense at all. Ruan Ning admired him and looked at Sun Yongchao. Brother Sun, do you still have doubts? Are you worried that there won't be enough food? Sun Yongchao sighed. Yes. After all, nothing can grow in the current environment. We're just sitting back and eating up all the food we have. Ruan Ning chuckled. This is why I wanted to see you today. Sun Yongchao smiled immediately. I knew that Miss Ruan you would not let me down. Just ask for what you want. I will never treat you unfairly within my authority. It's different when you get promoted. You're now within your responsibilities. Ruan Ning said, I don't want more either. I really suffered a loss last time with 5 kilograms of compressed biscuits, so I'll just give it 100 kilograms this time. 100 kilograms is actually not a lot, but under the current circumstances, it is probably enough for a family to live for another year. Sun Yongchao quickly replied, This is beyond my authority. Please tell me the news first, and I will apply to my superiors on your behalf. Ruan Ning didn't believe him. Brother Sun, I've already told you. Can you still bid? I guarantee that it's worth it, and I just gave you some advice. Okay. Sun Yongchao hesitated for a moment. 100 kilograms is 100 kilograms. If the leader disagrees, I will fill the gap myself. Ruan Ning sighed inwardly and lowered her voice. Here's what happened. My friend got the news that someone wanted to kidnap Jiang Fuhai's only daughter. Sun Yongchao was stunned. Jiang Fuhai? Ruan Ning said, Brother Sun, don't tell me you don't know him. Sun Yongchao was speechless. Of course he knows me. Who doesn't know the richest man? Is he in Yueshan camp? Ruan Ning nodded. Sun Yongchao began to make some calculations. Ruan Ning added fuel to the fire. I guarantee that this news is true. You can send people to protect the Jiang family, starting today. Although the richest man is not as rich as before, if something really leaks out, it will be enough for you to hold on for a while. Sun Yongchao was moved. Is there really someone who wants to hurt his daughter? Ruan Ning promised. I can cheat anyone, but I can't cheat you. After all, they are the villain and cannon fodder, so they are naturally in the same camp. According to the description in the novel, Chu Dingfeng heroically rescued the beautiful Jiang Sisui, not only marrying the richest man's only daughter, but also taking possession of her inventory and obtaining a large amount of supplies. Ruan Ning said, Brother Sun, this is a big fat sheep. Didn't you set up the Yueshan camp in the hope of getting supplies from them? They usually don't cooperate, so they have to rely on you at the critical moment of life and death. Sun Yongchao immediately said, What big fat sheep? That is also our target of protection. Ruan Ning nodded repeatedly. Sun Yongchao was getting more and more excited, his eyes sparkling. Okay, this time I'll give you half of the 100 kilograms of compressed biscuits as a token of my sincerity in cooperation. Ruan Ning immediately flattered him. Brother Sun is straightforward and generous. Let's cooperate more in the future. The two practiced Tai Chi for a while, and Ruan Ning left Sun Yongchao's office. Not to mention, 50 kilograms of compressed biscuits are heavy. Luckily, she is very strong now. 5 days after leaving the disaster relief camp, Ruan Ning received no news from the system. The plot is now out of control, and no one knows when Jiang Sisui will be kidnapped. However, Ruan Ning has already received news that Chu Dingfeng has been trying to find an opportunity to get close to Jiang Sisui these days and was almost caught as a criminal. Chu Dingfeng is still wanted and was extremely panicked at that time. Fortunately, the officer on duty did not recognize him, and Jiang Sisui explained that he was his friend. Chu Dingfeng didn't dare to linger in Yueshan camp anymore and went somewhere else obediently. In other words, stopping Chu Dingfeng's plan to save the beauty is halfway successful, as long as God doesn't find a way to help him. Ruan Ning is in high spirits every day. In addition to going out to look for firewood with the brother and sister next door during the day, Ruan Ning's most important task now is to stockpile ice. She finally collected 1,000 tons of water just for this purpose. It is now easy to stockpile ice cubes. Just place various containers on the balcony and in the room, and then pour water into the space. The ice will be frozen hard before all the water is drained out. In addition, drinkable ice cubes are also essential. This is even simpler. She now refreshes 78 bottles of mineral water every day, 40 of which are frozen outside, and then returned to the space. In just a few days, and just by finding time to stockpile ice, she stockpiled 200 tons. She could store the remaining 800 tons of water by wasting time in the remaining days. When she had some time, Ruan Ning went to the small market. Last time she made a fortune from clothes, not only getting 1,500 kilograms of compressed biscuits, but also a gun and 2 puppies. Now Xiao Huang and Xiao Huang are Zhou Sulan's favorites. When the temperature in the living room is relatively high, Zhou Sulan will let them out to hug them and cultivate their relationship. Strangely, Wu's firm was not there this time. Ruan Ning was about to leave when a skinny monkey, about 1.72 meters tall, suddenly jumped up to her side. His face was a little dirty, with a flattering smile. "Hello, are you Anchor's savior?" Ruan Ning said. "I can't say I'm your lifesaver." "That's it." The thin monkey was delighted. "Benefactor, let's go to the next room to discuss in detail." Ruan Ning guessed that this man was Wu Daoi's subordinate, but she did not let her guard down and was ready to draw her gun at any time. After entering the room, the skinny monkey hurriedly said, "Thank you, Benefactor, for introducing a big business to Angkor. He is no longer here and is in charge of Yueshan camp." Ruan Ning raised her eyebrows. "I see. So you will be in charge of this place from now on?" "Yes, it's also thanks to the people of Tang." The skinny monkey introduced himself. "My name is Li Yunshan. Wu Gu repeatedly told me that if I see you, I must contact you and make an appointment to meet. He is very grateful to you." Ruan Ning smiled and said, "Why thank me? We are mutually beneficial." Li Yunshan said, "How can I not thank you? Benefactor, if you need anything, just tell us and we will do our best to get it for you." Ruan Ning thought for a moment and said, "I'd better wait until I meet Wu Ge. When will he be free?" Li Yunshan felt regretful that he didn't make a big deal. Of course, he is always available if you want to see him. He also said that if you can get something that rich people like, he will give you a satisfactory price. Ruan Ning nodded. "Then let's meet here tomorrow at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon." After the two of them made an appointment, Li Yunshan praised Ruan Ning a lot and told her that she could come to him if she had any problems in the future. Ruan Ning smiled. On the way home, Ruan Ning kept thinking about what rich people need. They definitely won't be short of food for the time being, because they are more capable of avoiding disasters than ordinary people in the early stages, and they also have a lot of money and gold to stockpile. They should lack fresh food, such as vegetables and fruits. It's just that these two things are too conspicuous and unnecessary. At this time, the system suddenly said excitedly, "Host, the people who came to kidnap Jiang Sisui have arrived." Chu Dingfeng is still looking for opportunities in the refugee camp. He is destined not to get Jiang Sisui. Ruan Ning also smiled and hurried back home. Ruan Sifeng had also arrived home by this time. He had brought back a lot of branches and tree trunks today and was sawing them. Ruan Ning took off her hat and scarf while persuading him. "Dad, just paddle a little. You don't have to work so hard." Ruan Sifeng said, "It's not like we won't need fire after the extreme cold, so the more you store, the better." Zhou Sulan was playing with the dog and looked up and said, "Don't worry about him. He has nothing to do outside anyway. He might as well go to work." Ruan Ning quickly shut up and stopped talking. The temperature inside the house is much higher than outside, but the puppies have no problem adapting to it. They can even adapt to the environment better than humans. They will run around the house as long as they are placed on the ground. Seeing Ruan Ning coming back, the two little ones ran over to greet her, wagging their tails. Ruan Ning squatted down and made a gesture to silence them. "Be good and don't bark. It will be bad if the neighbors hear it." Xiao Huang didn't understand. He just knew his master was talking to him, so he barked in response. Ruan Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and rubbed the two puppies' heads. Fortunately, Ruan Sifeng was sawing wood. The room was already very noisy, and the people next door were probably doing the same thing. Ruan Ning took out dog food from the space and poured it into the food bowls of the two puppies. At this time, the system said excitedly, "Host, Sun Yonchao has successfully repelled the kidnapping gang and captured 14 people alive. Congratulations to the host for preventing Jiang Sisui and Chu Dingfeng from forming a bond and gaining 500 cubic meters of space. Congratulations to the host for stopping Chu Dingfeng from integrating the richest man's power and obtaining." Ruan Ning quickly stopped him. "Wait." The system was stunned for a moment and said in a lively tone, "Host, what's the matter?" Ruan Ning chuckled. "Tong Tong, let's discuss this. How about you get me something good?" Chapter 40. The system hesitated. Can this still be done? This can't be done. Wan Ning suggested. Why not? For example, how about getting started with firearms? But I've been scolded too many times. If this continues, I won't be able to be selected as an outstanding subsystem this year. The system cried. Wan Ning said, Chu Dingfeng and Zhao Nana have been together for so long. Who knows when she will get pregnant? Do you remember what the reward for Chu Dingfeng's first child is? Of course the system knows. It's teleportation. That's right. Wan Ning said, just think about how abnormal the teleportation skill is. If he gets this skill, what's the use of my 2 guns? The system hesitated for a moment and finally said, how about this? I will pick a few items from my current inventory, but the results will be random, and what you can draw depends on the host's luck. Wan Ning thought that she must be lucky. After all, she had tricked Chu Dingfeng so many times. Okay, you smoke. The system started to calculate quickly. About a minute later, the system said in surprise, congratulations to the host. You have prevented Chu Dingfeng from integrating the power of the richest man, and you have received a super gift package. Wan Ning didn't know what the super gift package was, but she thought it needed to be opened. Hurry up and open the gift package and take a look. The system even simulated a winning sound effect. Congratulations to the host. You have opened a super gift package and received a lucky spin item, which can temporarily increase your luck by up to 1,000 points. This item is a one-time consumable. Obtain a copy bracelet. This item is a one-time consumable item. It can randomly capture the opponent's skills. The direction is unpredictable. What does it mean that the direction is unpredictable? Wan Ning was curious. The system said, I just don't know what skills can be copied. For example, if you use it on Cheng Jiaoyue, you may get firearms proficiency, or you may get crude cooking skills. Wan Ning was disappointed. So useless? The system said, host, you can use it together with Lucky Spin. How could Wan Ning not know that the previous item was too rare and she didn't want to use it easily? Anything else? Wan Ning asked. System. The gift package also includes 10 cubic meters of space. Please check it, host. Wan Ning sighed. Just keep it for yourself. Don't bother the host with this kind of thing. She began to study the 2 new props in the space. Lucky Spin is a turntable. The largest area on it increases luck by 300 points, followed by 500 points, 700 points, and 1,000 points. 1,000 points is about a 1% chance. If you want to get it, you must first have 2,000 points of luck. Then there is the copy bracelet, which is similar to a silver bracelet. When you want to copy, you have to wear it on your wrist and then make contact with the target. That's right, it's about contact with the target, which means it can also be used on animals and plants. If I use this on a chicken, can I learn to crow early in the morning? The system had a strange idea. Isn't it learning to lay eggs? Wan Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What a unique idea. If we use it on plants, can we learn photosynthesis and not have to eat anymore? Unfortunately, these are just wishful thinking. It would be better to find some practical skills, such as Dr. Zhu's medical skills, so that you don't have to worry so much about getting sick in the future. Anyway, I have to ask Sun Yongqiao for the 50 kilograms of compressed biscuits tomorrow, which is a good opportunity for me to go see Dr. Zhu. Having said that, Sun Yongqiao always brings her surprises and is definitely the best partner and top tool. The next day, Wan Ning changed her clothes, fully armed, and prepared to set off for the disaster relief camp. Unexpectedly, she ran into the young soldier downstairs. He came alone, carrying a large backpack, and smiled immediately when he saw Wan Ning. Miss Wan, this is what our colonel asked me to bring. He handed the backpack to Wan Ning. Unexpectedly, it was delivered to my door. Wan Ning took the backpack and said with a smile, "Thank you for taking the trouble to come here." As she spoke, she took out a few compressed biscuits from her backpack and wanted to give them to him. The soldier waved his hands repeatedly. No, this is a reward for you. I can't take it. Our colonel said that this cooperation went very smoothly. Although it took a long time, it was very rewarding. Next time, you can tell him if you have any news. Wan Ning took back her hand and said with a smile, Of course. The soldier brother added, Also, our colonel asked me to tell you that the team heading north has already set out. Yin Ruoxue is also in the team this time. I hope she can bring back good news. Wan Ning nodded. I understand. Thank you for making this trip. The soldier smiled and said, You're welcome. This is a simple job. After he left, Wan Ning went back upstairs with the compressed biscuits. At this time, Cheng Jiaoyue and his sister and Wan Xifeng had already set out to search for supplies. Wan Ning thought that she had to meet Wu Dawei in the afternoon, so she did not go out again. Unexpectedly, Ruan Sifeng suddenly returned home early in the afternoon. He seemed to be frightened by something. He came back, holding a cup of hot water, and sat in front of the return air furnace with his eyes wide open. Zhou Sulan asked worriedly, "What's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly come back today?" Ruan Sifeng took a deep breath and said, "We have been searching for wooden planks recently. Now we can hardly find any. So we're going to go to the mountains." Ruan Ning nodded. "We didn't dare to go to an unfamiliar place. So Cheng Jiaoyue opened the way and took us to a place called Yuanshan. That place is not close. We stopped twice on the way. I didn't expect that when I got there, I would find so many people there, probably thousands of people." Ruan Ning frowned. "Why are there so many people there?" Ruan Sifeng said, "Recently everyone is digging at the ice, trying to dig out food and fuel from under the ice." Ruan Ning hummed. "Then what?" Ruan Sifeng said, "It is very hard to dig ice, and it is also troublesome to transport the ice back up. In short, it is very troublesome. I'm not sure, but they said they didn't want to do this anymore. They said they wanted to rob some place where books were stored, so they wouldn't have to worry about the cold when they lived there." Ruan Ning understood that those people were targeting the library on the mountain. Yin Ruoshua once said that there are more than 20 million books in the collection. And since it wasn't flooded there were ready-made books to burn, so no effort was required. The most important thing is that the version library is a special library. It is not a simple reinforced concrete library. It has many ancient characteristic buildings, so a large amount of wood is used. They probably want to not only burn the books, but also demolish these affiliated libraries. Ruan Sifeng continued, "When we saw that situation, we didn't dare to stay any longer." Ruan Ning hurriedly asked, "What about Cheng Jiaoyue and Cheng Jiaoyue? Why didn't they come back?" Cheng Jiaoyue said that this matter was not trivial, and he was afraid that it would cause a big incident. So he wanted to report to the command post of the disaster relief camp, said Ruan Sifeng. Zhou Sulan frowned and said, "With so many people there, what can we do over there? I guess it would be a waste of time to go there." Ruan Sifeng tried. "Maybe firing a gun can scare people and make them afraid." Zhou Sulan shook her head. "Will so many people open fire? And in this situation, is it more important for the people to be alive or for the books to be preserved? If we really start shooting, what will the victims think? I am afraid that even ethicists would not be able to answer this question. What's more, in extreme situations, no one will reason with you." Ruan Ning thought for a moment. "Mom and Dad, you stay at home. I'll go over and take a look." Zhou Sulan immediately said, "No, it's so chaotic there. What's the point of you running there?" Ruan Ning comforted him. "I'm just going to take a look. If there's any problem, I'll run away immediately. And don't worry, I have a gun to protect myself." Zhou Sulan was still worried and held her daughter's right hand. "Ruan Ning, this matter has nothing to do with us, and this is a virtual world. Everything here is destroyed, but our original world is still fine. No antiques will be lost, and the books are also fine." Ruan Ning smiled. "Mom, of course I know what you mean. I'm not going there to die. I'm just going to take a look at the situation. What do you think? And I have a feeling that I can get something good if I go there." Zhou Sulan was suspicious. "Really? You promise to stay away and not get involved in anything?" "Ruan Ning, I promise. I really just want to take a look." She thought about it, took out her going-out clothes, and smeared firewood ash on them so that they could no longer be seen in their original appearance. His face and hair were also dirty. After finishing, Ruan Ning gave the two of them a few words and went downstairs. The distant mountains were indeed far from here. Ruan Ning did not stop, and it took her about half an hour to reach her destination. At this time, there were not many people at the foot of the mountain. Only then did she hide away to replenish her energy, eat some high-calorie chocolate and potato chips, and head towards the mountain. It was almost 2 o'clock when we reached the top of the mountain. The mountain was full of people, probably more than 1,000. Ruan Ning secretly took off her scarf, put her hands in her pockets, and quietly blended into the crowd. Only then did she realize that some of the people who came were from the disaster relief camp, and there were also quite a few ruthless people scattered outside. The ones standing in the front and causing trouble were holding knives and looked like bullies. The troops from the disaster relief camp have not arrived yet. The door of the library was closed, and there was no movement inside the walls. Ruan Ning walked around the crowd with her head down and heard all kinds of people talking. Some people suggested that they just break in, grab the books, and run away, and there would be no way to track them down later. Some people asked why they had to run away. Such a good place should be used for living. Why should they leave so many incendiary materials and used and squeeze into a gymnasium? We should have moved here directly. It's much more spacious. Others are timid and want to retreat. If we wait any longer, no troops will come. They have guns. What if you have a gun? Are you going to shoot us? We just want to survive. Ruan Ning was observing the situation when someone in front of her suddenly said, "Everyone be quiet. Be quiet." Ruan Ning looked over and saw a big man standing at the door of the library, shouting, "Be quiet and listen to me." The crowd gradually quieted down. I know you think our behavior today is wrong. If it were in the past, I would also support protecting our culture. But think about it, how many people have died now? How many of your parents, grandparents, daughters, and sons are still alive? If the people are gone, what's the point of keeping these books? The big man was actually not illiterate and spoke fluently. So today we must break into this library. The books, bookshelves, and wooden buildings inside are our hope for survival. This statement makes sense, but it also doesn't make sense. There are still so many frozen dead trees on the mountain, and there is still an unexplored world under the ice. Ruan Ning shifted her gaze away from the big man. She wanted to see everyone's reaction, but unexpectedly, her eyes met Chu Dingfeng's. She discovered Chu Dingfeng. Chu Dingfeng also saw her, with a murderous look on his face. Ruan Ning said fuck in her heart, silently put her hands behind her back, and then put the copy bracelet on her right wrist. Chapter 41. Chu Dingfeng's current skill, to put it bluntly, is copying, but his copying has prerequisites. It's hard to say whether I can get this skill. The person on the other side is the male protagonist, so it can't be too bad, right? Anyway, she definitely won't lose anything. As for whether Chu Dingfeng would kill her, Ruan Ning already knew his intentions through the system. The stud man is now focused on finding beautiful women. So how could he kill her when he meets her? Ruan Ning made plans in her mind and stood there waiting for Chu Dingfeng to rush over. Chu Dingfeng narrowed his eyes, obviously thinking about something in his mind. As the two of them were confronting each other, the big man standing in front of the library suddenly said, "Everyone, follow me." The crowd was in a frenzy, all pushing forward. Ruan Ning was nearly knocked over. To avoid being trampled, she could only follow the crowd inside. He was also forced to keep a distance from Chu Dingfeng. Ruan Ning said to the system at this time, "Tong Tong, are you still my elf? You didn't even remind me in advance that Chu Dingfeng was here." The system said aggrievedly, "I'm sorry, but he teleported here." Ruan Ning paused. "Is Zhao Nana pregnant?" System, "No. Do you remember that he wanted to test whether a woman who was engaged in sex trade could do it? Then he used a pound of compressed biscuits. Although he didn't get the family points later, the woman became pregnant." Ruan Ning was silent. The golden finger will only react after the 15th day of pregnancy. Anyway, he just triggered the golden finger. He heard that there was trouble here, so he came from far away. Okay. Knowing that she couldn't blame the system, Ruan Ning quickly decided, then we'll copy his teleportation skill later. The system regained its spirits. Yes, copy him. At this time, the crowd had arrived in front of the library. This gate looks solid, but no matter how solid a gate is, it is still afraid of people climbing over the wall. In order to get inside, they are willing to step on each other to move forward. Soon, someone really climbed over the wall and got in. At this moment, a gunshot was suddenly heard from the wall. The people who were still outside were immediately frightened. What happened? Someone inside had a gun. Did anyone kill anyone? The people inside are talking. It's okay. A voice came from inside the wall. The soldier fired into the air. He doesn't dare to touch us. Coming quickly. Inside the wall, someone rushed to the gate and opened it from the inside. With a boom, the crowd quickly squeezed in. Ruan Ning wanted to retreat to the side, but the situation did not allow it, and she was squeezed into the wall. She looked up and saw that the door of the main hall was still closed. There were 3 people standing in front of the museum, 2 armed soldiers and an old man in his 60s. Their guns were held horizontally, and for a moment no one dared to move. There was a lot of space inside, and no one was pushing forward, so Ruan Ning quietly stepped aside and looked back at Chu Dingfeng's position. Chu Dingfeng disappeared. The system said, "Host, he teleported into the museum while no one was paying attention." Ruan Ning raised her eyebrows but said nothing. At this time, the old man standing at the gate spoke. "Everyone calm down. Let me introduce myself first. I am the current director of the Library of Versions. My name is Lu Ping. I'm not blocking your way, but I hope you will look up at this library." The old man said, "This was built by the country with countless efforts in order to ensure that our culture can be passed on in the face of disasters. The collection of books here totals 24 million volumes, which are the crystallization of our 5,000-year-old culture. They contain the painstaking efforts of the ancients who wrote them down with their brushes, and they also record the hard work of modern people. There are also books featuring our province, our family tree, local chronicles, which are traces of survival left by our ancestors. We now know for sure that the Southwest Pavilion has been destroyed by the flood, and the North Pavilion is also in danger. Look outside the museum. There are still many dead trees there. I hope everyone will think about it again. Even if we have to burn it in the end and erase the traces of thousands of years of civilization, we can do our best to make it last longer. Leave hope for our civilization. Maybe one day the disaster will be over, and by then everyone will hope that their children are all illiterate. Don't they know where we came from? These books were written by our ancestors who traveled across mountains and rivers and experienced countless hardships. They hope to leave us survival experience through words and bring a happier life to future generations through observation of the universe. Compendium of Materia Medica. Essential techniques for the people. The exploitation of the works of nature. Lu Ping's voice was not loud and sounded a little hoarse. Standing next to him were two soldiers who looked to be under 20 years old, with traces of frostbite on their faces and hands. The crowd finally calmed down. Ruan Ning asked the system, "What is Chu Dingfeng doing in there? Has he come out yet?" The system said, "No, he teleported into the ancient book library and is browsing books inside." Ruan Ning felt helpless. She didn't know how to teleport, so she couldn't just rush in and fight with Chu Dingfeng. If he didn't come out, I wouldn't be able to copy the teleportation skill today. Should we wait for him here? But Chu Dingfeng can teleport now, so he might just leave later. While Ruan Ning was hesitating, the big man who had just spoken outside the wall stood up again. Compared to Director Liu, he seemed more confident. "Everyone, what the director said makes sense, but doesn't it also make sense for us to survive?" What he said was very beautiful. I don't know how to say such beautiful words. I just know that there is hope for us to survive. If we rush in, we can get some warmth and not have to pick up trash in this icy and snowy place. Our loved ones won't suffer from the cold. Look at the frostbite on your bodies. How many people have been frozen to death and committed suicide? Can we care so much? The big man yelled, "Are you guys going to follow me?" After these words, the crowd began to riot again. Ruan Ning decided to leave this group of people first and then act accordingly. Seeing that everyone was hesitating, the big man's eyes became fierce. "I will be the forward. You just need to follow me, and you won't have to endure the cold anymore." After saying that, he rushed towards Director Liu and the other two with an extra-long machete. As most people expected, the two young soldiers did not open fire. They did not dare to actually point their guns at the victims. The result was that there was a huge disparity in strength between the two sides, and the big man's knife stabbed into the body of the soldier on the left. The crowd was in an uproar. Ruan Ning didn't expect something like this to happen, or rather, no one expected it. The big man yelled, "Their guns are broken. They are frozen. Let's hurry up and attack together." Some people in the crowd actually started to move, but they completely forgot that someone inside had just fired a warning shot. The gun wasn't broken. Of course, not everyone was so vicious. Some people saw the soldiers being injured and immediately shouted, "What are you doing? We just want books and wood. We can't hurt anyone. Shoot quickly. Hurry up and shoot them." More than 1,000 people. Chaos and confusion. Some wanted to stop, some wanted to rush, and some wanted to escape. Because Ruan Ning had left a step ahead, she had already retreated outside the crowd. She went around to a relatively secluded place and saw the big man throw away the knife and pick up the gun of the fallen soldier. It turns out he knew guns were good. The big man didn't know how to use a gun. He had only seen it on TV. He put his finger on the buckle plate and pointed the gun at Director Liu. Ruan Ning pursed her lips, and the next moment a pistol appeared in her hand. It only took a moment to aim, and the bullet was fired. The big man fell down immediately. In this situation, gunshots were suddenly heard again, and the big man in the lead had fallen to the ground. The people who had just rushed in front retreated quickly, running faster than rabbits. Director Liu was horrified and asked the soldier beside him, "Did you fire the gun?" The sound was wrong. The young soldier shook his head. No, it's over there." He pointed in the direction where Ruan Ning had just been. Ruan Ning had already left there and received a system prompt that Chu Dingfeng was randomly throwing ancient books into the space in the library. This guy is really... She took a deep breath, confirmed that her biological mother no longer recognized her, put the gun back into the space, and sneaked up to Director Liu. The soldier was helping his comrade's body up and not knowing what she wanted. He quickly raised his gun. Ruan Ning said quickly, "Director Liu, I just saw someone sneaking into the museum. Please go in and take a look." After saying this, Ruan Ning was about to leave. I didn't expect that although Director Liu is old and looks physically weak, his agility is amazingly high. He was horrified and grabbed Ruan Ning. "What did you say? Someone really went in?" Ruan Ning replied, "Of course it's true." At this moment, the system's prompt sounded in her ears. "Congratulations, host. The random grab skill was successful. Copying has started. Copy completed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the skill, Guardian. This is a professional skill that Liu Ping has accumulated over 43 years. He can accurately determine the information of cultural relics and is proficient in the protection and restoration of cultural relics. He is at the master level in the field of ancient books." Ruan Ning had something to say, but she didn't know whether she should say it or not. The system continued. "The copy skill is completed. The copy bracelet is taken back. Please make good use of the new cheat code. Don't you have a confirmation button?" Ruan Ning wanted to cry, but had no tears. She could only say, "Director Liu, I have to go. Please let me go first." Director Liu said quickly, hurry up, don't get hurt by mistake." Ruan Ning mixed into the crowd with tears in her eyes. Director Liu hurried back into the museum. A moment later, the system notified that Chu Dingfeng had teleported back to the villa area, and Ruan Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he left. Otherwise, I would have been in big trouble if he bothered me again today. At this time, there was a sound of running outside. It should be that the people from the command post of the disaster relief camp finally arrived. The crowd fled in all directions, and Ruan Ning slipped away among them. When I returned to the community, Cheng Jiaoyue and his sister had not returned yet. Ruan Ning estimated that the two should be safe and would not be arrested for reporting the news, so she returned to her home. Zhou Sulan and Ruan Xifeng came forward quickly. "Daughter, how are you?" Ruan Ning swallowed the sadness in her heart and smiled. Very good, very good." Zhou Sulan breathed a sigh of relief. "Then I'm relieved. You've been away for such a long time. Your father and I have been worried crazy." Ruan Ning hugged her mother. "Come back and have dinner. We have prepared the food." Zhou Sulan said, "The neighbors are not at home today, so there is no one there. Wenmei doesn't want to climb the stairs now, so she has moved to the 7th floor. Your dad and I made you braised pork and potatoes, spicy beef, ginseng stewed chicken, and we also specially fried several side dishes. I've done a lot of other things, too. You can store them in the space later." Ruan Ning felt the warmth of home again and decided not to shed tears to protect the antiques anymore and hugged Zhou Sulan again. As expected, there is only one good mother in the world, and a child with a mother is like a treasure. Zhou Sulan rolled her eyes in annoyance. "I think you are like a treasure." In Zhou Sulan's hometown dialect, bao implies a fool. Ruan Ning chuckled. "I'm a treasure, my parents' treasure." Zhou Sulan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and she hugged her daughter to comfort herself. After dinner, Ruan Ning continued her ice hoarding project by putting water into various basins. Suddenly, there was a knock on the security door. She walked into the living room from the balcony and saw Ruan Xifeng had already put on his hat and was ready to open the door. Ruan Ning was already on the balcony, so she was fully equipped, so she simply followed him into the corridor. It was pitch black outside. Ruan Xifeng forgot to bring a candle when he came out and opened the security door in the dark. Cheng Jiaoyue saw Ruan Ning's shadow and asked in surprise, "Ning, Uncle Ruan has already opened the door. Why are you still running out?" Ruan Ning said, "I am worried about my little sisters. Are you okay today?" Cheng Jiaoyue said, "My brother is here. What can happen to me? It's just that. What's his name?" Cheng Jiaoyue couldn't remember the name. "It's your connection. He took a fancy to my brother and wanted him to join the guard team." Ruan Ning looked at Cheng Jiaoyue in surprise. "You agreed?" In the darkness, Cheng Jiaoyue said, "I'll have to think about it. To join the escort team, we have to move to the disaster refugee camp. Ji Li and I have plenty of supplies on hand, so it's not safe to go there." Ruan Ning, "I think so too. You still have a lot of dried meat. It's not a good idea to go there." Cheng Jiaoyue hummed, "It's cold outside. We can talk about it tomorrow." Ruan Ning nodded and followed Ruan Xifeng home. After closing the door, they both took off their hats and scarves. Ruan Xifeng muttered, "I think Cheng Jiaoyue is not bad. He has a steady temperament, but he is a little too steady." Ruan Ning was speechless. "You are not someone's father, so why do you care whether he is stable or not?" Ruan Xifeng said, "I go with him to look for firewood every day. We can be considered friends in need." Ruan Ning knew Ruan Sifeng's personality very well. Not to mention being together every day. Even smoking a cigarette together could make them good brothers. Ruan Sifeng then asked, "Are you not going to continue hoarding ice?" Ruan Ning put down her hat. "Forget it, I'm tired today. My heart is tired too. Her replica bracelet is gone. So tragic." The next day, Ruan Ning still did not go with Cheng Jiaoyue and the others to cut trees. I had made an appointment to meet Wu Daowei yesterday, but he stood him up. As a good businessman with integrity, Ruan Ning must go and repair the relationship today. By the way, try to find a way to make back the money lost yesterday. When we arrived at the 8th floor of the office building, Wu Daowei was actually waiting there. Seeing Ruan Ning, Wu Daowei hurriedly came forward. The last time we met, he was still wearing a tattered cotton jacket, but today he had changed into 2 down jackets that Ruan Ning sold him, with a warm woolen sweater and a windbreaker underneath. He looked like he was living a very comfortable life. The two came to a small room nearby. Wu Daowei smiled and said, "Sister, I really owe it to you this time. I made a lot of money from that batch of clothes last time. There are so many rich people hiding in Yushining," Wu Daowei said. "Now our boss can do business well." Ruan Ning smiled and said, "Congratulations, Brother Wu. I had something urgent to do yesterday and couldn't come over. I made you wait for nothing." Wu Daowei waved his hand. "That's nothing. I know you are a person who keeps your promises, so I will wait for you here today." Ruan Ning smiled. "Wu Gu really understands me. Last time you said you wanted something that rich people like. I wonder what Wu Gu wants specifically." Wu Daowei said, "Generally speaking, it's hard to sell things there. The worst ones can still eat self-heating rice and imported chocolate. Some people even have freezers." Wu Daowei said in an exaggerated tone. "Think about it, we all use cold storage, but now there are still people who have ice storage, the kind that stores ice like in ancient times, so they even have meat. If you ask me, the government should just collect all the taxes right away. Why is it still interfering so much?" Ruan Ning smiled and said, "Maybe they are afraid that they have hidden something somewhere else." Wu Daowei thought about it and said, "Regardless of whether they will be levied or not, it's good to do business with them anyway. There is a hedonistic faction among those people now." Ruan Ning was curious. "Hedonism? I just think that it's the end of the world anyway. There's no hope for the future. I'll just have fun, eat what I should eat, and then die without any regrets. It's really easy to make money from people like this." Ruan Ning thought of her famous cigarettes and liquors, and felt that it would be a good idea to sell a batch of them now. Although it can no longer be refreshed, there are still many of them. Wu Daowei continued, "There is another group of people who are even more amazing. They are extremely afraid of death. They get scared sick at the slightest sign of trouble. They wish they could live 100 years longer in this world." Ruan Ning also wants to live a long life. Who doesn't want to live? Suddenly an idea came to her mind, and Ruan Ning remembered that something she had stockpiled seemed to be useful. Ginseng. At that time, she was afraid that she would not have the survival skills if she traveled to ancient times, so she stockpiled some ginseng and planned to sell it to make a living, so that she could win without doing anything. Ginseng should also be sold to rich people. Although the quality of what she bought was average, this was the ginseng of the end times. How could she not make some money while the rich still had money? Having made up her mind, Ruan Ning said to Wu Daowei, "I do have something here. I got it from a pharmacy. Don't worry, it's definitely not flooded." Wu Daowei was curious. "Pharmacy? Is it medicine?" Ruan Ning thought for a moment and said, "It is a medicine, and it can be eaten normally. It is good for stewing chicken. Its name is ginseng." Wu Daowei's eyes widened. "You still have this thing?" Ruan Ning chuckled and took out a packaged cigarette from her backpack. "What do you think of this?" Wu Daowei didn't understand anything. He just knew that this was a complete ginseng, even with roots. "Is this wild ginseng?" Ruan Ning said, "Where is that thing?" "It says here, Northeast Forest Ginseng, price $2.36. Wu Daowei chuckled and took the ginseng gift box. "I'll tear off the price tag later. Rich people know what's good, but what's the use of knowing what's good? Who says there's nothing now? I just don't know if it will sell well." Ruan Ning didn't know either. "Let's just try selling it first, and we'll talk about it later if it doesn't work." Wu Daowei inquired, "How many do you have?" Ruan Ning raised her voice. "Of course there is only one." Wu Daowei understood what she meant instantly and said with a grin, "Okay, one for each. I'll pay you when the time comes, and I'll charge you a commission. We'll split it 70% and 30%. Ruan Ning knew what he was planning and was afraid that she would lose money if she couldn't sell the ginseng, so she didn't want to pay in cash. "If you don't want to pay now, I can give it to you, but we can split it 100% at most." Wu Daowei's eyes widened. Egio is too cruel. We don't even have enough money for running errands. Ruan Ning pretended to take the ginseng back. Then I will find a way to ship it myself. Even if I earn 10% as a commission, it's still a profit. Wu Dawei chuckled. Forget it, 19 is 19, let's test the water first. He put the ginseng away and said, I'm so happy to see you that I almost forgot that our boss asked me to bring you a gift. Ruan Ning's eyes were suddenly filled with smiles. I heard brotherly say that yesterday, and I thought it was just a courtesy, but is it true? Wu Dawei quickly said, How can it be a courtesy? The last time we met, we were in such a hurry that I didn't thank you properly for saving my life. This time, I brought you a gift. As Wu Dawei spoke, he walked to the door, opened it, and waved to Li Yunshan outside. Li Yunshan quickly ran over with 2 boxes in his arms and handed them to Wu Dawei attentively. Brother Wu, I have brought you all the things. Wu Dawei smiled at him and let him continue with his business. After Li Yunshan left, Wu Dawei closed the door and handed one of the small boxes to Ruan Ning. This is a token of my appreciation. I know you don't lack food, so I prepared a small gold ornament for you. It's not worth much. Ruan Ning opened the box and found a small golden dragon necklace inside. It seems that Wu Dawei really made a lot of money this time. Ruan Ning smiled and said, Brother Wu, you are so polite. I will respectfully obey your command. Wu Dawei laughed. It's just a little token of my appreciation. And this box is a gift from our boss. This box was bigger than the gold jewelry box and looked quite delicate. Ruan Ning opened it and saw an inkstone inside. Wu Dawei said, This is one of the antiques collected by our boss. Although it is said that antiques are more valuable in prosperous times than gold in troubled times, this is really a good thing. The person who sold it to us said it was used by the emperor. Ruan Ning did not hold the inkstone with her hands, but raised the box slightly and took a closer look. At this moment, the system suddenly prompted, Ding dong, triggering the guardian skill. This is an inkstone used by an emperor more than 300 years ago. This inkstone accompanied him from childhood until he ascended to the throne, and it has been stained with a lot of the emperor's aura. The inkstone maintenance rules are as follows. The inkstone is precious. Please take good care of it and protect it from damage. You will gain 0.1 luck value every day. Ruan Ning's pupils dilated. She looked up at Wu Dawei again and found that he was still introducing how awesome this inkstone was. Ruan Ning quickly said, Brother Wu, I accept this gift. Thank you for your boss's kindness. Wu Dawei felt relieved. The least valuable things right now were antiques, and no one knew whether they were real or fake. Their boss had saved up a lot of them, but couldn't sell them. It looked like he would lose money on them. Last time, Ruan Ning was not interested in antiques, and Wu Dawei was afraid that she would be unhappy. It's all his fault that his boss is so stingy, but he still insists on pretending to be generous. It would be great if you like it. Wu Dawei said, Then I can report to the boss when I get back. Ruan Ning was not in the mood to practice Tai Chi at the moment. She quickly said a few words to Wu Dawei and returned home with the inkstone. She didn't even take off her hat and scarf, and sat down on the sofa in the living room a little away from the fire. Zhou Sulan asked curiously, What's wrong with you? Why didn't you come back and sit by the fire? What are you doing over there? Ruan Ning's eyes lit up. It's something very important. The last time she visited the villa area, in addition to picking up that wall of gold, she also got a lot of antiques. Thinking of the guardian skill, Ruan Ning took out one from the space with anticipation. I wonder if I can get something good? Chapter 42. This is a painting of plum blossoms in ink. The system ding-donged, triggering the guardian skill. This is a plum blossom painting by a master 500 years ago. The style is elegant and beautiful, and the brushstrokes are both firm and soft. The master's reputation spread far and wide, and his name has been recorded in history as one of the representative figures of Chinese culture. The following are precautions for protecting ancient paintings. Ancient paintings are precious. Please protect them and take good care of them. You will get 0.2 luck points every day. Wow, taller than the emperor. Ruan Ning had a constant smile on her face. She put the ink plum painting back into the space, then spread a layer of cotton cloth on the ground and took out a tripod. System. Ding dong, triggering the guard skill. In the past, the king of Qin died while lifting a tripod. The red tripod with dragon patterns sank into the sea river and no one could find it. This tripod was fabricated by later generations. It was supervised by the first person who brought disaster to the country. It was decorated with gold. The person who made the tripod died in a foreign land. The tripod is now in ruins. The following are precautions for protecting bronze vessels. This item has a destiny beyond measure. Please treat it with caution, or it will backfire on its owner. Wan Ning quickly put it back into the space and decided not to look at it again. Next, she took out a vase. System. Ding dong, triggering the guard skill. This is a modern craft. It has no collection value, but it must look nice if used to hold lilies. Wan Ning raised her eyebrows. It seemed that even a real estate boss who was capable of killing people could be cheated. She simply took out another vase. System. This item has a little bit of the Emperor's aura. It is an imperial item. Looking at its gorgeous colors and magnificent aesthetic standards, it is not difficult to guess which Emperor's decoration it is. The vase is precious. Please protect it with care and avoid damage. You will gain 0.01 luck points every day. Well, no matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat, and it's better to have it than nothing. Wan Ning couldn't help but ask curiously, System, is this guardian skill so powerful? Doesn't that mean Director Liu is extremely lucky? The system replied, I have materialized the guardian skill for the host, so it is clear. As for Director Liu, he is only the caretaker of the ancient book, not the owner, so he cannot receive so much luck nourishment. But it can also prolong your life and improve your body and mind. Wan Ning understood. Next, she kept taking out antiques, which she had collected from all the villas, including the smallest jade rings, a total of more than 70 pieces. Among them, 45 pieces are of modern craftsmanship. It seems that investing in antiques is indeed a risky business. After the final statistics, she can get 1.2 points of luck every day. Although it's not much, Wan Ning doesn't mind it being too little. I thought I had obtained a useless skill, but I ended up gaining 1.2 points of luck a day, which is 36 points a month. The key is that these are all useless. Is there anything more comfortable than lying down and counting money? Wan Ning was very satisfied and decided to get all the antiques from Wu Daowei. She was very happy here, while Zhou Sulan was stunned beside her. When did you save so many antiques? Did you get them in that museum yesterday? Wan Ning hurriedly explained. No. She recounted her experience of searching the villa area and talked about the luck value. Zhou Sulan's face was suddenly filled with surprise. That's great. I was always worried that you would get into trouble with Chu Dingfeng. Now I feel relieved. Wan Ning approached Zhou Sulan with a smile. Don't worry, your daughter can still go up and do it directly. I won't take the initiative to find Chu Dingfeng unless it is absolutely necessary. Zhou Sulan's eyes comforted her. I'm glad you think this way. Mom and Dad have already lost you once, and we don't want to worry about you every day. Wan Ning didn't want her mother to be sad because of the past, so she smiled and said, Mom, you continue to cook. Let Xiao Huang and Xiao Huang out. I'll play with them for a while. Zhou Sulan shook her head. I'm talking to you seriously. Why are you playing so much? Wan Ning chuckled. Although she criticized them verbally, Zhou Sulan quickly let Xiao Huang and Xiao Huang out of the space. The two puppies were delighted to see their owner. They first rubbed against Zhou Sulan and then surrounded Wan Ning to beg for food. Wan Ning said, Bring the bowl here yourself. Of course, Xiao Huang didn't understand and continued to rub his head against Wan Ning's trouser leg. Wan Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She stood up and walked to their food bowls and poured some dog food into them. These two dogs were probably afraid of being hungry in the past, so they always ask for food when they see people, and they feel safe only when their stomachs are full. They also hide food. Zhou Sulan had planted potatoes and fruit trees in the spaceland, but she didn't expect that one piece of land was dug up by these two dogs and bones were secretly stuffed in. Because the seed is not damaged, the system condones this behavior. For the next 3 days, Wan Ning accompanied Wan Xifeng to the mountains to chop firewood. She did want to get antiques, but there was no rush for such things, and it would not be worth it if Wu Daowei asked for an exorbitant price. Chu Dingfeng also felt that he was living a very comfortable life. He found the pregnant woman and brought her back to the villa area. This is the first time he has been surrounded by beautiful women since he got the golden finger. Although Yu Li's status is not high enough to be considered a lady of high status, she is graceful and beautiful, and she is his type. And Chu Dingfeng knew a phrase, that is, a mother's status depends on her son. In his opinion, this has always been the case. Another point is that Chu Dingfeng felt that Zhao Nana had been cold towards him recently. Bringing Yuli back at this time would just stimulate Zhao Nana and let her know the importance of competing for favor and getting pregnant. Chu Dingfeng really thought too much about this. Zhao Nana had no interest at all when she saw him bringing the woman back. According to Chu Dingfeng's character, she had expected this scene. She felt more sympathy for Yu Li than jealousy of the woman. Zhao Nana is no longer the innocent girl she used to be. She is not so foolish as to think that Yu Li will ally with her, so she obediently said nothing. Chu Dingfeng wanted to provoke her, so he deliberately said, "Nana, go get your clothes out. Your sister's current outfit doesn't look good." Zhao Nana said, "Oh," and went back to her room and took out her only clean down jacket and all her other clothes. Chu Dingfeng took it and tried to please Yu Li. "Baby, you will change into this outfit later, and then you can enjoy the good life with me in this villa." Yu Li gave him a charming smile. "Thank you, husband." Zhao Nana looked straight ahead. Chu Dingfeng said again, "Nana, go and light a fire in the room so that your sister won't get cold when she changes clothes later." Zhao Nana did exactly as she was told. After Yu Li entered the room to change clothes, Chu Dingfeng actually took out a frozen chicken and said pretentiously, "Yu Li is pregnant. She is older than you. From now on, you two should call each other sisters. This chicken is specially prepared for her. You and Zhao Xiaobao should not eat it. You can't snatch it from a pregnant woman." Zhao Nana lowered her head and said nothing. Chu Dingfeng gave her a slap as a sweet treat, then laughed and said, "Look how well Yu Li is doing now. In the end times, there's chicken soup to drink. If you get pregnant, your husband will still take care of you." Zhao Nana didn't say anything. Chu Dingfeng raised his eyebrows. "You go get the chicken? Forget it, I'll make it myself. After all, this is for my son to eat." After saying that, he whistled happily and went to cook chicken. Zhao Nana had no reaction to him bringing a woman back, so she was amazed. Chu Dingfeng can actually cook? He seems very happy about Li's pregnancy. Is he crazy? This is the end of the world with thousands of miles of ice and snow. Who would be so excited about having a baby? There is either something wrong with this person or something is wrong with him. And where did he get the fresh chicken that is now available down the mountain? Zhao Nana became more and more certain that there must be something wrong with Chu Dingfeng. Although she didn't know what it was, she could keep a close eye on Chu Dingfeng. Maybe if she could figure it out, she could avenge her mother. The reason why Zhao Nana endured the humiliation and stayed here was that she wanted to seek justice for her mother, who died tragically. At dinner, just as Chu Dingfeng had said, the two of them were drinking chicken soup affectionately, while Zhao Nana and Zhao Xiaobao were eating compressed biscuits beside them. Zhao Xiaobao smelled the delicious aroma of the chicken soup, and his mouth was watering. Zhao Nana touched his head, silently swallowed the compressed biscuits in her mouth, and looked fierce. Equals. 18th floor. Ruan Ning was not surprised when she found out that Chu Dingfeng brought Yu Li back to the villa. She decided to develop a relationship with Zhao Nana in 2 days. As for today, of course, I will go and see what ginseng I can harvest first. Just like the previous 2 times, Ruan Ning came to the office building market. Once she entered, she found that there were a lot more people. Perhaps because his business reputation had spread, Li Yunshan's place was crowded with people. Seeing Ruan Ning, Li Yunshan immediately put down all the customers he was dealing with and took her to an office. Ruan Ning had been in this room before, and it had long been searched clean. Now there was a desk and 2 chairs in it. Li Yunshan explained, "This is what we put out, so it's easier to negotiate a deal." Ruan Ning smiled and said, "It looks like Brother Li's business is getting bigger and bigger." "No, I'm just trying to make a living," Li Yunshan said politely. "Miss Ruan, do you have time to wait here for half an hour? I'll ask someone to notify Angkor to come over right away." Ruan Ning smiled and said, "I don't have anything else to do today." Li Yunshan's face lit up. "That's great, I'll have someone light a fire for you inside the house. Business is good today, so I'll leave now." Ruan Ning hummed. After Li Yunshan went out, a man came in with a brazier. He first called out Miss Ruan cautiously, then lowered his head and started to get angry. Ruan Ning was immersed in her thoughts and didn't look at him much. The man lit the dry grass, placed a thin wooden board over the flame, and added some charcoal. After finishing everything, he said carefully, "Miss Ruan, the fire is ready. Can I go out?" Ruan Ning was puzzled. She wasn't a vicious person. "Sure, you can go out. Leave the door open for me." "Thank you." The man turned around and wanted to leave, but after thinking about it, he couldn't help but turn back and said, "Miss Ruan, don't you remember me?" Ruan Ning then looked at him seriously. She really couldn't remember. "Sorry, my memory is not very good." "Who are you?" The man breathed a sigh of relief and reminded, "Power bank." Ruan Ning was surprised and finally understood why he was so cautious just now. Ruan Ning was in a state of confusion and asked, "I remember now. Are you doing business with Brotherly now? The man said embarrassedly. Yes, no one bought the power bank, and Brotherly's business is so good, so we all help him out. What is selling well and attractive now? The answer is self-evident. It seems that Wu Dawei is very capable. He brought a lot of food from Yushining, making this small market prosperous. After the man left, Ruan Ning simply sat next to the charcoal fire and continued to tidy up the space. After about half an hour, Wu Dawei arrived, exhausted. Ruan Ning moved a stool for him to the fireside. Brother Wu is a very busy man now, and I need you to come to see me in a hurry. Wu Dawei sat down and said, How can I be busy? It's obviously you who are busy. I hurried over when I heard you were coming. Ruan Ning was too lazy to beat around the bush and asked with a smile, How was the ginseng from last time? Wu Dawei had his hands on the brazier to warm themselves, but when he heard Ruan Ning's question, he quickly took out a piece of paper from his pocket. Ruan Ning took it curiously and saw a list of supplies written on it. 20 kilograms of rice, 1 pound of salt, 1 pound of rock sugar, 1 pound of freeze-dried vegetables, and 1 pound of freeze-dried fruits. 20 boxes of bread, 20 boxes of instant noodles, and 5 boxes of self-heating rice. This list would have seemed ordinary before the apocalypse, but it is after the apocalypse, especially the freeze-dried vegetables and fruits, which are astronomically priced. There are also practical bread, instant noodles, and self-heating rice. Ruan Ning was surprised. Is this what I got in exchange for my ginseng? Wu Dawei smiled happily, even happier than Ruan Ning. Yes, I'll give you an estimate. This is worth at least 2,500 kilograms of compressed biscuits. Ruan Ning thought to herself, wow, isn't this a huge profit for her? She can now refresh 3 ginseng roots in her space every day, and there are still more than 100 in stock. This is a typical business with no capital. But this thing is just a gimmick. Scarcity makes things valuable. If there are too many of them, they will become worthless. Ruan Ning returned the paper to Wu Dawei and was very curious. Who bought this? It was an old man in his 80s who said he wanted to prolong his life, so he bought some ginseng, sliced it up, and took a little every day. Wu Dawei said, They were rich people who were hoarding supplies, but they didn't think of hoarding this. They had a lot of cigarettes and alcohol, but we couldn't get them, and there was no need to. Ruan Ning knew what was going on. We were talking about a 19 to 10 split, right? Wu Dawei know that. Then will you accept this? Wu Dawei was stunned. You don't want it? Ruan Ning said, I'll take the freeze-dried fruit back, and you can give me the rest. How much can you offer? Wu Dawei thought for a moment. 2,400 kilograms of compressed biscuits. Ruan Ning did not bargain. Then follow this price. I'll take 2,140 kilograms, and the extra 20 kilograms will be my personal reward for your hard work, a small token of my appreciation. Wu Dawei smiled immediately. How can I be so embarrassed? Sister, do you want compressed biscuits now? Ruan Ning shook her head. I don't want any compressed biscuits either. I want to see if you have anything good. Wu Dawei was really shocked this time. He understands that you don't want oil, salt, sugar, and rice, but he doesn't even want compressed biscuits. That shows how powerful you are. Thinking of this, he looked embarrassed. This is really embarrassing for me. You can even take out ginseng. What else can we have that you would like? Ruan Ning smiled at him. Chapter 43. Wu Dawei was frightened by her gaze, and a guess popped up in his mind. No way, you don't want a gun again, do you? This is really not okay. Ruan Ning smiled and said, Why not? How about this? We still have 10 ginsengs. We'll give them all to you in exchange for 2 guns. Wu Dawei sighed. I want to do this business, but our boss has issued a death order that we must keep the guns. That means we can't reach an agreement. Ruan Ning expressed regret. It looks like we'll have to work together next time. No. Wu Dawei still wanted to talk. According to the current price, 10 ginsengs are equivalent to 25,000 kilograms of compressed biscuits. This commission can make you rich. His brain was working rapidly. How about you think of something else? Or if you want something, I can go to the rich area and get it for you. Ruan Ning didn't say anything. Wu Dawei cried out, Sister, no, sister. We really can't give you a gun. You won't just abandon your brother Wu, right? Ruan Ning sighed and said, Of course I want to do business with people I know. Wu Dawei rolled his eyes and said, Does your boss really just want guns? Does he have no other hobbies? Ruan Ning said, What hobbies can a rough guy like him have? But I gave the inkstone you gave me last time to my boss, and his father-in-law liked it very much. Wu Dawei's eyes sparkled. Is this father-in-law a cultured person? Ruan Ning pretended to be disdainful. Who knows if he has any education or not? He just relies on his status to want everything. When Wu Dawei saw her like this, he naturally thought that her gift was stolen last time, so she was unhappy. That's not right. This inkstone was given to you by our boss. Is your boss giving it to his father-in-law? Ruan Ning smiled and said, your boss gave it to me. How dare I take it in my hands? As for his father-in-law, he just relies on his daughter's beauty to influence others. What can we as subordinates say? Wu Dawei suddenly had an idea. Sister, you have been wronged. Brother, we'll give you more compensation next time. But since your boss's father-in-law likes inkstones, why don't you pick out a few antiques from us? Your boss will definitely want them. Ruan Ning smiled and said, Brother Wu, you are trying to take advantage of us. Everyone knows that antiques are worthless nowadays. It's okay to give them away for free, but wouldn't it be foolish to exchange them for food? Wu Dawei was heartbroken because their boss was such a fool. In fact, Wu Dawei's idea is correct and almost completely correct. Because the apocalypse lasted too long, all cultures were almost submerged in the wasteland. According to the setting of the original novel, these antiques are really worthless. Now that he has the opportunity to sell these antiques, Wu Dawei is full of enthusiasm. He said, Girl, you can't say that. Money can't buy what you love. If you really like it and have the financial ability and you are happy to buy it, then that is emotional value. How about this? You can go back and ask first. If father-in-law really wants it, I can make it cheaper. Ruan Ning laughed in her heart, but said lazily, Okay, I'll go back and ask for you, but even if he wants it, my boss may not agree. Wu Dawei smiled and said, Just ask. If you become Angkor Wu, you will definitely benefit from it. Ruan Ning smiled. The two of them communicated with each other for another 10 minutes, and then Ruan Ning said goodbye and left. The extreme cold period was long, and Ruan Ning was not in a hurry, because accumulating luck was not something that could be done overnight. Back at the community, Ruan Ning took off her skates and climbed the stairs. Unexpectedly, when Mei suddenly appeared on the 7th floor and said mysteriously, There's someone upstairs. Ruan Ning was stunned. What do you mean? When Mei said, Today, 3 soldiers suddenly came over with guns on their backs. Ruan Ning frowned and asked, Who are they? Have you asked? I don't know. How could I dare to ask? When Mei lowered her voice and said, I know they must have gone to the 18th floor because your family and the Cheng family live upstairs now, and they haven't come down for about 20 minutes. Ruan Ning's face suddenly became solemn. It is true that there are 2 families living upstairs now, but Cheng Jiquan and his sister and Cheng Jili have all gone out to chop firewood, and Ruan Sifeng is not at home either. Only Zhou Sulan was left at home. I understand. Ruan Ning took out a piece of compressed biscuit from her backpack and handed it to Wen Mei. We can talk about other things next time. I'll go upstairs first. Wen Mei glanced at her cautiously. Then please be careful. Ruan Ning nodded and quickened her pace back to the 18th floor. The 3 soldiers were not in the stairwell or hallway. The security door was locked. Ruan Ning used her hand to ring the security door, and Zhou Sulan came out a moment later and said loudly, Ning Ning, you're finally back. While Zhou Sulan was opening the door, Ruan Ning lowered her voice and asked, What's going on? Is anyone coming upstairs? Why did you open the door? Zhou Sulan said, Yes, it is young Master Sun who is coming. Ruan Ning was stunned, then suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. He came to see me? No, look for the one next door. At this time, the 2 had already walked to the door, and Zhou Sulan said loudly, Don't go out in such cold weather. It's not safe for a girl to run outside. Ruan Ning answered obediently, I know, Mom. When I entered the room, there were 3 soldiers sitting inside. Zhou Sulan had a space, which was clean and tidy, with only ordinary furniture and a fire left. There was also a whole kitchen full of dry firewood. Ruan Ning looked over and saw that beside Sun Yongchao, there was another soldier who was also an acquaintance, the one who gave her the compressed biscuits. The other one was someone I didn't recognize. He looked to be in his 20s, with a young face. Ruan Ning smiled. Brother Sun, I heard from my mother that you are here, and she called you Major General Sunday. Sun Yongchao sat in front of the return furnace, warming himself by the fire, and said with a smile on his face, Don't tease me. I haven't been promoted yet. They are just joking. Ruan Ning walked to the fire. Sun Yongchao introduced. You should have seen this person. He is my bodyguard now. His name is Su Ming. This is Ning Hai, the person in charge of the new recruit camp. Ruan Ning smiled at the 2 of them. Ning Hai might be too young and immature. He was a little nervous and shy when he saw Ruan Ning. After Sun Yongchao introduced them, he smiled and said, This is your own home, so I don't need to greet you. Come and sit down. Ruan-Ning took off one pair of the double gloves on her hands. Then I won't be polite. At this time, Zhou Sulan came over, poured Ruan-Ning a cup of boiling water, and sat next to her daughter. Ruan-Ning asked curiously, "When I just walked in, I heard my mom say, 'Brother Sun, you are here to look for Cheng Jiaoyue and his sister?'" "That's right," Sun Yongchao said. "As you know, we are seriously short of staff now, so we are always recruiting. In the new recruit camp, well, they haven't had training for 2 days since they were recruited. I'm looking for Brother Cheng Jiaoyue because I know he's good at spearmanship, better than us old hands, so I want him to teach the new recruits how to use spears." Ruan-Ning was stunned. "Is that so?" Sun Yongchao sighed. "But he doesn't seem to be willing to do so." Looking at Ruan-Ning, Sun Yongchao said meaningfully, "Ms. Ruan, what do you think of our job?" Ruan-Ning blinked and did not answer the question. "Brother Sun, do you want me to help you persuade Cheng Jiaoyue?" Sun Yongchao just smiled and said nothing. Ruan-Ning didn't want to persuade him. The living conditions in the disaster camp were too poor, and she didn't want Cheng Jiaoyue to suffer there. And with their current supply reserves, there is no need to cause trouble for themselves. Ruan-Ning took a sip from the teacup and said with lowered eyes, "Of course I will help persuade him if I can, but Cheng Jiaoyue has always been very opinionated, so I don't think I can persuade him." Sun Yongchao sighed. "I can see that Cheng Jiaoyue is a man with his own opinions." The two of them then began to chat about this and that. In the afternoon, the 3 people who went out finally came back. Ruan-Ning took the key to open the door. Sun Yongchao simply didn't wait and went to the corridor with 2 of his soldiers. Cheng Jiaoyue saw Sun Yongchao outside and frowned secretly. After the door opened, Sun Yongchao smiled heartily. "Xiao Cheng, you didn't expect me to come." Cheng Jiaoyue shook hands with him and said, "It's a surprise. I should reply to Colonel Sun in person." Ruan-Ning quickly said with a smile, "Brother Cheng, you can't call me Colonel Sun anymore. You will be Major General Sun soon." "What Major General? They're just making up stories about me." Sun Yongchao said, "Xiao Cheng, I came here with sincerity this time. I brought the person in charge of the new recruit camp with me." As he spoke, he winked at the people behind him. Ning Hai quickly stepped forward and nervously saluted Cheng Jiaoyue. "Hello, instructor. I am Ning Hai, the current person in charge of the recruit camp. There are a total of 152 people left in our recruit camp, and half of them have barely touched a gun. We are very short on staff right now, and we don't have much time to train. But the recent casualties are too severe. Another person was killed a few days ago. Major General Sun said he would find us a powerful sharpshooter to ensure our survival to the greatest extent possible. I know you are a silver medalist in the World Championships, so you must be a very good shooter. So I beg you to come to our recruit camp. We really need your guidance." Cheng Jiaoyue frowned and said, "I really don't know how to teach this. You are soldiers, and I am just a sports person. The nature is completely different." Hearing his refusal, Ning Hai looked at Sun Yongchao helplessly. Sun Yongchao was speechless. Few of these new recruits were good at speaking. What was he going to do? Sun Yongchao had no choice but to say, "Xiao Cheng, I know your situation. Not only are you a silver medalist in the world competition, but you also opened a shooting range with your friends. You have rich teaching experience. You know the situation now. You said you were just doing sports. How many times have we actually fought before? Not to mention the new recruits, most of us, including ourselves, have no blood on our hands. I came to you not only to teach them how to shoot, but also to find excellent embryos to train a sniper team. There are so many dead bodies now. We can't even find a few snipers in our entire disaster relief camp." At this point, Sun Yongchao's eyes turned red. "Without snipers, all of our people have to face the enemy head-on. The situation is not bad now, but on the night of the Great Cold Wave, there were too many guns and bullets that were taken from the corpses. If this continues, our entire city will become a battlefield in less than 2 months." Sun Yongchao said, "Only with a sniper team can we be invincible and protect the supplies in the disaster-stricken camps. I'll give you a lowdown. We still have 500,000 kilograms of compressed biscuits in our disaster camp. We also confiscated a batch of other precious supplies a few days ago. This food will not only be used in the disaster camps, but ordinary people line up every day to get it. When those teams outside grow bigger and bigger, we will be the fat sheep in their hearts." Sun Yongchao said, "I came to invite you not only for the 152 young soldiers in the new recruit camp, but also for the 13,982 people in the disaster-stricken camp. Most of them are kind people who have no ability to protect themselves and do not want to hurt others. Cheng Jiaoyue didn't say anything. Cheng Jiaoyue was stunned. Ruan Ning observed Cheng Jiaoyue's expression, but could not see anything. What Sun Yongchao said makes a lot of sense. It is indeed important to form a reserve sniper team. He is worthy of being one of the villains who fights with the male protagonist to the end, and he has long-term ideas. The problem is that Cheng Jiaoyue doesn't necessarily have to do this job. In other words, rather than being a teacher, his purpose was actually to pull Cheng Jiaoyue in first, and then have him integrate into the army and learn some combat skills so that he could suddenly become the best sniper. Dealing with those who can't even fire a gun now is basically like cutting vegetables. Sun Yongchao also engaged in psychological warfare, trying to use the victims in the disaster relief camp to persuade Cheng Jiaoyue. But if Cheng Jiaoyue chooses to go, he will have to give up his current relatively free life and face danger. Seeing Cheng Jiaoyue didn't respond, Sun Yongchao quickly added, "Besides, in this situation, it's also very dangerous for you and your sister to fight alone outside. I can promise you a separate room, and you can move all your things there. Your sister can also go to our female barracks, where she can choose to stay in the disaster camp. Isn't she familiar with Dr. Zhu? She can help Dr. Zhu. We will provide 3 compressed biscuits a day. That way you won't have to worry." Cheng Jiaoyue finally spoke up at this time. "I will think about it for another night. No matter what the result is, I will report to you at the command post of the disaster relief camp." Sun Yongchao was disappointed. He couldn't guess what Cheng Jiaoyue was planning because it wasn't visible on his face. Sigh. "Okay, Xiao Cheng, I hope you can think it over carefully. The country is already in this state. If no one stands up, there will be even less hope." After the 3 people left, Ruan Ning closed the security door. She turned around and looked at Cheng Jiaoyue first, then at Cheng Jiaoyue. "Have you made a decision?" Cheng Jiaoyue shook his head. "No, I'm wondering where is the best place for Ji Li." When Cheng Jiaoyue heard him mention himself, he didn't know what to say. She knew that her brother would be able to make a difference in the army and protect the people in the disaster relief camp. But this is his brother, and she cares more about the safety of her only relative. Sometimes people are just so selfish, and only by being so selfish can they protect themselves. Ruan Ning didn't ask any more questions and returned home with Ruan Sifeng. The two began to take off their equipment. Ruan Sifeng asked curiously, "Daughter, do you think he will agree?" How would Ruan Ning know? Ruan Sifeng sighed. "I guess he will agree." "Why?" This time, Ruan Ning was curious. "Do you think Cheng Jiaoyue is a person with a sense of responsibility for his country?" Ruan Sifeng said, "Not really. He definitely has a sense of honor. After all, he has won medals representing the country, but it's not all about this." Ruan Ning asked curiously, "What is that?" Ruan Sifeng said solemnly, "Because he went there, Cheng Jiaoyue could relax. These days, Cheng Jiaoyue has been following us outside. How can a girl like her endure the cold?" Ruan Sifeng glanced at his daughter and said, "If this continues, what if she develops a chronic disease in the future?" Ruan Ning was stunned. "We can go out less in the future." Ruan Sifeng shook his head. "Anyway, the more I think about it, the more I think you will definitely go." Ruan Ning didn't say anything because she was unsure. She couldn't figure out Cheng Jiaoyue's personality. The next day, Ruan Ning woke up early and lay in the warm bed in a daze. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Chapter 44. Through the peephole, Ruan Ning saw that the person standing outside was Cheng Jiaoyue. She was wrapped up like a dumpling with her hands in her pockets, and she was jumping around outside the door to keep her body temperature. Ruan Ning quickly put on her hat, scarf, and gloves and opened the door. Cheng Jiaoyue saw Ruan Ning's eyes light up and asked, "I'm disturbing you so early. Are you still sleeping?" After closing the door, Ruan Ning shook her head. "Why are you here so early?" Cheng Jiaoyue smiled. Ruan Ning suddenly realized that the long hair behind her hat was gone. Her heart beat faster, and she subconsciously asked, "Have you decided to go to the disaster camp?" Cheng Jiaoyue smiled and said, "Yes, my brother discussed it with me yesterday and told me to follow Dr. Zhu from now on." Ruan Ning pursed her lips. Although Ruan Sifeng had repeatedly emphasized Cheng Jiaoyue's choice yesterday, and Ruan Ning had made sufficient mental preparations, she still felt uncomfortable at this moment. Cheng Jiaoyue saw that she was unhappy, and a sad expression appeared on his face. "Ning, I know you have always taken good care of me, and I can't bear to leave you." Cheng Jiaoyue's eyes turned red as he spoke. "My brother said that I won't have to go out and suffer the cold to find firewood in the disaster camp. I am not afraid of hard work, but I don't want my brother to risk his life so that I can eat government food in the disaster refugee camp. Cheng Jiaoyue lowered his head. But he brought me up by himself. Dad didn't care about us before, so? Ruan Ning quickly said, I know, you were right to listen to him. Cheng Jiaoyue looked up, tears in his eyes, and forced a smile on his face. I don't know what life is like in the disaster camp. I heard from Sister Ling Xia that it is very inconvenient to use water and toilets there, so I just cut my hair. This way my brother won't have to shovel so much ice for me, and won't have to use so many water purification tablets to wash his hair. Cheng Jiaoyue's voice dropped, but soon he smiled again. Anyway, Ningning, we have to say goodbye first. Ruan Ning's eyes were red. It's not far. I'll go find you when I have time. Cheng Jiaoyue hummed. Ruan Ning hugged the girl in front of her. When she first came into this world, Cheng Jiaoyue was her first friend, or even her only friend. She should have been the most popular girl before the end of the world. She was beautiful, lively, enthusiastic, and sweet-mouthed. Thank you for helping me all the time. Ruan Ning said, You didn't bully me because I live alone as a woman, and you took me with you wherever you did anything. Cheng Jiaoyue smiled and said, What are you talking about? You sold us so much rice, and we are rich now. Wiping away the tears on his face, Cheng Jiaoyue said seriously, There is one more thing. My brother said it is not safe to go to the disaster camp, so he wants to leave some supplies with you. Ruan Ning was stunned. Leave it here with me? Cheng Jiaoyue nodded. We have no one else to trust, Ningning. You must help me with this. Ruan Ning complained. In this situation, your brother is not afraid that I will run away with the supplies. Cheng Jiaoyue smiled and said, Of course we trust you. If you agree, we will start moving things when my brother comes back. Ruan Ning, okay, I'll help you protect the supplies. If your brother can't make it in the disaster camp in the future, he can come back. Cheng Jiaoyue immediately said, He can't be that miserable, right? Seeing her exaggerated expression, Ruan Ning couldn't help but laugh. Who knows, maybe you'll need my help in the future. Cheng Jiaoyue laughed. In the afternoon, Cheng Jiaoyue returned from the disaster relief camp and began to deliver supplies to Ruan Ning's home. The remaining things he had were mainly dried meat and rice, as well as some medicines, imported snacks, ham, etc. that he found in the villa area. All the compressed biscuits were taken away. Another thing that is most abundant is firewood. Cheng Jiaoyue started stockpiling it more than a month ago when the severe cold wave hit, and now he has enough storage space to fill 3 rooms. Half of it was given to Ruan Ning and her friends, and the other half was taken to the disaster relief camp for use. It would take a long time to move all the firewood, plus other belongings, so Sun Yongxiao gave him 3 days, hoping that he would finish moving as soon as possible and start his duties immediately. Ruan Xifeng offered to help and asked Cheng Jiaoyue to have a good talk with Ruan Ning and tell her not to worry about the move. 3 days is long, but also short. After finally moving all the things, Ruan Ning handed Cheng Jiaoyue a bag of freeze-dried fruits. I exchanged this at the small market. I wanted to share it with you in half. Ruan Ning said, Now that you are going to the disaster camp, I will give it all to you as a parting gift. Cheng Jiaoyue didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What do you mean by breaking up? Our friendship will last forever. Ruan Ning stuffed the freeze-dried fruit into her hands and said, Anyway, you should be careful outside and listen to Sister Ling Xia more often. Cheng Jiaoyue nodded. Ruan Ning took out another set of exercise books. This is a gift from me to Qin Yu and Yu Mingyan. Please help me pass it to them. Cheng Jiaoyue admired. You are really a devil ant, and you still want to torture the flowers of the motherland. Ruan Ning chuckled. After Cheng Jiaoyue and his sister left, only Ruan Ning's family and Wen Mei on the 7th floor were left in the building. Ruan Ning simply told Ruan Xifeng not to go out in the future. There was fuel in the space, so there was no need to worry about it for the time being. Wu Dawei had been delayed for 3 days, and seeing that the time was almost right, Ruan Ning set off for the small market. Still waiting in that small office for a while, Wu Dawei hurried over and asked before entering the door, Girl, what does your boss think? Ruan Ning said, Brother Wu, you didn't even say hello to me when you saw me, but you just asked our boss directly? Wu Dawei laughed. Isn't this impatience? Last time you left the compressed biscuits with me, I watched but didn't dare to touch them, watched but envied them, and dreamed of expanding the business with you. Ruan Ning sighed. You really dreamed about me. Wu Dawei was surprised. Your boss is willing to collect antiques? Yes, but I'll only take 2 or 3. Ruan Ning said, The price won't be too high. Wu Dawei rubbed his hands and said, We can discuss the price. After I sold ginseng last time, there were still people who wanted it. They've been asking me about it these past few days. Whatever antique you want, I'll get it for you. Ruan-Ning looked at Wu Daowei and said, Can I look at them all and touch them? I've seen them from a distance in a museum before, and I want to expand my horizons today. Wu Daowei thought for a moment and said, Okay, if you're willing to wait, I'll go back and get it for you now. Ruan-Ning laughed. Brother Wu, please bring them all here. I must see today what kind of broken antiques can be exchanged for food. Wu Daowei was overjoyed. After about an hour, Wu Daowei brought a number of people back to the office. Ruan-Ning looked at the 12 or so adult men, among whom was the power bank. It seemed that he was doing better and better. There were about 20 or 30 boxes, which was about what Ruan-Ning had expected. Over there, Wu Daowei directed the crowd to put their things on the table, and then told them to wait at the door. Picking up a large box from the table, Wu Daowei handed it to Ruan-Ning. Take a look at this. The person selling it said it was a family heirloom. He also said that his ancestors were tomb robbers. I don't know if he has read too many novels. Ruan-Ning opened the box and found a white jade pot inside. There is no need for identification. The jade is delicate and warm, and the whole pot body is exquisitely crafted. The pot body is shaped like a pumpkin, and the spout is a lamb's head. In ancient times, this carving was extraordinary. System. Ding dong, trigger the guard skill. This jade artifact was used in the palace. It is made of top-grade Hittian white jade and was loved by an emperor and empress 200 years ago. The emperor and empress once had great power and deposed 2 emperors. Their fortunes were soaring. The following are precautions for protecting jade. White jade is precious. Please protect it with care and avoid damage. You will gain 0.4 luck points every day. Ruan-Ning was shocked. This was the highest luck value she had ever seen. Ruan-Ning was secretly delighted that today was a good start. She put the box aside and said, This is beautiful, but jade is worthless in troubled times. I think it's not as good as gold. Wu Daowei handed her another one and said, Look at this one. It feels real to me. It looks very old. This was a rectangular box. Ruan-Ning took it out of curiosity and found that it was a bronze sword. System. Ding dong. Triggering the guardian skill. This is a modern artifact, worth less than scrap metal. Ruan-Ning remained calm, put it on the table, and simply opened a box herself. System. Ding dong. Triggering the guardian skill. It's a beautiful modern craft vase, and the color is more suitable for red roses. Ruan-Ning didn't believe it, so she took another box and opened it. System. What is this? It turns out to be a low-quality handicraft from 50 years ago. Be careful. It may break at any time. It is more appropriate to put it in the trash can. Ruan-Ning raised her head and looked at Wu Daowei. Are there any more peculiar ones? Strange? Wu Daowei thought for a moment and handed her a long box. Look, this looks quite old. What do you think of the painting? He paused and said, It probably looks good. Anyway, it's different from our painting style. It's an oil painting, but I think this is probably fake. No, it's 100% false. Ruan-Ning was slightly stunned, but after opening it, she couldn't hold it anymore. Because she knew the person in the painting. System. This is a self-portrait by a world-famous painter. Although it is not as famous as other paintings, the painter has also poured countless efforts into it. This time it traveled across the ocean to China for exhibition. The following are precautions for protecting oil paintings. Due to improper preservation, the painting has been severely damaged. The painting is precious. Please protect it and take good care of it. You will gain 0.2 luck points every day. Ruan-Ning put the painting down. Finally, only 4 of the 27 antiques are real, as the other 2 are ordinary antiques, so these can provide her with 0.6 points of luck value. It's already very good. Ruan-Ning put the 4 items aside and said, I want these 4. Brother Wu, can you name a price? Wu Daowei was surprised and asked, You want that foreign painting even though it's so fake? It's obviously a replica of ours. I don't know what my boss was thinking when he accepted it. Ruan-Ning said, It doesn't matter whether it's real or not. Bringing back some characteristics of other countries can be considered souvenirs. Wu Daowei nodded. Yes. He looked at what Ruan-Ning picked out. That jade should be very real. I think its color is unusual. How about this? I won't ask you for a price. You can take all 10 ginsengs. Ruan-Ning put down the things in her hand and said, Brother Wu, stop joking. It was originally our boss who wanted to make his wife happy. I don't want it if you do this. At most, I'll get a cold shoulder from my sister-in-law, but that's no big deal. Wu Daowei smiled and said, You let me make an offer. and you can pay me back right here. Ruan Ning said, I didn't get paid for the last ginseng. The most I can give you is another one. 2. Wu Dawei said, don't be kidding me. No way, no way. That's too low. Our boss used 2 boats to make this jade pot. Ruan Ning, there are only 2 boats, so it seems that my price is still too high. Wu Dawei was stunned. The boat was very valuable at that time, sister. Please don't be like this. Let us make some money. Ruan Ning looked at Wu Dawei. Wu Dawei suddenly realized. By the way, Wu Gu also promised to give you a little benefit. How about this? I will give you 50 kilograms of compressed biscuits. Ruan Ning smiled and said, okay then, I'll give you 2 ginsengs, including the 3 I gave you last time. It can be exchanged for more than 7,000 kilograms of compressed biscuits. Ruan Ning said, Brother Wu, this is really the maximum price I can offer. Our boss will definitely not be willing to pay more. Wu Dawei calculated in his mind that only 4 antiques had been sold, and there were more than 20 pieces left. He might even make a profit this time. With these remaining things, who knows? Maybe we can trick people into taking over. Okay, pretending to be unwilling, Wu Dawei was secretly happy. Then I'll give you a favor. If you take these 4 things, I'll give you 50 kilograms of compressed biscuits as a reward. Ruan Ning smiled and said, no, 30 kilograms will be enough. After all, I promised Wu Gu 20 kilograms. Wu Dawei was very happy. Girl, you are sensible. After the transaction was completed, Ruan Ning prepared to leave with all her belongings. Wu Dawei asked curiously, don't you want someone to pick you up? Is it safe to go back alone like this? Ruan Ning took out a gun with a smile and opened the magazine. Fuck, no wonder you still wanted guns. Turns out you got the bullets. Wu Dawei was dumbfounded and decided not to underestimate this girl anymore. You can never think about cheating other cheaters. Ruan Ning smiled at him. Brother Wu, I'll go back first. Wu Dawei said respectfully, slow down, walk slowly, and be careful on the road. After making sure that Wu Dawei and the others couldn't see her, Ruan Ning quickly put all her things into the space. Exchanging 3 ginsengs for 4 real antiques is like Qin Shi Huang touching an electric wire. Winning is numb. The key is that these 3 ginsengs are refreshed from the refrigerator and can be finished in 1 day. Ruan Ning went home happily with tears in her eyes. In the following days, Ruan Ning no longer had to go out to chop wood, and she lived a lazy life at home. Her biggest worry every day was what dinner to eat today. Ruan Xifeng and Zhou Sulan were busy, turning the raw food in Ruan Ning's space into cooked food, and heating the cooked food until it was boiling hot, ensuring that it could be eaten as soon as it was taken out. They also boiled a lot of water and stored it. In short, everything that can be processed in advance should be prepared first. A month later, something big happened in the disaster relief camp. Chapter 45. After more than a month, the expedition team that set out from the disaster relief camp finally returned. When they arrived at the refugee camp, each of them was exhausted, and their faces were covered with frost. Even Yin Ruoxue looked completely different. Her face was an unhealthy red, with traces of frostbite and spreading scars. When Sun Yongchao saw his stubborn fiancée, the grown man burst into tears in front of everyone and hugged Yin Ruoxue for a long time without saying a word. 475 people set out, and 412 returned. The situation is better than expected. They brought back a total of 1,296 winter clothes, in addition to a special food. At that time, the expedition arrived at a medium-sized city in the north. Compared with this city, which was flat and had mountains that could be seen clearly, that city was adjacent to a majestic and endless mountain range. Compared to this city, their population is much smaller, and the food aid they receive is not as timely as here. After discussion, the local government decided to send an advance team to the mountains. There are animals and plants in the mountains, rich resources, but also dangers. Also in the advance team was an agricultural expert who was responsible for identifying edible plants. Arriving inside the mountain, the expert weighed the matter over and over again and decided that even if the mountain was balled with food, it would still not be able to support a city of 5 million people. Another way is to engage in breeding. The breeding process is generally very slow, and they don't have many tools at hand. Even if they don't want health, they don't even have hormone drugs. Perhaps he was a true genius, or something else, but after 3 days of thinking hard, the expert decided to submit an application to the higher authorities. He wants to engage in earthworm farming. The top government officials were immediately in an uproar, thinking that he was just trying to attract attention. Experts said, We are now facing an unprecedented disaster in human history. No one can guarantee when and how the heavy rain will stop. We don't even have food for people to eat, and we can't even feed anything else. Only earthworms can survive even if you give them a pile of shit. Earthworms are nature's decomposers. Rotting leaves, dead grass, anything can sustain them. It only takes 1 month for them to start breeding. Earthworms are also a high-protein animal. Finally, the expert convinced some senior executives to give him a chance. The expert began to look for earthworm species in the mountains and directed the soldiers to build simple tree houses for themselves. He even ignored opposition and ordered that when distributing compressed biscuits, humus and earthworm seeds be delivered to every household. At the beginning, he was laughed at, despised, and even insulted by everyone. But a month later, the people trapped in the same place were so hungry that their eyes went blank, and they turned their attention to the soil for earthworm breeding. The families that didn't throw it away were in tears. At this time, the temperature in the north has dropped. The experts spread the news and told everyone that if you feel disgusted by eating earthworms, you can dry them over a fire before using them. This is also a traditional Chinese medicine. Who cares if it's disgusting or not when you fart? Is it possible to ensure the temperature of the earthworm box is good even if you have to endure the cold? Thanks to these dried earthworms, the burning, killing, and looting were greatly reduced, and nearly half of the city's population survived. After the expedition team arrived, the compressed biscuits they brought were extremely popular, and they exchanged them for more than 1,000 sets of winter clothes and 1,000 kilograms of dried earthworms. This incident caused a great sensation in the disaster relief camp. There were about 4 million earthworms in 1,000 kilograms of dried earthworms, and everyone got a handful of protein. After Cheng Jiaoyue got the dried earthworms, he went to Ruan Ning's house to share the news with her and asked her if she wanted to try them. Everyone in the disaster relief camp ate it. Ruan Ning opened her eyes wide, her face full of resistance, but Ruan Difeng tried one first. After eating, Ruan Difeng thought for a moment and said, "It's actually okay. It's just a piece of meat. Just don't think of it as an earthworm." Ruan stared at the sky. Cheng Jiaoyue said, "After the attack on the library last time, the refugee camp stopped encouraging the victims to go out. Now that the winter clothes have been found, Major General Sun said he would let the victims start going out to work." She lowered her eyes and said, "We can also speed up the collection of these corpses outside." Ruan Ning didn't say anything. Cheng Jiaoyue sighed. "I don't know how long it will take for the weather to get warmer. The Chinese New Year is only half a month away. Will spring come after the Chinese New Year like before?" Ruan Ning shook her head and said, "Don't think about this for now. How are you doing in the disaster camp?" Cheng Jiaoyue smiled and said, "What else can I do? I'm with Sister Ling Xia and the others every day, so time flies by pretty fast." She also told 2 interesting stories that happened in the disaster relief camp. The 2 talked for a long time, and after Cheng Jiaoyue left, Ruan Ning thought about whether she should not be lazy anymore. The express deliveries in the space have been unpacked, greatly increasing the storage capacity of various items, including the 500 cubic meters rewarded last time and the growth over the past month. There is now about 1,200 cubic meters of space available. The luck value is 1.8 points per day, and recently it has reached 68.4 points by lying at home. Do you want to go see Zhao Nana tomorrow? After some hesitation, Ruan Ning decided to give up for the time being. Firstly, there had been no movement from Chu Dingfeng recently, and secondly, Zhao Nana didn't actually have to do any more work on her part. She probably wanted to kill Chu Dingfeng more than she did. Should I just lie down until the new year and celebrate this new year first? To be honest, it feels really good to lie down. In addition to staying at home and doing nothing recently, Ruan Ning would take time out every other day to take her parents out and teach them how to shoot. She has already refreshed more than 20,000 bullets, so she doesn't have to feel bad about using them up in practice. I've decided. Chu Dingfeng's teleportation skill is too abnormal now. In addition to changing the gun practice to once a day, I will still stay the same and continue to lie down. After the Chinese New Year, according to the original book, there will be a large wave of plots coming. The Ruan family began to prepare for the new year. Because we don't have mobile phones and calendars usually only have 1 book per year, no one knows what day the Chinese New Year will be this time. Finally, the 2 major camps, the Disaster Relief Camp and the Yueshan Camp, as well as the provincial and municipal command posts, decided to set the new year on January 29th. On Chinese New Year's Day, Zhou Sulan directed the cooking and Ruan Difeng prepared a total of 12 dishes, symbolizing prosperity every month. In addition, Ruan Ning also took out all the fruits that were hidden in the space, such as Jiaoyue pear, soft-seeded pomegranate, ginseng fruit, wax apple, and cherry tomatoes. Refreshing fruits such as durian, cherries, strawberries, etc. are of course indispensable. The sunflower seeds and drinks are even more complete. Ruan Xifeng also specially installed the TV, then turned it on and played the Spring Festival Gala that Ruan Ning had downloaded before. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the whole family sat neatly in front of the return air furnace. Ruan Xifeng opened the red wine and poured a glass for his wife and daughter. He coughed and said, "This year is an extraordinary year. Our family actually moved to a new place to survive. But life is actually pretty good." Ruan Xifeng was speechless, so he just smiled and said, "Then let's drink this cup first and wish our relatives and friends a happy new year." Ruan Ning raised her glass in support. "Cheers." The three of them took a sip of red wine, and Ruan Xifeng hesitated and said, "This bottle of wine should be quite expensive, but I can't taste anything. How about we drink Mao Tai?" Zhou Sulan was too lazy to pay attention to him. Ruan Ning took out Mao Tai from the space. "I knew you still like to drink white wine. I will accompany you today." Ruan Xifeng smiled and narrowed his eyes. "My daughter still cares about me." Ruan Ning poured a glass of wine for her father and half a glass for herself. Zhou Sulan asked, "Can you drink so much?" Ruan Ning, "Half a cup is fine. If you can't finish it, just swallow it, right?" Ruan Xifeng said quickly, "Wife, today is a happy new year. Let's drink a little, just a little." Zhou Sulan shook her head and was too lazy to care about the father and daughter. After thinking about it, she released Xiao Huang and Xiao Huang and let them celebrate the new year with her. The host's voice sounded on TV, wishing the audience a happy new year. "Little yellow woof woof woof. We are the only ones who can watch TV now, right?" Ruan Ning said. "It should be more than that." Ruan Xifeng asked curiously, "Who else is there? Isn't there a no organization? None of their electrical appliances are damaged." Ruan Ning said, "Besides, there are so many strange people and things in the world. Who knows if anyone has built a shelter in advance?" Ruan Xifeng had seen on the internet before that rich people built shelters and foreigners made doomsday cans. Not wanting to spoil the fun by bringing up the topic of the end of the world, Ruan Xifeng said, "I don't know how your uncle and his family are doing and whether they have inherited all my inheritance." Ruan Ning couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Are you still thinking about them? There are houses everywhere here. One person can live in 10 houses." Ruan Xifeng was depressed. "I worked so hard to build this kingdom. If I had known earlier, I should have left a will and donated all of it to the orphanage." Ruan Ning picked up a spicy crab for him and said, "You can keep it now." "It's no use keeping it now." Ruan Xifeng regretted it deeply. Zhou Sulan said, "It doesn't matter. I also have a share of your property. My parents and my sister will definitely fight with your conscienceless uncle for it." Ruan Xifeng was immediately delighted. "Yes, I hope my father-in-law and mother-in-law can give me some support." Thinking of this, he took a sip of Matai happily. "This wine still smells good." Ruan Ning lowered her head and smiled secretly. The meal took about an hour. The food was placed on the stove, and the fire in the house was turned on high. Overall, it was an unforgettable new year. That night, people in the disaster relief camp were also celebrating the new year. Countless people are celebrating the new year. It's just that everyone has a different mood. After finishing her meal, Ruan Ning felt a little dizzy. She thought it was the effect of the half cup of Matai, so she quickly went to wash up. Ruan Ning turned on the electric blanket in the bed and fell asleep in the warmth. Suddenly, without knowing when, the system began to broadcast frantically. "Host! Host!" Ruan Ning was too lazy to open her eyes. "What?" "System. Wake up, there are New Year's gifts." Ruan Ning's eyes lit up. "Is it opening a gift package?" The system said, "No, it's Chu Dingfeng. He was punished by the laws of the world and had his hand cut off." "What the hell?" Ruan Ning sat up from the bed in shock. "What did he do?" Chapter 46. The system said, "This is what happened. Chu Dingfeng was also celebrating New Year's Day today, so Yuli persuaded him to let Zhao Nana and Zhao Xiaobao have dinner together. This made Zhao Xiaobao very happy. He was only 4 years old, but he could smell the aroma of meat every now and then, but couldn't eat it. He was so greedy that he dreamed about meat. At the dinner table, he ate a little more. The appetite of a 4-year-old child is obvious, but Chu Dingfeng despises him for eating and drinking for free. The most hateful thing is that his sister not only cannot have children, but also grows uglier and uglier. Now Chu Dingfeng moves to the bedroom at night and sleeps with Yuli. Zhao Nana has to chop double the amount of firewood every day. Her hands are full of calluses and her skin is not as good as before. She is also unwilling to dress up. The more Chu Dingfeng thought about it, the angrier he became. After dinner, Zhao Nana went to the kitchen to clean up. Yuli returned to the bedroom, and Chu Dingfeng came out of the room and saw Zhao Xiaobao playing with plasticine alone by the fireplace. This box of plasticine was brought from home. It is now so dirty that the color cannot be seen. Zhao Xiaobao uses it to make little rabbits when he plays. Chu Dingfeng stood there and watched for a moment, then suddenly smiled and walked to Zhao Xiaobao. Zhao Kun. When Zhao Xiaobao heard someone calling his name, he looked up and saw Chu Dingfeng and was suddenly frightened. Chu Dingfeng raised his lips, squatted in front of Zhao Xiaobao, and took out a knife. Be a man. Why are you playing with mud all day? If you are a man, you have to play with knives and guns. Otherwise, how can you protect your sister when you grow up? Zhao Xiaobao didn't quite understand. Chu Dingfeng simply put the knife on the dirty little rabbit and cut it in half. See? That's what a man should be like. Zhao Xiaobao may have understood it, or he may not have heard it at all. He witnessed the little rabbit being cut in half. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he burst into tears. Chu Dingfeng was immediately in pain from the noise. Why are you crying? Stop crying, or I'll beat you up. Zhao Xiaobao curled his lips and cried even more sadly. Chu Dingfeng held a knife in his right hand. He didn't want Zhao Nana in the kitchen to hear him, so he covered Zhao Xiaobao's mouth and nose with his left hand. I told you to stop crying. Zhao Xiaobao was even more frightened, and tears kept flowing. He had been malnourished for a long time and had almost become a big-headed baby. His face was also thin, and his skin was not as fair and tender as a child's, but a dry black. Yuli couldn't bear to have such a child. Chu Dingfeng looked back at the kitchen, covered Zhao Xiaobao's mouth tightly, and warned again. I told you not to cry. Do you understand? Zhao Xiaobao shed tears. He was facing the kitchen, and when he saw his sister appear, he subconsciously asked for help. Seeing that he was screaming even louder, Chu Dingfeng cursed under his breath. Fuck. He was so focused on Zhao Xiaobao that he didn't hear Zhao Nana's footsteps at all, nor did he know that the woman behind him was dragging a kitchen knife and chopping at his left hand with all her strength. Based on Zhao Nana's strength, she might not be able to cut through the bones, but she really cut it off. She cut off most of her left hand, including the skin and bones, and only a small part of it was left, hanging precariously on her left arm. This scene is a bit scary and shocking. Chu Dingfeng rolled on the ground in pain, and his howling startled the entire villa area. Zhao Nana's face was pale. She quickly picked up Zhao Xiaobao, picked up his hat, scarf, gloves, etc., rolled up the two quilts on the sofa, and wrapped them around Zhao Xiaobao. Yuli came out of the room in panic, and the two women met each other. Seeing Chu Dingfeng lying in a pool of blood, Yuli screamed. Zhao Nana shouted, Stop yelling. Just be careful of him. After saying that, she ran out. Yuli was still dazed. She paused for a few seconds, then ran over and pressed the remaining quilt against Chu Dingfeng's wound. The hand was also completely broken and fell to the ground. Chu Dingfeng regained his senses at this time. He didn't care about exposing the secret and threw out a large number of hemostatic drugs from the space. Quick, apply the medicine. Yuli didn't have time to think about how these things appeared. With trembling hands, she opened the powder package and poured it on Chu Dingfeng's wound. Outside the house, Zhao Nana ran to the villa where she hid her things. Ever since the strange girl gave her compressed biscuits last time, Zhao Nana was inspired to save some of her own compressed biscuits every day and hide them in this villa. The wind outside was as cold as a knife. After Zhao Nana picked up her backpack, she hesitated whether to go down the mountain. She looked at her brother and found that the tears on his face had frozen into ice and he was shivering under the quilt. Zhao Nana's tears fell, and she quickly wiped them away. Zhao Xiaobao, you can't cry anymore, understand? Zhao Xiaobao nodded. Zhao Nana wiped the ice off him. If they stayed here any longer, they would freeze to death sooner or later. Zhao Nana put Zhao Xiaobao on the ground, then tied up two quilts and wrapped them around them. She thought for a moment and said to Zhao Xiaobao, Xiaobao, we have to leave here together. The days ahead will be even harder. Can you endure the hardship? Zhao Xiaobao said, Sister, I can. Zhao Nana nodded and carried him down the mountain. Two bodies, one big and one small, snuggled together, conveying warmth to each other. Equals equals. 18th floor. Ruan Ning was stunned when she heard the system finish its narration. Why was Zhao Nana able to cut off his hand? Is it because she is the heroine? That's also the reason. Zhao Nana has a stronger luck, the system whispered. The main reason is that as the male protagonist, he violated the common laws of all planes. Ruan Ning was curious. What common law? Harming a minor is absolutely not allowed for the protagonist. The system replied. Severe punishment will be imposed on him, and he will be reduced to ashes. TSK Tisk. Chu Dingfeng's dislike for Zhao Xiaobao has not happened overnight. If it doesn't break out today, it will break out tomorrow. At this time, Ruan Xifeng, who was woken up by Ruan Ning, asked, What are you doing sitting on the bed? Aren't you cold? Ruan Ning thought for a moment and said, Dad, you should get up too. Put on some warm clothes. Let's go out for a while. Zhou Sulan immediately turned over and sat up. Nonsense. What are you doing outside during the New Year's Day? Ruan Ning has already started to put on her clothes. This is a matter of life and death. We must get out. Zhou Sulan was depressed, but she stopped trying to stop him and handed the clothes to her husband. Why don't you hurry up? Ruan Xifeng said. I'm using a heat pad. Put more on. Late at night, the temperature was lower than during the day, and it was dark and quiet outside. The two of them were wrapped up like bears and tried to rush to the villa area as quickly as possible. When they found Zhao Nana, the two siblings had already fainted on the ground. If we had arrived later, they would probably have been two corpses. Ruan Ning didn't dare to take the two people on a long journey, so they found a house nearby. Ruan Ning took out firewood from the space and lit it, and then placed 3 mattresses on the ground. The kind worth $1 million. Ruan Ning hasn't slept since putting this thing into the space. After placing the two siblings on the mattress, Ruan Ning covered them with a quilt and put 3 hot water bottles in there. In her daze, Zhao Nana felt that the world was incredibly warm. She thought to herself, Am I in heaven? Am I dead? Heaven is so warm. The next morning, Zhao Nana woke up from her sleep and opened her eyes to see the ceiling. She realized that she was not dead and quickly looked at Zhao Xiaobao in her arms, feeling a mixture of emotions. Without lingering on the warmth of the bed, Zhao Nana sat up from the bed and saw Ruan Ning and her daughter eating compressed biscuits and drinking boiled water by the fire. She was slightly stunned. Did you save me? Ruan Ning raised her head and looked towards her with a smile on her face. We found you last night. Do you remember me? We met once. Zhao Nana's eyes lit up. It's you. It's you who gave me the compressed biscuits. Ruan Ning got up from the fire and handed Zhao Nana a cup of hot water. Why did you go out in the middle of the night? If you hadn't been lucky enough to meet us, you would have been in danger last night. Zhao Nana took the cup and lowered her head. I escaped. Ruan Ning didn't ask any more questions. Although I don't know why you want to escape, but now that you have escaped, don't think about the past. What are your plans next? You're right. Zhao Nana turned around and looked at Zhao Xiaobao, who was still sleeping. I want to go to the disaster camp. Is it safe for you there? Ruan Ning asked. Will the person you want to avoid go there to find you? Zhao Nana was shocked. Ruan Ning said, If you trust me, I can take you to a safe place. Zhao Nana hesitated for a moment, but she had nowhere else to go, so she gritted her teeth and said, Okay, I believe you. Ruan Ning smiled at her. After breakfast, Ruan Ning took Zhao Nana back to the community and handed her over to Wenmei. Since moving to the 7th floor, Wenmei has searched all the empty houses in the community. Although she has nothing else, she can still find a mattress. Ruan Ning said to Zhao Nana, It might be hard to live here. You can go with Sister Wenmei to the disaster camp to get supplies. Just don't stay for too long. After all, Chu Dingfeng couldn't stay there all day long. The refugee camp will provide 1 piece of compressed biscuit every day, and you will need to work hard for the rest. Zhao Nana immediately said, I have no problem. Ruan Ning looked at Wenmei again, and Wenmei promised, I will help take care of her, don't worry. Zhao Nana had already realized that this girl was no ordinary girl. Judging from Wenmei's appearance, she seemed to be Ruan Ning's person. But so what, it's better than living under the hands of the murderer of my mother. After Ruan Ning left, Wenmei said to Zhao Nana, Don't be nervous. I was also afraid of Miss Ruan at the beginning, but now I'm not so scared anymore. Zhao Nana was curious. What do you mean by not so scared? I'm just a little afraid. Not afraid that she'll hurt me. Wenmei explained. Although Miss Ruan is not a kind person, she is a good person. Zhao Nana nodded, not quite understanding. Wenmei smiled and said, Besides, she usually doesn't care about us at all. We just need to take care of ourselves. She paused and asked, Is this child your brother? Zhao Nana quickly introduced her. Wenmei had been alone for too long, so she was quite happy to see a newcomer. She patted Zhao Xiaobao's head and said, Then we will live together from now on, and chop firewood together. It will be like having a helper. Zhao Nana smiled and said, Okay. Ruan Ning and Ruan Xifeng returned to the 18th floor, and Zhou Sulan, who had been worried all night, finally felt relieved. She kept muttering, You ran out in the middle of the night without telling me what you were doing, and left your mother alone at home, anxious and angry. Ruan Ning took off the extra equipment on her body, ran over and hugged Zhou Sulan. I'm going to do something big. After telling her about saving Zhao Nana last night, Zhou Sulan finally understood. No wonder, I was wondering why you had to go out so late at night. This child is also a miserable person. I hope she can live a peaceful and stable life in the future. Ruan Ning smiled and said, I even got a reward this time. Zhou Sulan's eyes lit up. What is it? Ruan Ning smiled without saying anything. Zhou Sulan quickly looked at Ruan Xifeng. Ruan Xifeng said loudly, Don't look at me, she didn't tell me anything. Zhou Sulan looked at her daughter again. Hurry up and tell me, don't keep me in suspense. If you keep keeping me in suspense, you'll get beaten by your own mother. Ruan Ning quickly said, Because I helped Zhao Nana leave Chu Dingfeng, which reduced his wife, he was deducted 2,000 family contribution points. Zhou Sulan blinked. What does that mean? Even if he marries 2 more wives now, his contribution will still be 0. Ruan Ning chuckled, and I will get a reward, and your space-time refresh will double. Zhou Sulan's face was filled with joy. Is this the time acceleration you mentioned? Ruan Ning smiled and said, Yes, that means the potatoes in your space will be ripe in half a month. We planted 1.5 acres, right? Ruan Xifeng began to indulge in beautiful fantasies. 1 acre of land can yield about 4,000 kilograms of potatoes, which means we can harvest 6,000 kilograms. 6,000 kilograms. How many potatoes and braised pork can we make? Zhou Sulan felt it was too much to count, her eyes sparkling. We can also make hot and sour potato shreds, stir-fried potato slices, and cumin potatoes. Zhou Sulan slammed the table and said, How about we fry potato chips today? I'll show you how to make them today. I guarantee they'll taste better than those packaged potato chips you have. Ruan Ning smiled and agreed. Mom, please put Xiao Huang and Xiao Huang outside more often in the future, otherwise they will grow too fast. How could I forget this? Zhou Sulan was shocked and quickly let the 2 puppies out. She was relieved when she saw that they had not changed. She stroked the little yellow dog's head and said, It's better if you 2 grow up faster, but not too fast. People and dogs are the same. They are all cute when they are young. Ruan Ning always felt that she was hinting at something. Ruan Xifeng was not very interested in the 2 puppies. He turned to Ruan Ning and said, Today is the first day of the Chinese New Year. Although we don't have any relatives here, we still have friends. Bring something to Cheng Jiaoyue and his sister later, as a token of our appreciation. Ruan Ning thought for a moment and said, Okay, I'll be there in a minute. Since we are going to the disaster relief camp, of course we should visit everyone together. Cheng Jiaoyue and Cheng Jiaoyue knew her better, so Ruan Ning packed some dried meat, 2 pieces of chocolate, and some candy for them. It would not be good for Wang Lingxiao to be too high-profile, so she took 3 sets of exercise books, 2 pens, and 2 candies for each child. Of course, Sun Yongchao is a compressed biscuit. After finishing everything, Ruan Ning said goodbye to her parents and set off for the disaster relief camp. Yesterday was Chinese New Year, and the disaster relief camp tried its best to create a festive atmosphere. The command post found red paper from somewhere and asked craftsmen to cut window decorations and paste them on the wall. In addition, the disaster relief camp also took out canned food and cured fish and cooked thicker porridge so that everyone could have a full meal. During the meal, there were constant cries from the victims' camp. Later, Sun Yongchao asked the soldiers to line up and sing military songs for everyone, which livened up the atmosphere. All in all, everyone had a relatively happy New Year last night. When Ruan Ning arrived, the camp was quiet. Many people had vented their emotions the night before and were sleeping soundly. She walked lightly to the door of the infirmary and saw Dr. Zhu flipping through a notebook. Ruan Ning walked into the room, smiled and said, Aunt Zhu, Happy New Year. Dr. Zhu's eyes were full of surprise, but he still lowered his voice. Why did you come here so early? Ruan Ning took out the New Year gift for them. There are 4 candies in it. I exchanged them at the market outside. I'm giving them to Xiaoye and Xiaoyan. Such a valuable item. Dr. Zhu frowned. I know that market too. It says that half a pound of compressed biscuits can only be exchanged for a small spoonful of brown sugar. Ruan Ning didn't know how they did their business, but this was indeed the price in the end times. Especially during the recent New Year, Families who are lucky enough to have children are trying their best to sweeten their children. Ruan Ning said, Chinese New Year only comes once a year. I just want the children to be happy. Dr. Zhu found an exercise book inside and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You really made them happy. Ruan Ning chuckled. Where's Ji Li? Hasn't she come to work yet? Dr. Zhu said, they are probably still sleeping. They were making a fuss quite late last night. Ruan Ning nodded. Then I'll go and wake her up. She had been to Cheng Jiaoyue and Cheng Jili's residence once. Ruan Ning found the place according to her memory and knocked on the door. Soon, someone inside asked, Who? Ruan Ning recognized the voice as Cheng Jiaoyue's. It's me. I'm here to wish you a happy new year. Unexpectedly, Cheng Jiaoyue opened the door quickly and was dressed very neatly. Ruan Ning was surprised. You're not sleeping? Cheng Jiaoyue did not let Ruan Ning in, but closed the door. Ji Li is still sleeping. I have something to talk to you about. Ruan Ning raised her eyebrows. Oh. The two walked a little further away, and Cheng Jiaoyue took her into an office and said to the person inside, Xiaoli, can you step out for a moment? The boy called Xiaoli is still very young and looks only about 18 years old. After he left, Cheng Jiaoyue said, This is someone who just signed up to join the guard. Both his parents have passed away. Ruan Ning said, What's so mysterious about you? Cheng Jiaoyue said, I may have to go on a mission soon. Are you still going on a mission in such a snowy weather? Ruan Ning felt strange. She guessed it must be an important matter. Not knowing whether it involved any secrets, Ruan Ning simply stopped asking. Are you worried that Ji Li is unsafe alone? She can live at my house. Cheng Jiaoyue shook his head and sighed. Ruan Ning rarely saw him like this. If you have something to say, just say it. What's the matter? Cheng Jiaoyue lowered his eyes. Ji Li doesn't want to stay with Dr. Zhu. She has been learning Qi rifles and guns since she was young, so as for culture, you know what I mean? Cheng Jiaoyue said, she finds it very difficult to follow Dr. Zhu. She can't understand what Wang Lingxia can understand. Ruan Ning was slightly stunned. What should we do then? What does she think? Cheng Jiaoyue said, she wants to join the women's guard. Ruan Ning took a deep breath, then thought about it, and felt that this was in line with Cheng Jili's character. Do you want me to help you persuade her to give up? Ruan Ning asked. Cheng Jiaoyue shook his head and looked at Ruan Ning. I just want to ask for your opinion. You are both girls. Do you think this is good for her? Ruan Ning told the truth. I don't know either. Cheng Jiaoyue was silent. Ruan Ning continued. If she wants to do this, it's better to let her try. Besides, her shooting skills are not bad. She should be able to protect herself. Cheng Jiaoyue was worried. Ruan Ning patted his shoulder. Brother, we are all adults. You can't protect her forever. What if she meets someone she likes and runs away with that person? You have to let her get married. Even if you don't marry for your whole life, you still have your own hobbies, dreams, and pursuits. Everyone has to grow up and walk their own path. Cheng Jiaoyue looked at Ruan Ning. After a while, he said, You are right. Everyone has to go their own way. Ruan Ning took back her hand and asked casually, How long will you be gone this time? Can you come back safely? Cheng Jiaoyue. I can't tell the time. Try to come back safely. Ruan Ning nodded. Okay, I will come to see Ji Li more often. Cheng Jiaoyue lowered his voice and asked, What about the 7 guns I left with you last time? Ruan Ning really didn't expect that this man actually hid so many sharp weapons, and Cheng Jili now had a gun on hand. Don't worry, I won't sell it to you. Cheng Jiaoyue seemed a little embarrassed. That's not what I meant. I'm just worried about causing trouble for you. Ruan Ning, no trouble. The two were about to leave the office when the door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. A beautiful woman came in, wearing a pure white down jacket and with excellent skin. Her face could not be seen clearly because of the mask and scarf on her face, but her eyes were very bright. When I first saw her, I thought the apocalypse had never happened. The girl was also surprised to see the two of them. She thought she had accidentally offended someone. Sorry, I didn't know there were people inside. I'm sorry to bother you too. Ruan Ning didn't say anything. Cheng Jiaoyue said, Ms. Jiang, you misunderstood. I was just talking to my friend inside. The beauty responded, Oh, you didn't lock the door either. She looked at Ruan Ning with curiosity. Cheng Jiaoyue introduced her. Her name is Ruan Ning. She is a friend of Ji Li and I. We used to live on the same floor. Jiang Sisui smiled, her eyes sparkling. So I'm also a friend of Ji Li. My name is Jiang Sisui. Nice to meet you. Ruan Ning had already guessed that she was one of the heroines, but she didn't know why she appeared in the disaster camp. But it's better to get close to them first. Ruan Ning smiled. Hello. I'm glad to meet you too. Jiang Sisui smiled at her and looked at Cheng Jiaoyue. Instructor Chung, where is Major General Sun? Where is he hiding? Ruan Ning was stunned for a second and immediately understood what had happened. Chapter 47. There is gossip here. Jiang Sisui is set to marry her savior. Could it be that she has fallen in love with Sun Yongchao? Ruan Ning looked at Cheng Jiaoyue beside her and thought that if she had known this would happen, she would have introduced him to the neighbor. A beautiful woman, the only daughter of the richest man, with a naive personality. This actually didn't happen to her own people. Unwise. Here, Cheng Jiaoyue still had no expression on his face. I don't know where Major Sun is. He may be out doing something. Jiang Sishui's face was full of disappointment. Really? Soon, Jiang Sisui cheered up again. It doesn't matter. I'll wait here for him to come back. Cheng Jiaoyue said. Then I'll excuse myself first. He turned to Ruan Ning and said, let's go see Ji Li first. Although the gossiping spirit in my heart is burning like a raging fire, there is no need to rush. Ruan Ning smiled at Jiang Sisui and said, then Miss Jiang, we will take our leave now. Jiang Sisui hummed and sat down next to the fire. Her clothes were clean and tidy, and she wiped the bench with toilet paper before sitting down. Ruan Ning and Cheng Jiaoyue were walking outside, but unexpectedly, they ran into Sun Yongchao, who was about to enter. Sun Yongchao was stunned when he saw the two of them. Then he immediately smiled and said hello. Ms. Ruan, long time no see. It was too late for Cheng Jiaoyue to remind him. Jiang Sisui had already heard Sun Yongchao's voice in the room. She rushed out in surprise, her eyes sparkling as she shouted, Major Sunday. Major Sun's face turned black. Jiang Sisui seemed not to see it and walked over to hold Sun Yongchao's arm. Sun Yongchao quickly dodged. Ms. Jiang, I have said many times that I have a fiancé. But Sister Ruoxue said she doesn't like you. Jiang Sisui blinked innocently. She said that the engagement was her parents' idea. She has no interest in you at all, and it's impossible for her to be with you. And said if I like you, I can do whatever I want. Sun Yongchao's knees were pierced by numerous arrows. Anyway, I only recognize her as my fiancé, and this will never change. Jiang Sishui's face was full of grievance. Sun Yongchao suddenly had an idea. Besides, don't you want to repay your gratitude? Your real benefactor is not me, but Miss Ruan. Ruan Ning, who was eating watermelon, was stunned. Sun Yongchao said quickly, it was she who gave me the information that someone wanted to kidnap you, and she also asked me to send troops to protect your safety. Jiang Sisui glanced at Ruan Ning. Ruan Ning hesitated. I didn't say the word definitely. Sun Yongchao said, anyway, Miss Ruan is your savior. I have something else to do, so Instructor Chung and I will leave first. After saying that, he immediately dragged Cheng Jiaoyue away. Ruan Ning was left where she was, blinking and turning her head to look at Jiang Sisui. Jiang Sisui looked at her with her innocent and beautiful eyes. Are you really my savior? Ruan Ning thought about it and decided to take the initiative to say, maybe, but forget about pledge of love. You may not like my type. Jiang Sisui actually didn't want to get entangled with someone who had a fiancé. She was possessed by some mysterious force and swore that she must marry her savior. Otherwise, she would be struck by lightning. It would be better if the target is not a man. Her eyes sparkled. I like your type. We can be friends. But you are my benefactor first. If you want something, as long as I can give it to you, I will definitely help you realize your wish. Ruan Ning was hit with a pie and pretended to resist. That's not necessary. Why not? I'll return the favor first, so that we can both get along as equals and be friends in the future. Jiang Sisui felt that his thoughts were clear. But our family is not the same as before. If it was before the rainstorm, I would have given you 2 buildings. Now the real estate is useless. What do you want? Ruan Ning asked. Can I go to your house to take a look? Jiang Sisui was confused. It's not impossible, let's go. Ruan Ning smiled and said, then Miss Jiang, please wait for me for a few minutes. Ruan Ning first ran to Cheng Jiaoyue, stuffed the New Year's gift in her hand, and then told her that she would come to see her again in 2 days. By the way, I would like to express my support for all her decisions. Cheng Jiaoyue was still sleepy and was completely confused throughout the whole process. Ruan Ning came out of the room and saw Jiang Sisui waiting for her. She smiled and said, Miss Jiang, let's go. Jiang Sisui hummed sweetly. The two walked out of the refugee camp, where Jiang Sishui's car was parked. That's right, according to the description in the novel, Jiang Sisui uses a car when she goes out, but it's not a gasoline car, but a modified rickshaw, similar to the rickshaws of the Republic of China period, which can shelter from wind and rain. She is always accompanied by 2 rickshaw pullers so that the rickshaw can park without stopping. This was the first time in Ruan Ning's life that she was pulled by someone to run, except when she was a child. She felt a little uncomfortable. Jiang Sishui comforted him. Do you feel embarrassed? Actually, I was like this at the beginning, but I didn't need them. Instead, they knelt down and begged. Ah, Jiang Sishui sighed. I don't know how it turned out like this. Ruan Ning didn't say anything. Because someone was pulling the cart, and there was something to shelter her from the wind and rain, Ruan Ning didn't feel very cold. When we arrived at Yueshan camp, we stopped the car at the gate for inspection. After seeing that it was Jiang Sishui, the camp gate opened quickly, and the driver pulled the 2 of them forward. Jiang Sishui introduced, This is Yueshan camp. There's also a troop station there, and many relocated people live there. In addition to those who donated materials to the country like my father, these people also include top scientists, people who have made special contributions, and some are relatives directly under the command posts at the provincial and municipal levels. Of course, Ruan Ning knew all this. She pretended not to understand. Scientists are still useful now. Isn't it that the electricity has run out? Jiang Sishui smiled. That's why we need them, especially in agriculture. I'm telling you in secret, but this is not a secret in Yueshan camp. Our provincial command post has set up a scientific research team here to study cold-resistant potatoes. Ruan Ning also knew about this. She also knew that cold-resistant potatoes were developed here, but unfortunately the first batch was not planted before the world entered a period of extreme heat. Yueshan camp is different from the disaster relief camps. It has clean and spacious roads and a quiet and peaceful community. The entire villa area is built on the mountain and has about 120 units. Some families own separate villas, while some families live in one. At the other end, a temporary camp was set up. In addition to the station troops, the employees of these families also live there. After a while, the rickshaw arrived in front of a villa. For the richest family, this villa is a little shabby, but owning such a safe property with abundant supplies in the end times is a life that ordinary people can hardly imagine. After entering the room, Ruan Ning found that the room was not cold. Jiang Sishui explained. This villa complex had central heating when it was built, and we installed fireplaces in the living room and rooms. Ruan Ning nodded. Jiang Sishui took off her scarf and mask and muttered, It seems that Dad is not at home. I'll take you to his treasure house. There are many things there. You can pick one at random. It'll be my way of repaying you for saving my life. Thank you, Miss Jiang. Ruan Ning didn't guess how much this not much meant, but she was sure it must be priceless. Jiang Sishui took her to the basement and pushed open a door. There are troops stationed here, so no one dares to mess around. There were about 70 items in total, all of which my father hastily rescued. The rest were probably washed away by the flood. Jiang Sishui seemed to feel it was a pity. Ruan Ning didn't look at her because her attention was attracted by the dazzling array of antiques. The system keeps dinging. This is a national treasure that was once lost overseas and was brought back by Jiang Fuhai. Provide 0.12 points of luck to Jiang Fuhai every day. Wow! Ruan Ning exclaimed. This is a royal teacup bought by Jiang Fuhai for 130 million yuan. Provide Jiang Fuhai with 0.08 points of luck every day. The Guanyin statue, which is 1,300 years old, was once enshrined in many national temples. Every servant was a respected person, providing Jiang Fuhai with 0.05 points of luck every day. Ruan Ning looked along the way and found that almost every item was authentic and could bring good luck. You should know that not all antiques are like this. It requires that its former owner or creator had good luck. Jiang Fuhai's collections are undoubtedly the best of the best. Suddenly, Ruan Ning's gaze stopped. She saw something amazing. Jiang Sishui also noticed that she was looking at that and quickly said, Damn it, how could I forget this? This is my father's most precious thing. If you want it, I can't help it. Ruan Ning looked at Jiang Sishui eagerly. You can't get it either? Jiang Sishui was embarrassed. He usually doesn't let me move. Ruan Ning really wanted it because this thing was so precious. To be precise, it is not an antique, but a real cultural relic. It is covered with a transparent anti-theft glass, locked on top and placed in a glass bottle. There is also an introduction below. If it weren't for this introduction, Ruan Ning's skills could only determine its luck value, and she wouldn't be able to tell what it was. Anyway, the luck value prompted by the system is 2.4 points. You have to know that all the things in her space now add up to 1.8. The introduction inside the glass cover reads, "The saint personally cultivated the first generation of hybrid rice. An emperor can only be emperor for one lifetime, but food can save millions of people. No wonder he has a luck value of 2.4 points." Ruan Ning's heart was boiling with passion. She looked at Jiang Sisui and said, "You have half a bottle here. I want one pill. How about just one pill?" Jiang Sisui was embarrassed. "You still want this?" Ruan Ning nodded. Jiang Sisui said, "Then I will ask my dad for you. If he agrees, then he will agree. If he doesn't, then forget it." Ruan Ning immediately said, "No problem." Having chosen their things, the two decided to leave the basement and go back to the first floor. Unexpectedly, when she was about to enter the living room, she heard the sound of men talking outside. Jiang Sisui was surprised at first that her father had come back, so she stuck her head out to take a look. Then she quickly retracted her head, turned around, and made a gesture to Ruan Ning to keep quiet. Ruan Ning blinked. Jiang Sisui mouthed, "The person I hate the most is here." The two of them were standing at the stairs, and Ruan Ning heard the voices of about 7 or 8 people over there. One person said, "If the cold-resistant potatoes can be successful, there will be hope for our country's future." Another person said, "How can it be so easy?" Another voice said, "We must have confidence. With Professor Liu leading the research, there will be absolutely no problem." At this time, Jiang Sisui approached Ruan Ning and said, "This is my father." Ruan Ning nodded to show that she understood. Over there, the second person who just spoke said, "Of course I also believe in Mr. Liu. After all, his contributions to the agricultural field are well known to everyone. It's just that this is not an easy thing. We in the 2-level command posts have spent too much energy on this. I don't know if it will be worth it in the end." Jiang Sisui added, "This is the person I hate the most. His name is Luo Bin." Ruan Ning suddenly realized, isn't this the villain who later massacred Yueshan camp and attempted to steal all scientific achievements? Although he was eventually outwitted by Chu Dingfeng and became the captain of the transport team. The conversation outside was still going on, probably arguing whether the current investment was necessary, how to save costs, and how to maintain their 5 remaining power generation equipment. Jiang Sisui was too lazy to listen. "Let's sneak down. Although it's a bit cold down there, it's better than standing." Ruan Ning nodded. The two of them tiptoed downstairs, but unexpectedly Jiang Fuhai suddenly asked in the living room, "Jiang Sisui, are you home? Why don't you come out?" Jiang Sisui frowned and said depressedly, "Dad, I'm here." There was no choice but for her to take Ruan Ning upstairs. Jiang Fuhai saw his daughter and scolded her. "Why are you becoming more and more rude? You heard so many uncles and aunts, but you didn't even come out to say hello." Jiang Sisui said coquettishly, "Dad, aren't you talking to them about serious matters? I'm embarrassed to disturb you." Jiang Fuhai shook his head and looked at Ruan Ning. "Who is this?" Jiang Sisui happily introduced. "This is my lifesaver." Jiang Fuhai frowned, thinking his daughter was being cheated outside. "Isn't your savior that soldier? Why did you change him?" Major General Sun said that she was the one who leaked the information to the military, and that's how they knew someone was trying to harm me. So she is my savior. Jiang Fuhai confirmed again. "Major General Sun told you personally?" Jiang Sisui was dissatisfied. "Dad, do you think I'm a fool? Of course I said it myself. I went to the disaster camp early in the morning." Jiang Fuhai was speechless, but it was okay for Jiang Sisui to change her target, which was better than following a man. "Okay, let's talk about this later," Jiang Fuhai said. "Say hello to the uncles first, and then invite Mr. Liu over." "Oh!" Jiang Sisui looked at the group of people, greeted them one by one with a well-behaved smile, and then the boss took Ruan Ning out unhappily. Ruan Ning felt amused. She understood that the richest man looked down on her. After all, she was covered in dust. Only Jiang Sisui would not care. And in Jiang Fuhai's eyes, he was still a small-time scoundrel in the underworld, right? Otherwise, how could he be an informant? The two of them came to the vicinity of the research institute, and Jiang Sisui said to the guard, "My father asked me to invite Mr. Liu." The man picked up the intercom. "I'll make a report." Ruan Ning discovered that she could still see traces of modernity here, unlike outside where it felt like a return to ancient times. After a moment, the person on the other end of the intercom answered, "Mr. Liu is still in the laboratory. Please don't disturb him for now." Jiang Sisui didn't force it. "Forget it. I'm just here to treat you. It's nothing important, just a bunch of middle-aged and elderly people bragging." Ruan Ning couldn't help laughing. The two returned to the villa again, and all the people who were talking there were already sitting on the sofa. Zhang Fuhai saw the two of them coming back. Where's Mr. Liu? Zhang Sisui said. He is doing experiments and has no time. Zhang Fuhai didn't force it. Then go to the small reception room and sit for a while. Ruan Ning was about to leave with Jiang Sisui when someone on the sofa suddenly said, Ruan Ning, after you finish talking to Boss Jiang, come to Building 8. Ruan Ning was stunned. Jiang Sisui didn't introduce her name just now. So how did this person know it? Does he know himself? While he was guessing in his heart, Jiang Sisui had already asked, Uncle Liu, do you know my savior? As soon as the surname came out, Ruan Ning guessed who he was. It turns out that this person had been hiding here in the early days. On the other side, Lu Xinhua smiled and said, How could I not recognize him? I didn't recognize him at first, but now I know for sure. He said, Xiao Ruan, do you think we know each other? Ruan Ning lowered her head. Mr. Liu. Jiang Sisui blinked. Lu Xinhua said, Remember to come to Building 8 later. Lu Zhe is still talking about you. Ruan Ning had no impression of this ex-boyfriend, not even knowing what he looked like, so she could only say dryly, Okay, Mr. Liu. At worst, she can just run away after getting the seeds. Can Lu Xinhua catch her? Under Jiang Sishui's puzzled gaze, the two came to the small reception room. Jiang Sisui asked quickly, Do you know that Lu Xinhua? Ruan Ning said, I guess we know each other. He's my boss and my ex-boyfriend's father. Wow, Jiang Sisui. You are actually the girlfriend of Lu Zhe, the prodigal son? Ruan Ning smiled awkwardly. 2 months, just 2 months. Jiang Sisui said, It was right to break up with him. He is a playboy and his brain is not good. Ruan Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The two chatted for about half an hour. Jiang Fuhai knocked on the door and then pushed it open. Seeing him, Ruan Ning quickly got up from the sofa. Jiang Fuhai waved his hand. You don't have to be restrained. Since you are Sishui's savior, you are also the benefactor of our Jiang family. We will try our best to meet your requests. Ruan Ning looked at Jiang Sisui. Jiang Sisui sat down next to Jiang Fuhai obediently. Dad, will you try your best to meet any request? Jiang Fuhai said, Of course it's not just any requirement. People definitely have a bottom line. Jiang Sisui immediately said, This request has nothing to do with the bottom line. She just wants something special. Jiang Fuhai frowned. Something special? It's your bottle of rice. Jiang Sisui said, She just wants 1 grain. Jiang Sisui stretched out her index finger. Only 1 pill. Jiang Fuhai's eyes widened. Do you know what that is? Impossible. Jiang Sisui immediately looked aggrieved. I'm just discussing with you. Why are you so fierce? Dad isn't mean to you, he's just surprised. Jiang Fuhai looked at Ruan Ning with a different look in his eyes. Have you been to the treasure house downstairs? Ruan Ning. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Fuhai. Why did you choose this from so many valuable things? Even if antiques are not valuable now, is this grain of rice valuable? Ruan Ning didn't know whether it was valuable or not. She only knew that her luck was high. She thought for a moment and said, Mr. Jiang, I know it's not easy for you to give up your love. Instead of repaying a favor, why don't we discuss a business deal? Jiang Fuhai raised his eyebrows. You want to talk business with me? Ruan Ning said, As long as there is exchange value, we can discuss it, and I think my item is worth the money and is unique. Jiang Fuhai smiled, and his smile seemed a little proud and a little surprised. You are so arrogant. What do you have that is unique? Ruan Ning decided to spend a little money and took out an envelope from her backpack. It's this invitation card. Jiang Fuhai was puzzled. He opened the envelope and took out the card and invitation letter inside. Noah organization? Jiang Fuhai's mind moved. What does this mean? Ruan Ning smiled and said, Mr. Jiang, it's time to talk about business. Jiang Fuhai was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. No wonder you were able to get the information that my daughter was going to be kidnapped. It's really not simple. Okay, I'll give you a seed, and you give me the information about this organization. Ruan Ning said nothing and took out a diary from her backpack. Jiang Fuhai opened it curiously. The more he looked, the more frightened he became, and his expression became solemn. Someone actually knew about the big flare in advance. They also made so much preparation. How is that possible? Jiang Fuhai quickly flipped through the pages. How did you get this? Or is this a scam? Ruan Ning first explained. I didn't know I would meet you today, and I didn't know you had seeds. Are you waiting to deceive people every day? I found this in a villa when I was looking for supplies. Apart from food and daily necessities, this is the most magical thing, so I took it with me. If it weren't for that seed, I would have kept it for myself. Maybe one day I could get on Noah's Ark and saw. Ruan Ning's words were nonsense. She didn't want to go up at all. That ark is so amazing that most people can't handle it. Zhang Fuhai fell into deep thought. So what you said is true. Could it be that there really was an organization that knew about it in advance, and they even built Noah's Ark? Ruan Ning said, Mr. Jiang, I've told you everything I know. I can also tell you the address of the villa area as long as you don't reveal my existence. So if you want to share the story of Noah's Ark with others, it's best to wait a few days. Zhang Fuhai looked up at Ruan Ning. Ruan Ning said, I'm just a scavenger. I don't want to get involved in anything too complicated. Zhang Fuhai clenched the card in his hand. Okay, follow me. After the two arrived at the basement, Zhang Fuhai used the key to open the glass cabinet, then carefully poured out a grain of rice and put it into another bottle. Ruan Ning discovered that this bottle was not the glass bottle she had imagined, but a specially made one. Zhang Fuhai said, This is what I promised you. I hope you will cherish it. Ruan Ning said sincerely, Of course, I will ensure its safety. Zhang Fuhai sighed. After leaving Zhang's house, Ruan Ning secretly stuffed the bottle into the space. From today on, she will be the person with a luck value of 4.2 every day. What she's going to do now is to sneak away to some deserted place, then stay there for 3 years, and then come out and kill Chu Dingfeng. Of course, the prerequisite is that Chu Dingfeng's luck value no longer rises abnormally. She had just told Zhang Fuhai the address of the villa area, and he would definitely send people to search for it. Chu Dingfeng was now lying in bed, freezing and having a fever. Hey, I can get the rice with just one piece of information and trick Chu Dingfeng at the same time. It's definitely not a loss. A sly smile appeared on Ruan Ning's face. She looked up and was about to leave the gate of Yueshan camp, but unexpectedly, there was someone standing there. Ruan Ning didn't know him, but she had basically guessed his identity. This person was most likely her ex-boyfriend, the outdoor expert Lu Zhe who always appeared in the toolbox. To be honest, Lu Zhe looks quite handsome. I don't know why the author created this image. Maybe he thinks being handsome is useless. Or maybe the author just wanted to slap the handsome guy in the face. Anyway, Lu Zhe is 1.81 meters tall, handsome, and likes to buy bags and give red envelopes to his girlfriend. Apart from being unfaithful, he is pretty good in other aspects, especially his love of giving red envelopes. Each red envelope costs 200 yuan, and he can give out 100 of them in one go. Let you experience the feeling of receiving so much money. As for why the money was not transferred, don't boyfriends and girlfriends need some fun? While Ruan Ning was looking at Lu Zhe was also observing her. He never expected that his last girlfriend would fall to this state. Her clothes were dirty, her long and smooth hair was gone, and although she didn't look thinner, her face was dark and covered with dust. So miserable. Bring her some bacon later. Lu Zhe sighed in his heart. Just as he was about to speak, Ruan Ning smiled and said, Mr. Lu. Lu Zhe subconsciously noticed that Ruan Ning had become a little different, but unfortunately, with his playboy personality, his brain was not very smart. Nodding, Lu Zhe said, My dad wants to see you, please come with me. Ruan Ning pretended to be surprised. Why did your father meet me? Did he agree that I could be your daughter-in-law? How is that possible? What are you thinking? Lu Zhe rolled his eyes. How would I know why he wants to see you and let me wait for you in this icy and snowy place? By the way, why are you here? What did you do just now? Ruan Ning said, I just left Jiang Sisui. Lu Zhe was surprised. Do you know Jiang Fuhai's daughter? Ruan Ning nodded. No wonder he wants to get in touch with Jiang Fuhai recently. He wants to ask about you. Lu Zhe said, How do you know Jiang Sisui? Ruan Ning, it's a long story. She paused and said, Anyway, your father will tell you again when he sees you later, so why not listen to it then? Lu Zhe. The two arrived at the Lu family villa, and Ruan Ning found that the furnishings inside were simpler than those of the Jiang family. Lu Xinhua was waiting for them in front of the fireplace. When he saw Ruan Ning, he said with a fake smile, Xiao Ruan is here. Come, sit over here. Ruan Ning obediently sat in the seat he designated. Lu Zhe looked back and forth between the two of them, and finally sat down on the sofa beside them. Lu Xinhua was much more arrogant than Zhang Fuhai, and acted like an elder. Xiao Ruan, you don't hate me for forcing you to break up with Lu Zhe, right? Ruan Ning lowered her head. I am unlucky. Lu Xinhua, just don't bear a grudge. I see you are doing well now, and you saved Jiang Fuhai's only daughter. Ruan Ning looked at her dirty clothes and said, This was an accident. I accidentally heard it when I was scavenging outside. Major General Sun promised to give me 20 kilograms of compressed biscuits, so I sold him the news. Lu Xinhua laughed. That's also your good luck. You and Jiang Sisui have a good relationship now, right? Ruan Ning said. We met on the first day. Will there be a chance for us to interact in the future? Ruan Ning answered honestly. I don't know either. It's not something I can control, just like my relationship with Lu Zhe. Lu Xinhua was prodded by her neither soft nor hard, and he showed no shame at all. That's different. You are friends, not husband and wife. Being friends doesn't require matching social status. If you have the chance in the future, you can come and play with Jiang Sisui more often. Ruan Ning said nothing. Don't you want to live a good life? Lu Xinhua persuaded. If you can handle your relationship with Jiang Sisui, I will agree to let you continue to date Lu Zhe, so that you can live in Yueshan camp. Ruan Ning looked towards Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe's eyes lit up. It wasn't that he was still thinking about Ruan Ning, but seeing his ex-girlfriend in such a miserable state, he thought he could help her out. Ruan Ning turned around and said to Lu Xinhua, I am willing to have a good relationship with Jiang Sisui, but I can't move into Yueshan camp alone. I still have a father and a mother. Lu Xinhua was surprised. Your parents are around? They are not dead? Ruan Ning shook her head. Lu Xinhua said meaningfully, It seems that you are indeed capable. How about this? I will give you a set of clean clothes, and you can wear them to go in and out of the Jiang family. How about this condition? Ruan Ning said, I want to eat more. Lu Xinhua understood that food must be scarce for Ruan Ning's family of 3, so it was normal for her to bring this up. He no longer mentioned letting Ruan Ning live in Yueshan camp. Okay, as long as you come to Yueshan camp to find Jiang Sisui once, I will give you 20 kilograms of compressed biscuits, which will be enough for your family to eat for a long time. This is a reward for you. I'll pay you 20 kilograms first. Ruan Ning raised her head and said, Thank you, Mr. Lu. I will definitely come here more often as you instructed. Lu Xinhua was confident of victory. He didn't believe that Ruan Ning could resist the temptation of 20 kilograms of compressed biscuits, not to mention that she had parents to support. Waving her hand, Lu Xinhua asked Lu Zhe to take her to get her things, and she could leave directly after that. Lu Zhe didn't expect the problem to be so easy to solve, and he breathed a sigh of relief. In the basement, Lu Zhe found that it was not easy to carry bacon secretly, so he gave Ruan Ning a few bags of beef jerky, some chocolate candies, and then the 20 kilograms of compressed biscuits. After going upstairs, he secretly stuffed the things into Ruan Ning's pockets. Hide these things in your backpack, and don't let anyone else find them. Ruan Ning smiled and said, Thank you. What are you thanking me for? Lu Zhe put his hands in his pockets handsomely. Don't come to Yueshan camp again. It's too complicated here. You can't handle it. Ruan Ning nodded. She hadn't planned to come in the first place, but Lu Xinhua insisted on sending her 20 kilograms of compressed biscuits, and she had no choice. After leaving Yueshan camp, Ruan Ning found a deserted place and put on her skates. About a week later, the Yueshan camp troops raided the villa area. Although Chu Dingfeng's wound stopped bleeding, he was almost dead from the torture. In a short period of time, he lost half his weight and became thinner than a dying old man. After he fell down, Yuli Ke had no way to go up the mountain to chop firewood and could only cry. Chu Dingfeng endured the cold for an hour and had no choice but to take out firewood and charcoal from the space. He told Yuli in a low voice to light the fire. Looking at the supplies that appeared out of nowhere, Yuli was completely stunned. Chu Dingfeng knew that he couldn't keep the secret, and he still needed Yuli to cook for him and change his medicine, so he simply told her that he had a space. It's already the end of the world. What could be more outrageous than the end of the world? Yuli secretly decided to save Chu Dingfeng. Only if he was alive could she have no worries about food and clothing and no longer have to lie under so many men. She took care of Chu Dingfeng very attentively. Chu Dingfeng was very satisfied with her attitude. But Yuli was not a doctor after all. Her cooking skills were not as good as Zhao Nana's, and she often watched the fire go out. Chu Dingfeng suffered repeatedly between cold and hot, and later he even had a fever. Fortunately, there is medicine. After a week, I barely had the strength to speak. Now, the two men were still sleeping in bed when they were awakened by the noise outside, and countless soldiers instantly rushed into the villa opposite. Yuli was so frightened that she trembled all over. She hugged Chu Dingfeng and said, What happened? Are they here to arrest someone? Chu Dingfeng is still on the wanted list. Yuli was not aware of this matter, but Chu Dingfeng knew it clearly. He also suspected that these people were here to arrest him. What to do? He can teleport away, but his teleportation skill can only be used by himself. What about Yuli? She has her own son in her belly, and she knows a secret. Chu Dingfeng looked at Yuli. At this time, Wan Ning was hiding on a mountain not far away, looking towards the troops with a telescope. The reason she was here was because she had just sneaked into the villa area and delivered a small gift to the 4 major command posts. Chapter 48. Chu Dingfeng didn't understand. He was reborn with a golden finger, so why did he end up like this? If he kills Yuli, he will lose 2,000 family contribution points. The key is that the child in her belly dies. Will his teleportation skill disappear? If that's the case, he won't be able to escape from the villa today. Yuli cannot be killed, but what if she reveals her secrets? Chu Dingfeng suddenly grabbed Yuli's arm, feeling uncertain. Wife, I have to leave first. If you are found by them, just say you are here alone and ask them to send you to the disaster camp. Got it? Yuli trembled. How can I go to the disaster camp? I don't want to go there. I will pick you up in a few days. Chu Dingfeng stared at Yuli and said, You have to believe me. You are pregnant with my child. I will not ignore you. Yuli's eyes were filled with tears. How long should I wait? Chu Dingfeng said, At most half a month. He glanced across the room. Help me up first, I'll put my things in the space. Yuli cried and helped Chu Dingfeng up. The two of them fumbled around in the room for a while. Chu Dingfeng warned her, You must wait for me in the disaster camp. Got it? Yuli nodded. Chu Dingfeng instructed, Don't mention me to anyone, especially my space. Otherwise we will lose the supplies to spend the rest of our lives together. Yuli nodded desperately. The next moment, Chu Dingfeng disappeared in front of her. Yuli was stunned and frightened, wondering how many secrets this man had. The room was dark because the curtains were drawn. Yuli quickly put on her thickest clothes, wrapped herself tightly in a quilt, and shivered in the room. On the mountain, Ruan Ning saw the troops rushing into the villa of the real estate developer. Tong Tong, do you think they can find my gift? The system said, It should be okay. In the past few days, Ruan Ning asked the system to cheat a little for her, impersonating a real estate developer's handwriting to leave clues about the natural disaster. She didn't write it in too much detail. After all, it would look strange if it was too detailed. It just said that after the extreme cold comes the extreme heat, and after the extreme heat, there will be a series of impacts such as volcanic eruptions and earthquakes. These few strokes can have a huge impact. For example, in the case of cold-resistant potatoes, they may open up new research projects to develop heat-resistant and drought-resistant varieties earlier, so that government forces can take more initiative when it is extremely hot. According to the original book, that period was a period of rapid development for Chu Dingfeng. If the government forces still existed, wouldn't Chu Dingfeng have gone from being a king to a rat crossing the street? Hey. At this time, the system suddenly said, Host, Chu Dingfeng used the teleportation skill. Where did he go? System, he is too weak. He is about 20 minutes away from us. Ruan Ning raised her eyebrows and began to think about it. The system was surprised and asked, Host, you don't want to catch up and take a look? Ruan Ning replied, Why should we chase after him and see? The system breathed a sigh of relief, but Ruan Ning's next words were, We should give it a try. The system was horrified. He can teleport. Can we hurt him? Don't go deliver food. Ruan Ning said angrily, It's not a fair fight. We can launch a sneak attack. And you forgot that I still have lucky turn. The system immediately smiled and said, Yes, we still have props. Let's go over and try it out. Ruan Ning glanced towards the villa area and chased in the direction of Chu Dingfeng. The other party barely moved. Ruan Ning did not foolishly rush out to introduce herself. She hid when she was a certain distance away from Chu Dingfeng and looked at the weak male protagonist. I have to say that Chu Dingfeng's life is very tenacious. If it were someone else, he would have died on the spot when his hand was cut off that night. The reason Chu Dingfeng has been able to survive until today is entirely because he is the male protagonist. Ruan Ning took out the lucky spinner from the space. It was not made of paper, but more like a virtual screen, which appeared in front of Ruan Ning after being taken out. The largest area of the roulette wheel is 300 points, and the area decreases to 500 points, 700 points, and 1,000 points. Ruan Ning said to the system, If it reaches 500 points or above, we will open fire. If it falls below 500 points, we will call it a day and go home. What about exactly 500 points? The system asked curiously. Ruan Ning, Of course I'll call it a day and go home. Reaching out to move the pointer, the turntable began to spin rapidly. After 10 seconds, the speed slowly slowed down, swaying in different areas. Ruan Ning shouted silently in her heart. 1,000 points. 1,000 points. It has to be 1,000 points. System. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. You have gained 500 temporary luck points, which will last for 2 hours. It actually takes that long? Ruan Ning was surprised. No, it's only 500 points. Doesn't that mean we have to call it a day and go home? Although she had already made up her mind, Ruan Ning was extremely unwilling. If she didn't shoot Chu Dingfeng now, her turntable would be used in vain. But there were only 500 points, and she was a little afraid of it exploding. Over there, Chu Dingfeng was still moving forward slowly. Seeing him getting farther and farther away from her, Ruan Ning gritted her teeth and said, "No matter what, there are wolves in front and tigers behind. I will be the idiot in the middle." Taking out a pistol from the space, Ruan Ning sneaked up close and aimed at Chu Dingfeng. There is always someone unlucky today. With a bang, the sound of gunfire shook the mountains and forests. Chu Dingfeng in front fell down. Ruan Ning was confused. Did I hit him? He didn't just fall down by sheer luck and avoid the bullet, did he? The system was overjoyed. Congratulations, host. Congratulations, host. Successfully hit Chu Dingfeng. Ruan Ning's eyes lit up. When she looked again, Chu Dingfeng had disappeared. He can still teleport, which means he is not dead. What a pity. Ruan Ning asked. Where did I hit? The system said, it's the calf host. Ruan Ning waited up and decided that since the card was still in effect, she might as well take advantage of the situation and pursue the enemy. Where did he teleport to? Can I still catch up with him? You'd better not, host. The system replied, I can upgrade now, and I will shut it down soon. Besides, you just fired a shot, and the troops have sent people to search for you. Ruan Ning ran quickly. The system then said, congratulations to the host for breaking through Chu Dingfeng's defense for the first time. After detection, you have been upgraded to an intermediate host, and the system will be upgraded. The upgrade usually takes 5 days, during which the system will be shut down. Ruan Ning couldn't believe it. You take so long to level up? The system was shy. After all, I'm an excellent subsystem. After the upgrade, it will bring a more pleasant user experience to the host. You have broken through Chu Dingfeng's defense this time, and you will receive a generous reward. Please choose one of the following options. Reward 1. The planning space area will be doubled, or the planning space flow rate will be x3 in the original time. Please choose one of them. Reward 2. 15 points of free allocation or 20 points of random allocation, used to enhance physical fitness, strength, and agility. It has been detected that one of your immediate family members has crossed over. According to the friendly negotiation regulations, each of your immediate family members will receive 10 randomly allocated points. Reward 3. Your space is about to be expanded for the second time. This expansion is limited to edible supplies, and the size of each item must not exceed 20 centimeters. You can pick 3 foods to add to the refresh list. Note, to avoid bugs, food with luck value cannot be added. Please make your selection within 50 minutes, then the system will shut down. Ruan Ning was observing traces on the ground. It would be very annoying if she was traced back to where she was. System, can you help make these footprints disappear? The system replied, this must be impossible. Ruan Ning was depressed. Then what should I do? If you want to deal with Chu Dingfeng, you will inevitably take risks. Host, please use your wisdom. Ruan Ning sighed inwardly. The male protagonist was indeed not so easy to bully. She thought for a moment before changing herself to a sled and speeding forward. Since she can't avoid being tracked, she can go to crowded places to distract attention. Besides, she didn't believe that they could chase so far after reaching the foot of the mountain. It was impossible for the other party to catch up with her speed with her legs. So Ruan Ning went down the mountain, put on roller skates, and returned to the city. There are many traces of chaos in the urban area, and the surface is icy, so people cannot leave any traces when they step on it. To be on the safe side, Ruan Ning came to the market office building, then found a deserted place to change into a pair of shoes, and decided to seal up the shoes she wore in the mountains and never use them again. Overall, today's gains were great. At this time, the system reminded again, host, please make your choice as soon as possible. The system will shut down for upgrade in 10 minutes. Ruan Ning thought for a moment and said, let's just randomly allocate the points. After all, there are 5 more points. The choice of planning space is expanding, and the scale of expansion in the early stage is the hard truth. As for the 3 edible supplies in the space, Ruan Ning paused here. This really puts her in a difficult position. There are so many things in her space now that it is really not easy to pick out 3. Ruan Ning. Can I put my chicken there? It's edible. The system flatly refused. No, host, please make a choice as soon as possible. The system will shut down in 7 minutes. Ruan Ning. Will the reward disappear if I turn it off? You can also choose to restart the system after that, in which case you will lose the 10 days of refreshes. Ruan Ning pondered for 10 seconds. Then let's put the compressed biscuits in first. How many can we put in at most? System. You can put in 5 compressed biscuits. That means losing 3 kilograms a day. Ruan Ning was overjoyed. The reason she chose compressed biscuits was because they had a long shelf life, and everyone would want them in the end times, so they were basically equivalent to circulating currency. Refreshing compressed cookies is like owning a money printing machine. The second option was medicine. After all, she had enough food to eat, but the types of medicine puzzled Ruan Ningwei again. With so many medicines, which one should I choose? Ruan Ning gritted her teeth and said, then let's take the iodine tablets. After all, I bought this later, and it is a must-have drug for nuclear war, so it's better to have more. For the last item, Ruan Ning looked around in the space and finally chose a bag of fertilizer. The system was speechless. Host, can you eat this? Ruan Ning blinked her eyes. I can't eat it, but Mother Earth wants to eat it. System. This won't work. How many cubic meters of water can be put in at most? Ruan Ning readily followed suit. The system replied, a maximum of 0.3 cubic meters of water can be added. Rounding it up, it's 1 ton a day. Ruan Ning had stored enough water, but the problem was that she would soon own 2 acres of land, and farming required a large amount of water. Even chemical fertilizers are not needed, but water cannot be lacking. 1 ton should be enough to water the ground, and there's no need to water the space every day. System. The 3 supplies are compressed biscuits, iodine tablets, and water. Host, are you sure? Ruan Ning noted. System. Ding dong, the system will be upgraded. Please take good care of yourself during this period. The planning space rewards have been issued. Your 20 points of free allocation have been issued, including plus 11 for constitution, plus 4 for strength, and plus 5 for agility. Zhou Sulan gains constitution plus 7, strength plus 2, agility plus 1. Ruan Xifeng gains constitution plus 6, strength plus 2, agility plus 2. Add new supplies to your fridge and enjoy triple refreshment every day. The rewards have been distributed. Please continue to work hard and achieve better results. The system is shut down. Ruan Ning understood that if she chose random, the physical fitness would be increased more. It seemed that the system defaulted to physical fitness being the most important in the apocalypse. Being strong is useless. Being agile can only make you run fast. The key is to be able to endure. Ruan Ning didn't care, but it was good for Zhou Sulan and Ruan Xifeng's physique. After all, they were old. After walking around outside for a few rounds, Ruan Ning changed her shoes again and came to the small market again. There was no way. Her luck value would only take effect in half an hour. It would be a waste if she didn't make good use of it. Since Wu Daoi's business has been booming, the scale of this small market has also been expanding rapidly. The small corridor is crowded with people, and the daily trading volume is estimated to be not small. Besides Wu Daowei, there are many new caravans coming to the market now. Ruan Ning was strolling slowly inside. Li Yunshan was surprised to see her and quickly dropped his business and ran over. He smiled and said, Miss Ruan, you are finally here today. We Angkor have been waiting for a long time. Ruan Ning only had half an hour and couldn't wait for Wu Daowei. She shook her head. I'm not here to do business today. I'm just shopping by myself. Li Yunshan's eyes lit up. Walk around by yourself? You can walk around by yourself. Come and take a look at my side. Ruan Ning was just buying something so she could look anywhere. Okay, if you find something good, you have to give me a discount. Li Yunshan. Of course, it's the best price. The two of them came to his stall, and Ruan Ning discovered that in addition to Li Yunshan, there were 2 helpers sitting there who apparently also served as bodyguards. There were sugar, salt, other food, and compressed biscuits on the stall. Ruan Ning was not interested in any of these. Is there anything more unusual? Li Yunshan knew that she looked down on ordinary things, so he took out a box from the package and said, Miss Ruan, what do you think of this? Ruan Ning discovered that it was a box of candied fruit. Is there anything more exotic? Li Yunshan was distressed. It was not that he didn't want to do this business, but these were the only things he had on hand to eat. I'm here to help our boss find some things that are easy to sell. Li Yunshan said, I don't know what kind of things you are looking for, Miss Ruan. Why don't you go to the stall upstairs over there and have a look? Are there any who push business outward? Ruan Ning was curious. There is a market upstairs? What are they selling? Li Yunshan said. He sells electrical appliances. Ruan Ning was stunned. What the hell is this? Is it the same as your power bank, sold out? Li Yunshan quickly said, No, he used to be a repairman. Not really a repairman, but he knows this knowledge. You can ask him to repair your cell phone, flashlight, or something like that. Ruan Ning said, How is his business? Li Yunshan said, Of course it's not good. There's no electricity and no internet. What's the point of repairing it? He does have a solar panel, and he has fixed it, but look at the weather. Can it generate electricity? Ruan Ning thought it was a good idea and said goodbye to Li Yunshan and went upstairs. When they found the stall he mentioned, Ruan Ning noticed that the man hadn't shaved for a long time, and it was hard to tell how old he was. He was still very thin and wore a tattered cotton jacket. A little girl of 6 or 7 years old was sitting next to him, wrapped in a quilt. Ruan Ning walked to the stall and found 2 mobile phones on the ground. Crouching down, she asked, Brother, does this phone work? The man looked up at her and said, It can be used, but it's very expensive. Ruan Ning was curious. How expensive is it? Let me make it clear first. There is no signal right now. If you turn it on, it will be a calculator and can also be used as a flashlight. It's cold now, and if you're not careful, the phone will shut down and the battery will drain quickly, but I provide charging here. The price of a mobile phone is 100 kilograms of compressed biscuits, and a full charge weighs 5 kilograms. Ruan Ning exclaimed, Your business is not going well, right? The man said, Anyway, I only want 10 kilograms. People who don't know how to buy it still won't buy it. I might as well ask for a higher price. Maybe I can meet a big fool. Ruan Ning laughed. Now that you put it that way, I won't buy it. Will you buy it? The man looked at Ruan Ning suspiciously. Although you are not as skinny as others who are hungry, you are not someone who would buy a mobile phone. Ruan Ning said, I really won't buy it, but I have a batch of things on hand. I wonder if you can repair it. Man, what exactly? I used to be an electronic engineer and have been working in this field for more than 10 years. Ruan Ning asked, Can the drone be repaired? It depends on the extent of the damage. The man said, It's nothing that can't be repaired. I used to do technical support for a big drone manufacturer. Ruan Ning smiled and said, Okay, I have 5 drones here. If you can fix them, I'll give you 50 kilograms of compressed biscuits, 10 kilograms for each drone. The man was shocked. Do you have spare parts? You can tear this down and repair that. Ruan Ning said, But you are not allowed to keep it for yourself. If I find out. She did not continue with her threats. The man said, I kept this for myself, and I can't eat it, but I promise to fix it all for you. One machine contains 10 kilograms of biscuits. Ruan Ning smiled. Okay, equals. At this time, a small note was urgently sent to the provincial command post. After receiving the note, Qian Liyun fell on the bench in disbelief. How could such an organization exist? Why? Why didn't we notice it beforehand? We are the ones who let the people down. Qian Liyun's eyes turned red, and he quickly said to his secretary, Go call everyone in the command post to a meeting. No, call all the people from the 4 command posts to the meeting and invite Mr. Liu and the others to come. Ask them to come. This meeting is very important. An hour later, all the middle level and above officers from the 4 command posts gathered together, filling the small conference room. Qian Li announced the NOAA organization to them, as well as the contents of the newly found note. According to the records here, the NOAA organization believes that the world will suffer a devastating blow. After the extreme cold, there will be extreme heat, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, volcanic ash spread, acid rain, and polar nights. Elder Liu held the heavy note and said, Commander Qian, is what's written here true? Have you confirmed it? This was handed in by Jiang Fuhai. He also has an invitation card from the NOAA organization. This is a member's diary. You may pass it around. Based on the above information, we have concluded that the owner of the diary should be Yao Qinggong from Fuji Real Estate. Yao Qinggong's real name is Yao Dajin. He is a well-known real estate businessman in my country and a local entrepreneur. I believe everyone knows him. 3 days before the super flare, he was asked to cooperate with the investigation into a corruption case, but the super flare occurred before the interrogation officially began. According to our later investigation, he was most likely dead. We have also checked with the people around him. The diary and the note are all in his handwriting, and the things recorded on them are very private. They should have been written by him personally, so the credibility is very high. Mr. Liu remained silent. Next to Sun Yongchao, Lieutenant General Li, commander of the disaster relief camp, said, "If it is true, we should make preparations as soon as possible." Qianli said, "That's what I meant, so I called everyone together to think of a solution and consult Mr. Liu for his opinion." Old Liu frowned. "It's not clear how long each disaster will last. We can't give up on the research of cold-resistant potatoes easily. We have to proceed with the next plan. In this case, the investment will be huge." Qianli waved his hand. "It's good to have a direction. We must do it at all costs." At this time, the commander of Yueshan Battalion said, "I agree to immediately invest in new research and development. In addition, if the records above are true, then where is Noah's Ark?" Everyone fell into deep thought. Did they really build a ship? If it's a ship, is it on the sea? The sea can't be completely frozen, right? Sun Yongchao was surprised and couldn't help but whispered, "Lieutenant General Li, can we also go to the sea to find a way to survive?" Lieutenant General Li shook his head. "It's easy for you to think so. Our province is landlocked. Where are the ships and crews for going out to sea?" Qianli also heard his words and made the final decision. "Let's start preparing. Sooner or later, we will reach into the sea." No one spoke. Everyone wants to do this, but do they have the ability to do it? Recruiting crew members and finding ships was extremely difficult for them, as they could not even fill their stomachs. Moreover, they are from an inland province. Where can they find such talents? Qianli looked at everyone and said, "There is one more thing. It is about this diary and this disaster sequence list. Should we find a way to notify the Black Sea province?" Lieutenant General Li shook his head. "We have no way of getting there now, so let's not waste our time." He was telling the truth, and everyone felt heavy in their hearts. Sun Yongchao suddenly stood up and said, "Leaders, although we cannot notify the Black Sea province, our disaster relief camp found a city more than a month ago where more than 1 million people were still alive. I have reported this matter to my superiors. I suggested that we find a way to get this message to them no matter what. Under the current circumstances, only if we compatriots help each other and share what we have can we ensure that more people can survive." Qianli lowered his head and thought for a moment. "Okay, I'll leave this matter to you disaster victims. I'll allocate the supplies you need on the road." Sun Yongchao's face lit up. "Thank you for your support. We will ensure that we complete the task." Equals. After talking with Wang Min, Ruan Ning returned to the 18th floor. Zhou Sulan and Ruan Sifeng were still cooking. After their unremitting work for a period of time, the supplies in Ruan Ning's space were almost cleared. You know, she refreshes the volume 3 times every day, and she also searches so many vegetables from the highway. Now, the storage capacity of cooked food in her space has reached a terrifying level, enough to feed 3 people for a lifetime. Seeing her daughter coming back, Zhou Sulan said in high spirits, "What great thing have you accomplished today? How come my planting space has expanded by 1 acre?" Ruan Ning smiled and said, "It's a good thing anyway. Have you noticed any other changes?" Zhou Sulan was confused. "Other changes? It's about whether you feel more energetic, stronger, and have faster reactions." Ruan Sifeng said, "Yes. You wouldn't have noticed it if you hadn't told me. Now that I think about it, I'm really energetic today. I really feel like I did 30 years ago." Ruan Ning chuckled and told them about the system's reward for their physical fitness. Zhou Sulan's eyes lit up. "So I'm not Superman now?" Ruan Ning said, "I won't become a Superman, but my physique will be better, and I won't get sick so easily, and my spirit will be better too." "That's not bad. No wonder I didn't feel tired working today," Zhou Sulan said happily. "If we continue like this, maybe we can live to be 100 years old and watch you slowly grow old." Ruan Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the following days, in addition to contacting Wang Min, Ruan Ning accompanied her parents to practice shooting or visited the disaster relief camp. The reason for visiting the disaster camp was because Cheng Jiaoyue was there. She had joined the female soldier guard corps as she had wished and was patrolling every day with a gun on her back. In addition, Cheng Jiaoyue is also responsible for teaching female soldiers marksmanship. Her salary has also increased. She used to get only 3 compressed biscuits a day, but now it has become 5, and she can also receive a package of firewood every day. Ruan Ning asked her and Dr. Zhu to keep an eye on a pregnant woman, but the two never found Yu Li, and they didn't know whether she had never been to the disaster camp or had been taken away by Chu Dingfeng. After 5 days, the system upgrade was finally completed. Chapter 49. Ruan Ning felt that she had been waiting for this moment for too long. The system had been with her since she traveled through time. It could be said that they were together all the time. She was not used to it without the elf. In addition, without a system there would be no cheat code, so Ruan Ning was certainly looking forward to its upgrade and return. At noon that day, the system ding-donged. Your elf has been upgraded successfully. Dear host, we have detected that you already have some survival experience, so we will disable the novice assistance function for you. Ruan Ning didn't expect that the first thing the system did after it came back was to turn off the function, so she quickly asked, "What is the novice assistance function?" The system replied, "Newbie assistance mainly refers to monitoring Chu Dingfeng's every move. From now on, the system will no longer provide you with monitoring services, including Chu Dingfeng and anyone else." Ruan Ning felt sad. It would be better not to upgrade. The system will also activate the protection function and can detect whether there are humans who are hostile to you within a 10-meter radius around you. This feature is upgradable. Ruan Ning breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. What new features are there? The system said. When a system is upgraded, your refrigerator space and storage space will also be automatically upgraded. Refrigerator space refresh will be quadrupled. Storage space will be increased by 2,000 cubic meters at one time, and the growth rate will be adjusted to 20 cubic meters per day. Ruan Ning smiled. Not bad, not bad. Are there any new features? Pretty cool. The system reward library has been updated. After the host completes the task, he will receive a higher level reward. The system has also launched a new system mall, which refreshes a new material every day. I believe it will be of great help to you. The mall supplies are precious. Please consume rationally. Ruan Ning couldn't hold back her smile when she heard this. Show me the mall. The system opened the mall, and a virtual screen appeared in front of Ruan Ning, with only a single item on it. The introduction says that the constant temperature clothing can maintain a body temperature of 26 degrees under non-extreme conditions, and can also play a certain role under extreme conditions, so you no longer have to worry about cold or heat. If it's extremely cold, how warm can it keep? The system replied, put it on, along with a woolen sweater and a down jacket, and you can keep out the severe cold. Ruan Ning was shocked. What about extreme heat? It can make the human body feel as comfortable as possible. At least it won't easily cause heat stroke. Ruan Ning stared at the constant temperature clothing. It said on it that the maximum purchase quantity was 5 sets. But she couldn't afford any of them. Tong Tong, if I don't buy it today, will it be refreshed tomorrow? The system replied, yes, it will be refreshed every morning. What is the probability of seeing it again in the future? System, completely random. The probability cannot be calculated. Ruan Ning just felt unbearable heartache. To purchase items in the system mall, you need contribution points. Ruan Ning's current contribution points are 1,000, and this constant temperature clothing requires 1,500 per set, which is a huge difference. She could only watch it refresh and disappear. Ruan Ning couldn't sleep that night anyway, so she just stayed up until 12 o'clock and watched the system mall refresh. The fertilizer refreshed this time is organic fertilizer, which can provide a large amount of nutrients to the land and can be used regardless of the growth stage of crops. The price is 1 contribution point per piece. Ruan Ning paid the money promptly. Just use these in the planting space. The system smiled and said, okay, host. Anyway, it was already midnight, so Ruan Ning emptied the refrigerator space of supplies. Her refresh amount has been adjusted to 4 times today, which means that she can refresh 800 photon bullets a day, not to mention other supplies. Next, Ruan Ning decided to ask her parents to stop cooking and concentrate on finding a place where no one was around to practice shooting/skills. Now Chu Dingfeng's whereabouts have become a mystery, and her monitoring range is only 10 meters. She must improve the family's defense and combat capabilities as soon as possible, and can't just store up food like before. After making plans, Ruan Ning discussed with her parents early the next morning and went out to practice shooting. The 3 of them found an open place, and Ruan Ning set up a large windproof tent, laid a thick mattress, and put bedding on it so that they could rest for a while inside when they felt cold. Ruan Xifeng and Zhou Sulan are aiming and shooting. After such a long period of training, the 2 men have become proficient in shooting and can be a little more accurate. This is inseparable from the large amount of ammunition support provided by Ruan Ning. According to the information revealed by Cheng Jiaoyue, the troops are now short of ammunition and cannot train frequently. After setting up the tent, Ruan Ning began to practice compound bow nearby. Although she had a gun in her hand, it could not be used in all situations. For example, she made a mistake in the last duel with Chu Dingfeng. Later, Ruan Ning thought that she should have used a compound bow. Mom and Dad also want to practice this, but she hasn't mastered the compound bow yet, so she needs to practice first before she can teach. The whole family stayed here for the whole day. When it was cold, they hid in the tent, and when they were hungry, they ate ready-made food. After practicing like this for 2 days, the potatoes were ripe. This is a big deal. The family sat in front of the return air furnace, and Ruan Sifeng was the most excited. Do you think the yield per moo can reach 4,000 kilograms? Zhou Sulan was not sure. We don't have enough fertilizer, so we may not be able to reach that, but it should be at least 3,000 kilograms. 3,000 kilograms is pretty good. Ruan Sifeng's face was filled with joy of a good harvest. This is how easy it is to farm. You don't have to plant rice seedlings or dig potatoes yourself. If this technology can be brought into reality, farmers will be so happy. Ruan Ning coughed quickly. Dad, Mom, stop chatting. Mom, start harvesting. No matter how many kilograms, it will be enough for our family to eat. Zhou Sulan nodded and immersed her thoughts in the planting space. After a moment, she opened her eyes. Ruan Sifeng asked quickly, "How is it? Do you have 3,000 kilograms?" Zhou Sulan nodded. Yes. Ruan Sifeng was delighted. How many kilograms exactly? It should be 7,000 kilograms, but because the animals took up some space, the total is 6,700 kilograms. Ruan Sifeng was stunned. Ruan Ning smiled secretly in her heart and pretended to know nothing and asked, "So there are so many potatoes in 1 acre of land?" Zhou Sulan smiled happily. This is because not much fertilizer was applied. It turns out that having a golden finger makes one stand out from the crowd. Ruan Sifeng praised the girl at the right time. Yes, my wife has the best golden finger. Ruan Ning decided not to tell them the truth and still have fun. Ruan Sifeng was so happy that he quickly said, "Wife, take out all the potatoes and put them in the condensed space so they won't go bad." Ruan Ning shook her head. "Don't take it all out. Leave some for seeds and plant potatoes on the next 2 acres of land." Okay. Zhou Sulan seemed particularly excited. Ruan Ning was collecting potatoes while curiously asking, "System, I've actually been having a question for a while." The system responds, "What?" Since the planting space can be used for planting, it means there is sunlight in it. Ruan Ning said, "Let's not talk about its principle first. Can we use solar panels to generate electricity inside?" The system replied, "That's right in theory, but how do you install it in space? Humans are not allowed to enter." Ruan Ning smiled. The system is silent. Ruan Ning smiled and said, "Can't you help? Farming is fully automated, so wouldn't it be easy to install a solar panel?" The system struggled. "Your planting space is 2 acres in total. Are you sure you want to waste space to generate electricity?" Ruan Ning thought about it and realized that she had no shortage of food for the time being, but she was a little short of electricity. Diesel has a fixed amount, so if we can generate electricity with solar energy sooner, we should do it sooner. Let's put it this way. Half an acre of solar panels can generate a lot of electricity, and the remaining 1.5 acres can be used for farming. Now we harvest once every 45 days on average, and there is no pressure at all. Seeing that it could not resist, the system said aggrievedly, "Okay, I will install solar panels for the host. Please remember my painstaking efforts towards you." Ruan Ning chuckled. She took out the solar panels and the supporting equipment from the space and said to Zhou Sulan, "Mom, put these in the space." Zhou Sulan, who was taking potatoes out, asked in confusion, "What is this for?" Ruan Ning, "To generate electricity. Our energy consumption is too fast now. Since there is sun in your space, it is more cost-effective for us to generate electricity." Zhou Sulan's face was filled with joy. "You are really smart." After putting the light panels into the space, Zhou Sulan felt that they suddenly assembled themselves and started working. "How amazing!" Zhou Sulan exclaimed again. "I can actually assemble a generator by myself." Ruan Ning smiled. In this way, their family's energy worries are solved and they no longer have to save on electric stoves. After harvesting potatoes, there was still some time this afternoon. It would be late to go out for shooting practice, so Ruan Ning decided to go to the disaster relief camp to take a look. When she arrived, Cheng Jiaoyue was patrolling the area. Seeing Ruan Ning, she was delighted and ran over from a distance. "Ning Ning, you came to see me again?" Ruan Ning smiled and handed her a small package. "Put it in your pocket and take it home to read it." Cheng Jiaoyue thought it was taken from her family's supplies and said with a smile, "Thank you." "Your brother hasn't come back yet?" Cheng Jiaoyue sighed. "I don't know what mission he went on. I asked Major General Sun, and he said that if everything goes well, he should be back soon." "It's a secret mission, right?" Ruan Ning consoled him. "It shouldn't be a big problem. Your brother is so perceptive and will take good care of himself." Cheng Jiaoyue hummed. Ning Ning, actually I am now a member of the patrol team. No one dares to bully me. You don't have to come here often. Don't get frozen. I'm not here just to see you, but also to meet some people. By the way, did you find the person I asked you to find last time? Cheng Jiaoyue shook his head. I didn't find any pregnant women in the disaster camp. You know the situation here. New people come and go every day. Some people just take the compressed biscuits and leave. Nowadays, people's faces are all dirty, and it's really hard to recognize them by their appearance. Ruan Ning could only say, okay, maybe she didn't come to the disaster camp. There is no way to monitor Chu Dingfeng now. The best thing is to find Yu Li. Keeping an eye on Yu Li is the same as keeping an eye on Chu Dingfeng. Did she really not come to the refugee camp? Chu Dingfeng wouldn't recover so quickly and take her away, right? Ruan Ning was thinking in her heart when a noise was heard from the other side of the refugee camp. Looking over there, Ruan Ning discovered that some troops had returned from outside. The last expedition team brought back winter clothes and food. Now that more people have come back, the victims were instantly excited and ran over to watch. Cheng Jiaoyue was even more excited and took Ruan Ning's hand. It must be my brother who is back. Let's go over and take a look. Ruan Ning smiled and nodded. The two of them ran towards the crowded place, and Ruan Ning suddenly felt her heart beating faster and felt a little uncomfortable. System prompt. There are 3 people within 10 meters of you who are hostile to you. Ruan Ning realized that this was a new feature. Can it show what kind of hostility it is? This feature needs to be upgraded. Ruan Ning did not stop because it was too easy to imagine that there was hostility in the end times. These people might just want to steal her down jacket. When you get to a place with more people, the system prompts that the number of hostile targets has reached 8. Ruan Ning looked at the people around her and saw that they were all staring at the little soldiers, hoping that they would take out winter clothes and food. Some people were also watching her and Cheng Jiaoyue. At this moment, Cheng Jiaoyue suddenly excitedly grabbed Ruan Ning's right hand. It's my brother. My brother is back. Ruan Ning subconsciously looked up and spotted Cheng Jiaoyue in the crowd, mainly because he was too tall and very easy to be seen. Cheng Jiaoyue's face was frostbitten and he looked much thinner. There were about 500 soldiers going out this time, each of them carrying a heavy marching bag, but they looked much more energetic than last time. He probably didn't walk far, so he didn't go looking for food, someone speculated. Another person asked, what were you doing? Moving ice cubes in such cold weather. Is it a military training? I saw reports of military training often in the past. What's going on? We're still training. Wouldn't it be better to have one more person alive? While the crowd was discussing heatedly, Lieutenant General Li from the disaster relief camp rushed out of the gymnasium. When he saw so many people and so many backpacks in front of him, his face lit up with joy. Lieutenant General Li excitedly grabbed the hand of one of the young soldiers and said, thank you for your hard work. You have completed the mission well. Sun Yongchao was also among the welcoming staff, and he gave a hug to his guard named Su Ming. I'm finally back. I'm glad I'm safe. Su Ming responded with a simple smile. Ruan Ning watched from the side, curious about what these people were doing outside. At this time, after communicating with the soldiers, Lieutenant General Li turned around and faced the victims. Hello, everyone. I believe you all know me. I won't waste my words. This time, so many soldiers were sent out to retrieve important supplies for us. As a combat unit, we were stationed in the mountains 100 kilometers away before. This time, we retrieved the mines, grenade, and mortars. Look, this is the barrel of a heavy machine gun. Lieutenant General Li pulled a young soldier over and asked him to show it to everyone. For the convenience of transportation, it has not been assembled yet. This time, we have greatly strengthened the armed forces of the disaster-stricken camp. Lieutenant General Li said, I know that there are some people with bad intentions hiding among the disaster-stricken people and snooping around. I will tell you today. The last 4 command posts held a meeting to study and decide to give soldiers the power to shoot and kill bandits at any time when they encounter them. As long as you dare to come, I will let you taste the power of these weapons. Although the world is in chaos now, we are still alive. No one in the disaster camp dared to speak. Ruan Ning was also a little scared. This was a heavy machine gun. Could it shoot Chu Dingfeng into a sieve? Fortunately, she won't go against the refugee camp. After shouting, Lieutenant General Li led the soldiers away. The crowd here talked for a while and then gradually dispersed. After all, guns can't be used to make a living. As people were slowly dispersing, Ruan Ning looked at them one by one, but did not find any trace of Yu Li. Instead of disturbing the reunion of the two siblings, Ruan Ning chose to go home. On the way, she frowned and wondered where Yuli had gone. Assuming she had never been to the disaster camp and she met those soldiers under the circumstances, she had only one place to go: Moon Mountain Camp. Yueshan Camp is generally not open to the public, but Yuli might rely on the fact that she is pregnant or ask someone to take her in. Do you want to go to Yueshan Camp to find her? After thinking for a moment, Ruan Ning decided to give up. First, Yuli might not be there or had been taken away. Second, she didn't want to deal with those people from Yueshan Camp, at least not for the time being. In order to avoid trouble, she has communicated with Cheng Jiaoyue and son Yonchao not to reveal her address to Jiang Sisui. It was indeed a pity that Chu Dingfeng could not be found, but Chu Dingfeng could not find her either. The two were equally matched, so it was barely a tie. When Ruan Ning thought of this, she suddenly realized that she had been thinking in the wrong direction. Chapter 50. Ruan Ning found herself falling into a misunderstanding. That is, she thought Yuli must have been taken down the mountain. In fact, given the circumstances of that day, it is possible that she was not discovered at all. So there are two possible places for her to go. One is to stay in the villa area, and the other is to return to her original residence. So the question is, would Chu Dingfeng also teleport back to the villa on the same day? And are the two of them hiding together now? It seems we have to find a way. The next morning, the first thing Ruan Ning did after getting up was to open the system mall and saw a newly refreshed pond. The introduction says that the pond can raise all aquatic plants and animals, has an area of 1 acre, and needs to be accompanied by planting space. Ruan Ning asked the system, "Will this occupy the original arable land area?" System: "It sells for 10,000 contribution points, so it won't happen." Okay, I'll just ask. Since the system mall has not refreshed anything usable, we can only implement Plan B. Ruan Ning told her parents and went to the disaster relief camp to find Cheng Jiaoyue. He just came back yesterday, and the army gave him 3 days off. When Cheng Jiaoyue heard Ruan Ning asking him for help, he expressed his willingness. The two of them came to the outskirts of the villa area, and Ruan Ning said, "When you go in, just treat it as searching for supplies and look for houses one by one. If you see a woman, you can ask around. If it's a couple, leave quickly." Cheng Jiaoyue nodded. After he entered the villa area, Ruan Ning felt a little cold, so she simply took a knife to cut some branches and then lit a fire. About half an hour later, Cheng Jiaoyue returned from the villa area. Ruan Ning quickly asked, "How is it? Is there anyone inside?" Cheng Jiaoyue shook his head. "But there are signs that someone has lived here. They must have been gone for a while." Ruan Ning said, "Then let's go to another place." After extinguishing the bonfire on the ground, the two set out again. The place we arrived at this time was a residential area. This community is old and small, and most of the residents rent houses. The rent was not cheap before the end of the world. Near the residential area, the two took off their skates and walked forward. Ruan Ning was about to explain something when Cheng Jiaoyue suddenly said, "I heard from Ji Li that you met your ex-boyfriend in Yueshan Camp." Ruan Ning didn't react for a moment. Ah. After realizing that he was actually asking about gossip, Ruan Ning looked at Cheng Jiaoyue deeply. She didn't expect that he had such a hobby. Ruan Ning thought about it and said, "Yes, we met and chatted for a while." Cheng Jiaoyue: "Is it because of him that you don't let Ji Li reveal his address?" Is this how Cheng Jiaoyue understood her motives? Ruan Ning said, "I guess so. Remember to ask her to keep the secret for me." Cheng Jiaoyue nodded. Ruan Ning decided to bring the topic back to business, pointing to a building to the west and said, "Go to the right room on the 3rd floor of that building later. There might be a beautiful woman in there. Her name is Yuli. If she is alone, just come to me directly. If there's a man in her family with a broken hand, you can say you've got the wrong door. If he doesn't believe you, you can just say you're an old customer and get away with it." Cheng Jiaoyue frowned. "Old customer? What did they sell before?" Ruan Ning coughed and said, "Yuli used to do that business." Cheng Jiaoyue was silent for a few seconds and sighed. "It's cold outside. Find a place to hide. I should be quick." Ruan Ning nodded. This time with a clear goal, Cheng Jiaoyue came back in about 10 minutes. Ruan Ning waved at him from inside the building. When Cheng Jiaoyue came up, she quickly asked, "How is it?" Cheng Jiaoyue said, "There is a girl named Yuli. There is a man in her room, but he is probably not the one you were talking about." Ruan Ning was dumbfounded. The two waited there for a while and saw the man Cheng Jiaoyue mentioned coming downstairs. The man was about 40 years old, not tall, dressed in tattered clothes, and looked around as if he was afraid of being discovered here. "He is definitely not Chu Dingfeng," Cheng Jiaoyue asked. "What should we do now?" Ruan Ning thought about it and said, I'll just go and take a look. After going up to the 5th floor, Cheng Jiaoyue stood in front and knocked on the door. Yuli opened the door quickly. She probably thought it was a returning customer, but when she saw Ruan Ning behind her, she was frightened. She hurried to close the door, but Cheng Jiaoyue had already blocked it. After the two of them entered smoothly, Cheng Jiaoyue closed the door. Yuli was so scared that she trembled. Are you a pair of thieves? I don't have anything here. I just started my business. Ruan Ning said bluntly. We are Chu Dingfeng's friends. Yuli's eyes lit up, but she immediately lowered her head and asked Ruan Ning cautiously. Is it true? Chu Dingfeng is still alive? Ruan Ning said, Of course, he asked us to come and see you. But what's wrong with you? Aren't you pregnant? How dare you betray my brother and do such a thing? When Yuli heard this, she half believed it. Apart from Chu Dingfeng, no one knew that she was pregnant. She walked to the sofa and sat down, hanging her head and crying, I didn't want to do that either. Who told him to leave me alone and not come back? I waited for him on the mountain for a whole day. I was so cold that I had no choice but to go down the mountain to find food. I didn't expect that I would have a miscarriage. Ruan Ning was surprised. What do you mean? Yuli's eyes were filled with tears. The child is gone. It's really not my fault. Why did he leave me alone? Ruan Ning looked at Cheng Jiaoyue. Cheng Jiaoyue understood and walked out of the house. Ruan Ning then said to Li, The child is definitely gone. Have you seen a doctor? There is an old Chinese doctor in our area. Yuli said, I lost a lot of blood that day, and it's still not clean, so I only provide other services. She raised her head and said, I didn't really betray him. I didn't mean to lose the child. I was hiding in a house that day, and suddenly there was a noise on the mountain, and all the soldiers ran out. And then they seemed to leave. I was so scared that I didn't dare go out, so I hid in my room and didn't even notice they left. Yuli looked at Ruan Ning. The child is gone. Do you think Chu Dingfeng will forgive me? Ruan Ning said. You know it clearly in your heart. Yuli's face turned pale. She knew how much Chu Dingfeng valued his children, so she had no intention of going to the disaster camp, because going there might mean committing suicide. She works in this line of work and had suffered 2 miscarriages before. It is not easy to keep a pregnancy stable. Ruan Ning took out 20 kilograms of compressed biscuits from her backpack and placed them in front of Yuli. Here is some food. Chu Dingfeng asked me to bring them. I won't tell that person if I meet him today, but the child is gone. You'd better leave here and don't let him find him. Your body doesn't want to get pregnant again, does it? Yuli trembled with fear and clenched the compressed biscuits with her fingers. Ruan Ning said goodbye and left. Cheng Jiaoyue was waiting for her outside the door, and they left the community together. Cheng Jiaoyue then asked, Do you know this girl? Why are you looking for her? Ruan Ning had already thought of an excuse. A young girl recently moved into our building. This woman is a mistress. Her husband ran away with her. Cheng Jiaoyue looked surprised but didn't say much in the end. Ruan Ning smiled at him and said, I'm sorry to bother you today. In the past, I would have to treat you to a meal, but now I don't have the conditions. As she spoke, Ruan Ning took out a small cloth bag from her backpack. This is a small token of my appreciation. Cheng Jiaoyue lowered his head and did not answer. Ruan Ning raised her eyebrows. It's not a valuable thing. If you don't want it, I won't dare to ask you for help in the future. Cheng Jiaoyue picked up the small cloth bag. Thank you. You're still thanking me? Ruan Ning laughed. Are you going back to the disaster camp directly later? Cheng Jiaoyue thought about it and said, I want to go home and take a look. The two returned to the community together. Zhou Sulan came to open the door and was a little surprised to see Cheng Jiaoyue. Cheng Jiaoyue said hello and returned to 1802 silently. After the two returned home, Zhou Sulan quickly asked Ruan Ning, How is the situation? Did you find Yuli? Ruan Ning nodded. I found it. It's different from what I thought. Ruan Xifeng asked, What's the difference? Ruan Ning told the whole story, and Zhou Sulan shook her head. In this weather, it's lucky for a girl to have a miscarriage and still be able to survive. Ruan Xifeng asked, Now that the child is gone, does that mean Chu Dingfeng's teleportation golden finger is gone? Ruan Ning shook her head. I don't know, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Who knows if he is hiding and preparing a big move? Aren't all the male protagonists in books like this? They survive after being in danger, and they find treasure after falling off a cliff. Ruan Xifeng was speechless. Zhou Sulan asked, I saw Cheng Jiaoyue from next door come back. What is he doing back? Ruan Ning hesitated. In fact, she didn't quite understand. Maybe he hasn't been home for too long and wants to go home to visit. Jiaoyue is back. Ruan Xifeng's face lit up with joy. and he got up and went next door to meet Cheng Jiaoyue to reminisce about the past. In the following days, the Ruan family resumed their daily practice of shooting. With a supply of countless ammunition, Zhou Sulan and Ruan Xifeng made progress. Ruan Ning felt that she had made a lot of progress in Compound Bao. By mid-March, people were surprised to find that the temperature had warmed up slightly. Although the temperature has not returned to above zero, you won't feel the chill immediately when you go out. After getting used to temperatures of -40 or 50 degrees Celsius, this weather is actually not bad. Ruan Ning's thermometer showed that the temperature was about -32 degrees Celsius in the place where there was no fire. In the living room at home, if you turn on all the electric stoves and burn the return air stove a little more, the temperature can reach around -8 degrees Celsius. No need to wrap yourself up like a bear at home. If you use an electric blanket when sleeping at night, you may even feel a little hot. As the temperature rises, human activities become more active, and the city seems to have been reborn, making people feel that there are still so many people alive. Ruan Ning went out in the morning, planning to get 2 more drones for Wang Min. There were a total of 532 drones in her batch, all of which had been tested in Zhou Sulan's space. About 252 of them were in good condition, and the others needed to be repaired. There was too much to handle at once, so Ruan Ning decided to let Wang Min handle it slowly. Wang Min lives in a relatively high-end residential area in the city. Probably some bloody incident happened here in the past, and bloodstains are still on the walls. There was a knock on the door, and when Wang Min saw it was her, he quickly opened the door. Ruan Ning had come here twice before and asked with a smile, "Brother Wang, how's my drone?" Wang Min looked excited. "Both units have been repaired this time. Your drones were originally brand new, and they didn't have a power supply installed at the time. The damage to them was minor, so there was no need to replace any parts. I fixed them all for you." At this point, Wang Min's eyes lit up. According to the agreement, it's another 20 kilograms of compressed biscuits. Ruan Ning took out 20 kilograms from her backpack. This is the 20 kilograms for this time, and there are also 2 drones. Wang Min was even more excited. He took the drone and the compressed biscuits in his hands and said, "Great, I can buy some brown sugar for Nyonyo. I didn't expect that my major is still useful now." Ruan Ning asked him to assemble the 2 repaired drones, and Wang Min asked, "Don't you want to try?" "Forget it. There are other people living in your building. I'll go back and find another place to try." Wang Min nodded. "Okay, but remember not to fly for too long now, otherwise the battery will freeze." He said casually, "Drones are so valuable now. Are you going to sell them? I suggest you sell at least 1,000 kilograms of compressed biscuits." Ruan Ning laughed. "How can it be so valuable? You are asking for an exorbitant price. How come there are none? How many drones are left now? This is air superiority. Isn't there only one helicopter in the whole city that can fly? And now it's broken." Ruan Ning smiled and said, "So you have to keep this matter confidential so that we can continue to cooperate." Wang Min chuckled. "Don't worry, I'm just a maintenance worker. I don't know anything else." Ruan Ning nodded. "Then I'll come get the drone in a few days. I hope it will be repaired by then." Wang Min, "No problem." After leaving Wang Min's house, Ruan Ning was planning to put on her skates and go home. At this moment, the system suddenly announced, "Host, there are 3 people within 10 meters of you who are hostile to you. There is no one around, which means there is someone hiding in the dark." Ruan Ning thought about it, put on her skates, carried her full backpack, and left for the suburbs. Those 3 people actually had tools. One of them had roller skates, and the other 2 had strange homemade shoes. They all followed Ruan Ning. Ruan Ning raised her eyebrows, quickened her pace, left the city, and arrived at a deserted place. This used to be a suburb, with probably houses underneath the thick layer of ice, but now there is only an endless ice field all around. Soon, 3 big men caught up with her. Seeing Ruan Ning standing there without moving, one of them shouted, "What's in your backpack? Hand it over immediately." Ruan Ning asked, "There are compressed biscuits available at the disaster refugee camp now, so people won't starve to death. Why do they still want to rob?" One of them laughed and said, "Little girl, why do you think so? Not only do I want to rob you, I might even rape you. I fell in love with you the last time you came to our neighborhood." A compound bow appeared in Ruan Ning's hand. The scene was so horrifying that the 3 grown men were so frightened that they were stunned. Before they could react, Ruan Ning's arrow had already been shot out. The first person fell down. Ruan Ning couldn't make a moving target, so she practiced with fixed targets these days. Chasing a real person for the first time, she set her sights on the scope and fired another arrow. This time it was off. Ruan Ning knocked another arrow. The compound bow is slow to load arrows. If I had to make an analogy, it is more like a sniper rifle. Another arrow was shot, and the second big man fell down. Ruan Ning raised her head and looked in the direction the third person was running. Because he was wearing roller skates, he was faster than most people, but the compound bow had a wide shooting range. Ruan Ning chased after him directly. The arrow did not miss the target, but only hit the opponent's calf. The man realized he couldn't run away, so he knelt on the ice and cried, "Little girl, spare my life, please spare my life. I really won't dare to rob again. As long as you let me go, I can give you all the supplies we have hidden. I have a 90-year-old mother to take care of at home. Please let me go. I will never tell anyone that you can do magic." Ruan Ning shot the last arrow. She will have to go in and out of Wang Min's place frequently in the future, and if the issues with these three people are not dealt with, it will be a worry. No one wants to be stared at. After thinking for a while, she put the three bodies into the space and went to a more suburban area. About an hour later, there was still a vast ice field in front of Ruan Ning, but she felt like she had arrived at the countryside of the past. This place was flooded by water and is now covered by ice. There are no mountains around, so there must be no people. Ruan Ning threw the corpse out, moved away for a distance, and took out the car windshield from the space. After being out for so long, her body temperature dropped rapidly. There is a hot water bottle in her space. Zhou Sulan fills it with boiling water and can take it out for use at any time. Ruan Ning stuffed a hot water bottle in her down jacket, put one behind her back, and held one in her hand. Then she took out the thermos and drank the ginger and brown sugar water. The body temperature finally slowly returned to normal. Ruan Ning put the thermos cup back into the space and was about to get a few more hot packs when she suddenly saw something passing by in front of her. She blinked. What? This is not a zombie world. Corpses won't mutate. Besides, even if it mutated, it would be frozen solid in such cold weather. Ruan Ning did not take the hot pack again. Instead, a gun appeared in her hand, and she looked carefully towards the location of the body outside the car window. Fuck! Ruan Ning was stunned. She actually saw 3 Arctic wolves in this place. With the speed of an Arctic wolf, she would have to use a rocket to run, right? Roller skates are useless. How did they get all the way here? Is it because the Arctic is too cold and they can't hibernate? By the way, do Arctic wolves hibernate? Ruan Ning didn't dare to move in the car, praying that the Arctic wolves would leave immediately after eating. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. The number of wolves over there not only did not decrease, but slowly increased to 8, forming a small wolf pack. Ruan Ning swallowed her saliva and quietly asked the system, "Can my snowmobile be used in minus 30 degrees? System, it can probably be used. Ruan Ning decided to wait patiently and not force it. Over there, the wolves did not leave immediately after eating, but wandered around. Ruan Ning had no choice but to observe the wolves quietly. Compared to animals raised in zoos, wild animals have much better bodies. Although these wolves are not big, they have slim waists, long legs, and a strong body. Although their fur is not shiny due to hunger, it is still white and beautiful. There was also a little wolf among them. After a moment, the little wolf seemed curious and jumped in Ruan Ning's direction. Ruan Ning held her breath. When the little wolf was about to leave the pack, a wolf, probably its mother, warned it and called it back. Then the 8 wolves left. Ruan Ning breathed a sigh of relief, not daring to look over there again. She quickly took out her snowmobile and sped away. She never dared to go so far away alone again. Who would have thought there would be Arctic wolves? It was not until they returned to a place closer to the city that Ruan Ning stopped the motorcycle and quickly got into the car to restore her body temperature. This delayed us another half an hour, and it was almost dark when we got home. Ruan Ning was walking inside with her head down when she suddenly heard Wen Mei's voice. "Miss Ruan, why did you come back at this time?" Ruan Ning looked up and saw Wen Mei and Zhao Nana, with Zhao Xiaobao following behind them. Zhao Xiaobao looked at her stupidly. The 4-year-old child was holding a small bundle of dry firewood. Ruan Ning said, "I came back late because of something else today. It's cold outside at night. Let's go in quickly." Wen Mei nodded repeatedly, and the 4 of them entered the building. At this time, Ruan Ning suddenly said, "Wen Mei, take Xiaobao in first. I have something to tell Nana." Wen Mei nodded and took Zhao Xiaobao into the house. Ruan Ning saw that she had closed the door, but she still lowered her voice. "Zhao Nana, I have something to ask you." Zhao Nana has been busy outside recently and no longer looks like an 18-year-old girl, but she is in good spirits. "Miss Ruan, if you have any questions, just ask." Ruan Ning said, "Do you know where Chu Dingfeng will go if he leaves the villa?" Zhao Nana was stunned. Ruan Ning, we saved you by coincidence that day. You must have doubts in your heart, right? In fact, I really wanted to deal with Chu Dingfeng, so I deliberately ran into you by chance. Zhao Nana suddenly realized, so that's it. Ruan Ning, I'm sorry, I lied to you before. Zhao Nana shook her head. You are my savior, and the fact that you want to deal with Chu Dingfeng shows that our goals are the same. As for where he will go, I don't know. Zhao Nana said, besides the villa area, the only place he and I have ever been is my own home. Ruan Ning's eyes lit up. Yes, will Chu Dingfeng return to his safe house? His injuries must have healed by now, and maybe he has even found a new wife. Will he fight back? Ruan Ning thought for a moment and said, I see. Thank you for telling me. Zhao Nana hesitated and said, there is one more thing. This is just my guess. I don't know if it is correct. Ruan Ning asked curiously. What? There's something wrong with him, Zhao Nana said. He seems to really want to make me pregnant, and he's looking for women everywhere. I always feel like he has some secret. You have to be careful with him. I suspect he has supernatural powers. I used to read novels online a lot. Isn't that what they all say? There are supernatural powers in the end times. Ruan Ning was stunned for a moment, then immediately said, I'll be careful, don't worry. Zhao Nana breathed a sigh of relief, then said nervously, Ms. Ruan, I actually want to ask you for help with something. I know you have a friend who is currently in the disaster camp patrol team. Can you introduce him to me? Ruan Ning was surprised. You want to go to the disaster camp? But there. Zhao Nana said, I know, but I may not meet Chu Dingfeng there. Am I going to hide forever? I saw a notice at the refugee camp that anyone over 18 could serve as a soldier there, and I wanted to improve myself. Ruan Ning asked, what about Zhao Xiaobao? Anyone has agreed to help me take care of him. As long as I pay 30 compressed biscuits every month, I will come back to see him often. Ruan Ning lowered her head and thought for a moment. Okay, then you come with me to the disaster camp tomorrow, and we will discuss it with your sister Jili then. Zhao Nana smiled and said, Thank you, Miss Ruan. Ruan Ning. Don't call me that from now on. Just call me Sister Ruan Ning. Zhao Nana nodded immediately. Okay, Sister Ruan Ning. The next day, the two arrived at the disaster camp early in the morning. Zhao Nana had already cut her hair short and stood straight at the recruitment site. Although the treatment for military service is good now, there are not many female soldiers who are really willing to serve. You have to know that female soldiers have to work in the severe cold every day, while the refugee camp has fire and food, so as long as they're a little hungry, they can survive. If you really can't do it, you can go out to work and earn some money. Moreover, there are certain requirements for the physical fitness of female soldiers. Zhao Nana is young, energetic, and most importantly, she has a strong will, so she passed the assessment quickly. Ruan Ning then took her to Cheng Jiaoyue and introduced this young colleague to her. Cheng Jiaoyue had already gotten to know the female soldiers well, and said with a smile, just help her integrate into the group and ensure that the mission is completed. Ruan Ning smiled and said, not only that, we also need to give her some special training so that she can catch up with the shooting class. No problem. Cheng Jiaoyue promised, smiling at Zhao Nana. I think you should learn quickly, you look very smart. Ruan Ning laughed in her heart. Then I will leave her to you. Cheng Jiaoyue agreed readily. After Zhao Nana left, Cheng Jiaoyue asked in a low voice, I heard from my brother that you brought a girl back to our building. Is that her? Ruan Ning hummed. So her husband was kidnapped? Cheng Jiaoyue asked immediately. Ruan Ning didn't know how to explain it now, so she could only say vaguely, yes and no. She's only 18 years old and she didn't like that guy anyway, so don't tell anyone else and don't mention it in front of her. Of course I understand that. Was she forced to marry that old bastard? We've encountered a lot of them lately. These despicable men, beastly parents. Ruan Ning coughed and said, Cheng Jiaoyue, where is your civility? But you can still curse. Cheng Jiaoyue chuckled. I just can't help being angry. By the way, be careful when you go out recently. The weather is getting warmer, and all the evil spirits will come out. Of course, Ruan Ning understood. She also knew that not only were there evil spirits everywhere, but things were also going to change in Yueshan camp. Because potatoes are cold-resistant, they will soon produce results. Although it is still uncertain whether it can be used in practice, it is a matter of life and death for all ordinary people. And it is also an opportunity for ambitious people to dominate the end of the world. The biggest difference this time from the novel is that the refugee camp claimed to have found mortars and grenades. I don't know if I can make Luo Bin restrain himself. Ruan Ning felt that he had better restrain himself so as not to become the captain of the transport team for Chu Dingfeng. The next morning, the first thing she did when she got up was to open the system all. Since this feature was introduced, the supplies that were refreshed each time were either too expensive to buy or not very useful and not worth wasting contribution points on. Ruan Ning was close to losing her patience. If she didn't get something good today, she decided to never get up and go shopping again, and she had to put it off until after brushing her teeth and washing her face. When I opened the mall as usual today, a small prop caught my eye. Double card, price 100 contribution points. Use this item to double the supplies you collected today. Note 1. Including refrigerator space refresh supplies. Note 2. The materials in the storage space do not enjoy double bonus. Note 3. Items containing luck value do not enjoy double bonus. Ruan Ning purchased and used it with one click and quickly opened up the refrigerator space. She then removed the bullet from it. Ruan Ning's current refresh rate is 4 times, which means that she can take out 800 bullets every day. If she uses the double card, she can get 1,600 bullets. In fact, she actually had 1,600 more rounds in her space. Ruan Ning was overjoyed. I've waited for so long, and finally it happened. Zhou Sulan next to her looked at her unhappily. What are you doing so crazy so early in the morning? Ruan Ning hugged Zhou Sulan and said, Mom, are the potatoes in your space almost ripe? It's almost there. Zhou Sulan calculated. Ruan Ning quickly said, Then let's start harvesting potatoes later and take them all out and store them. Zhou Sulan. Ruan Ning sank into her own space again and emptied the supplies in the refrigerator. All 8 times. After a simple wash, Ruan Ning walked to the return air furnace and asked Zhou Sulan, Mom, do you see if there is any space? Can we harvest it? Zhou Sulan said, Yes. This time is about the same as last time, about 10,000 kilograms. Ruan Ning's eyebrows lit up. Then take them all out and give them to me. Ruan Xifeng asked curiously, Ning, why are you so happy today? Ruan Ning, take it out first, I'll tell you right away. Zhou Sulan felt curious and started taking potatoes out from the space. Mom, wait a moment, Ruan Ning said to the two with a smile. Look, let me perform a magic trick for you. Zhou Sulan and Ruan Xifeng stared at her eagerly. Ruan Ning picked up a potato from the basket, and it quickly turned into 2 in her hand. Ruan Xifeng was stunned. What kind of golden finger is this? Ruan Ning smiled and said, Double the harvest. All the supplies I collected today are doubled. Zhou Sulan suddenly became excited and kept putting potatoes out. It's not that I can't take out 10,000 kilograms at a time, but it's a problem of the size of the house. And Ruan Ning needs to touch the items to collect them, so they will put a box of potatoes on the ground and collect them one by one. In this way, the mother and daughter kept taking things out and collecting them back into the space, and it took more than 2 hours. 20,000 kilograms of potatoes were obtained. Ruan Ning didn't feel tired after collecting all the food. She just ate a few bites and said, Mom, let me try the chicks in the space. Zhou Sulan immediately grabbed a chicken. Because space and time flow quickly, the little chicks have grown into a big rooster and a big hen. Ruan Ning put her hands on them and actually copied 2 identical chickens. What are you waiting for? The ducks, rabbits, and pigs in the space are all doubled. Then do you want to give Xiao Huang and Xiao Huang a try? Zhou Sulan asked. Ruan Ning thought about it. Her family kept 2 dogs as pets, so it always felt weird to double the amount. Forget it, 2 dogs are good enough. Zhou Sulan nodded. What about the solar panels in my space? Can they be copied? The system immediately said, Any items that have entered the storage space are not allowed. Ruan Ning then shook her head. No, there aren't many things that can be copied in this house. Wen Ning sighed. It was a pity that in order to preserve Cheng Jiaoyue and the others' things, she put all of them into the space, including the air/rifle/guns and bullets. What a pity. Then can I go to the refugee camp and touch Cheng Jiaoyue's gun? And then you give me double the one? Ruan Ning asked the system. The system said, No, the ownership of the required items belongs to the host. There are still 21 hours left on the double card, and Ruan Ning doesn't want to waste it. Looks like I need to go out and do more things today. First stop, the small market. Chapter 51. The small market is very lively and continues to expand in size. The vendors used to do business in the corridors, but now the whole room is filled with goods, occupying 2.5 floors. Ruan Ning hadn't been shopping for a long time, so she decided to go upstairs to familiarize herself with the prices. There were people on the 8th floor when I came last time, but not so many. Ruan Ning found that most people were standing at the door of an office, which was crowded inside with no space at all. Ruan Ning couldn't see what was being sold inside, so she curiously asked a man next to her, "Brother, what good things are being sold here? Why are there so many people here?" The eldest brother said, "Don't you know? They sell expired food here. I don't know where it comes from. There are all kinds of snacks and 2 bags of expired beef jerky." Speaking of beef jerky, my brother swallowed hard. Ruan Ning didn't foolishly ask why so many people were looking at expired food. "Have those 2 bags of beef jerky been sold?" The eldest brother shook his head and said, "No, most people here just want to see it, they can't afford it. But I heard there are cheap expired drinks, that is, sweet water, which are snapped up in no time." Ruan Ning pretended to be surprised and chatted nonsense with this elder brother. "Keep going inside." The 8th floor sold all kinds of things. Ruan Ning saw a stall selling used clothes, with 2 people picking and choosing. She thought about it, followed the example of others, and spread a mat on the ground, then lit a fire beside her and placed 2 kilograms of compressed biscuits in front of herself. After a while, a man in his 60s came over and asked, "Girl, are you selling compressed biscuits?" Ruan Ning said, "Well, what can you exchange for?" The old man fumbled around and took out a gold bracelet. "Would you like to take this?" Nowadays, many people don't accept gold items. After all, they are not edible. Ruan Ning said, "I can accept it, but the price is not high. How do you want to exchange it?" The old man said, "This is the only piece of gold jewelry my wife has. It weighs 40 grams. Can I exchange it for 2 kilograms of compressed biscuits?" He said it with a guilty conscience. Although the gold bracelet is valuable, it is not worth eating now. He has just asked 7 or 8 families, and no one wants the gold. They thought that gold would become more and more valuable in the future, but they didn't expect that it can't be exchanged for anything now. So, the old man was feeling guilty and wondered if he was getting too tall. Ruan Ning nodded. "Okay." The old man's face lit up with joy. The 2 men exchanged money and goods. Ruan Ning took the gold bracelet and weighed it, and had already put one of them into the space. This bracelet is indeed 40 grams, which means a total of 80 grams of gold. "It's okay." After the old man left, Ruan Ning took out 2 kilograms of compressed biscuits and placed them on the ground. The vendor next to him said in disbelief, "You actually exchanged compressed biscuits for gold? Are you crazy?" Ruan Ning smiled and said, "If you have gold, I will also exchange it." The man muttered twice and stopped talking. After a while, someone else came to ask the price, but this person's offer was unreliable, so Ruan Ning did not do the business. 20 minutes later, after figuring out the prices, Ruan Ning packed up his stall and prepared to leave. At this time, the old man who had just used the gold bracelet hurried over and asked in a low voice, "Little girl, we still want to exchange for compressed biscuits. Do you have any more?" Ruan Ning certainly did. "How much do you want to exchange, or in gold?" The old man said, "Let's go upstairs and talk." Ruan Ning looked at him and nodded. "Okay." Being wary of an ambush, Ruan Ning walked cautiously. Unexpectedly, when she reached the 14th floor, she saw the buyers standing there in a neat row. There were actually more than a dozen elderly people of similar age. Ruan Ning was stunned. "How much do you want to change?" Several elderly people worked together to collect about 4 gold bracelets, a gold ring, and a gold necklace, totaling 115 grams. Ruan Ning rounded it up to an even number for them and traded 6 kilograms of compressed biscuits. The income space gold becomes 230 grams. In fact, gold is of little use nowadays. Ruan Ning only collects it for fun and to satisfy her hobby of collecting. The elderly group over there was also very happy. After the transaction was completed, Ruan Ning asked curiously, "Are you from the disaster relief camp?" Nowadays, it is rare to see so many elderly people except in disaster relief camps. The first old man who made a deal with Ruan Ning sighed and said, "No, we used to live in a nursing home. We were lucky to survive, but when we returned, our family was gone. The refugee camp is now overcrowded, so we found a place nearby. We usually move together, so it's safe." Ruan Ning nodded. "Then you should pay more attention to the disaster refugee camps and move in as soon as possible." The old man nodded repeatedly. Ruan Ning was just about to leave when she suddenly realized something was wrong. It's not surprising to see these dozen old people walking together. They may really know each other. The problem is that they seem to have never been hungry. This is incredible. The fact that they still have so much gold in their hands shows that they did not exchange supplies in the early stage. Ruan Ning was curious and couldn't help asking, "Can I ask a question?" "You can choose to answer me or not." The old man asked, "What do you want to ask?" Ruan Ning said, "I have no ill intentions. I'm just curious about what you ate while you were trapped in the sanatorium." A dozen elderly people looked at each other. In the end, the old man answered as a representative. Since you are willing to sell us compressed biscuits, we can also tell you that we found a warehouse with some dog food in it. We survived by eating dog food. The reason I came out today is that I really can't stand it anymore. Maybe it was because he thought about the taste of dog food that the old man's face was filled with pain. After all, he has been eating dog food for nearly 7 months. Wan Ning's eyes lit up slightly. The dog food in her space was all unpacked from express deliveries. Although her 2 dogs eat everything, it seemed okay to stock up some dog food. Wan Ning asked, "Is the quality of this batch of dog food good?" The old man said, "I think the packaging should be quite expensive, but it's fine for us to eat it anyway." Wan Ning said, "How many kilograms do you have left? I'll trade them with you for compressed biscuits." At this moment, everyone was stunned, not knowing whether they should believe the girl in front of them. Wan Ning said, "I'm a businessman. I have some compressed biscuits. After all, the shelf life of dog food is much shorter. You can consider it. How about this? I'll exchange 1 kilogram of compressed biscuits for 3 kilograms of dog food. I want 3,000 kilograms in total." The old man's eyes widened. "Is this true you want so much? Moreover, 3 kilograms of dog food could be exchanged for 1 kilogram of compressed biscuits, which was beyond their expectations. 5 pieces of 1 pound of compressed biscuits can last for at least 5 days, and 3 pounds of dog food can last for 3 to 4 days. But it will really make the dog vomit after 7 months, not to mention that compressed biscuits have a long shelf life. It's not that they haven't thought about selling dog food, but there are also compressed biscuits on the market now, which can be collected at the disaster relief camp every day. Most people would think, I can just eat compressed biscuits. Why should I eat dog food? So when they hear about dog food, they either don't want it or try to lower the price." Wan Ning smiled and said, "Tonight, you can trade at a designated place." The old men looked at each other, and finally the eldest one said, "Okay, let's do it tonight in this building. When do we trade?" Wan Ning thought for a moment and said, "It has to be later. How about 12 o'clock? The old people looked at each other and finally agreed. After going downstairs, Wan Ning went straight to the 7th floor and said something to Li Yunshan. Li Yunshan was overjoyed to see Wan Ning and ordered someone to find Wu Daowei. Wan Ning asked at this time, "I saw someone selling expired food upstairs. Where did these people come from?" Li Yunshan lowered his voice and said, "They are from Boss Luo's side in Yushining. They felt it was not worthwhile to give it to us, so they organized their own people to sell it. Don't be fooled by the large crowds there. They're just there to have fun. How many people can afford to buy such expensive products? So it's the discarded goods from Yueshan camp." Wan Ning nodded. "Brother Li, I'll go to the office and wait for Brother Wu first." Li Yunshan immediately smiled and said, "Okay, I'll have someone prepare a pot of fire for you." It had been a long time since Wan Ning had discussed business with Wu Daowei. This time, after waiting for less than 20 minutes, Wu Daowei ran in. Before he could even say hello, Wu Daowei complained with a sad face, "Sister, you've made me wait so long. I've been looking forward to your coming every day, but you've been nowhere to be seen for several months." Wan Ning blinked her eyes. "There is no other way. Our team is working hard to dig ice." Wu Daowei was surprised. "You are also digging ice? I heard that the higher-ups," Wu Daowei pointed to the sky, "organized half of the people in the disaster-stricken camp and recruited many people from outside to dig out the entire former shipbuilding heavy industry. My God, we spent so much effort to build a factory. The machines inside have been soaked in water and even frozen. What good is it?" Wan Ning said casually, "Yeah, I don't know what the higher-ups are trying to do. Brother Wu, let's talk business." Wu Daowei immediately laughed. "Yes, let's talk about business. What good things have you got recently?" Wan Ning said, "There are a lot of good things. It depends on whether you are willing to bid." Wu Daowei said quickly, "As long as we can afford the price." Then he lowered his voice and said, "You want a gun, don't you? Someone came to us to exchange it recently. We can give you about 2. Wan Ning's eyes lit up. "Brother Wu, your business is getting bigger and bigger, and you can't even distribute all the guns." Wu Daowei acted modestly. "No, it's mainly because the world outside is in chaos." Wan Ning smiled and said, "Last time we talked about ginseng, right? I still have 7 stocks left. I'll give them all to you. Why is the price still dropping? Isn't it 10 for 2? Wu Daowei said, "And it definitely won't work this time because the ones coming are all big guns." Wan Ning understood it should be a rifle. This thing has a long range and great power, but it has no bullets. Wan Ning shook her head. "Do you have a gun? I want to get one." Wu Daowei thought for a moment and said, We have pistols as well. The price can be as you mentioned before, but we can't buy big guns. Wan Ning thought about it and decided that based on the price from last time, she had made a profit again. Not to mention that ginseng was originally refreshed, and today she got double the amount, which is equivalent to cutting the price in half. The question is how to set the right price for the rifle/gun. She couldn't produce ginseng again, so she had to find something else. There are a lot of supplies in the space now, and some of them have even become troubles. For example, pepper. At that time, she thought that this thing was expensive in ancient times, and now for bottles are refreshed every day and are gathering dust in the space. There are also 4 boxes of self-heating rice. This thing is good in every other way except that it takes up too much space. Now there are more than 2,000 boxes in total, piled up into a small mountain. There are also 20 kilograms of pork, 20 kilograms of sausages, and 12 kilograms of bacon that are refreshed every day, and there is really no place to put them. In comparison, the 20 kilograms of rice refreshed every day are much smaller in volume. At that time, she also bought 3 bags of dumplings, each bag containing 2 kilograms, which means she ate 24 kilograms of dumplings a day. The last upgrade gave a one-time reward of 2,000 cubic meters, and Ruan Ning thought the space was enough. However, with the quadruple refresh amount, Ruan Ning felt a terrifying geometric explosive growth. If we continue refreshing like this, there really won't be enough space. It's a pity that it's not convenient to take out the food, and even if it is taken out, Wu Dawei can't eat it. How about this? I'll bleed a little, Ruan Ning said with a sad face. Do you want cigarettes? Wu Dawei's eyes widened, his face full of surprise. You have cigarettes? Ruan Ning nodded. These days, Wu Dawei and his friends have been trying to get cigarettes and alcohol from Yushining, but no one is willing to sell them. Are cigarettes and alcohol easy to sell in the end times? It is definitely a good seller. Although the buyers don't buy a lot of food, they are definitely generous in spending. Among them, white wine is more popular. After all, when it is cold, a sip of it can make your heart burn. It can also be used as a disinfectant and is the favorite of desperados. Although cigarettes are not as popular as liquor, they are also luxury goods. Ruan Ning smiled and said, cigarettes are fine. We'll use 10 packs of cigarettes to exchange for your big one. Wu Dawei immediately asked, what brand? Ruan Ning thought for a moment and said, it won't be less than 50 yuan a pack before the end of the world. Wu Dawei rolled his eyes and said, 10 bags are too few. You know that this can't be sold to rich people. It's sold in small quantities. At least 20 bags are needed. Ruan Ning said, let's not bargain anymore. Let's just compromise on 15 bags. No, I only want the little ones. Wu Dawei hesitated for a moment. If they could get cigarettes, they would be the first ones in the small market, and it would be good to open up the market. The competition is becoming more and more fierce now. Okay, 15 packs. Wu Dawei chuckled, then 2 packs of cigarettes for a box of bullets. I can give you 2 boxes at most. Ruan Ning was stunned. Good fellow, you are still waiting for me here. Wu Dawei chuckled. At least let us make some money. Ruan Ning also laughed. Okay, I still have 2 ginsengs left. I'll sell them to you at the original price along with the compressed biscuits. Wu Dawei agreed readily. The two agreed to make the transaction at 8 o'clock in the evening, and Ruan Ning left the office first. At this time, there are 17 hours of double time left. Ruan Ning went to the market again to pick and choose, and bought gold worth about 500,000 yuan. Although it is useless, the gold jewelry is really beautiful. And today there is double the amount, just a few compressed biscuits. It would be a shame not to buy them. Just put it in your space and look at it, and you will feel happy. At night, she first traded with Wu Dawei, and after doubling her money, she got 2 pistols, 2 rifles for boxes of bullets, and 10,000 kilograms of compressed biscuits. Pay 7 ginsengs and 2 packs of cigarettes. After making sure that there was no one there, she went to the corridor on the 7th floor and took out 1,000 kilograms of compressed biscuits and placed them outside. At 10 o'clock, Ruan Ning heard some noise outside, so she went downstairs and helped them carry up 3,000 kilograms of dog food. With her current physical condition, she doesn't feel tired at all when doing this work. A few elderly people were in quite a bit of trouble, leaning on the dog food and gasping for breath. After a while, they saw the compressed biscuits on the ground, and they all looked delighted. Are you really exchanging compressed biscuits for dog food? Ruan Ning hummed. The old man said, we won't let you suffer too much. Here are 200 more kilograms. It's our thank you gift. Ruan Ning smiled, but in fact she had also secretly hidden 50 kilograms of sugar in the compressed biscuits. Thank you very much, everyone. Then, The elderly group hurriedly carried the compressed biscuits downstairs and placed them on a homemade sled. After they left, Ruan Ning checked the dog food and found that the packaging was indeed very exquisite and did not look like cheap stuff. Income space: 3,200 kilograms becomes 6,400 kilograms. These dog foods are enough for Xiao Huang and Xiao Huang. After several transactions, Ruan Ning exchanged 7 ginsengs and 19 packs of cigarettes for 4 guns, 2 boxes of bullets, 9,000 kilograms of compressed biscuits, and 6,000 kilograms of dog food. Today I doubled the amount of potatoes and animals, and the overall effect is good. After returning home, she slept soundly until noon the next day. The first thing I do when I wake up is still to look at the mall. Refreshed today is a massage chair with weight loss effect, priced at 400 contribution points. Introduction: high-tech, painless weight loss. No need to diet. You deserve it. If this happened in another world, Ruan Ning would take action immediately. It's a pity that it's useless now. Ruan Ning closed the mall and brushed her teeth and washed her face. Zhou Sulan and Ruan Sifeng had already gone out to practice shooting, so Ruan Ning had nothing to do today. She added firewood into the return air furnace and took out the original novel to study it carefully. According to the description in the novel, only 1/3 of the extreme cold had passed at this time. Next, God will bring his new test. Chapter 52. According to the original novel, a heavy snowstorm will occur in a month. The snow lasted for 10 days, during which time the snowflakes fell intermittently, some large and some small, turning the earth into a kingdom of snow. The temperature will drop again with the arrival of the blizzard. The weather was cold, and the snow could not melt, making it difficult for people to travel and causing a rapid shortage of firewood. In the original novel, this blizzard caused a large number of casualties, especially in places like the disaster relief camps. Without firewood replenishment, the gymnasium was transformed into an arena, showing all kinds of bloody fights. Killing for a bed or even a piece of clothing has become commonplace. After this heavy snow, those who survive will be drastically changed. But now it's a little different. Ruan Ning wrote on a note to the command post that it would snow, so it depends on how they prepare. What she needed to do was to find Chu Dingfeng and prevent him from becoming stronger. In the novel, Chu Dingfeng has been frequently in and out of Yueshan camp during this period. Although the plot is completely different now, there is no guarantee that he will not be affected by the plot and will still appear nearby. It's easy over there. Wu Dawei does business in Yueshan every day, so we can ask his people to help keep an eye on it. In addition, Zhao Nana mentioned the residential area, which is equivalent to Chu Dingfeng's lair, and it is also possible that he will appear there. Ruan Ning decided to explore this place. She couldn't go by herself, lest Chu Dingfeng find out that she had made a mess of things. The best way is to find someone to scout the way. There's nothing I can do since Cheng Jiaoyue has to go to work. Ruan Sifeng has been practicing shooting from morning till night these days, so it would be better for him to concentrate. Ruan Ning thought about it and decided to let Wen Mei take on this important task. Zhao Xiaobao will be taken care of by her for 2 days. Ruan Ning tells Wen Mei to pay attention to the man with a broken hand, but she must be smart and not let the other party notice. That day, Wen Mei came back and said, "I didn't see the person with the severed hand. There are not many people in their community anymore, and they all said they hadn't seen him. But I went to the room you mentioned and checked. The door was closed. I didn't go close." Ruan Ning became interested. "The door is closed?" "A closed door means someone might be living inside." Wen Mei nodded. "I heard from others that there was a bully in this building before, and later they fought with a group called the Tianlang Group, and many people were arrested. A month ago, some of these people were released, and some were sent to labor camps. The so-called labor reform is actually a new type of prison life. However, eating in prison now is not as simple as it was before the apocalypse. Once you go in, you have to do the hardest work, eat the least food, and endure the cold every day. Some criminals even commit suicide knowing where they're going. Of course, common crimes won't keep you in there for long. As for those that take a longer time, they may not be able to come out. This labor camp was officially established only a month ago. All the accumulated serious criminals were escorted there. This not only increased the labor force, but also solved the problem of too many people eating for free." Wen Mei continued. "In short, people in that community are either dead or running away, and we don't know the specific situation of that building now. They said that there should be someone in that building, but they don't know the details." Ruan Ning thought about it and realized that if there were ordinary people living there, they would definitely need to go out to find supplies. But it's not the case with Chu Dingfeng. Maybe he can teleport? Ruan Ning then said, Then you continue to watch that building tomorrow and see who is coming in and out. After saying that, she gave Wenmei 2 kilograms of compressed biscuits. Wenmei immediately smiled. For the next 2 days, Wenmei did not find any trace of Chu Dingfeng. She only knew that 2 people would go out of the building every day and come back at night. She guessed that the 2 people should live in that room. As for whether one of the 2 people had a broken hand, it was really hard to tell. Nowadays, people basically don't show their hands. They either put them in their pockets or hide them in their sleeves so nothing can be seen. There is no news from Yueshan camp either. Wan Ning could only sigh. Tong Tong, you are still better. You should change back to the novice teaching version. I need you, the system said. Host, you are already a mature baby. Wan Ning felt strange. He has nowhere to go. Did he find a new wife and live in someone else's house? The system said, there are still 5 days until the Yueshan camp plot. I suggest that the host can start from here. Wan Ning, well, there is no other way. In order to prevent him from taking advantage of the situation, it looks like we will have to ask the best tool person to come out tomorrow. The system chuckled. The next day, Wan Ning rushed to the disaster relief camp early in the morning and found that most people had already gone out to work. Even Sun Yongchao had gone out to cut trees. There are still patrol teams and new recruits in training in the disaster relief camp. There was no other way. Wan Ning could only find Cheng Jiaoyue and ask him about Sun Yongchao's whereabouts. After all, he was only a major general, and no one would tell her the exact location. Cheng Jiaoyue thought for a moment and said, it's not convenient to discuss things outside. I'll ask someone to invite Major General Sun back. Wan Ning, that's fine. Afterwards, she went to visit Cheng Jiaoyue and Zhao Nana. When Sun Yongchao came back, he looked happy and energetic. He took Wan Ning to his office and turned on the kettle, but found that there was no hot water. I'm sorry, I went out early this morning. Wan Ning didn't come here to drink plain water. It's okay. The two exchanged pleasantries, and Sun Yongchao asked with a smile. Miss Wan asked someone to call me back. Is there any good news? Wan Ning said, this is not good news. Sun Yongchao was stunned, and Wan Ning continued. This matter is not only not good news, but you need to treat it with caution. Sun Yongchao was curious. What is it that Miss Wan said so seriously? Wan Ning lowered her voice and said, I recently received news that someone wants to attack Konghan Tudo. What? Sun Yongchao was horrified, stood up from his chair and shouted. Who is so bold? Wan Ning maintained her persona at this time, smiled and said, Brother Sun, this time it's more than 100 kilograms of compressed biscuits, right? Sun Yongchao frowned. Miss Wan, this matter is very serious, so don't bargain with me. How many compressed biscuits do you want? I can help you apply for it. Wan Ning said, at least 300 kilograms. Sun Yongchao said firmly. Okay. Wan Ning whispered a name. Are you sure? Sun Yongchao was suspicious. He is a long-time figure in the business world. Would he do something so desperate? Wan Ning said, anyway, this is the information I got. Whether it is true or not, you need to investigate it yourself. Sun Yongchao frowned and said, I know about this matter. We will investigate it. Before there is solid evidence, you cannot disclose any information to the outside world. Wan Ning nodded. Of course. Since the matter concerned the research institute, Sun Yongchao was in no mood to play Tai Chi with Wan Ning anymore and hurried to report to Lieutenant General Li. Wan Ning planned to go home, but unexpectedly ran into Cheng Jiaoyue when she left the office. He was obviously waiting for him. Wan Ning was quite surprised. Brother Cheng, what's the matter? Cheng Jiaoyue nodded. Let's talk while we walk. The two of them left the gymnasium. On the way, Cheng Jiaoyue said, there's been a lot of activity in the disaster refugee camp recently. Not only have they dug up shipbuilding and heavy industry, they're also stockpiling firewood. I'm not sure what happened, but the disaster camp also issued a notice asking everyone to stockpile at least 2 months' worth of supplies. You and Uncle Ruan should also pay attention. Ruan Ning didn't expect this to be the case. She smiled and said, thank you for reminding me. Didn't you leave almost 2 rooms of firewood for us last time? We have been stockpiling it, so it will be enough for us in the future. Then I feel relieved. Cheng Jiaoyue suddenly asked, are you still looking for the man with the broken hand? Ruan Ning nodded. Cheng Jiaoyue said, I will help you keep an eye out for it, but it's winter and the clothes are thick, so the broken hand can be easily hidden. Does he have any other characteristics? Ruan Ning thought seriously. In this situation, it is easy for people to cover up their appearance, which makes it difficult to do anything. Besides that, he may have a slight limp, but that's uncertain. Cheng Jiaoyue nodded. Okay. He stopped, and the two were about to say goodbye when a surprised female voice suddenly sounded behind Ruan Ning. Ning Ning, it's really you. Are you still alive? Ruan Ning subconsciously turned around and saw a girl in her 20s. Although she couldn't see her appearance clearly, she looked cute and was dressed like a little penguin. She staggered towards him. Ruan Ning did not have the original owner's memories and was rapidly thinking in her mind about who this little girl was. Unexpectedly, the little girl ran up to her, lifted her scarf and mask, and said excitedly, Ning Ning, you didn't recognize me. I am Zhou Xiaoran. Ruan Ning suddenly realized. Why are you here? Are you in the disaster camp? Zhou Xiaoran said excitedly. No, my sister saw the latest notice of the disaster camp and wanted to come over to find out what happened. She was talking about the joint notice issued by the 4 major command posts to stockpile firewood and food. Ruan Ning glanced at Cheng Jiaoyue. Cheng Jiaoyue said goodbye to the two of them with understanding. After he left, Zhou Xiaoran asked curiously, Ning Ning, who was that officer just now? Do you know him? Ruan Ning nodded. I met him after the super flare, and he joined the Guardian later. How about you? How are you doing these days? Zhou Xiaoran smiled and said, We are so lucky. Before the super flare, someone sent a lot of food and daily necessities to our home. If it was something else, it would be fine, but those were all food, and it felt ashamed to throw them away, so we took them with us when we moved, and my sister is thinking of returning them to the owner. By the way, you didn't know I was moving, did you? I was in such a hurry that I forgot to tell you. Zhou Xiaoran sighed when she said this. Who knew that a super flare would suddenly occur? Fortunately, we have these foods, otherwise we 2 sisters would starve to death. I don't know who sent those things, otherwise we would definitely thank her. After talking about this adventure, Zhou Xiaoran looked at Ruan Ning. How about you? How have you been these days? Ruan Ning remembered that too much talk can lead to mistakes, so she said briefly, What else can I do? I just have to try my best to survive. That's right. Zhou Xiaoran said, Later, my sister and I found a way to go out, and we met her big boss, and we followed him to work. Ruan Ning nodded. That's good. I remember your sister is a senior executive, right? Zhou Xiaoran smiled proudly. Yes, she is very good. Then she suddenly lowered her voice and said, Guess who I met the other day? Ruan Ning was puzzled. Who? That Chu Dingfeng? Zhou Xiaoran said exaggeratedly. I met him at a small market in an office building. My sister's boss does business there. I didn't recognize him. After all, everyone has changed a lot. I didn't expect him to recognize me at first sight and even come to say hello to me. Ruan Ning was shocked, then overjoyed. How does he look? Zhou Xiaoran recalled. I look like that just like everyone else outside, but I lost a lot of weight. Zhou Xiaoran didn't notice his broken hand, which means Chu Dingfeng was indeed disguised. What about the rest? Did he tell you anything else, like what he's doing, where he lives, etc.? Zhou Xiaoran shook her head. How is that possible? My sister said that this is the end of the world. How can she reveal so much specific information like others do? Ruan Ning was stunned. That's right. Zhou Xiaoran was curious. Aren't you in the same community? Don't you know his situation? Ruan Ning said. I've been away from there for a long time. I see. Zhou Xiaoran suddenly realized. He also asked me about your situation. I said we lost contact since the super flare. I didn't expect to meet you today. Ruan Ning smiled and said, It seems that it is fate that brought us together. Zhou Xiaoran said, It's a pity that it's inconvenient to contact each other now. I don't know when we can meet again. Ruan Ning, there is always a chance. Zhou Xiaoran suddenly said, Oh, I just remembered that he not only asked me about you, but also about Lu Zhe. How would I know where Boss Lu is? Ruan Ning was surprised. Why is he asking about Lu Zhe? Zhou Xiaoran shook his head. Maybe he wants to find you through him? Ruan Ning frowned. At this time, a beautiful woman walked out of the disaster relief camp. Compared to Zhou Xiaoran, Zhou Xiaoke has a more outstanding temperament and sharp eyes. At first glance, she looks like a smart and strong woman. As soon as she appeared, Zhou Xiaoran immediately said, My sister came out. She probably wants to take me home. We'll have a chance to talk later. Ruan Ning nodded. Next time you meet Chu Dingfeng, remember not to believe anything he says. Zhou Xiaoran hummed. I've been fooled twice. I will definitely be more careful next time. Ruan Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry and watch the 2 sisters leave. She had a feeling that she would meet the 2 sisters again in the future. Just like the 2 sisters will still meet Chu Dingfeng. However, Chu Dingfeng was asking about Lu Zhe's purpose because the Lu family had always been invisible in the beginning of the novel. Is it really to find her? Wan Ning was amazed. It seemed that it was no use keeping a low profile. Chu Dingfeng would definitely target her, the special person with the golden finger. In that case, why not give it another try? Chapter 53. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk, and Ruan Ning decided to take a chance. On the day of the Yueshan camp incident, she wanted to go and see what Chu Dingfeng had become after hiding for 2 months. Otherwise, if the plot continues to develop in this way, everything will get back on track sooner or later. There are still 4 days before the incident, so Ruan Ning doesn't need to make any other preparations. Just keep an eye on the mall every day. At 12 o'clock that evening, the mall was refreshed and brought her a bottle of mosquito repellent. Ruan Ning tried to persuade her system with both reason and emotion, and the system replied tearfully, "This probability is really not under my control. The mall is a benefit of the main system." Ruan Ning, "Then why don't you discuss it with your father?" System, "I don't have a father." The next day, Ruan Ning was still responsible for taking care of the children. Zhao Xiaobao is quite easy to take care of, or maybe children in the last days are different. He can sit quietly by the fire all day without saying a word, and he doesn't even need toys. Ruan Ning took out a sketchbook from the space and gave him a pen, and Zhao Xiaobao started to draw until dark. Wen Mei came back in the evening, but there was still no new news. Ruan Ning had already decided to get involved in the Yueshan camp incident at this time, so she didn't care about it anymore. At 12 o'clock in the evening, the mall refreshed again. The item this time is a commodity discount card, which can be exchanged for 100 contribution points. It can be used to purchase items with more than 1,000 contribution points and provides a 30% discount. In short, the more expensive the product, the better the deal. Ruan Ning looked at her meager 800 contribution points and gritted her teeth before buying it. On the third night, a titanium alloy knife was newly added to the mall. It was said to be extremely sharp and could be used in various outdoor scenes. It was sold for 200 contribution points. For Ruan Ning, who has a gun, this knife is too useless. She didn't choose to do it. The time came to the 4th day, which was the day when cannon fodder Luo Bin attacked Yueshan camp. I don't know how Sun Yongchao investigated, but there is no movement from Yueshan camp for the time being. Based on his character, Ruan Ning guessed that Sun Yongchao would quietly wait for Luo Bin to fall into the trap, and then catch the thief and seize the stolen goods. In the novel, Chu Dingfeng has been frequently entering and leaving Yueshan camp recently. He has been hiding in the dark when Luo Bin took action. Later, Luo Bin broke into the research institute and killed 13 technicians in order to obtain cold-resistant potato samples. He also captured Lu Mingsheng, a big shot in this field, and planned to take him away with the samples. Mr. Lu refused to obey and was knocked unconscious by Luo Bin. When escaping from Yueshan camp, Luo Bin was chased by the army. He was so cautious that he threatened Lu Lao's life. Finally, he managed to escape back to his lair with 3 subordinates. Luo Bin was a smart man all his life, but he never expected that there was a human-shaped golden finger following him. At that time, Chu Dingfeng had already dealt with Zhou Xiaoran's sisters, Zhao Nana, and the mother and daughter, and also conquered the richest man's only daughter, and had successfully made Zhou Xiaoran and the mother and daughter, a total of 3 women, pregnant. He has countless family contribution points, can teleport, control fire, and red mines. Luo Bin's lair was an air raid shelter in the mountains that had been abandoned for many years. He left a total of 17 people there, plus himself and the 3 subordinates he brought back, but they were easily slaughtered by Chu Dingfeng, who followed them. In this old nest, Luo Bin stored countless rice, self-heating rice, instant noodles, canned food, water, dried meat, etc. Chu Dingfeng got a lot of money and obtained more than 300 guns, more than 200 bullets, and even saved a lot of copy points. At this point in the novel, only Lu Mingxing has not been mentioned. Such a technical expert, a talent that the command post relied on. When Chu Dingfeng went to see him again, he found that he was already on his last legs. Lu Mingxing slowly woke up, and Chu Dingfeng claimed that he came to save him. Although he didn't necessarily believe it in his heart, Chu Dingfeng was the only one there now. So Lu Mingxing had no choice but to tell Chu Dingfeng to find his favorite student Shui Kongwen, because only he could develop cold-resistant potatoes. In the end, the cold-hardy potatoes weren't really a success. Shui Kongwen was won over by Chu Dingfeng and finally joined Chu Dingfeng's faction, allowing him to control the lifeline of food. After burning all the bodies to ashes, Chu Dingfeng left the air raid shelter. Ruan Ning has already communicated with Sun Yongchao. She doesn't know what will happen over there, but it can't be more tragic than what is described in the novel. Sun Yongchao's ability to do things is still trustworthy. Ruan Ning simply ambushed outside Luo Bin's lair, waiting to see if Chu Dingfeng would come. Luo Bin chose to take action at night. The wind was very cold that night, so Ruan Ning simply put up a tent on the high slope, took out the mattress and bedding, and finally took out a portable battery and plugged in an electric fire. At 12 o'clock, the system mall was refreshed again. Ruan Ning didn't dare to click it anymore, and silently put her hands together and prayed, "Master System, please give me something good. As long as I can get something useful, I will definitely thank you and work hard in the future." After opening her eyes, Ruan Ning opened the system mall and found that the invisibility device had been refreshed. Introduction: a one-time item that can make you invisible for 1 hour after use. The price is 50 contribution points. Ruan Ning smiled brightly. "Tong Tong, your father is indeed useful." The system felt a huge pressure and said weakly, "But I am your elf." Ruan Ning was very happy. It was almost 3 in the morning when we heard some noise downstairs. Ruan Ning perked up and took out the night vision binoculars. Is Luo Bin back? On the other side of the cave, 2 people can be vaguely seen running towards them. Luo Bin actually escaped because of this. Is this really a plot effect? The system said, "Maybe." Ruan Ning clicked her tongue when she saw the 2 men running into the cave with bare hands, without supporting the fainted person. It seems that Mr. Lu has not been kidnapped. As long as he is fine, Chu Dingfeng will not gain much. After waiting there for a long time, a figure really came up. Ruan Ning's eyes lit up, and she looked over through the night vision telescope. But to be honest, this telescope is expensive and can see people clearly, but it is really hard to tell whether that person is Chu Dingfeng. Ruan Ning put the tent and other things into the space and moved carefully towards that side. She wasn't too close, and it wouldn't be worth using the cloaking device now. Taking out the telescope again, Ruan Ning saw that the man had been hiding for a long time. He didn't dare to go forward, but was unwilling to leave. What's going on? It was really cold at night, and Ruan Ning gradually felt a little unbearable. She took out a hot water bottle from the space and stuffed it into her windproof clothes. He took out another one and held it in his hand. Tear off a few new ones for the heat pads. Just as dawn was approaching, Ruan Ning felt that the man would not make any move. After all, even if the other party was Chu Dingfeng, he probably didn't have the strength to rob his fellow thieves now. Suddenly, the man moved. Ruan Ning quickly focused her attention and looked over. The man probably couldn't bear it anymore. After he stood up, he first looked at the cave entrance nervously, then rubbed his neck, arms, and legs. Then he squatted down again. At this time, Ruan Ning had already seen clearly that this person had a left hand. Damn it, it's not Chu Dingfeng at all. Ruan Ningbai stayed up all night and felt very depressed. Chu Dingfeng didn't come. Did he not follow this part of the plot at all? I'm at a huge loss. At this time, the sound of a large army came from the foot of the mountain. The people who had been guarding all night were overjoyed and were eagerly looking forward to the group of people coming. Ruan Ning had already seen clearly through the telescope at this time that the people coming were Sun Yongchao's large group, probably to encircle and suppress Luo Bin. We can't stay here for long. Ruan Ning was so sad that she packed up and left. Before she reached the foot of the mountain, she heard fierce gunfire coming from the air raid shelter on the mountain. After a while, the gunfire stopped. The system suddenly said happily, "Congratulations, host. Sun Yongchao has already entered the air raid shelter and obtained a large amount of supplies. You prevented Chu Dingfeng from obtaining Luo Bin supplies and received rewards of Constitution +5, Agility +4, Strength +3. Gain 300 cubic meters of storage space. Get a location card. The positioning card is for directional transmission. After binding, no matter where you are, you can instantly return to the location of the positioning card. Location cards are hard to come by. Please carefully choose the binding location." Ruan Ning was overjoyed and suddenly felt that this was not a loss. After returning home, she first sat in front of the return air stove to warm her body, and then took out hot white rice, dry pot chicken, spicy stir-fried cabbage, and braised eggplant from the space and ate the rice. Ruan Sifeng asked anxiously, "What happened? Did you see Chu Dingfeng last night?" Ruan Ning shook her head. Ruan Sifeng breathed a sigh of relief, but was also surprised. He didn't go? Maybe it's still growing. Ruan Ning smiled at Ruan Sifeng. "Dad, I got a good thing yesterday." Zhou Sulan was boiling water nearby. Hearing this, she asked curiously, "What is the effect? If you call it a good thing now, it must be good." Ruan Ning took out the positioning card. Zhou Sulan took it and looked at it, her eyes filled with joy. Great. Do we have to tie this location card to this house? Ruan Ning shook her head. We are going to leave later, so it will be useless to tie you here. I plan to tie it to my RV and turn it into a mobile anchor point. Zhou Sulan's eyes were filled with surprise. This is a good idea. You are really smart. Ruan Ning chuckled. Although she had spent a night in vain on the mountain, it also indirectly reflected that Chu Dingfeng did not have any great golden fingers, so Ruan Ning could sleep peacefully. In the evening, Wenmei came back and still reported that she had not seen Chu Dingfeng. Ruan Ning felt that it was basically impossible to catch anyone in the safe house, so she ordered Wenmei to retreat and focus on storing firewood in the next period of time, or simply move to the disaster relief camp. Wenmei said she didn't want to go to crowded places, and the former chairman of the Self-Help Association, Chun, was still in the disaster camp, so she didn't want to go even more. Ruan Ning did not force her and told her to stock up on flammable materials. The next day, Ruan Ning wanted to try the positioning card. She went to the suburbs and released the RV after making sure there was no one around. After putting on the positioning card, Ruan Ning walked outside the RV, silently said go back, and instantly returned to the RV. Ruan Ning's eyes were filled with joy. Not bad, not bad, this function is amazing. The downside is that you can't move freely, but it's also a life-saving talisman. She tried it several times, and the results were exactly the same. As long as she silently said return in her mind, she could return to the RV in an instant. Now that the effect has been confirmed, Ruan Ning simply put the RV away. Next, she decided to go to the small market to ask about the situation. Yueshan camp was attacked yesterday, so there must be a lot of rumors outside. Ruan Ning also wants to figure out what happened last night, and why Chu Dingfeng didn't show up. Is it purely because of the influence of the plot that I can't enjoy this wave of benefits? At around 1 p.m., Ruan Ning arrived at the office market. Li Yunshan saw her and quickly came up to her and said, Miss Ruan, you are finally here. Brother Wu asked me to tell you that the person you were looking for has appeared in Yueshan camp. Ruan Ning was surprised. Really? Of course it's true. Li Yunshan said, I don't know the details. I'll ask someone to call Wu Go over and ask him to explain it to you. Ruan Ning smiled sincerely. Thank you for the trouble. Li Yunshan asked someone to call Wu Dawei, and then said to Ruan Ning, Miss Ruan, see if there is anything you want. A few days ago, the 4 major command posts ordered us to prepare some firewood and food. The prices of everything have gone up. I didn't expect that the refugee camps got so much rice and canned food from somewhere, which caused the prices of everything here to drop. Now, we can't even sell them. Ruan Ning smiled and said, You can't sell it, so you want me to buy it? Li Yunshan smiled and said, I think there will still be a shortage in the future. You can take the opportunity to stock up. Ruan Ning shook her head. Forget it, it's almost expired, right? Li Yunshan chuckled. The longest one has a shelf life of half a year. Ruan Ning stopped talking nonsense with him and went to the office to wait for Hu Dawei. About half an hour later, he hurried in through the door and sat down by the fire. Ruan Ning smiled and said, Brother Wu, I heard from Brother Li that you found the severed hand? Wu Dawei waved his hands repeatedly, indicating that he was speechless. He took out a teacup from his pocket, took out some frozen mineral water, cut the plastic bottle with a knife, and then threw the ice cubes into the teacup. After being roasted over a high fire, the ice slowly melted. Wu Dawei couldn't wait and took a small sip to moisten his lips. After putting the jar back next to the fire, he said in a hoarse voice, It's too messy outside. I've been busy all morning. Ruan Ning said, No hurry, drink some water first. Wu Dawei nodded repeatedly, and when the water in the jar melted a little, he quickly picked it up and drank it all in one gulp. Although the water had melted, it was still a bit cold. When Wu Dawei drank it, it felt both comfortable and chilling. Putting the teacup back on the fire, Wu Dawei turned around and said, Yesterday the Yueshan camp was attacked, and many people were arrested today. Ruan Ning said, I have heard a little bit about this. What does this have to do with the person I am looking for? It is related. I don't know how that person got into Yueshan camp yesterday. Wu Dawei said, I heard from others that after he entered, he encountered the attack on Yueshan camp and hid in a random house. I didn't expect it to be Jiang Fuhai's house. Ruan Ning raised her eyebrows. This man seems to know Jiang Fuhai's daughter. Anyway, he stayed at Jiang's house for one night. Wasn't Jiang Fuhai at Yueshan camp last night? I don't know what he was doing. Anyway, he stayed with the daughter of the Jiang family all night, saying that he was there to protect the daughter of the richest man. This morning, in order to check if there were any troublemakers hiding, the joint team of Yueshan camp and the disaster relief camp pulled him out. As a result, The army now thinks he is suspicious and wants to interrogate him. Zhang's daughter said she was her friend, and a conflict broke out between the two sides. This development was something Wan Ning had never expected. She asked curiously, "What about now?" "He should be detained by the army now." Wu Dawei asked curiously, "Sister, what is your relationship with this person? Why are you looking for him?" "You don't know the richest man, do you?" Wan Ning smiled. "It's not like I know him, but it's not like I don't know him either." Wu Dawei sincerely admired. "Girl, you have a wide network of contacts. Now I have found the person, and I have completed the task." Wan Ning took out a pack of cigarettes from her backpack. "Thank you, Angkor." Wu Dawei was beaming with joy, as Wan Ning had personally asked him to do this, which meant that the pack of cigarettes belonged to him personally. Whether he smoked it himself or sold it, he made a lot of money. "Sure enough, you are really generous, sister," Wu Dawei said. "I think I'd better change jobs. There is no future for me to follow our boss. It's better to stay with you, sister." Wan Ning laughed. "Wu Gu is really a joker. Our small temple is not big enough to accommodate such a big Buddha. I would like to thank Wu Gu for finding someone. We can cooperate again next time if there is a chance." "There's no problem with cooperation," Wu Dawei said. "I'd be happier if I could make more money." Wan Ning laughed in her heart. "No problem. I will definitely let you make money." It is now certain that Chu Dingfeng is trapped in Yueshan camp. No wonder he didn't follow Luo Bin last night. It turned out that he was halfway through the plot and walked in front of the woman. For Chu Dingfeng now, gaining Jiang Sishui's favor is certainly more important than following an inexplicable person. The system then asked, "Host, now that we have found Chu Dingfeng, there is still a danger that he may develop a relationship with Jiang Sishui. What should we do next? Are you going to find a way to tell Jiang Sishui that he's not a good person?" Wan Ning thought for a moment and asked Wu Dawei, "Brother Wu, is Yueshan camp blocked now?" When talking about this, Wu Dawei looked depressed. "That's right, now we can't do business there, and it's not easy to do business here. You, Brother Wu, have a hard life." Wan Ning smiled and said, "I think instead of doing business, you'd better follow the requirements of the 4 major command posts and stock up on firewood as soon as possible." Hearing this, Wu Dawei suddenly thought, "You are right." Wan Ning stopped there and left the small market. Jiang Sishui now thinks that Chu Dingfeng is a good person. With her personality, it's useless for anyone to talk to her. Instead of this, why not try another approach? Without starting with Jiang Sishui, a simple sentence could not only wake Jiang Sishui up instantly, but also allow Chu Dingfeng to go to the labor camp to experience it for himself. Chapter 54. In fact, this sentence is very simple. Chu Dingfeng is still on the wanted list. As long as his identity is exposed, there will be no good consequences for him. Wan Ning arrived at the disaster camp and found that the gymnasium was very lively today. People's faces were filled with smiles, and they gathered in groups of 3 or 5 for the first time in a long time to chat and laugh. They seemed to be discussing the lunch and looking forward to the next chance to eat meat and drink porridge. Wan Ning quickly found Cheng Jiaoyue, who was warming herself by the fire with other female soldiers. Zhao Nana was also there. When Cheng Jiaoyue saw Wan Ning, his eyes lit up. He quickly told his friends around him, ran over, and pulled her to a corner. Cheng Jiaoyue said, "Why are you here? Didn't you run into my brother?" Wan Ning was surprised. "No. You want to find me?" Cheng Jiaoyue nodded. "Aren't you looking for a person with a broken hand? It's the bastard who bullied Zhao Nana. We seem to have found one. There is a person without a left hand imprisoned in Yueshan camp. After my brother got the news, he wanted to inform you." Wan Ning blinked her eyes. "How long has he been gone? Can I bump into him if I go back now?" "Why bother?" Cheng Jiaoyue smiled. "If he can't find you, he will come back naturally, and we can meet each other then." Wan Ning nodded. "Does Zhao Nana know?" "It's about that person being arrested." Cheng Jiaoyue said, "I haven't told her yet. After all, there are so many people with broken hands in the world. It's better to confirm it first." Wan Ning hummed. Cheng Jiaoyue said, "I also asked my brother to bring you some canned food." As she spoke, she smiled foolishly. Major General Sun and his men had a great harvest yesterday. The refugee camp hadn't eaten porridge for a long time except for the last Chinese New Year. Today they even had canned meat. You don't know, everyone is so happy. Wan Ning was infected by her mood and also laughed. "Why did you bring it to me? You know I don't need meat for the time being." Cheng Jiaoyue smiled and said, "I brought you canned fruit. It's the sweet, pulpy lychee canned fruit. It's delicious." Wan Ning took her hand and said, "Thank you, Ji Li. We are friends, there is no need to say thank you." Cheng Jiaoyue said. Ning, why don't you come with us to warm up by the fire? We still have to wait for my brother. Ruan Ning nodded. About an hour later, Cheng Jiquan came back from outside, exhausted. Ruan Ning, Cheng Jiquan, and Cheng Jiaoyue came to an office. After the three of them communicated the information, Ruan Ning said, I am very sure that this is the person who forced Zhao Nana. His name is Chu Dingfeng. Cheng Jiaoyue asked, should we tell Zhao Nana? Ruan Ning shook her head. This matter should not be told to Zhao Nana, but to Sun Yongqiao. Tell Major General Sun? Cheng Jiaoyue was completely confused. He is such a high-ranking official. He usually doesn't care about these things. The matters of forcing women are handled by our female barracks. Ruan Ning smiled at her. No, it's this Chu Dingfeng who is still on the wanted list. Cheng Jiaoyue was stunned. Cheng Jiquan thought for a moment and said, no wonder I felt this name was familiar. Is he the one who was related to the Tianlang group? Ruan Ning nodded. Cheng Jiquan quickly understood what she meant. I see. I will talk to Major General Sun about this matter. If that person is a wanted person, everything will be solved. Ruan Ning smiled. Thank you, Brother Cheng. Cheng Jiquan shook his head. No need to be so polite. It is very simple to verify Chu Dingfeng's identity. There were still people from that building imprisoned in the labor camp. If they all came together to identify the person, Chu Dingfeng would not be able to defend himself at all. With the help of professional interrogation methods, Chu Dingfeng confessed everything 2 days later, admitting that he once wanted to lead people to destroy the serious group. He insisted he was doing it for justice. The interrogator asked, why did you take all the compressed biscuits for yourself and then reward them according to their merits? Can relief food be used like this? Chu Dingfeng said, that is to mobilize their enthusiasm. Otherwise, who would dare to fight the Tianlang group? Then why do you let your men offer you young girls? Chu Dingfeng had nothing to say, so he could only say, anyway, it's all for the purpose of destroying the Tianlang group. The interrogators didn't bother to pay attention to him. Zhang Sisui was so sick that she almost couldn't sleep when she found out that her friend's name was fake, that he had killed someone, and that he had raped an 18-year-old girl. She thought she met a good person. When Zhang Fuhai came back from outside, Zhang Sisui told his father about this and sighed. Luckily, he was found by the young men in the army. Otherwise, it would be scary to think about keeping him with us. Zhang Fuhai is relieved that his daughter has such awareness. It's good that you know this. Don't trust strangers casually in the future. Zhang Sisui smiled quickly. Of course, I will never talk to strangers casually again. Now the speed from interrogation to verdict was very fast. Chu Dingfeng was quickly sentenced to life imprisonment and sent to a labor camp. Ruan Ning was cautious and asked Cheng Jiquan to help keep an eye on Chu Dingfeng. Cheng Jiquan has a convenient status now, so please ask your colleagues to pay more attention. What surprised Ruan Ning was that although she did not change the plot to get rewards this time, she found that she had 1,000 more contribution points after opening them all. In other words, this contribution point is obtained by lowering Chu Dingfeng's luck after the plot is removed. Her contribution points have now exceeded 1,000 again, reaching 1,650 points. At this time, there are only 18 days left until the blizzard arrives. Ruan Ning's family also began to store firewood in a hurry, mainly because Wenmei would feel strange if they didn't bring something back every day. In addition, Ruan Ning would visit the disaster relief camp every now and then to smuggle some rice and dried meat to the two siblings so that they would not have to eat only compressed biscuits for the next 3 months. 18 days later, the blizzard arrived as expected. If it were in the past, such a snowy scene would make Ruan Ning happy and excited. But now, looking at the snowflakes all over the sky, Ruan Ning just wanted to sigh. She hurried downstairs and reminded Wenmei to learn from the lesson of the rainstorm and move to a floor higher than the 10th floor. Wenmei quickly agreed. Next, Ruan Ning started to lie down and do nothing. Their home was equipped with a TV. Ruan Ning transferred the downloaded TV series and movies to a USB drive, and the family sat on the sofa or bed to watch TV. When you get tired of lying down, just sit by the fire. If you're really tired of sitting, you can ride a bicycle for exercise and generate some electricity at the same time. Ruan Ning also downloaded a lot of standalone games and started playing games when she got bored watching TV. Unfortunately, Ruan Sifeng's level was too poor and he couldn't keep up with her progress. After a month, Ruan Ning found that she had gained a full 5 kilograms. She began to regret not buying the weight loss massage chair. Ruan Ning was heartbroken and told her parents, "You can no longer eat snacks while watching TV, and the meals can't be too good." Zhou Sulan rolled her eyes. Who told you not to exercise every day? Your dad and I both ride bicycles, and your dad goes to the rooftop to sweep snow every day, but you just stay in front of the computer playing games every day. Wan Ning looked doubtful. Am I like this? Zhou Sulan ignored him. A few days later, the potatoes in the planting space once again had a bumper harvest. There was no double card this time, so the potato output was normal. However, combined with the storage capacity from the previous 2 times, the amount of potatoes in Ruan Ning's space had reached 37,000 kilograms. That is 18.5 tons. She also harvested 10 tons of potatoes on the highway. In addition to keeping them for seeds, most of the potatoes were made into various dishes by Zhou Sulan and Ruan Xifeng. In other words, there are already too many potatoes in her space. Ruan Ning's current space growth is 20 cubic meters per day, and the refrigerator space has been refreshed 4 times, which almost consumes half of this growth. Fortunately, more than 1 ton of water is refreshed every day and can be used to irrigate the fields. But there is so much space, and there are just too many potatoes. Let's not grow potatoes anymore. Ruan Ning decided secretly. Change the variety and grow some rice. The problem is that I don't lack rice. I refresh 20 kilograms of raw rice a day and 20 boxes of cooked rice. The rice is much better. The space is full of white rice. Ruan Ning looked at Zhou Sulan and asked seriously, Mom, I feel like there are too many potatoes. What do you think we should plant next? Zhou Sulan thought about it and said, let's just grow rice. Now there are 41 chickens, 32 ducklings, and 25 geese in the space. The next ones are the big grain eaters. Ruan Ning suddenly realized, not only does her space produce food, but it also consumes some of it. Especially after doubling the number of chicks last time, the egg-laying rate also doubled, and the hatching rate of chickens and ducks was higher. In this case, Ruan Ning decided to grow rice, but there was a problem. Ruan Ning curiously asked the system, to grow rice fields, we need paddy fields, right? Do we need to turn the space land into paddy fields? The system replied, no need. Ruan Ning then felt relieved and took out the rice seeds from the space and asked Zhou Sulan to plant them. In addition, since the space can grow anything regardless of conditions, Ruan Ning simply took out a batch of fruit seeds that cannot be refreshed and let Zhou Sulan make room to plant them. Zhou Sulan also left half an acre of land to plant lilies and green ivy. After thinking about it, she also planted mint. The heavy snow outside has stopped, and the whole world is dyed white. Everywhere you look, there is thick snow. You can't look at this white color for too long, or you'll get snow blindness. In the following lazy life, Ruan Ning actively exercised and accompanied Ruan Xifeng to the rooftop to sweep snow every day. 3 months passed in a flash. On that day, people in the disaster relief camp were surprised to find a big sun appeared in the sky. This sun was different from the one that appeared occasionally. It seemed to be full of heat, energy, and emitted a strong light that made people dare not look directly at it. The temperature seems to be rising as well. Is the severe cold finally going to pass? Someone said with joy in his eyes. According to calculations at the disaster relief camp, the outdoor temperature dropped to minus 20 degrees Celsius within a day. The next day it was minus 10 degrees. 2 days later, the snow began to melt. There were many people in the disaster relief camp, but there was no snow in the surrounding area. For them, digging snow was much easier than digging ice. Even using water became convenient, and everyone washed their faces clean. After 3 months of living in a small house, some people's frostbitten parts began to recover, and they looked radiant. These people firmly believe that spring will come as soon as the extreme cold passes. Under the sun, the temperature continues to rise. Then one day, everyone felt it was a bit hot with so many people crowded together, so they put out the bonfire. At this time, the disaster relief camp acted decisively and decided to carry out a second evacuation. You know, the disaster relief camp has been operating at full capacity, and there are still more than 13,000 people. It is not an easy task to relocate so many people. Some people expressed their incomprehension and felt that it was good to be here. Sun Yongchao explained, according to the current rate of temperature rise, the ice will soon melt, and the flood peak may arrive at that time. We don't know what the situation is upstream, but think about it, if there is a flood peak, can we survive in the stadium? Fuck. The protesters then remembered this and quickly ran back to pack up their belongings. Fortunately, there are many tall buildings near the school, so you don't have to worry about other conditions, just be able to treat people well. On July 15th, people in high-rise buildings witnessed the ice on the ground breaking. It is said that the temperature on this day should have reached 33 degrees, but due to the influence of ice, no one could feel the high temperature. Then everything seemed to develop rapidly. The ice melted faster and faster. People saw ice floes drifting away one after another and melting and disappearing in the flood. After the flood peak passed, the water level began to drop. At this time, the endurance of some humans has reached its limit. People started dying in the refugee camps. These people did not die of starvation or freezing, but they could not bear being trapped in the same place for a long time, or they could not imagine what the future would be like. Someone jumped from the top floor and merged into the rolling flood. Once there is a first case, there will be a second one. Even if the top floor is blocked and windows are carefully watched, there are still people who cannot bear it and commit suicide in various ways. Fortunately, these are only a very small number of people, and more people hope to survive. By the beginning of August, the flood had receded even faster than it had arrived. Countless people cried with joy. After nearly a year, humans can finally return to the ground. Chapter 55. The streets were still flooded, but only up to the calves. Seeing this scene, countless people couldn't help but run to the first floor, hugged each other, and cried on the ground. From birth to now, some people have lived for more than 50 years, some have lived for only 10 years, but no one has lived without their feet on the ground for such a long time. When they step on the solid ground, they can feel safe and happy. The disaster relief camp immediately issued a notice, asking them not to come into contact with the floodwater. After all, no one knew how many bacteria and viruses were in it. At this time, the temperature has reached 40 degrees. Compared to the disaster relief camp, Ruan Ning's family has been particularly busy recently. The return air furnace has been removed and put back into the space. Other heating appliances have also been cleaned up, and the rest that can be cleaned have all been washed and placed on the top floor to be exposed to the sun. Ruan Ning saw that the sun was shining brightly, so she took out the mattress and sofa she had looted from the villa area to dry them in the sun. She herself also basks in the sun every morning. After a long period of extreme cold, no one doesn't like the sun. Even after the extreme heat, it is people who curse the sun every day. All the remaining firewood in the house was stored in the space, and then there was a general cleaning. The three of them made the house bright and clean, tidy and warm. Zhou Sulan also transplanted the lilies and green ivy out of the space, placed green plants on the tables at home, and even put blooming scented lilies on them. The whole house is filled with a fragrant, refreshing aroma. Ruan Ning's mood would improve every time she saw them. Turning my head and looking out the window, I saw the outside was in ruins. Not to mention green plants, there wasn't even a single bright color. When the flood receded, the ground was littered with all kinds of debris. They had been soaked for several months, and then frozen for several more months, lying on the ground silently. Now, the sun is scorching them mercilessly again. On August 11th, the camps for disaster relief workers were reopened. Tens of thousands of people poured out from the upper floors. Although the ground was a mess, everyone's face was filled with joy. The children ran around on the ground, no longer having to worry about falling because the ice was too slippery. It was rare for Ruan Ning to see people walking on the street, so she thought about it and decided to go out. Ruan Xifeng and Zhou Sulan had been staying in the house for a long time, so they quickly said they wanted to go and take a look together. The three of them arrived near the disaster relief camp and found it crowded and bustling. Ruan Xifeng had read the novel, but he didn't expect that there were still so many people alive. He couldn't hide his excitement. That's great, there are so many people. I haven't seen so many people for a long time. Zhou Sulan also had tears in her eyes. At this time, Ruan Ning found that many people were standing in front of a notice, so she called her parents to go over and take a look. This is a joint notice issued by the 4 major command posts with 5 main points. First, conduct a census. Second, the disaster relief camp will be relocated for the 3rd time. This time the goal is to abandon the air raid shelters in the mountains and recruit people to repair them. Third, recruit talents with knowledge of water conservancy and promote the digging of a well for every 4 communities. Fourth, encourage residents to clean their homes on their own initiative, especially underground parking lots. Fifth, look for former employees of the Shipbuilding Heavy Industry Corporation and recruit technical personnel in electricity, machinery manufacturing, water transportation, etc. Ruan Ning knew what these points meant. During periods of extreme heat, water is scarce, so digging wells and using groundwater is imperative, and underground parking lots will be slightly cooler. As for looking for employees for shipbuilding and heavy industry, it should be to prepare for setting foot on the ocean. Others were unaware of the extreme heat and were confused by the notice. One said, "What's wrong with the leadership? I can understand digging wells, but why did they move the disaster-stricken camp to the air raid shelter, which is still abandoned? Maybe we can grow crops on the mountain?" Another person speculated, "It's nonsense to restore everything else now. Is it the most important thing to grow food?" The man said, "What can we plant now? The seedlings are all planted in the spring. We have to give it a try. Anyway, I'm not going to that damn place. Now that the cold is over, I plan to stay at home." "What are you going to eat when you get home? How many compressed biscuits did you save?" The two began to discuss in a low voice. Ruan Sifeng whispered at this time, "Ning Ning, what do you think about moving to the north now? It should be cooler there." Ruan Ning shook her head. "The interval between the extreme heat and the extreme cold is too close. I'm afraid that everyone will die of heat before they get halfway. Besides, what shall we drink on the way? Let's make preparations here now. Maybe we can save some water." Ruan Sifeng thought for a moment and said, "Yes, the most important thing now is to store water. During extremely hot periods, the area would be dry for thousands of miles. Water would become the most precious resource, and people would often have to choose between starving to death or dying of thirst. Moreover, I can still endure hunger for 6 or 7 days and thirst for more than 3 days." Ruan Ning continued, "There is also food. Although it is cold during the extreme cold period, it extends the shelf life of food. If you eat it in the summer, it will go bad if you are not careful." Ruan Sifeng sighed, "Yes." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly said in surprise, "Ning Ning, look, aren't those Cheng Jiaoyue and his sister over there?" Ruan Ning quickly turned her head and saw Cheng Jiaoyue being hugged by a little girl. She smiled and walked over there with her parents. Cheng Jiaoyue also noticed the three of them. He said something to Cheng Jiaoyue, who raised his head happily and ran straight towards Ruan Ning. The two girls hugged each other tightly, and Cheng Jiaoyue cried with joy, "Ning Ning, we finally meet again." Ruan Ning was also happy. She reached out and wiped away Cheng Jiaoyue's tears. "How have you been these past few months? You look a lot thinner." Cheng Jiaoyue smiled and said, "We patrol every day, so of course it's hard work. You don't seem to have changed at all. No wonder my brother always tells me not to worry about you." Ruan Ning was actually a little fat before, but she has lost weight perfectly. Ruan Ning smiled sheepishly and said, "Why are you worried about me? I heard that the disaster relief camp is going to be relocated. Do you want to go with us?" Cheng Jiaoyue looked at Cheng Jiaoyue. Cheng Jiaoyue said, "It should be." Ruan Ning asked curiously, "What do you mean by should be?" Cheng Jiaoyue spoke quickly. "My brother doesn't want to do this anymore, but he can't resign. Major General Sun said that the organization still needs me and him, especially the female barracks." Ruan Ning smiled and said, "It seems like you are doing well. Major General Sun speaks so highly of you." Cheng Jiaoyue was very proud. "That's because I'm good at shooting. Besides, many people don't dare to kill people, but I do. My gun is more accurate than most of their male soldiers." Ruan Ning was amused and flattered. "You are really the best." Cheng Jiaoyue chuckled. "My apprentice is also amazing. Zhao Nana has made rapid progress recently. I think she is very talented." Ruan Ning asked curiously, "Where is she?" "She should be down soon. We were planning to go to the neighborhood together." "How is her brother doing?" Ruan Ning smiled and said, "It's fine. I'm a little fatter than when I first got here." Since Ruan Ning and the others were already here, there was no need for Cheng Jiaoyue and Cheng Jiaoyue to go back, so the three of them chatted for a while. At this time, a squad of soldiers came running back from outside. The temperature at this time was nearly 37 degrees, and they were all sweating profusely. In fact, it is very hot outside now, but the camp is just opened and people are excited and actively basking in the sun. The squad leader entered the disaster relief camp, while the others stayed where they were. One of them looked around, spotted Cheng Jiaoyue, and quickly walked towards him. Cheng Jiaoyue whispered at this time, "He is from the labor camp. I guess something happened there, so he came to me." Ruan Ning raised her eyebrows. The man stopped in front of Cheng Jiaoyue, and the two of them greeted each other briefly. After all, it was a conversation between soldiers, so Ruan Ning and the other two took the initiative to keep their distance and waited on the side. After a while, Cheng Jiaoyue and Cheng Jiaoyue came over. Cheng Jiaoyue said seriously that Chu Dingfeng escaped from the labor camp a month ago. Ruan Ning was not surprised. It would have been strange if Chu Dingfeng didn't run away. Ruan Ning was already satisfied that she could delay his development for 2 months. Cheng Jiaoyue's brows were still furrowed. This person is not simple. The guards are very strict. How did he escape alone? Cheng Jiaoyue said depressedly. I didn't expect something like this to happen. How am I going to explain this to Zhao Nana later? Ruan Ning smiled and said, It has nothing to do with you. What do you want to explain? Zhao Nana can understand. After all, Zhao Nana deeply suspected that Chu Dingfeng had supernatural powers. If she couldn't tell the truth, Zhao Nana would have wanted to report Chu Dingfeng a long time ago. After a few more pleasantries, Ruan Ning took her parents away. On the way, Ruan Xifeng said unhappily, Chu Dingfeng actually ran away. He is not going to look for his wife again. He is worse than a dog. Ruan Ning didn't say anything. Zhou Sulan looked worried. What should I do now? Ruan Ning laughed at this time. Don't be like this. It's been a long time. Even though Chu Dingfeng is very powerful, I haven't stopped working hard. Zhou Sulan looked at her. Are you playing games hard? Ruan Ning immediately said, I worked hard in the early stage. Although I haven't been out recently, I have stored a lot of supplies. Moreover, I can store 4.2 points of luck every day. Now I have a total of 520 points. Zhou Sulan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Okay, we can take it slowly and see when we can save up 1,000 before we go up. Ruan Ning chuckled. At noon, the temperature reached 42 degrees. After drawing the curtains, the family of 3 hid in the room. Ruan Ning took out all the air conditioners in the space, then filled the room with ice, and finally felt a little more comfortable. Zhou Sulan moved all her plants and flowers into the house. Ruan Ning felt relaxed and happy when she smelled the fragrance of the flowers, but too many flowers were not good either. Mom, leave 2 pots of lilies outside and put the others in the space. Otherwise, the whole room will be filled with pollen circulation. Zhou Sulan nodded. Okay. Xiao Huang and Xiao Huang are fighting for a position in front of the air conditioning fan. Ruan Ning found it very interesting and thought that her puppy was the smartest. Ruan Xifeng was afraid of heat and said hesitantly, Why don't we move downstairs? It's too hot living on the upper floors now. Zhou Sulan looked at the house she had just cleaned and said, But which floor should we move to? What if they come back? Besides, without the 3 gates, I wouldn't dare sleep at night. Ruan Ning was browsing her system mall, hoping to refresh her high-tech refrigeration equipment. Ruan Xifeng sighed and said, It's a pity that there is no electricity outside now, otherwise I could dismantle these 3 doors and install them again. Ruan Ning frowned and thought for a while, then suddenly said, Let's move, but not to the downstairs, but to a different place. Ruan Xifeng was surprised. Transfer? Ruan Ning nodded. Now that the extreme cold has passed, I believe many people will find it uncomfortable to live together and start moving back. Actually, I didn't think of it at first, but even Cheng Jiaoyue has this plan today, so I guess there are a lot of people who want to go home. It's inconvenient for us to live here. Zhou Sulan asked. Then where do we move to? Ruan Ning thought for a moment and said, Let's go to that villa area. Every house has a basement, which can be used when it's extremely hot. Zhou Sulan's eyes lit up. Just as Ruan Ning said, people started to flow back on the second day after the disaster relief camp was opened. Because their community received the news first, they had the most people moving to the disaster camp. Apart from those who wanted to stay there, all 6 members of the self-help association returned. The weather is hot now, and there is less sunlight in lower floors, so everyone likes to live downstairs. But this had nothing to do with Ruan Ning. She told Wenmei and asked her to take Zhao Xiaobao to the disaster relief camp. Wenmei was reluctant at first, but when Ruan Ning said she was leaving, she had no choice but to agree. Ruan Ning said, Don't worry, those people from the Self-Help Society will definitely leave the disaster camp, and you won't have to meet them then. And the agreement I made with you is still valid, but it will be changed to monthly or bi-weekly payment. I will go to the refugee camp to see you. When Mei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I'll take Xiao Bao to the disaster camp. His sister happens to be there, so he won't be bullied. Although Zhao Xiaobao didn't dare to speak, he showed surprise in his eyes when he heard that he could go find his sister. Ruan Ning did not waste any time. She sent Wenmei away early the next morning, put the things in the house into the space, and took her parents away from the community where they had lived for a year. After arriving at the villa area, Ruan Ning chose the villa where she found the RV as her new base. The decoration of this house is quite homely. Although it has been turned into a mess now, the first impression is still in my mind. Without changing the view upstairs, the 3 of them went straight to cleaning up the basement. In order to use electricity here, without worrying about being heard, Ruan Xifeng used his unique skills to install 3 doors at the entrance to the basement. Ruan Ning had prepared these doors long ago. Ruan Ning and Zhou Sulan are responsible for cleaning. After Ruan Xifeng finished installing the door, Ruan Ning asked, "Dad, can you install an air conditioner?" Although Ruan Xifeng had never installed one before, he knew a little bit about it. "You want to install an air conditioner?" Ruan Ning did have two intact air conditioners in her space. "Let's try installing one first. We will be much more comfortable if we can install an air conditioner." Ruan Xifeng is most afraid of heat, but of course he is willing to work hard for it. Although he doesn't know how long the air conditioner will work, he will use it as long as he can. They installed the air conditioner in the original wine room because it must have been insulated. It took them a whole day to finally clean the room. Ruan Ning put two beds in the wine room, and then took out the TV and other equipment. Zhou Sulan took out the flowers and green plants. Although it's a little simple, it's also quite warm. Zhou Sulan was very satisfied. Ruan Ning also thought it was okay. Ruan Xifeng came in from outside, his back covered in sweat. "Can you try to see if the air conditioner works?" It was already past 6 in the evening, and the temperature was still around 43 degrees. Ruan Ning quickly took out the air conditioner remote control, only to hear a dull sound from the machine, and then it started to work. After a while, the air conditioner blew out cold air. "It actually works." Ruan Xifeng was pleasantly surprised and quickly ran to the air conditioner vent. "It's really cool." Ruan Ning and Zhou Sulan also walked over there and felt the cool breeze. In this kind of weather, it's really nice to turn on the air conditioner. Afterwards, the family quickly took a shower and then hid in the air-conditioned room to take out some delicious food to celebrate. Ruan Ning said, "Install the other air conditioner tomorrow and put it in the next room." Ruan Xifeng asked curiously, "Aren't you going to keep that one? After all, this one might break down." Ruan Ning shook her head, looked at Ruan Xifeng and said, "Dad, I have a difficult task that I must entrust to you." Ruan Xifeng immediately asked, "What?" "The temperature will get higher and higher starting tomorrow, and it will not be suitable for working during the day, but we can do activities at night, and it won't be a problem with air conditioning. Starting tomorrow, you have to fix the car." Ruan Xifeng thought of Ruan Ning's super cool RV, and his eyes lit up. "No problem. No matter how many cars you have, I can get them all for you." Ruan Ning smiled and said, "About 10. Don't worry, just take your time. I'll probably use it in 2 months." Ruan Xifeng was stunned. "You want to go out?" Ruan Ning hummed. At 8 o'clock the next morning, the temperature had climbed to 45 degrees. No one could stand staying outside now, so Ruan Ning quickly washed up in the bathroom. At the same time, she opened them all. There has been no good stuff for 3 consecutive months. Ruan Ning no longer keeps an eye on it to refresh it. She will only check it when she remembers to do so. This time, the mall gave her related products called strange-tasting bitter melon tea, which has the effect of clearing away heat and relieving summer heat. 1 contribution point can be exchanged for 100 packs. These are items that look useful, and you won't lose out if you buy them, and you won't lose out even more if you don't buy them. Ruan Ning decisively pretended not to see it. She now has 1,650 contribution points. If she can get a constant temperature suit, she can use the discount card to buy one. Unfortunately, she has never seen this thing again since she first saw it. Sighing inwardly, Ruan Ning took out a cup of mung bean soup and drank it while entering the air-conditioned room. It's really comfortable in there. Her life is saved by air conditioning. Inside the house, Ruan Xifeng was playing chess on the computer, and Zhou Sulan's consciousness sank into the planting space, probably watering the rice. After a moment, she raised her head and asked worriedly, "Ning Ning, there are too many animals in the space. What should we do now?" Ruan Ning had just turned on the TV to catch up on a drama, and when she heard this, she asked curiously, "How many chickens are there?" Zhou Sulan's face was full of distress. "Now there are 65 hens that can lay eggs. At least 60 eggs are laid every day. The number of chicks is already 254. There aren't as many ducks as geese, but geese are bigger. Including the 2 big fat pigs, they gave birth to 12 piglets at once." Zhou Sulan raised her voice. "I only have 2 acres of land. It really can't hold it all." Ruan Ning also felt her scalp tighten. "How about this? Although my space can't hold living things, it's no problem to put them in. It can keep them fresh. Let's move 30 chickens, 20 ducks, and 10 geese into my space. This should reduce the pressure a lot." Zhou Sulan was a little reluctant. These are rare living creatures, but the space she has is really limited, and she also needs to generate electricity and grow vegetables. Ruan Xifeng said at this time, "This is not a solution. Otherwise, I will make a 5-layer breeding cage." Ruan Ning's eyes lit up. "This method is reliable, but there are indeed too many chickens. We still need to move some of them out." Zhou Sulan hummed and took out chickens and ducks from the space. Ruan Ning put them into her own space. Then she found that the size of her own space was also precarious. She received a lot of rewards a while ago, and the space increased by 20 cubic meters a day. Logically, there should be a lot of remaining area, but now it is only 2,000 cubic meters. Ruan Ning decided to tidy it up. She sank her consciousness into the space and found that what took up the most volume was not the potatoes, but the self-heating rice. In the more than 3 months of lying flat, it has refreshed more than 2,000 boxes. Together with the previous ones, the total number of natural rice has reached 4,520 boxes, which is truly a mountain of rice. There is also self-heating hot pot. Although only 4 boxes are refreshed a day, there are only about 700 boxes in total, but the boxes are big. There are more than 6,000 packs of instant noodles and more than 1,000 packs of snail noodles. Fortunately, these things don't take up much space. Of these things, Ruan Ning only ate 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot and left the others untouched. Then there is meat, 20 kilograms of pork, and 4 kilograms of beef a day. Although my parents have used up a lot of it, there are still 2,600 kilograms left in the space, which is really a huge mountain of meat. The rice was all cooked a while ago, and with 12 boxes of cooked rice available every day, the mountain of rice is still quite high. 20 kilograms of rice can be refreshed in the space every day, and now the accumulated rice is 2,200 kilograms. The mountain of cooked food is even more spectacular. There are so many fruits and so much mineral water. The key is the bullets. There are already more than 100,000 rounds. More than 100,000 copies. Faced with these happy troubles, Ruan Ning began to move items around, putting a little here and a little there, and eventually sorted out 2,132 cubes. Although it is not big, it can still hold some extra things. Hey. In the evening, after Ruan Ning waited for the air conditioner next door to be installed, she took out the RV and gave some repair parts to Ruan Xifeng. The temperature was about 41 degrees at this time, and Ruan Ning planned to go to the disaster relief camp. She moved out from the 18th floor in a hurry. Although she asked Wenmei to convey a message to Cheng Jiaoyue, she did not tell him the specific address, so she had to make another trip herself. It's not easy to go out in a high temperature of 41 degrees. Fortunately, it was night and there was no one on the mountain, so Ruan Ning simply took out the only intact car and drove down the mountain with the air conditioner on. When she reached the foot of the mountain, she changed back onto her bicycle. Now that the weather is too hot during the day, the 4 major command posts have issued a joint notice asking people to change their daily routines and travel at night and sleep during the day. As for whether you can fall asleep, it depends on you. Ruan Ning arrived at the gymnasium first and found that Cheng Jiaoyue had already been transferred to the air raid shelter. When we arrived at the air raid shelter, it was quite lively here. Everyone was busy with their own work, sweating profusely. Ruan Ning asked around, and after a lot of twists and turns finally found the group of young female soldiers, but did not see Cheng Jiaoyue. Chapter 56. Zhao Nana was there, and she immediately came forward when she saw Ruan Ning. Ruan Ning greeted her first and asked curiously, "Where is your sister Ji?" Zhao Nana said. Major General Sun called her over. Ruan Ning frowned immediately. Sun Yongchao was a man who would not do anything without a profit. Why would he look for Cheng Jiaoyue? Zhao Nana then said, "Sister Ruan Ning, I heard from Aunt Wen that you guys moved." Ruan Ning hummed, "It's hot, so we don't need to huddle together for warmth. Many people moved back here. To avoid trouble, we just moved away. It's true that many people have left." Zhao Nana sighed. It is estimated that less than half of the people in the disaster camp are left now, and most of them are the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled. Ruan Ning asked, "Is Zhao Xiaobao used to being here?" Zhao Nana smiled and said, "He is very happy to see me every day. There are many children here. In fact, I wanted Aunt Wen to move in before, but she disagreed." Ruan Ning felt more relieved and lowered her voice and said, "Also, Chu Dingfeng escaped from the labor camp. You should pay more attention to your safety recently." Zhao Nana's expression immediately turned serious. "I will be careful of him." At this time, Cheng Jiaoyue came back. Zhao Nana greeted her with a smile and returned to the team. Ruan Ning saw that she seemed to be worried, so she pulled her aside and asked, "What does Sun Yongchao want to see you for?" Cheng Jiaoyue lowered his head and said, "He wants me to follow the team to the Black Sea province." Ruan Ning was stunned and asked quickly, "You didn't agree?" Cheng Jiaoyue raised his head, his eyes looking as if he wanted to say something, but stopped. Ruan Ning understood what she meant. "You agreed? Do you know how dangerous it is to go from here to the Black Sea province?" Cheng Jiaoyue pursed his lips. I know. Ruan Ning. No, you don't know. In the original novel, this is a world full of bases and various evil forces are rampant. The situation in this city is better now, but it does not mean that the outside world has become better. Outside this place, there are jackals, tigers, and leopards everywhere. Ruan Ning looked serious. Does your brother agree? Cheng Jiaoyue shook his head. He doesn't know yet, but I think what Major General Sun said makes sense. Since I have joined the female barracks, I am a soldier. Obeying orders is a soldier's duty. Ruan Ning's eyes widened. You have only joined for a few days, you shouldn't do such a risky thing. But Sister Yin Ruoxue is not even a soldier. She has followed the team to the north twice, and this time she will go to the Black Sea province with us. Cheng Jiaoyue's expression became firm. We are both women. If she can do it, I can do it too. Besides, Cheng Jiaoyue looked aside. I was in the female barracks for half a year and served as their instructor. If I didn't go, would they be allowed to go? Not far away, a group of girls were working together to clear the road. They're all still very young, with an average age probably no more than 20 years old, and many of them, like Zhao Nana, have lost all their loved ones. Ruan Ning understood that Cheng Jiaoyue had already made up his mind about this matter. She felt indescribable in her heart, so she lowered her head and stopped talking. Cheng Jiaoyue consoled him. Ning, I know you will definitely object, but that's because you care about me. If it were my brother who was sent to the Black Sea province today, I would not agree to it either. Cheng Jiaoyue, but everyone has things to do and difficulties to face. Ruan Ning hummed and hugged Cheng Jiaoyue. Cheng Jiaoyue hugged Ruan Ning back. After a moment, Ruan Ning let her go and said with a smile, Since you have made up your mind, I will definitely support you. Just be careful on the road. Cheng Jiaoyue also smiled. I know, you should be careful too. If you encounter any problems, you can discuss it with my brother. I heard from Wenmei that you have moved. Where did you move to? Ruan Ning told her the address of the villa area. When are you leaving? Cheng Jiaoyue. The night after tomorrow. Ruan Ning nodded. Then I will bring you some dried meat the day after tomorrow, and you can eat it secretly on the way. Is that okay? Cheng Jiaoyue smiled. No problem. Ruan Ning said goodbye to Cheng Jiaoyue. Although she was still worried, she really couldn't make the decision for Cheng Jiaoyue. It was just that this trip was so far away, and she didn't know if they would have the chance to meet again in the future. After going down the mountain to a deserted place, Ruan Ning hid in the darkness and silently recited to herself to go back. In an instant, she was back in the air-conditioned room. A cool breeze was blowing through the room, and Ruan Ning felt cold. She quickly grabbed her coat from inside the space and wrapped herself in it. Ruan Xifeng was picking up accessories nearby. He was frightened to death when he saw someone flash by. After he reacted, his face was filled with surprise. Ning, this is the positioning function? It's amazing. Ruan Ning smiled at Ruan Xifeng. Ruan Xifeng saw that she was wearing a coat and asked, Did you sweat outside? Hurry up and wipe off the sweat and take a shower. Ruan Ning hummed and took out a bottle of mineral water from the space. It's hot outside and you sweat a lot, so you must replenish water. After cleaning up, Ruan Ning returned to the wine storage room next door. Zhou Sulan was watching TV. Seeing Ruan Ning, she asked casually, You didn't drink ice water outside to cool off, did you? Ruan Ning quickly said, No, absolutely not. Just had a box of ice cream. She sat next to Zhou Sulan and told her that Cheng Jiaoyue was going to the Black Sea province. Zhou Sulan sighed. How can I put it? Everyone knows that someone has to sacrifice, but no one wants to sacrifice their friends and relatives. Ruan Ning immediately said, You may not die, but you will suffer. But it must be cooler over in the Black Sea province. If we can get there safely, we might as well spend this extreme heat there. Zhou Sulan smiled and said, Your idea is good. I think it will work. Ruan Ning also thought it was a good idea and was thinking about how to tell Cheng Jiaoyue. There is one more thing I need to discuss with you. Ruan Ning said at this time. Zhou Sulan was curious. What's the matter? Why are you discussing it with us so seriously? Ruan Ning, it's like this. Don't I have a lot of self-heating rice and instant noodles in my space? I want to find an opportunity tomorrow to see if I can sell them. Zhou Sulan was surprised. I have no objection to you selling it, but who can afford so many things, and what is the best deal? Ruan Ning, I have considered who to sell it to, but I need to think about what to exchange it for. It is easy to sell these things, but it is difficult to exchange them for anything else. The system then said, Host, you can actually exchange it for gold. Ruan Ning was slightly stunned. What do you want to exchange gold for? The system refused to speak anymore. Ruan Ning raised her eyebrows, having already made a decision in her mind. Since the elf said so, the gold must have some effect on her. It depends on whether the system cooperates today. At 12 o'clock in the evening, Ruan Ning waited anxiously for the clock to turn to 12 o'clock, and then quickly opened the system all. You must give it your all. Perhaps the main system heard her prayers and issued a double card again this time. Ruan Ning smiled and said, "Not bad, not bad. With this, I can make a small profit tomorrow." The next day, after getting up and washing up, Ruan Ning said to Zhou Sulan, "Mom, today's double." Zhou Sulan's eyes lit up. "Really?" Ruan Ning nodded, and Zhou Sulan quickly took out all the nearest chickens, ducks, and piglets. Although there are indeed many animals now, who would object to more? Zhou Sulan said with regret. It's a pity that the rice is not yet ripe, otherwise it would be a bumper harvest this time. Ruan Ning said, "It doesn't matter, there is enough in the space." She told him about her decision to exchange for gold. Zhou Sulan didn't care. "Okay, gold is not bad either. You can make the decision." At 10 o'clock in the morning, the temperature outside had reached 50 degrees. Not to mention how people outside felt. Even the air conditioner couldn't provide much cooling effect. Ruan Ning simply asked Ruan Xifeng to stop repairing the car for the time being, and then took out ice cubes, cooling fans, and cooling patches from the space. With the help of a lot of ice, the temperature in the basement finally dropped. Ruan Xifeng asked Ruan Ning to give him some wooden boards and steel wires, and started to build a high-rise residential building for the chickens and ducks. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Ruan Ning left the villa and first found a secret place to hide a batch of supplies there. Then she headed straight for the bomb shelter. Instead of meeting Cheng Jiaoyue, Ruan Ning went to find Sun Yongqiao first. Sun Yongqiao has been very busy these days. When he heard Ruan Ning coming to see him, he suddenly got a headache. But even though he had a headache, he was the kind of person who didn't like to escape, so he still greeted Ruan Ning with a smile. The two sat across from each other in his simple office. Sun Yongqiao brought out a teacup and poured boiled water into it. "Miss Ruan, every time you come, I can only treat you with water, but water is not simple now. Water used in the disaster camps has been restricted, and this is squeezed out of my share." Ruan Ning smiled, picked up the teacup, and took a sip. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Sun Yongqiao coughed and said, "Are you here to see me about Cheng Jiaoyue's matter as well?" Using the word yi, it is estimated that Cheng Jiaoyue has been here. Ruan Ning shook her head. "No, since Major General Sun has already convinced Cheng Jiaoyue, I won't say anything more. Besides, the weather is so hot right now, it's cooler there. Major General Sun, why don't you let them stay for a year or two before coming back? I think that's a good idea." Sun Yongqiao laughed dryly. "I told you to call me Brother Sun. Don't call me Major General or less than General. Since it's not about Cheng Jiaoyue, does Miss Ruan have any news to inform me?" Ruan Ning said, "Not really." Sun Yongqiao was confused. Ruan Ning was the kind of person who would not come to see him unless there was something important to do. She would definitely not come to chat with him. Sun Yongqiao hesitated and said, "What's the matter?" "As long as Sun Yongqiao, can do it, I will definitely not refuse." Ruan Ning smiled and said, "I'm not asking for your help, Brother Sunday. I just want to discuss a business with you guys." "Are you still a broker now?" Sun Yongqiao became interested. "Whatever business, as long as I can negotiate it, I will never treat you unfairly." Ruan Ning said, "It's like this. I have a batch of expired food that I want to sell to the disaster relief camp. There are about 4,000 boxes of self-heating rice and 600 boxes of self-heating hot pot. In addition, there are 5,000 packs of instant noodles and 1,000 cartons of bread. There are about 3,000 kilograms of bacon and sausages." Hearing about meat, Sun Yongqiao couldn't help but swallow his saliva. "You still have bacon?" Ruan Ning said, "These are all things from last year's Chinese New Year. They really can't be kept anymore, otherwise they wouldn't be selling them. But don't worry, the quality is definitely good. If the weather wasn't too hot, it could still be stored. Some of the other things may be expired, some may not be, but they're definitely still edible." These are of course all lies. Ruan Ning's space and time are stagnant, so there will be no problem of expiration. Hearing this, Sun Yongqiao became eager to take action. After experiencing a long period of extreme cold, their food storage levels had rapidly decreased, and it was certainly a good thing that they could replenish so much now. Not to mention bacon. Even the self-heating rice has vegetables, meat, and rice. You can't find it on the market now. Even when we moved to Luo Bin's warehouse, there weren't many of these things. Although these things sound good, they're definitely not cheap. What can they exchange for in the disaster relief camp? Sun Yongchao thought about it again and again, frowned and said, Miss Ruan, what do you want to exchange? Let me tell you first. We are not so poor that we have to sell arms. Ruan Ning pretended to be surprised. Brother Sun, even if you dare to sell, I dare not buy. It's already been agreed over there. They only want gold. Sun Yongchao couldn't believe it. Only gold. Ruan Ning said, well, 1,500 kilograms of gold. Everything is yours. Fuck. Sun Yongchao jumped up from the stool. Do you know how much 1,500 kilograms of gold is? That's 450 million. Of course, Ruan Ning knew. This is the only price we can offer. It would be strange if we offered a lower price. This is rice, vegetables, and meat. Ruan Ning paused and said to the excited Sun Yongchao, they really didn't ask for much. If it weren't for the hot weather, do you think gold can be exchanged for bacon or self-eating rice now? Sun Yongchao said nothing. Ruan Ning said, Brother Sun, you don't have anything else, but the warehouse is probably full of gold. Gold carries a lot of risk there, and all of it may go down the drain. Sun Yongchao gritted his teeth and said, this deal is too big. I have to report it to my superiors. Ruan Ning nodded. I can wait here for a while. If you don't agree, they can only put the products on the market. Whether they make a profit or a loss, they can also exchange for a lot of compressed biscuits. Sun Yongchao turned and left. Ruan Ning waited for about an hour, and Sun Yongchao hurried back and said directly, we agree to the transaction, but we will decide the transaction location. Ruan Ning pretended to be surprised. How is that possible? What if you catch someone with those big guys? There is only one way to trade. You transport the gold to the place I specify, and I will tell you where the supplies are now. Sun Yongchao glared at Ruan Ning. Ruan Ning said innocently, Brother Sun, there is nothing we can do about it. To them, you have guns and cannons. We have guns and cannons, but we won't attack our own people. Sun Yongchao said, okay, I agree with your deal, but if there's a problem with the gold. Ruan Ning said, I definitely can't run away. Ruan Ning smiled at him and said, Brother Sun, go get the gold quickly. I'll be waiting for you on the 7th floor of the former financial building. Although 1,500 kilograms of gold is worth more than 400 million yuan, it is actually not that much. Not to mention using tools. Even if we just rely on manpower to carry it, 30 people can do it. It only took Sun Yongchao 2 or 3 hours to get the gold and deliver it to the financial building. Ruan Ning told him the location of the supplies as agreed. Leaving a squad behind to guard Jinzi and Ruan Ning, Sun Yongchao took the others out quickly. About 2 hours later, 3 soldiers returned excitedly and informed those who remained that they could evacuate. In other words, the transaction was successful. 3,000 kilograms of bacon. Each of them gets some meat. The young soldiers were delighted, said hello to Ruan Ning, and left quickly together. To be on the safe side, Ruan Ning did not collect the gold immediately. She first used the invisibility device, and then the hostility detection function, searching the surrounding area for an hour to confirm that Sun Yongchao had left no trace. With a sigh of relief, Ruan Ning returned to the room where the gold was kept and put the 1,500 kilograms of gold bricks into the space. The gold instantly turned into 3,000 kilograms. That is 900 million. Ruan Ning piled them together with the gold she had before and looked at the golden little mountain of gold with a smile on her face. And next to the gold, she still had more than 300 cubic meters left. These places are in preparation for traveling 2 months later, and the larger the space, the better. After silently repeating the words return in her heart, Ruan Ning's figure disappeared from the spot. Ruan Ning appeared in the RV. It was already early morning. Ruan Xifeng and Zhou Sulan were still waiting for their daughter. They only relaxed when they saw her come back. Zhou Sulan asked, have you changed everything? Ruan Ning nodded. Ruan Xifeng was curious. Did you really change it for gold? Ruan Ning took out a gold brick for him with her left hand and took out another gold brick for him with her right hand. Zhou Sulan was pleasantly surprised. She took the gold brick and weighed it in her hand. I have lived for so many years and have never seen a gold brick. How heavy is this? Ruan Ning said, 2 kilograms. 2 kilograms. Zhou Sulan's eyes sparkled. Oh my God, 2 kilograms of gold. How many did you get in total? 100. Ruan Ning said, after doubling, it will be 3,000 kilograms. Zhou Sulan was confused. How much? Ruan Ning repeated, 3,000 kilograms. Ruan Xifeng was also shocked. 3,000 kilograms of gold. How many gold bars are that? How much are they worth? Ruan Ning smiled and said, In fact, I can't spend it. It's probably only about 900 million. Ruan Sifeng was immediately delighted. It's good that the flowers can't be seen outside. Hurry up and take out the gold bricks and let your father feast his eyes. Ruan Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but she could understand Ruan Sifeng's feelings very well, so she released all the gold mountains in the space. Well, the golden color is a bit dazzling. Ruan Sifeng couldn't stop smiling. Girl, don't take it back today. I want to sleep in Jinshan. Zhou Sulan was usually very reserved, but she nodded repeatedly. Yes, I want to try sleeping in Jinshan too. Wan Ning was overjoyed. After thinking for a while, she decided to put all the gold back into the space, build a house shape inside, and then release it. This time, Ruan Sifeng's eyes disappeared with laughter. The next night, Ruan Ning sorted out the dried meat and candies and put them in a small cloth bag. Cheng Jiaoyue will set off tonight. She decided to go there early, so she could talk more. She left the villa area at around 6 o'clock and arrived at the air raid shelter at about 7:30. Unexpectedly, it was particularly lively here today. People did not stay in the air raid shelter, but built 2 large stoves outside, and then moved out stools and chairs, waiting in the open space. Porridge is cooking on a stove. Food is being cooked on another stove. There are more than 4,000 boxes of self-heating rice. It is impossible for everyone to have them, nor can they be eaten all at once. They opened the packages, poured out the rice, and cooked it into thick porridge. Add other vegetables, bacon, and sausage, and stir-fry them all in one pot. Except for those distributed to other command posts, the bacon and sausages were basically used up at once. These things cannot be stored in extreme heat. The air was filled with a strong aroma of meat. Everyone waiting to eat was drooling and grinning foolishly towards the big stove. Ruan Ning found Cheng Jiaoyue in the crowd and discovered that she and Cheng Jiaoyue were sitting together. Seeing Ruan Ning, Cheng Jiaoyue quickly pulled her to sit next to him. Ning, you came at the right time. We have meat to eat today. Ruan Ning was infected by the atmosphere, and a smile appeared on her face. Cheng Jiaoyue said, I didn't expect there would be such a good thing before I set off. She leaned close to Ruan Ning's ear and lowered her voice, saying, Major General Sun gave each of our expedition team 5 extra packs of instant noodles, 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot, and 10 small breads. Cheng Jiaoyue's eyes sparkled. Ning, I'm rich this time. Ruan Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yes, you did. Whatever you want, I'll leave it to you. Ruan Ning said, Why do I need those things? You're going to such a far place. You should bring food with you to replenish your energy on the way. As she spoke, she quietly stuffed the small cloth bag into Cheng Jiaoyue's pocket and said, These are the supplies you and your siblings left at my place. There are candies in it, and they will probably melt, but it's fine to use it to sweeten your mouth. Cheng Jiaoyue smiled and said, I understand. Don't worry, I will definitely come back safely. Ruan Ning hummed. After a while, the food on the big stove was cooked. These are supplies for the disaster relief camp, which means anyone who sees them can get a share. Ruan Ning was also given a bowl of porridge and a small bowl of stir-fried vegetables. Cheng Jiaoyue's eyes sparkled. There's so much meat and so much fat. It's so delicious. She ate quickly. Although the Cheng family could occasionally cook for themselves, they were definitely not able to live without worries about food and clothing. Cheng Jiaoyue wanted to savor the food slowly, but she just gobbled it up in a hurry. After finishing the porridge in the bowl, she was still not full, so she took out half a compressed biscuit and ate the broth. It smells so good. It's really delicious. Cheng Jiaoyue looked at Ruan Ning and said, Ning, eat quickly, or I'll grab it. Ruan Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Over there, Cheng Jiaoyue looked at his sister with a smile in his eyes. This big meal diluted the sadness of parting. After the meal, Cheng Jiaoyue packed his bag in high spirits. In addition to clothes and weapons, the things they carried the most were food and shoes. I don't know how many shoes I will wear out along the way. Thinking of this, Ruan Ning couldn't help but redden her eyes. Cheng Jiaoyue hugged her. Don't worry, I will come back safely. Ruan Ning hummed. I got you some water purification tablets. If you can find water, drink clean water. Understand? Cheng Jiaoyue's voice choked. Okay. In addition to the 3 of them saying goodbye, Sun Yongchao was also talking to Yin Ruoxue. Yin Ruoxue had a dull expression, while Sun Yongchao looked helpless and worried. Ruan Ning was very happy watching this. She thought that someone needed to teach Sun Yongchao a lesson. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the expedition team set out at night. Ruan Ning glanced at Cheng Jiaoyue secretly, not knowing what her brother was feeling. At this time, Everyone's eyes were focused on the direction the expedition team left, and no one noticed that a sloppy, bearded man stood up and quietly followed the team. Next, Ruan Ning would go out to look for Chu Dingfeng when she was free in the evening. She has accumulated some luck now and has the ability to return home instantly, so she won't be in danger if she meets Chu Dingfeng. I just don't know where to find it. Thinking of what Zhou Xiaoran once said about meeting Chu Dingfeng at the small market, Ruan Ning decided to try her luck there. During the extreme cold period, the small market was closed for nearly 4 months. Ruan Ning originally thought that the market would be unpopular, but she found out she was wrong after arriving. The small market not only did not decline, but was crowded with people. The temperature at night is about 45 degrees, and no one wants to stay on the 7th floor and squeeze in with the crowd, so the small market was moved to the street, which is much more spacious. For fear of burning their buttocks when sitting on the ground, business people carry a small stool with them and use various items to make fans to fan themselves. People visiting the market also carried homemade fans. Compared to the extreme cold period, the biggest difference between them was that their lips were chapped and the men basically had bald heads. There are also women with bald heads, and even if they have hair, it is very short. Ruan Ning walked slowly on the street. There were so many people here that she couldn't find Li Yunshan after searching for a while. There was no trace of Chu Dingfeng at all. Ruan Ning was just about to take a look when someone patted her shoulder from behind. Subconsciously turning around, Ruan Ning saw Zhou Xiaoran looking at her with a smile. It was extremely cold the last time we met, but now it is extremely hot. Zhou Xiaoran took off her penguin costume and cut her hair as short as a man's. But being cute is an advantage. Her face is still pretty, especially her big eyes that look even bigger. Ruan Ning smiled and said, "Xiaoran, we meet again." Zhou Xiaoran was very happy. "Are you here to buy water?" Now everyone is here to buy water, but it's not easy to buy. Ruan Ning said, "I just came here to try my luck." Zhou Xiaoran pulled her along and said, "Have you dug a well?" "Our boss took great pains to dig a well, but it's barely enough for us to eat and drink, so we don't dare to sell it." Ruan Ning smiled and said, "We still need to save some, right?" Zhou Xiaoran was embarrassed immediately. "I am saving it, but you know, in this weather, who knows if it can be saved. I heard that some people in Yuashan camp even stored ice in the basement, but it was useless. But it was worth it to melt some water." Ruan Ning smiled and said, "You guys didn't stock up on ice? I think your sister would definitely stock up." Zhou Xiaoran's eyes widened. "You are really my sister's confidant. But I can't hide it. People are melting in this weather." Ruan Ning smiled but said nothing. Zhou Xiaoran said, "Our boss said that it's over 50 degrees during the day, and it might be the same as before when it's hot for most of the year. He planned to store some water and then move us to the seaside so that we wouldn't have to worry about running out of water. But my sister said it's unreliable. She always thinks there are other dangers at the beach, so it's better to stay here." Ruan Ning, your sister is right. Who knows what will happen in this world? "Yeah." Zhou Xiaoran sighed and raised his hand to point to a large stall. "This is where we do business. If you're interested, you can take a look." Ruan Ning was fine anyway. "Okay, I'm just here to try my luck." Zhou Xiaoran then took her to the side of the stall, where 3 young men were guarding the stall. They were fanning with cardboard, and when they saw Zhou Xiaoran, they obediently called out, "Little Sister Zhou." Zhou Xiaoran smiled at them and said, "This is my friend. I'm just showing her around. You guys can focus on your own things." Ruan Ning looked at the supplies on display. In order to provide insulation, they put a layer of wooden boards on the ground, then covered it with a layer of cloth, and then placed the items. This makes it look much cleaner than other homes. In addition to compressed biscuits, there were also some expired food and countless old clothes. In addition, there are several metal products that are used in daily life. Ruan Ning was not very interested in these and pretended to ask Zhou Xiaoran casually, "Have you met Chu Dingfeng recently?" Zhou Xiaoran quickly said, "No, I only saw him once that time. Do you want to look for him? I can ask my sister to help you find out." Ruan Ning shook her head. "No, I'm just asking casually." Zhou Xiaoran saw that she looked down on ordinary things and rolled her eyes. "Ning Ning, I found that you should be similar to my sister and like rare things." She lowered her voice and said, "I'm going to take you to a place that you will definitely like. It will definitely broaden your horizons." Ruan Ning's eyes lit up and she became curious. "What kind of place is this? Can I learn something new here?" Chapter 57. Judging from Zhou Xiaoran's tone, this place should have some history. Ruan Ning smiled and said, "Okay, I'll go and learn from you today." Zhou Xiaoran felt embarrassed. It's actually a black market. But this place is a bit dangerous, Don't buy anything when you go there, we're just strolling around. Ruan Ning became even more curious and agreed. Zhou Xiaoran then took Ruan Ning away from the office building market. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening, but the nightlife had just begun. They took many twists and turns along the way. Ruan Ning was unfamiliar with the city and had no idea where she was. Suddenly, Zhou Xiaoran said, "Here we are. This is it." Ruan looked over and found that this should be the former commercial plaza, and in front of him was a 7-story shopping mall. Zhou Xiaoran took her to the stairs, but not upstairs, but downstairs. This used to be an underground shopping mall. Zhou Xiaoran explained, "My sister brought me here twice. I have an invitation card." As soon as she finished speaking, Ruan Ning saw 5 big men guarding the door downstairs. Zhou Xiaoran showed her invitation card and took out half a pack of cigarettes. "This is our admission deposit." One of the big men said, "Thank you for your cooperation, Miss Zhou. Don't forget to get the cigarettes from us when you leave." Zhou Xiaoran pretended to say, The two entered the underground mall, and it was pitch black inside, and they couldn't see anything. Zhou Xiaoran fished out a lighter from his pocket and said, "We need to go further down. There are 2 levels of underground parking lots. The black market is on the bottom level." When we reached the 3rd underground floor, the temperature dropped significantly. In fact, the temperature in this kind of place is more suitable for Tibetans, but the road surface has been soaked by water for a long time and is prone to landslides. Officials would not choose such a place to build a shelter. Zhou Xiaoran pushed open the heavy door in front of him, and Ruan Ning's eyes lit up. The reason it was bright was because someone inside was using a flashlight, which attracted attention in the dark space. It wasn't as lively inside as the office market, with people gathered in groups of 3 or 4. The surrounding environment had only been simply cleaned up, and there were traces of the flood, and the overall environment was a mess. Zhou Xiaoran lowered his voice and said, "There are all kinds of businesses here. We have to be careful." Ruan Ning nodded. The two came to a stall with candles lit. The stall owner was smoking with a cage next to him. Ruan Ning saw 6 or 7 mice in the cage. Seeing the 2 little girls, the stall owner smiled and said, "How about this? Genuine fresh meat. Only 20 kilograms of compressed biscuits for one." Ruan Ning quickly pulled Zhou Xiaoran away. Zhou Xiaoran said, "Have you ever eaten rat meat? Our boss is planning to start a rat breeding business, and it may become bigger and stronger in the future." Ruan Ning couldn't stand it, even though there were all kinds of weird foods in the novel. "We need to pay attention to the hygiene of these animals. Don't let them get plague and be finished." My sister said the same thing. Zhou Xiaoran said, "But our eldest brother really wants to try it." The two continued forward and saw people selling all kinds of things. There was not only rice and salt, but also men and women performing striptease. There are the most people here, and some people even give rewards with compressed biscuits. Ruan Ning watched for a while and was pulled away by Zhou Xiaoran. Seeing her blushing, Ruan Ning felt amused. "Xiaoran, there's nothing very rare in here." Zhou Xiaoran pulled her again. "Let's go. There are rare goods over there." Following Zhou Xiaoran, Ruan Ning slowly went deeper into the parking lot. There were still many flooded cars here, and only the space for people to stand was cleared. Zhou Xiaoran introduced, "This place has just been opened not long ago. It mainly sells, well, things that are not easy to sell outside. The reason there is such a place is that someone from the Tomorrow base came and said they wanted to exchange supplies with us." Ruan Ning's eyes lit up. Tomorrow's base? It's been less than a month since the Great Flood, and already people from the neighboring city are coming to break through Guangdong. Fortunately, I met Zhou Xiaoran today. Otherwise, Ruan Ning would not know at all. I really broadened my horizons. "Yes, it's called Tomorrow's base," Zhou Xiaoran said, "although I don't understand what a base is either. We still have the government in charge of our city, but the outside world is in chaos. I heard from my sister that many private bases have been set up in the neighboring city, killing and looting everywhere and bullying women. They wanted to come here to rob supplies and women, but they didn't expect to find regular troops in our city. They were terrified." Zhou Xiaoran even found it funny. Then the main force of the base left in disgrace, but some people stayed here to sell the big stuff. The two walked inside and saw a flashlight on. Ruan Ning looked over curiously and found several machine guns there. Ruan Ning blinked. Zhou Xiaoran said with a grin, "It's amazing, they can really get everything, even grenades." Ruan Ning could only say, "Awesome. Of course it is cool. These are from the armory." The Tomorrow base is well known in the novel. Taking advantage of the disaster relief period in the neighboring city, it attacked and destroyed the incomplete militia and obtained the arms. Their daily routine is to rob civilians. They also set up special cages to collect women and lock them up for base members to vent their anger. Zhou Shaoran only dared to look and didn't dare to get too close. My sister said that they have a big box full of grenades and smoke bombs. It's a mess outside anyway. Fortunately, we are still at peace here. Ruan Ning, yes. The two watched from a distance for a while, then walked back tacitly. On the way, Zhou Shaoran explained, my sister estimated that they would not be able to sell these things for a while because the price was too high. Although our team also collected weapons, it was just a small-scale operation. After all, there are still so many soldiers in the 4 major command posts. Zhou Shaoran smiled and said, how about it? These big guys are awesome, right? Ruan Ning said, it's very impressive. It was so powerful that she was already attracted by these weapons. It is impossible to buy them with money, these things cannot be cheap, and what identity does she use to trade? A few guns will be fine for minor fights, but these are heavy machine guns and grenades. If the authorities found out she bought these things... After separating from Zhou Shaoran, Ruan Ning went to a deserted place and then used a locator to return home. I have to say that the locator is really useful and saves her countless time. Ruan Xifeng and Zhou Sulan knew that she had been busy going out recently, and they couldn't help but feel a little distressed when they saw her. Ruan Ning said, don't wait for me anymore. You can go to bed whenever you want. I have a high luck value now, and I am safe outside. Ruan Xifeng shook his head and said, your mother can't sleep without seeing you back. Besides, we have nothing to do anyway, so how can we get enough sleep? Ruan Ning smiled and said, then you guys continue watching TV. I'm going to take a shower. Zhou Sulan said quickly, why are you in such a hurry? Why don't you have a midnight snack first? No dinner? Ruan Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and took out a portion of spicy crab from the space. After taking a shower, Ruan Ning opened the system mall. Because it was already the second day, a bottle of sleeping pills was refreshed in the mall. The description said that it could improve sleep quality and prolong sleep time. The selling price is 10 contribution points. Ruan Ning thought about it and bought the sleeping pills. She didn't go out for the next 2 days. Ruan Xifeng has repaired 8 cars. The other 2 were dismantled for parts, and 1 could not be repaired at all. There are still broken drones in the space, so Wang Min needs to repair them slowly and not be in a hurry. Ruan Ning stayed at home, mainly waiting for the mall to refresh. About 5 days later, at 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, the main system finally displayed what she wanted. Invisibility device. With this powerful weapon, Ruan Ning has a solution. Last time she made a mistake and bought just 1, but this time she gritted her teeth and placed an order for 10. Without telling her parents where she was going, Ruan Ning just said that she would stay out for 1 night. Although Zhou Sulan was worried, she did not stop it. At 2 o'clock in the evening, Ruan Ning left home. The place Zhou Shaoran took her to last time. Ruan Ning later secretly memorized the names of the surrounding buildings, and later searched on the offline map on her phone and found that it was a commercial plaza near the 3rd Ring Road. She lay in ambush first. Noticing someone walking underground, Ruan Ning quickly took out her invisibility device and followed the person into the parking garage. The invisibility device was only effective for 1 hour, so Ruan Ning hid in a corner first. It's really messy and dark in here, and the abandoned vehicles haven't been cleared away, so it's easy to hide someone there. I don't know how long it was before there was no more noise outside. Ruan Ning felt the temperature rising, but there was no movement in the parking lot. She took out the night vision goggles from the space and put them on, then used an invisibility device and moved towards the members of tomorrow's base who were selling arms. They simply spread blankets on the ground and slept in all kinds of positions. There was snoring, and the surrounding smell was not pleasant. Ruan Ning tiptoed, not caring what was in the boxes, and moved all the boxes or other items she could see into the space. It was not until there was nothing in front of her that Ruan Ning silently said go back in her heart. Back to the RV in an instant. Ruan Ning only felt that the light in front of her eyes was bright. At this time, Ruan Xifeng and Zhou Sulan were still sleeping. She did not disturb her parents and reached out to turn on the air conditioner. Then she spread a cloth on the floor and began to put boxes outside. The first box was not very big. When it was opened, it was filled with a box of bullets. This model is not for pistols/guns. Ruan Ning didn't quite understand it and put it back into the space arsenal. The second box was about the size of a box of mineral water and was filled with grenades, but they didn't seem to be grenades. The system said, "Host, this is a flash bomb." Ruan Ning was disappointed. Is it the kind that is thrown into the sky and becomes very bright? System, yes. The third box that came through the system was indeed a box of grenades. The fourth box is the incendiary bomb. It's indeed the Tomorrow base. It's just rich and powerful. Ruan Ning raised her eyebrows and took out several machine guns from the space. Although it seemed that she had no use for them for the time being, if she gave them these things, who knows how many innocent people would die. It's better to keep it to yourself, so that the gun won't be pointed at ordinary people. In addition, there was a box of pistols/guns, and I counted 32 of them. There were about 10 other guns, but Ruan Ning didn't know how to use them now, so she just put them all in the space. So many weapons gave her a full sense of security. In addition, she found that she had accidentally taken back the supplies they had exchanged. In total, there were 1,500 kilograms of compressed biscuits, 20 cartons of cigarettes, and 4 boxes of beef jerky, chocolate, and other food. There are also 20 bags of rice, each bag weighing about 40 kilograms. Ruan Ning was rich just from these 20 cartons of cigarettes. Unfortunately, except for the compressed biscuits, these foods are almost expired and are of little use to Ruan Ning. She can find an opportunity to give them away. After packing up, Ruan Ning took out a box of ice cream, ate it, and then took a shower and went to bed. The loss of a batch of arms at the Tomorrow base did not cause much commotion in the city. After all, the official authorities are still there, and even if they are attacked by hackers, they can only find ways to search, and it is impossible for them to search on a large scale. And this matter is so strange. They clearly closed the door, and there were people on duty outside. So how did all the things disappear? Which force is so terrifying? They were unfamiliar with the place, had countless suspects, and couldn't determine any of them. In a rage, the deputy base commander in charge of the trafficking killed several people and returned to his lair with the others. Of course, Ruan Ning didn't know about this. She was idle at home again. At most, she would go out to look for Chu Dingfeng or go to the air raid shelter to meet Wen Mei and Wang Lingxia. It has been 2 months since Cheng Jiaoyue left, and there is still no news from there. The weather is getting hotter and hotter, and water resources are becoming scarcer. The continuous high temperature of over 50 degrees evaporated all the water in the rivers and lakes. The ground cracked. People discovered that the wells they had dug had begun to dry up. Everyone looked dry and dirty. Due to the long-term lack of water intake, their eyes were dull, the corners of their lips were cracked, and they walked with difficulty. At this time, the provincial command post repaired 2 well drilling machines and started working with a little diesel. This type of well drilling machine can reach a depth of up to 200 meters, where there are groundwater resources. This became the only hope for the entire city. Of course, not everyone puts their hopes on these 2 machines. Some people, like Zhou Xiaoran, have been storing water from the beginning and plan to go to the beach. These people began a long migration. Ruan Ning also planned to set off, but her goal was slightly different from others. Chapter 58. Others go to the beach to find water, but Ruan Ning goes to find the plot. Therefore, her destination was different from others. Most people would go east, which was much closer to the sea, but she went south. In the novel, after the extreme heat comes, the leader of Tomorrow Base gives Chu Dingfeng a pair of twin sisters. The sisters are from a small island in the south. After being favored, they beg Chu Dingfeng to go to Sheii City to find their parents. Chu Dingfeng therefore embarked on his journey. According to the 2 sisters' description, Sheii City is an island far away from the land. There are not many residents on the island, and they make a living by fishing. There are also 3 well-known fishing companies on the island. It was just the end of the extreme cold period, and except for the newly arrived twin sisters, everyone else was pregnant, so Chu Dingfeng took the 2 sisters to Sheii City. When he arrived on the island, Chu Dingfeng was stunned. It turns out that Sheii City is an ice-free port during extreme cold weather. In other words, while other places are hibernating, Sheii City is still fishing and catching kelp. After the extreme cold ended, people from Sheii City, far away from the land, came to the provincial capital, hoping to exchange seafood for some compressed biscuits. However, they found that everyone in the provincial capital was starving to death. Their Sheii City is their rich hometown. The people in the provincial capital who had just experienced extreme cold heard about the ice-free port and fishery, and their eyes began to light up. After 30 years in the east, they decided to go to the wealthy Sheii City. At the beginning, each person on the crossing sea fishing boat was only charged 5 kilograms of compressed biscuits, and later they received 10 kilograms. Later, when drought came, people from the inland kept migrating to the seaside. Now, the boat ticket to Sheii City costs 25 kilograms of compressed biscuits per person. The plot is now out of control. Ruan Ning doesn't know whether Chu Dingfeng will go to Sheii City, but she thinks it will be a great opportunity to go there once. Islands, seafood, and hot weapons, everything is there. Influenced by the plot master, Chu Dingfeng will most likely go there as well. Ruan Ning originally planned to go alone, but Zhou Sulan was unwilling to do so after hearing about it. She felt that she should go as well. First, she was worried about her daughter. Second, she has a planning space. It would be great if she could get some live seafood and raise them in the space. Third, she and Ruan Sifeng stayed where they were, and no one provided them with ice, so they still had to endure the heat. Ruan Ning thought about it, and it made sense, so the three of them decided to set off together. Before leaving, Ruan Ning gave Cheng Jiaoyue some dried meat and rice, saying that she was going to the beach and might come back in a few months, or she might not come back. Cheng Jiaoyue didn't say much. After asking for the directions, he wished her a safe journey. Ruan Ning sent 5 more drones to Wang Min, asking him to repair them slowly and come back to pick them up in 3 months. Wang Min took the compressed biscuits and said, "Forget about everything else, but I don't know if I can still be alive in 3 months." Ruan Ning, isn't the command post digging a well? There's always a way. There is even less hope of going anywhere else, but at least the environment here is relatively safe and drought-resistant potatoes will be available soon. After explaining everything, the 3 members of the Ruan family set out at night. This community is close to the highway entrance, and the reason why the highway is called a highway is that it passes through mountains and ridges and uses a more straight-line connection method. Therefore, most people will choose to take the highway when leaving so that the direction is clearer. After getting on the highway, Ruan Ning found that there were people coming and going on the road, but the crowd was exceptionally quiet. No one spoke because talking would consume saliva, which would make them feel even thirstier. These people were carrying large and small bags. They were thin and walked weakly. Because of their different destinations, Ruan Ning and the other 2 soon parted ways with them. Unlike the highway heading east, this road is deserted and even quieter. There were some abandoned vehicles on the road, but not many, as most of them were washed away by the flood. Ruan Ning took out the Wuling Hongguang from the space. Let's be low-key and use this car. Ruan Sifeng immediately applied. I'll open it. The road was bumpy, and there were a lot of strange things on it, so the car was moving very slowly. But no matter how slow it is better than walking. Ruan Ning also put a battery in the car and turned on the cooling fan. If you put some ice on it, you won't even sweat if you don't move. The car didn't drive very far that night, and the tires were quite worn out. During the day, the temperature soared. The 3 of them simply stopped at a rest area on the highway. After the heavy flood, the entire area was extremely dirty and messy. Ruan Ning used the space to move out some of the debris and then place the RV in the lounge. It's always better to have a roof to shade you from the sun than to be outside. Ruan Sifeng has already repaired the RV's air conditioner and even replaced all the solar panels with new ones. After being connected to the power supply, the RV's air conditioner started working. Ruan Ning put some ice cubes and a cooling fan in place to lower the temperature, and the family began to think about what to eat. The weather was hot, and people had no appetite, so Zhou Sulan decisively gave up on taking care of her body and asked Ruan Ning for ice cream to cool off. Ruan Ning took out the iced milk tea and paired it with the last bit of cake she had stockpiled, and had a sweet dinner. Ruan Sifeng wolfed down a bowl of noodles and went into the rest area to sleep. In the middle of her sleep, Ruan Ning was awakened by the heat and quickly put a lot of ice cubes in the car again. At about 3 o'clock, the family slowly woke up. It was the hottest time outside at that time, and the air conditioner was completely useless. No one wanted to challenge the high temperature, so the 3 of them just watched TV in the RV. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the sun finally set. Ruan Sifeng and Zhou Sulan haven't gone out since the extreme heat, so they are a little uncomfortable and look listless. Ruan Ning handed them a bottle of mineral water and said, "I'll drive tonight." Ruan Sifeng wiped his sweat and said, "Okay, you come in the first half of the night and I'll come in the second half. No matter how slow you drive, it's better than walking." When encountering a large obstacle on the way, Ruan Ning used space transfer to move away. That night, they advanced further than the first. On the 3rd night, Ruan Ning and his friends met someone. There were about 10 people in this group. They were walking in front of Ruan Ning. They saw a car coming from afar, especially the bright headlights. They all looked incredulous. "There are still cars now? I want to take a ride," one person said excitedly. "What car? Let's try to stop it. If the other party won't stop, we can just rob it. We have all survived the apocalypse, so there is no need to reason." Because it was dark, Wan Ning only saw them after the car got closer. This group of people didn't do anything fancy. They lined up on the highway, clearly wanting to see if Wan Ning and the others dared to ram them. Anyway, the car won't kill anyone at this speed, so as long as they force the car to stop, they can take it away. Wan Ning didn't do anything fancy. She just fired a shot into the air and then pointed the gun at them. The crowd dispersed. Wan Xifeng drove past them. Wan Ning put away the gun and frowned. This won't work. We can't let them find us first, and we won't be prepared. As she spoke, she took out a drone from the space. This one flies higher, so it won't make too much noise, right? No, it's so dark. Can you see it if you fly so high? Let nature take its course. With drones leading the way, they can check in advance to see if there are any ambushes. After driving for 4 days, the number of people migrating began to increase. These people should all be starting from nearby and want to go to the beach. With so many people, it was impossible to drive. Wan Ning took out a paper map from the space. There are only 300 kilometers left. Zhou Sulan estimated. It will take about 10 days to walk, right? Wan Ning frowned. Why don't we get off the highway? There shouldn't be anyone on the country road, so we can continue driving. Wan Xifeng. No, the rural road has probably been washed away a long time ago. Wan Ning. Then let's take the provincial road. Even if we are seen by others, our car will pass by quickly. Wan Xifeng. Okay. The three of them followed the map and got off the highway and turned onto the provincial road. Compared to highways, very few people are willing to take provincial roads. After all, provincial roads may require a longer detour. Another advantage of the provincial road is that there are houses around it, so you can always find shade. The further south you go, the fewer local people there are, and there may even be 10 out of 10 houses empty, with no one living there. The rainstorm was too severe for them. Even if they were not destroyed by the rain, they would flee further south when it was extremely cold. By now, almost all of them have fled. The tires of Wuling Hongguang had been scrapped long ago, and the car had to be replaced 3 times. 3 days later, they were about to enter the provincial capital where Sheii City was located. But the provincial road ahead was completely dug up. This was dug out by humans. After getting out of the car, Wan Ning put it into the space. It looks like we have entered someone else's sphere of influence. The three of them could only go back to the highway and see a shocking scene through night vision binoculars. The highway was full of people in rags. There may be more than 10,000 people. These people traveled through mountains and rivers and went through untold hardships to find a paradise with water, but were stopped here. And a little bit ahead, someone has set up checkpoints. The three of them took down their telescopes, looked at each other, and Wan Xifeng said, "Let's go ask around." Wan Ning and her parents continued forward and came into the crowd. After squeezing forward for a distance, Wan Xifeng found that many people were stranded where they were, and some even set up tents on the side of the road. He thought for a moment and asked a middle-aged man sitting on the ground, "Brother, what's going on here? Why are there so many people?" The man ignored him. Wan Xifeng asked another person, but that person still ignored him. They were too lazy to even say no. Wan Xifeng had no choice but to secretly give the first person half a compressed biscuit. "Brother, what's going on?" The man then looked at Wan Xifeng and said in a hoarse and unpleasant voice, "You want to go to the beach too?" Wan Xifeng nodded. "Don't even think about it. You can't go. The locals have blocked all the roads. There is only one way to get into the city. Each person has to pay 10 kilograms of compressed biscuits." Wan Xifeng was surprised. "So expensive. Is there still water in the provincial capital?" "The sea is all water," the man said. "But you can't drink sea water. You have to find a way to filter it yourself." Wan Xifeng turned and asked, "Who is blocking this place?" The man refused to speak again. Wan Xifeng gave him the remaining half of the compressed biscuit. The man touched his cracked lips, probably trying to figure out whether he could still swallow the dry compressed biscuits. "It's an organization called Black Panther. You're too far away to see now. They've got machine guns out front. Anyone who dares to rush the checkpoint will be shot indiscriminately." After inquiring, Wan Xifeng returned to his wife and daughter and told them about the situation. Wan Ning had an impression of the Black Panther organization, which was a relatively large force in Sheii City. She didn't expect that they had extended their reach here. Wan Xifeng asked, "What should we do now? Should we try to take a detour?" Wan Ning shook her head. "Why take a detour? We can just hand in the compressed biscuits and pass through." Zhou Sulan also said, "I also think this is the best way to avoid getting into trouble." Wan Xifeng nodded in agreement. "Okay." It was almost 9 o'clock in the evening. There were many people stuck in the road, but only a few were queuing. Some people only realized they couldn't get through after they arrived and turned back in despair. It didn't take long for Wan Ning and the other two to arrive at the checkpoint. In fact, this is the former toll station, which was slightly modified by the Black Panther organization. All other entrances and exits were blocked, leaving only one exit and one entrance. There were 3 strong men guarding the entrance with guns on their backs. Seeing Wan Ning and the other two, the person in charge of opening the door narrowed his eyes and said, 13 kilograms of compressed biscuits per person. Wan Ning turned her head to look at the wooden sign next to her. Doesn't it say Tenjin? The man said impatiently, Are you going in or not? If not, leave quickly. I'll give you whatever I say, or I'll confiscate all your backpacks. Wan Ning guessed that the 3 of them did not look so pale and skinny, so this man wanted to squeeze money out of them. She nodded and said, Okay. The 3 people were carrying bags, and each of them took out 13 kilograms of compressed biscuits. Seeing so much food, people who were stopped at the checkpoint and were reluctant to leave showed expressions of envy and jealousy, as if they wanted to rush up and grab it. The gatekeeper smiled and said, I didn't expect there really is such a thing. All right, you guys go ahead. For the sake of compressed biscuits, I remind you not to take the small path, or you might get hit to death by someone. Wan Ning and the other 2 nodded and left. This checkpoint stopped too many people, and the crowds became sparse after they crossed it. After getting off the highway, the 3 of them went directly to the ship port. This is the only way to get to Sheii City. There were still a dozen or so people near the harbor, probably waiting for the boat. Apart from that, I didn't see any staff and didn't know when the boat would arrive. Compared to those on the highway, these people waiting for the boat seemed to be in much better condition and could at least speak to each other in low voices. Wan Ning lit the candle and saw a woman with a child. She looked to be in her 30s and the child was only about 4 or 5 years old and was held tightly in her arms. Walking up to the woman, Wan Ning asked, Beautiful lady, my last name is Ruan. I want to take a boat to Sheii City. Do you know how long it will take for the boat to arrive? The woman shook her head and did not answer. Wan Ning didn't force it. When she was about to leave, the woman suddenly said, I heard that the ship came yesterday, but the price of the men's ticket has increased to 30 kilograms of compressed biscuits, while the women's ticket only needs 20 kilograms. Wan Ning blinked her eyes. She didn't expect that Sheii City was also adjusting the gender ratio. Does a child also need 20 kilograms? Wan Ning asked. The woman pursed her lips. A child needs 50 kilograms. Wan Ning was shocked. The woman explained, It's useless for the children to go up there. They don't want them. Wan Ning looked down at the little girl, then at the woman's backpack, which contained no more than 30 kilograms of compressed biscuits. No more is possible. Then what about your daughter? Wan Ning asked. The woman said, I will take her to the boat. Her father is over there. She will have to pay another 20 kilograms when she gets off the boat. Wan Ning didn't know what to say. The woman rustled and took out 10 compressed biscuits from her backpack. Beauty, these 2 kilograms of compressed biscuits are my last food. Can you help me take care of my daughter on the boat, so she won't run around? Just keep an eye on her and don't let her fall into the sea by herself. Wan Ning looked at Zhou Sulan. Zhou Sulan said, Forget about the compressed biscuits. I will help you keep an eye on them, but I can't be held responsible if anything goes wrong. The woman laughed immediately. No need to be responsible. Who can be responsible for whom now? Zhou Sulan asked again. How long has your husband been in Sheii City? He came to the island a long time ago. At that time, he only needed 5 kilograms of compressed biscuits. Unfortunately, my family only has 5 kilograms left. Now these are all brought back by him one by one. The woman said, He works as a porter at the Fuhai base. Wan Ning's eyes lit up. Fuhai base is the largest force on the island now. The woman looked surprised. You know this? Wan Ning smiled and said, If you want to live on an island, you must ask around first. I heard that the Fuhai base was originally a fishing company, and the boss has a boat, so he is very rich now. Your husband is paid very well in Fuhai, right? That's the same thing, the woman sighed. People outside can't survive now, so they can barely survive. I heard that those bases are in a mess. Many people have no water to drink now. The young master of Fuhai base was holding a pool party a few days ago. We used fresh water, filling 3 swimming pools. My husband said that the waiter at the time wanted to jump in and drink their bath water. There was so much fresh water, and they wasted it. Wan Ning didn't say anything. At this time, they heard the sound of a ship. When it got closer, Wan Ning discovered that the ship was actually quite large and was 2 stories high. The woman said happily. Here it comes. This is the ship from Fuhai Base. All the waiting people stood up, put their belongings on their backs, and looked forward to it eagerly. After the ship arrived, no one boarded immediately. Instead, it started trading, mainly exchanging seafood for other supplies. Half an hour later, a man walked down from the boat, holding a lamp in his hand. If you want to get on the boat, hurry up, we'll leave soon. The crowd lined up quickly. Because there were only 15 people in total, it was soon Ruan Ning and the others' turn. The man said, the boat ticket is 30 kilograms for men and 20 kilograms for women. Not a penny less. Ruan Ning took out the compressed biscuits from her backpack. The man took it and looked at it for a while, then looked up and said to Ruan Ning, Where are you from? Ruan Ning answered casually with a place. That's not right, the man said. I've received so many people, and I've never seen your batch before. You must be from farther away. Ruan Ning didn't expect that this person would actually check the batches of products, so she could only say, I bought it from someone else, so I don't know what batches are. The man didn't care and waved his hand to let them pass. After getting on board, Ruan Ning discovered that this was just a simple fishing boat. They were arranged on the second floor, while the crew and porters were on the first floor. The more advanced rooms are on the first floor, and they actually have electric fans. It seems that Sheii City has recovered to a higher level as it has not experienced extreme cold. After about an hour, the boat finally arrived in Sheii City. As soon as she got off the boat, Ruan Ning felt something different. It's so lively here. Even though she had read the original novel, Ruan Ning was still stunned. It was not long before dawn, but the harbor was still crowded with people. It felt a bit like a holiday in real life, with the streets full of people. Ruan Xifeng and Zhou Sulan hadn't seen so many people for a long time. They were overwhelmed in an instant, as if they had returned to the real world. Ning Ning, look over there, there's dried abalone for sale. Is that kelp? And there are shrimps. This dried shrimp must weigh 3 taels, right? Ruan Xifeng was stunned. Why do I feel like I'm in heaven? At this time, a man ran over and excitedly hugged the little girl that Zhou Sulan was carrying. The little girl also shouted, Daddy! Ruan Ning knew that this was a member of the Fuhai Base, the husband the woman mentioned, a porter. Compared to the others, although he looked very dark, he was obviously much healthier. The little girl eloquently introduced Ruan Ning and the other two to her father. After listening to them, the man excitedly said to the 3 people, Thank you for helping me look after Xiaoyue. She is only 4 years old, and she is alone. Ruan Xifeng smiled and said, I just watched her on the boat. Xiaoyue was very well behaved and didn't move at all. The man was still excited. Anyway, thank you. Seeing that most of the other people who came to the island had somewhere to go, only Ruan Ning and the other 2 were completely unfamiliar with the place. The man said, I know there's a place to rent a house nearby. How about I take you to have a look? The properties rented there are all from our base. They are a little more expensive than outside, but they are more secure. Ruan Ning immediately smiled and said, Okay, thank you very much. The man led them to a house near the harbor, said a few words to the people inside, and left with his daughter. The person who was in charge of receiving Ruan Ning was a skinny guy, even thinner than a bamboo pole, but his face was full of smiles. He smiled and said, Uncle and Aunt, beautiful ladies, I can tell from the looks of it that you have just arrived in Sheii City. I am a professional real estate agent. From villas to shared rental houses, we have everything you need. Seeing his professional attitude, Ruan Ning asked curiously, Were you also a real estate agent before? The man said, No, I used to be a teacher. Ruan Ning didn't know whether the teacher was real or fake. What's the price for renting a room? The man looked disappointed when he heard her asking about shared housing. Seeing that these 3 people had rosy complexions and not very chapped lips, he thought they were important clients. Shared housing is very cheap. You can stay in it for a night with just 1 compressed biscuit. It is also very close to the seaside market. Ruan Ning thought that the price should be more than a little higher than outside. What if we want to rent a single room? The man laughed and said, A 1-bedroom apartment costs 1 kilogram of compressed biscuits a day. It's very cost-effective for the 3 of you to live here. It's not much more expensive than renting a shared apartment. Ruan Ning said, That's still expensive. Your villa doesn't need 10 kilograms of compressed biscuits a day, does it? How can 10 kilograms of compressed biscuits be enough? The man said. The villa area is full of wealthy people who have fled here. They like to trade cigarettes and alcohol, and they rent them monthly. Ruan Ning thought for a moment and said, If I want to rent a villa, how much do I have to pay? The man didn't expect these 3 people to have such strength. His eyes lit up. 20 kilograms worth of compressed biscuits every day, about 600 kilograms a month. This price is prohibitive for most people. Ruan Ning. Okay, then take me to see it. The man's face was suddenly filled with surprise, and his tone became much more polite. Don't worry, follow me. I am from the Fuhai base. The villa area is run by our base chief. I will definitely not cheat you. Ruan Ning smiled. This base is indeed wealthy, and there are even scenic tandem bicycles available for house viewing. Ruan Ning and Zhou Sulan were in one car, and Ruan Sifeng and the agent were in another. On the way, the agent introduced the general situation of the villa area and his own name. His name is Li Yu. The villa was a sea view villa developed by a real estate developer in the past. Now it has become an asset of the Fuhai base and has been renamed Fuhai Villa. After about 10 minutes, the three of them arrived at their destination. Apart from the high temperature of 48 degrees, the environment is pretty good. There were 5 security guards guarding the gate of the community. 3 of them were playing landlord. Seeing Li Yu coming with 3 people, a security guard took out the key to the gate and said, "Bringing customers again? Can it be allowed this time?" Li Yu nodded and bowed. "Let's take a look first. I think these 3 people have something. Although they don't have much, they all seem to be valuable." The security guard looked Ruan Sifeng up and down. "Is it true?" Ruan Sifeng pretended not to see it. Li Yu quickly said, "My vision is definitely correct. I'll take them to look at the house first. You guys can continue to have fun. If it's rented out, I'll come back to reward you." The security guard smiled and then opened the door. This villa area is pure villas with no high-rise buildings. Because it had been flooded, the house looked of average quality, but it must have been cleaned, so it was fairly clean. Several of the buildings have already been rented out, making them more popular than the others. Li Yu wanted to take them to see the houses around, but Ruan Ning stopped him directly. "Is there a quieter one? We don't want anyone around us." Li Yu looked surprised. "Yes, there is, but it's far from the security guards. Most people now prefer to live near the door." Ruan Ning smiled and said, "Just take me there. We like quiet places." The 4 people continued to walk inside and came to the detached villa. "There's no one around here, not even the first 2 rows." Ruan Ning walked around inside and said, "This is it. The sun is out. If we delay any longer, it will melt away. We might as well make a decision early." She took out a pack of cigarettes from her backpack. "This should be enough to pay 1 month's rent, right?" Li Yu immediately laughed. That's enough. Then you could just stay here, and I'll go to the security booth and tell them right away. If there is anything you don't understand or need help, you can also come to my company to find me." Is this a hint that she can use connections to get in through the back door? Ruan Ning smiled and nodded. By the time he left, it was almost daybreak. Ruan Ning and her parents came to the largest bedroom, then moved all the furniture out and put the bed in the space. Ruan Sifeng said, "Take out the air conditioner, and I'll install it at daybreak." Ruan Ning nodded and placed the air conditioner outdoor unit on the balcony of the room. Zhou Sulan also took out green plants and flowers from the planting space. After the simple arrangement, the room became much warmer. Ruan Ning began to put ice cubes into it. In order to achieve the effect of rapid cooling, she put it in a cold storage at once. After drawing all the curtains, Ruan Ning placed the RV in the living room on the first floor. This way, there was even a shower, which saved a lot of trouble. The arrangement is complete, and the temperature has reached 52 degrees. The 3 of them simply washed up, ate some braised food, and went to sleep. At 1 a.m., Ruan Sifeng stayed in the villa while Ruan Ning and Zhou Sulan went out for a walk. Chapter 59. The 2 came to the seaside market. It's even busier here than in the morning, with people buying and selling things everywhere. Ruan Ning and Zhou Sulan looked around and found that the stalls were full of dry goods. After all, it is too easy for things to become dry goods at this temperature. Ruan Ning had not stockpiled much seafood when she first stocked up, and she even forgot to buy dried kelp. Now the pigs in the space could be slaughtered, and she only had to wait for the kelp to cook kelp and pork rib soup. I asked 2 random shops, and they said about 2 kilograms of compressed biscuits could be exchanged for 1 kilogram of dried kelp. The price was not expensive, so Ruan Ning decisively bought all 5 kilograms of kelp from a stall. Ruan Ning and Zhou Sulan went for a walk outside, secretly put the kelp into the space, and then came back to purchase more. There was a stall selling dried shrimps. Although they were dried shrimps, the shrimps were large, and Ruan Ning liked them immediately. She asked the boss, "How much is this?" The boss said, "1 compressed biscuit for 1. Ruan Ning exclaimed, "So expensive?" The boss picked up a shrimp and gestured, "Look at my shrimp, it's pure wild." If it weren't for natural disasters and man-made disasters that prevented seafood from being shipped out, ordinary people wouldn't be able to eat this shrimp at all. Wan Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The boss continued, and look at how big they are. 5 shrimps might weigh more than a pound. They are dry goods. Wan Ning then said, okay, I'll buy 10. The boss's face immediately showed joy, and he quickly made a deal with Wan Ning. Later, she bought 20 kilograms of kelp, 3 kilograms of shrimp, and dried abalone. Although it is fun to shop from store to store like this, the purchase quantity is too small and it is not suitable for stockpiling. At 4 o'clock in the morning, a boat finally returned from the sea. The crowd immediately rushed towards the fishing boat. Wan Ning saw that the boat was full of seafood, including shrimps, abalone, and various kinds of sea fish. Too bad they're all dry goods. There was only one kind of shrimp in Wan Ning's space, lemon shrimp. She had been tired of eating it all year and urgently needed a change of taste. She used to love eating fresh shrimps. Wan Ning asked the people watching the fun, why is there no live seafood on this ship when it just came back? The man was speechless. Girl, think about the current temperature. Where can you find seafood nearby? You have to go somewhere far away to catch it. Now the boat is underpowered, and it will be dried up after a trip back and forth, right? Wan Ning suddenly realized, so that's it. It's not that there are no living creatures. They use ice cubes to keep them alive. The man continued, but those are directly given to the top leaders of the base. Wan Ning nodded after receiving the instruction. Zhou Sulan said at this time, it seems that it is not easy to buy live animals. Do we have to follow them out to sea? Wan Ning said, it's not that there's no work, it's just that the price is a little higher. Zhou Sulan, we still need to contact the top leaders of the base. Where can we contact them? Whether it is to buy seafood or to change the plot, Wan Ning has to contact the top management of Fuhai Base. Wan Ning now knows 2 people in the Fuhai Base, but their status is not high, and she doesn't know if she can get in touch with them. While she was thinking, she suddenly heard someone calling her name. This is Sheii City. It's her first day here. Why would someone call her by her name? Wan Ning immediately became alert and looked in the direction of the sound, and unexpectedly saw Wu Daowei with a bare head. She was shocked and said with wide eyes, Angkor. Wu Daowei was even happier than her. Sister, you are also in Sheii City. Wan Ning remembered that she didn't meet Li Yunshan when she went to the small market that time. She was surprised at that time. It turned out that they had moved away long ago. Still running so far? Wan Ning admired him in her heart. I just arrived yesterday. When did you come? Wu Daowei chuckled and said, it wasn't long. It was just that the weather got hot, and our boss felt that it was unreliable to stay where we were, so he brought us out. Wan Ning didn't know whether to say that this was good vision or bad vision. What are you doing here? Are you still doing business? Wu Daowei chuckled. Of course we still have to do business. Otherwise, what else can we do? But the big business here is in the hands of the base, so we just have some soup. Wan Ning smiled and said, drinking soup is not bad either. Wu Daowei looked at Zhou Sulan at this time. Who is this? Wan Ning introduced him, and Wu Daowei quickly greeted him. Wan Ning was too lazy to be polite with him, so she simply said, Brother Wu, since you are doing business here, is it okay for me to buy some seafood from you? Wu Daowei's eyes lit up. Wan Ning had a relatively important seller status among them, and this was the first time she had come to them to buy goods in a serious manner. He quickly said, of course, no problem. What do you want? Wan Ning said, 1,000 kilograms of shrimp, 500 kilograms of abalone, 500 kilograms of kelp, 300 kilograms of seaweed or wakame. Anyway, as long as it is edible seafood, I can have some dried goods. Wu Daowei was dumbfounded. Sister, what are you going to do? Wan Ning smiled but said nothing. Wu Daowei stopped asking, excitement welling up in his eyes. We can get what you want, but it will take some time. Wan Ning, we can wait. She lowered her voice and asked, but can you get fresh seafood alive? Wu Daowei glared. You have such a big appetite. Seafood is not like other animals. They die too easily. Wan Ning, otherwise I wouldn't ask you for help. I don't want too much. You can go a little higher in price. This one was a little higher, which made Wu Daowei couldn't help but chuckle. Don't worry, I will definitely help you with this. Brother Wu won't cheat you. You want live seafood. Compressed biscuits are hard to buy. It's best to exchange them for something else. Wan Ning said, I don't know what to buy either. Brother Wu, can you give me some tips? Wu Daowei looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to them. He lowered his voice and said, the head of the Fuhai base was the former boss of the Fuhai group. He married a young wife who was in her 20s before the super flare. and then he got pregnant. He finally gave birth safely, but his wife didn't have enough milk. Now he is looking for milk powder everywhere, preferably of better quality. You know, there are still pregnant women everywhere now, and there is no wet nurse to be found. The only thing to find is milk powder. Wan Ning knew about this. In the original novel, it was Chu Dingfeng who provided milk powder to the young lady, and the two of them got in touch through this. Of course, the young lady also became Chu Dingfeng's possession. The other party is still looking for milk powder, which means that Chu Dingfeng has not met Yu Minmin yet. Wan Ning was delighted, feeling like a big pie had fallen from the sky, solving two problems at once. She pretended to be hesitant and said, "This is not easy. After all, it's been so long. Isn't it expired?" Wu Dawei said, "Generally speaking, the shelf life of milk powder is at least 1.5 years, and most of them are 2 years, so they can still be used." Wan Ning blinked and looked at the milk powder in the space. It was almost a year away from expiration. "If there is milk powder, how do you change it?" Wu Dawei said. They had a son when they were old, and the older one was a spendthrift, so they valued the younger son very much. "It's no problem to exchange a bucket of milk powder for 2 king crabs." Wan Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Okay, I'll go back and ask my boss, and if I can get the milk powder, I'll look for you. Please save those dry goods for me first." "Vous d'avez, okay. I'm usually at this market. Come find me here if you have anything." Wan Ning smiled and nodded. Afterwards, she and Zhou Sulan strolled around and bought some cuttlefish and dried squid. In the next few days, Wan Ning and Zhou Sulan continued to go out shopping every day and would symbolically bring some kelp and the like every time they came back. The system mall is also refreshed every day. About a week later, Wu Dawei told her that the dry goods were ready and asked her where to ship them. Wan Ning first asked, "How much have you prepared, and how much do you want?" Wu Dawei said, "Anyway, we have everything you asked for and everything you didn't ask for, and we guarantee they are all fresh and of good quality." They were very generous this time and wanted to trade milk powder with you. "I helped you brag a lot. There are only 8,000 kilograms of compressed biscuits in total." Wan Ning agreed and asked for the price. "Our boss has found the milk powder." Wu Dawei's face was full of surprise. "Is it true?" "Of course it's real." Wan Ning said, "But there are only 5 buckets of milk powder in total. See how much you can exchange for. Anyway, I want live shrimps, and anything else is up to you." Wu Dawei rubbed his hands excitedly. "There are 5 barrels. Don't worry, brother will definitely give you a good price." Wan Ning smiled and said, "How can I not trust you? I have prepared a warehouse for the transaction. I'll give you the address later. I'll put the compressed biscuits in it, and you can just move it out when the time comes." Wu Dawei agreed readily. The two have done business together more than once or twice, and have developed a certain level of trust. Wan Ning learned from the lesson on the ship last time and mixed the compressed biscuits for system refresh with those obtained from trading, and placed 8,000 kilograms of them in the warehouse. After this expenditure, she still had about 5,000 kilograms left. They hid aside, and in the second half of the night, Wu Dawei and his men came with their things, and it took them 2 full hours to move the compressed biscuits away. This is indeed big business. After they left, Wan Ning waited there for a while before going to the warehouse to receive the goods. Wan Ning could only say that Wu Dawei really treated her like an old acquaintance. There are actually 2,000 kilograms of shrimp. It is quite big, looks plump, and has beautiful color. The amount of kelp was the same as what she had told her, enough for her to eat for a lifetime. In addition, there are dried goods such as abalone, which are also of good quality. Overall, it is much cheaper than buying it herself outside, and it greatly enriches the inventory of seafood products. The next step is to look at fresh products. If we can raise them ourselves, won't we be able to eat fresh shrimp every day? The more Wan Ning thought about it, the happier she became, and her eyes lit up. The system then said, "Host, your planting space does not have a pond, so you cannot raise fish." Wan Ning said, "I want a pond too, but your price is too high. 1 acre of land costs 10,000 contribution points. Do you think I can afford it in my lifetime? In that case, why don't we do this, and then that and that?" The system didn't understand and asked curiously, "Host, what is this and that? What is that?" Wan Ning smiled and said, "I'll be in charge, and you'll be in charge. First, did I leave half an acre of land empty after I harvested rice last time?" The system said obediently, "Yes." "Then, can we dig a 4-meter deep pit in this half-acre of land?" The system understood what he had heard and was very resistant. "Of course not. How can we dig this farmland?" Wan Ning blinked. Can I? The system cried. No. Wan Ning stopped talking. The system complained. But even if we dig a 4-meter deep pit, it's only 1,000 cubic meters, which is not enough to support many things. We're just a family of 3. If we raise too many, we won't be able to eat them all. Wan Ning said. Tong Tong, are you still my little elf? The system protested. I'm your little elf, not your little slave, so you exploit me. Wan Ning said. How could that be? Am I not working hard on the mission? Do you still want to be selected as the annual outstanding subsystem? Do you still want to stand out? The system gritted its teeth and said, Okay, I'll help you. Host, you have to work hard too. Wan Ning chuckled. Of course. An agreement was reached by everyone, and the space on Zhou Sulan's side changed drastically. The system also helps her maintain the edge of the pond to prevent water seepage or landslides. 2 days later, word came from Wu Daowei that the other party agreed to exchange live seafood with her. But the young lady wanted to meet Wan Ning. Wan Ning thought to herself, wow. Chapter 60. In the novel, Yu Minmin and Chu Dingfeng met through milk powder, so it is not surprising that she wanted to see me. Wan Ning was still a little more cautious. Why does she want to see me? Does she know my name and identity? Wu Daowei immediately said, Impossible, we have never disclosed it. She probably wants more milk powder. After all, it's hard to come by. Wan Ning thought about it and felt that it was really worth meeting him. Apart from anything else, Yu Minmin is an important character in the plot of Sheii City, so maybe we can find Chu Dingfeng through her. Then Brother Wu, please help arrange it. Wan Ning said, I'm free these 2 days. Wu Daowei's face lit up. The other party has already said that if you agree, let's meet at Fuhai Mansion at 12 o'clock tomorrow night. Wan Ning nodded. Okay. Now the day and night are reversed. 12 o'clock at night is 12 o'clock at noon, which is just the time to have lunch together. After eating, we can chat and go home without encountering the sun. Late the next night, Wan Ning arrived at Fuhai Mansion 20 minutes early. She handed her invitation card to the guard at the door. The guard took it in his hand and looked at it. Is this the guest invited by Madame Yu? Wan Ning hummed. The guard took the invitation card and called to one side. Zhu San, bring this guest in. Another guard with a gun quickly ran over, and his attitude was much more respectful. Sir, please follow me. Wan Ning followed him into the room. The so-called Fuhai Mansion is actually a large villa with a separate courtyard. In the past, there should have been a large lawn at the entrance, but now the weather is too hot and no grass can survive, so this open space is covered with a green carpet. I don't know where they got so many green carpets. The main building is 4 stories high and looks half new, probably having been repaired after the Great Flood. The most special thing about this villa is that there are lights throughout the house. Even the front door where the guard was just standing is lit, shining alone in the dark night. When the two of them came to the main building entrance, Zhu San said, My dear, I will take you here. Wan Ning nodded and stepped into the villa. Compared to the front door, the lights in here are quite bright. The living room is open and has a large crystal chandelier on. All the other small lights were also on. The servant handed Wan Ning a pair of slippers and said respectfully, Guest, please change your shoes. Wan Ning asked, Where's the madam? The servant said, Mrs. You will be down soon. You can wait on the sofa for a while. Wan Ning nodded and walked to the sofa and sat down. After a while, the servant brought her ice water and a small plate of nuts and frozen fruits. Wan Ning smiled at her and took a sip of the water. Soon, Yu Minmin came down. As a wife, she is really young and looks like a little girl. However, as the wife of the commander of the Fuhai base, she was dressed elegantly, had delicate makeup on her face, and her long black hair was also eye-catching. Wan Ning smiled and said, Good evening, Madame Yu. Yu Minmin was about the same age as her, and her eyes lit up when she saw Wan Ning. Mr. Zhou didn't mention it. I didn't know you were so young. Mr. Zhou is the eldest of Wu Daowei. Wan Ning smiled. I have no choice but to come out and make a living. You are better than me. Yu Minmin had a slightly sad look on her face. Miss Wan, let's go sit over there. Wan Ning followed Yu Minmin to the restaurant. We agreed to have dinner at 12 o'clock, so we won't dilly-dally, and the table is already filled with delicious food, such as double-headed abalone, sea cucumber, grouper, and tiger prawn. Other seafood varieties are also available. There are also pork and beef on the table, which are rarely found in the inland. Of course, there are also vegetarian dishes on the seabed. Wan Ning's eyes lit up. It looks like I'm going to have a feast today. Yu Minmin smiled and said, Miss Wan, please feel free to do as you please. The two began to eat. Yu Minmin ate very little and very slowly. Ruan Ning ate for a while, then slowed down. Madam, did you ask me to come here this time? Is it because of the milk powder? Yu Minmin looked at Ruan Ning and said, Ms. Ruan is a smart person. This child almost cost me half my life. It was not easy for him to be born. I want to give him the best. She lowered her eyes sadly. But now he can't even fill his stomach. Born in such an environment, he doesn't know what to do in the future. Ruan Ning said, 5 buckets of milk powder can last a long time. Yu Minmin, so I want to thank Miss Ruan and your boss, but as a mother, I always want to save a little more. Is it really gone from your side? Ruan Ning deliberately made things difficult. Yu Minmin said quickly, I have already talked to the base commander. As long as you agree, we can try our best to meet your requirements. As she spoke, she asked someone to bring a red coral. This is our personal thank you gift to you. Ruan Ning said, I can't accept this, but our boss really doesn't have any left. At most, Ruan Ning said, I can get you 7 buckets in total. These 7 barrels of milk powder were specially prepared for the plot. Yu Minmin's eyes lit up. Really? Thank you so much, Miss Ruan. Ruan Ning smiled. Yu Minmin was in high spirits to eat and started chatting with Ruan Ning. She married Qian Fuhai of Fuhai Base before the end of the world. The man was more than 20 years older than her and old enough to be a father. Her stepson is 2 years older than her. If before the end of the world, Yu Minmin was at least in a legally protected position, Qian Fuhai would not have gone too far, but what is the situation now? Qian Fuhai already has numerous women, and there are 3 of them living in this villa alone. She is not the kind of woman with deep scheming. She has a very depressed life because of the lack of manpower in the Fuhai base. It was also because of this that Chu Dingfeng provoked Yu Minmin with just a few words after meeting her, and the two developed an underground relationship. Now I don't know whether Yu Minmin has met Chu Dingfeng. Ruan Ning was just about to ask when she suddenly heard laughter coming from the stairs. It seemed like a man was telling a joke, making the girls giggle. Yu Minmin frowned. Ruan Ning knew that this was Brother Qi and one of Qian Fuhai's wives. After a while, 2 people came down the stairs. One was Qian Weimin and the other was a young girl. Qian Weimin glanced in their direction and said sarcastically, Oh, my stepmother is entertaining people. Ruan Ning blinked. There is also such a passage in the original novel, which mainly describes Chu Dingfeng slapping the rich second generation in the face. Forget about her. She doesn't like to slap people in the face and only likes to do business. Yu Minmin said nothing and waited for Qian Weimin to leave. Qian Weimin ran over with great interest and sat down on a chair. He looked Ruan Ning up and down and said, She is still a great beauty, but it's a pity that she cut her hair short. Everyone outside looks like this now. How boring. As he said that, he looked at Yu Minmin. Stepmother, what's the meaning of you bringing a little girl into the family you can't compete with others? So you want to learn from the legend of Zhenhuan to cultivate your own confidence, right? Yu Minmin looked disgusted. This is my friend. Qian Weimin. Do you have any friends? Ruan Ning looked at her nose and her heart and heard Yu Minmin say, Miss Ruan, I'm really sorry. My son is a troublemaker and I offended him today. Qian Weimin jumped up from his chair immediately. Damn it, who is your son? Yu Minmin looked at him and said, Who is my son? Everyone knows it. You stinky bitch. Qian Weimin was furious and picked up the plate on the table. The servant at the side stepped forward quickly and said, Young master, this won't do. If the base commander knew about this, he would definitely be unhappy. Qian Weimin pointed at Ruan Ning and asked, Who is this person and why is she here? No one dared to answer. Yu Minmin said, I told you, this is my friend. You have a shitty friend. I ask again, what does this guy do? Ruan Ning then said, I'm here to discuss business. Yu Minmin looked anxious and warned Ruan Ning with her eyes not to continue talking. Otherwise, Qian Weimin would never let her son buy milk powder. Qian Weimin narrowed his eyes. Doing business? Ruan Ning smiled and said, Yes, I recently had some business to discuss with the base commander. Since I am a woman, I asked Madame Yu to entertain me. Qian Weimin looked disdainful. You are still talking about business and fooling me here? Ruan Ning smiled and said, Of course I am just a representative. Our boss has a batch of condoms. Qian Weimin immediately became excited, his eyes sparkling. Is this true? You have this. Ruan Ning smiled and said, Of course, otherwise why would Madame Yu entertain me? But the number is not large. Qian Weimin waved his hand and said, There aren't many, so I want them all. How do you sell them? 1 contraceptive condom and 20 kilograms of compressed biscuits. Qian Weimin was stunned. Are you trying to cheat me? It's so expensive. Ruan Ning blinked her eyes and said innocently, "This is my offer. How can it be expensive? There are many friends like you, young Master Qian, in the world." As she spoke, she glanced at the girl next to her. "What if I get sick without a condom? If my girlfriend is pregnant, how do I know whose child it is?" Qian Weiman felt guilty instantly, but he felt that Ruan Ning couldn't possibly know about his relationship with the girl. So he quickly said, "I want all the money you have." Ruan Ning's eyes lit up. "Really? Actually, I only have 300 of them." Qian Weiman immediately said, "Just 6,000 kilograms of compressed biscuits. I want them all." Ruan Ning couldn't help but smile. "Okay, then it's settled." Qian Weiman felt that he had gotten a good thing and could not bear to keep a low profile, so he went out proudly to show off. Yu Minmin looked speechless, but she didn't say anything. She felt that the two men in the Qian family particularly needed this thing. "I have to buy 10,000 kilograms of compressed biscuits to avoid bringing the disease home." The two chatted for a while, and Ruan Ning left Fuhai Mansion. Although they didn't find any trace of Chu Dingfeng this time, they at least confirmed that Yu Minmin didn't know him. As for the small umbrellas, she used them as a way to recover her working capital. She had tens of thousands of them prepared in her space, and later she made a few hundred million from unpacking express packages. The next day, Ruan Ning met Wu Dawei again. Wu Dawei gave her a thumbs up and said, "Girl, I didn't expect you to have such a killer weapon. I just gave them 8,000 kilograms of compressed biscuits. You made money again." Ruan Ning smiled and said, "It's a pity that I didn't make back your commission as well." Wu Dawei laughed loudly and whispered, "But do you still have that thing? I have a friend who wants it. Please give me a lower price." Ruan Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Okay, the price is 10 kilograms of compressed biscuits, and I'll give you 200. Wu Dawei, "You are such a dear sister. You want to take back all the 8,000 kilograms of compressed biscuits, right?" Ruan Ning didn't actually mean that. She was amused by his tone. Wu Dawei, "Okay, then trade it together with the seafood." Fuhai Mansion plans to offer 66 kilograms of live shrimp, 24 abalones, 5 kilograms of shellfish, and 2 pairs of king crabs in exchange. Ruan Ning said directly, "Add 20 sea fish." Wu Dawei was stunned by the fact that she added so much in one breath. After all, the other party did not mention sea fish, and she originally wanted to use this to bargain. He thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll talk to them again." The two sides went back and forth, tug of war for a whole week. In the end, the deal was done. Ruan Ning bought back 8,000 kilograms of compressed biscuits, received a batch of seafood products, and paid for 500 small umbrellas. In the following days, she would still go to the market to buy things, but she never found any trace of Chu Dingfeng. After being here for a month, Ruan Ning began to think about going back. She was a little worried about Cheng Jiaoyue. Moreover, none of the plots that were supposed to happen according to the original novel happened, and the system notified that this day had come. Congratulations to the host for successfully preventing Chu Dingfeng from meeting Yu Minmin and gaining 500 cubic meters of space. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully prevented Chu Dingfeng from absorbing the power of the Fuhai base. The monitoring function has been upgraded. The monitoring range has been expanded by 20 meters, and it can detect humans who are kind to you. The hostility will be evaluated based on the malicious value, which will be divided into mild, moderate, and high. Goodwill will be evaluated on a friendship level, divided into elementary, intermediate, and advanced levels. Obtain the treasure map fragment of the item. Get the item robot Red Panda. Red Panda is a hardworking housekeeping robot. He is good at cleaning and likes to keep things tidy. He has a certain level of intelligence and can provide strong logistical support for his host. Tip: the Red Panda robot's weakness is open flames, so don't let it cook. Ruan Ning was quite fond of this little robot and took it out of the space to take a look at it. It looks like a national treasure, black and white in color, and it opened its mouth and said in a grandma's electronic voice, "Master, please name me." Ruan Ning felt it was strange, but since she had no use for it outside for the time being, she put it back into the space first. She asked the system again, "What is the treasure map fragment?" System: the treasure map fragments are mysterious quest items. You need to collect all 4 pieces to reveal the secret. Ruan Ning, okay. Since she had decided to go back, Ruan Ning stopped wandering around and went to find Wu Dawei in the evening to tell him that she was leaving. Wu Dawei was surprised. "Didn't you move here? Why do you want to go back?" Ruan Ning said, "Actually, we went out this time just to get some stuff to sell, but we didn't expect there's so many resources here. It's like a blind cat catching a dead mouse." Wu Dawei frowned and said, "But there is a shortage of water outside." I see a constant stream of people wanting to go to the island. I guess the drought has not eased. Ruan Ning. Everyone has their own difficulties in this situation. This place is so prosperous. Who knows if it is just a flash in the pan? In fact, the prosperity of Sheii City will indeed disappear. Or when earthquakes occur frequently and tsunamis occur frequently at the seaside, it will no longer be suitable for human habitation. Wu Dawei sighed deeply. You are right. God will not give us a way to survive now. The next day, Ruan Ning and her parents set out on their return journey. There weren't actually too many conflicts in Sheii City because of the abundance of supplies. But after stepping into the inland again, Ruan Ning felt the depression and decline again. They came to the high-speed checkpoint again. Just like when you came in, you also have to pay for compressed biscuits when you leave, but the price is a little cheaper, only 5 kilograms per person. Ruan Ning met the big man again. He was in charge of the exit this time, and was surprised to see Ruan Ning. Didn't you just go in not long ago? Why are you running out again? Ruan Ning said, We can't go to Sheii City, so we plan to go home. The man looked disdainful. The price of the boat has increased again? Ruan Ning nodded. The man was not really nosy, so he said casually, Okay, 8 kilograms of compressed biscuits per person. Ruan Ning didn't ask any more questions this time and obediently took out 8 kilograms of compressed biscuits. The man immediately laughed and stared at Ruan Ning's backpack. He said, Add 2 more kilograms per person. Ruan Xifeng looked at his daughter, and Ruan Ning forced a smile and said, Brother, if we add another 2 kilograms, we will have no chance to survive. Please consider it a favor. What are you doing? Are you willing to risk your life to do good deeds? The big man said disdainfully, If you keep talking, you will leave your backpacks here today. With all the people coming in and out like this, who knows if you are carrying anything valuable? I'm already giving you face by not searching you. Ruan Ning. Okay. After handing over the compressed biscuits, the 3 of them walked out of the checkpoint. The people who were still waiting outside looked at him as if he were a fool and were talking about him in private. There are actually people who just hand in compressed biscuits and leave? Anyway, I'm already in there, so even if I die, I'll have to die in there. They just don't understand. Ruan Ning didn't need to explain. After getting off the highway, she found a secluded place and put the RV out. Dad, Mom, please wait for me here for one night. I will be back tomorrow morning. Ruan Xifeng looked worried. What are you going to do now? What if you encounter danger? Ruan Ning comforted her. Don't worry, I can come back anytime. Just wait for me in the RV. After putting ice cubes in the RV, Ruan Ning sneaked out at night. Ruan Ning was unhappy because she was charged 2 additional fees. Moreover, she cleared out so much space before she left, and now there are still more than 1,000 cubic meters left without anything. How can you go out without stocking up? She did not go back to the checkpoint, but took out a drone from the space and attached a cloaking device to it. Ruan Ning tested it later and found that this stealth device could also eliminate noise. In other words, she now had a stealth reconnaissance aircraft in her hand. It's easy to put the drone in the sky and find a bright spot. Soon, Ruan Ning found the Black Panther base's nest nearby. She did not go in directly, but continued to use the drone to conduct a full-scale reconnaissance of the base. Anyway, no one can see or hear her, and no one can notice her if she flies low, as long as she doesn't hit anyone on the head. This should have been a warehouse park in the past. There are more than 100 people inside, and there are 4 warehouses that are under special security. One is for storing compressed biscuits, which contains an estimated 30,000 to 40,000 kilograms. The other one is for storing other supplies, including water and some packaged food. Maybe someone used these to exchange for passes. The third is a weapons warehouse. The fourth one is a warehouse where women are imprisoned. She didn't take a closer look at the fourth warehouse, but with a quick sweep of the drone camera, she found a little girl inside. Ruan Ning waited there until the sun rose. The temperature soared rapidly. After giving herself a cup of iced milk tea and changing to a new cooling patch, Ruan Ning used the invisibility device to sneak into the base. There is no one walking around inside now. Everyone is hiding in their rooms and sleeping. The warehouse is locked, and there is someone guarding it. In such hot weather, there is no electricity and the exhaust fan cannot be used. No one can close all the windows unless they want to die. Ruan Ning climbed into the weapons warehouse through the skylight and found that there was still a lot of stock inside. It seems that the Black Panther base can bribe people on the highway, and its military strength is indeed sufficient to support it. Otherwise, it would have been killed by others long ago. There were 2 people in charge of guarding. Ruan Ning put a stealth device on the guns and quietly sent them to see their ancestors. Then, She cleared out the warehouse weapons, which took up about 300 cubic meters. The compressed biscuit warehouse followed suit, but she only took 10,000 kilograms, leaving another 20,000 to 30,000 kilograms. Tobacco and alcohol were taken away from another warehouse, and 4 antiques were found, providing zero point 0.1 luck value. There was no one guarding the warehouse where the woman was imprisoned. There was a lock on the door, and there was a man in the shade nearby, with his head hanging listlessly. After dealing with the guard, Wan Ning found the key from him and opened the lock. She didn't say anything, quietly sneaked out of the base, took out an ice cream from the space and ate it. Then, she took out a drone and hung a grenade on it. One should be enough. This cost is quite high. Wan Ning controlled the drone to fly above the dormitory building, then moved it a little bit to the side and let it fall straight down. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. It won't explode, right? The safety measures are so good. Just as he finished speaking, a deafening explosion was heard from the base. It was the first time that Wan Ning had seen a weapon of this power. She was shocked when she saw dozens of people running out of the dormitory building in panic. Someone ran directly into the weapons warehouse, only to find it was empty. Some people were too timid to get involved and ran away quickly. Some people wanted to run, but first went to the warehouse to grab some food. Such a loud noise could not only be heard by Wan Ning, but also by people on the other side of the highway. After all, the warehouse was very close. Soon, someone guarding the highway checkpoint reacted. Damn it, someone is stealing our home. What now? Everyone was in a panic, and the person in charge said, "What else can we do? Go and provide support." They hurriedly put the compressed biscuits they collected last night into their backpacks, but they could never fill them all. "Never mind," said the person in charge. "Go and provide support first." So, the people hiding nearby were surprised to find that all the guards at the highway checkpoint had run away. Tens of thousands of people gathered here. Some of them rushed towards the provincial capital, picking up compressed biscuits, while others were brave enough to move towards the direction of the explosion. There was chaos at the base, but they soon realized that there was no second attack, and the boss calmed down. He yelled, "Stop running around! Come back and guard the warehouse." Seeing this, Wan Ning had no choice but to take out the second drone and fly it into the sky with a grenade hanging on it. Without the cloaking device, people at the base heard a buzzing sound. They all raised their heads. "What is that? Drones? Why are there drones now?" The boss' eyes widened, and when he saw something hanging on the drone, he quickly shouted, "Run!" The sound was so deafening that everyone dispersed. Wan Ning dropped the drone and ignored the sight of 3,000 or 4,000 people rushing over from the highway. It was too hot outside, so Wan Ning used the locator to return to the RV. Ruan Tsifeng and Zhou Sulan were worried, and when they saw Wan Ning appear, they quickly surrounded her. Ruan Tsifeng asked, "Are you okay?" Wan Ning took a sip of ice water. "It's a little hot, but otherwise it's fine." Zhou Sulan frowned and said, "Where on earth have you been? We seem to hear strange noises over here." Wan Ning smiled. "It's really okay. I'm back safely, right? I was just unhappy about being charged for compressed biscuits, so I asked them for some interest." Ruan Tsifeng. He wondered why his daughter agreed to give the cookies so quickly. It turned out she had been coveting the other person's warehouse for a long time. The next day, the family of 3 finally set out on their journey home. Because of the experience they had the previous time, they were obviously much faster this time. Ruan Tsifeng also changed the tires on the Wuling Hongguang, saying that he liked its large space. 6 days later, the 3 of them got off the highway. It was exactly 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. The system will refresh once every day at this time, but there will be no prompt. Today, it suddenly made a prompt sound. Chapter 61. Ruan Ning was drinking juice with her head tilted back and was startled by the sudden sound. The system said, "Congratulations to the host. You have accumulated 1,000 points of luck and have achieved the achievement of changing your destiny. The achievement rewards 100 points of luck. Achievement reward, Guardian Space. This space can only store cultural relics. Its size is positively correlated with the luck value. Achievement rewards passive skills, good luck." Ruan Ning was very interested in the last reward. "What do you mean by good luck or passive skill?" The system said. "The host can experience it for himself." Ruan Ning stopped asking questions and transferred all the antiques and other items in the storage space to the Guardian Space. At this time, Ruan Tsifeng sighed. "In fact, I was away for only more than a month, less than 2 months, and I feel completely different." Zhou Sulan also said, "Yeah, I wonder how everyone is doing." Ruan Ning calculated that it had been almost 4 months since Cheng Jiaoyue left. Even if the road in Black Sea province was difficult to travel, he had to deliver the message back. "I will go to the disaster relief camp tomorrow and go back to the villa area today," said Ruan Ning. It was almost 3 in the morning when we arrived at the villa area. Zhou Sulan rolled up her sleeves and prepared to clean the house. Ruan Ning's eyes suddenly lit up. "Mom, wait a minute." Zhou Sulan was puzzled. "What are you waiting for?" Ruan Ning released the panda robot from the space. Zhou Sulan was stunned. "What is this?" Ruan Ning said, "This is the reward for completing the task, a housekeeping robot, but it can only clean and not cook." "There is such a thing?" Zhou Sulan approached the red panda curiously. The robot finished its program and started up again, saying in a baby voice, "Please name me, Master." Ruan Ning smiled and said, "Mom, what do you think we should name it?" Zhou Sulan circled around the panda and liked it more and more. "Since it is black and white, let's call it Xiaohei." Ruan Ning was amazed at Zhou Sulan's talent for naming, but she couldn't come up with a good name either. "Okay, let's call him Xiaohei." Ruan Ning turned to the panda robot and said, "Name it Xiaohei." Xiaohei said, "I have recorded it. Please call me Xiaohei from now on." Zhou Sulan quickly asked, "Xiaohei, what can you do?" "Xiaohei, I can clean and I like cleaning." "Master, you can start the work mode." Ruan Xifeng asked curiously, "Working mode? Do you have other modes?" Xiaohei replied, "I also have a leisure mode and an educational mode, but these 2 modes are very basic." Seeing that Ruan Xifeng was about to ask more questions, Ruan Ning quickly said, "Dad, next time you chat with it, let him clean up first." Ruan Xifeng said regretfully, "Okay, let's tidy up the room first and go to bed early." After receiving the instruction, Xiaohei opened his stomach and took out the cleaning tools. Ruan Ning and the other 2 simply hid in the RV to eat dinner. After coming out, Xiaohei was still cleaning diligently, but the target had changed to the basement living room. Ruan Ning, her parents, and the others walked into the room and were shocked by how spotlessly clean it was. "What kind of high-tech detergent does it use?" Zhou Sulan was incredulous. "How did it get so clean?" Ruan Ning was also impressed. Even the ceiling was wiped. Could it be that Xiaohei can fly? As he was speaking, the little black claws outside deformed. It was unknown what material was attached to them, but they actually walked onto the roof by stepping on the wall. Ruan Ning and the other 2. After taking a shower and a nap, Ruan Ning got up and found that the outside of her RV had been cleaned thoroughly, as if she were newly born. Xiaohei stood beside him with a serious expression and said in a baby voice, "Master, please open the interior of the vehicle. The interior of the vehicle must be cleaned." Ruan Ning blinked and opened the door for it. Xiaohei quickly got in. Ruan Ning couldn't help but sigh. Xiaohei is so hardworking. After the 3 of them finished breakfast, Xiaohei came over diligently to clean the table. Ruan Xifeng went to the repair workshop to repair a used vehicle. Xiaohei arranged the parts neatly and arranged them according to size. Ruan Ning saw that it must be tired. "Xiaohei, turn on the leisure mode." Xiaohei Didi. "Leisure mode has been activated. Then I want to clean the windows." Ruan Ning was confused. "Isn't this casual mode?" "Xiaohei, Xiaohei's hobby is cleaning. Cleaning is Xiaohei's leisure and entertainment." Ruan Ning blinked, feeling ashamed of her own inaction. At 8 o'clock in the evening, she said goodbye to her parents, took out the car, and went out. After reaching the foot of the mountain, we changed from car to bicycle. Along the way, she found many people queuing up for water. After 2 months of efforts by the provincial command post, several deep wells have been drilled in the city, but the problem is how to get water out of the deep wells. 200 meters, it is not possible to pull it by human power. There was no other choice, so they urgently recruited engineers and developed a lever device to promote in the city. Although it takes a little longer to get water, at least there is water. Ruan Ning came to the air raid shelter disaster camp and found that there were also people queuing up for water. Zhao Nana was guarding next to the team. After not seeing each other for such a long time, Ruan Ning's eyes lit up. "Nana." Zhao Nana turned around in surprise. "Sister Ruan Ning." The 2 hugged each other, and Ruan Ning asked, "Is Cheng Jiaoyue back?" Zhao Nana said, "She didn't, but we have contacted the Black Sea Command Center. This at least means that Cheng Jiaoyue arrived at the Black Sea safely." Zhao Nana definitely doesn't know the specific situation, so Ruan Ning decided to ask Cheng Jiquan. He should know about his sister's condition. Ruan Ning asked, "Do you know where Cheng Jiquan is?" Zhao Nana thought for a moment and said, "Their new recruits are training, so they should be just north of the air raid shelter." Ruan Ning nodded, said goodbye to Zhao Nana, and walked towards the north side of the air raid shelter. In crowded places, the system constantly reminds her how many hostile people there are and how many friendly people there are around her. Ruan Ning was so disturbed by the noise that she couldn't concentrate. Tong Tong, you should restrain yourself a little. Don't remind me unless it's a special situation. Only report it when it's a high-level situation. System. Okay, I'll listen to you. Ruan Ning continued walking forward, and after about 10 minutes, she saw a camp of new recruits in training. Compared to when Cheng Jiaoyue first joined, the recruit camp has expanded a lot, and most of them are new recruits recruited later. Most of these people are young, and either lost their loved ones in the disaster or joined the team for various reasons. Ruan Ning's arrival also attracted the attention of some people, who looked over here quietly. The instructor said, "What are you looking at? Can you be distracted on the battlefield?" Ruan Ning quickly stepped back because it was too dark and there were only a group of men there, so she couldn't tell whether Cheng Jiaoyue was there or not. Fortunately, after a while, footsteps were heard behind me, and they were quite fast. The system prompts, highly friendly humans are detected within 30 meters. Ruan Ning knew that it was Cheng Jiaoyue who came. She turned around and found him jogging. She saw him nodding quickly at her. Ruan Ning smiled. Cheng Jiaoyue first distributed the skills he brought to the young soldiers, then ran back and said, "You're back." Ruan Ning hummed. "What about Jili? How is she?" Cheng Jiaoyue said. Major General Sun asked them to stay at the Black Sea base first. Ruan Ning knew that Sun Yongchao was a thoughtful person and would take care of his fiancée no matter what. Besides, Yin Ruoxue hasn't seen her parents for such a long time, so she must stay for a while longer. Ruan Ning felt relieved when she heard that Cheng Jili was safe. She had nothing to say to Cheng Jiaoyue and was about to leave when Cheng Jiaoyue suddenly asked, "How was your trip to the beach this time?" Ruan Ning said, "It's pretty good and I got a lot of good things." Lowering her voice, she took out a small cloth bag from her backpack. "There are dried shrimps in here for your snack." Cheng Jiaoyue clenched the cloth bag with his fingers, lowered his head, and said nothing. Ruan Ning then said, "It's all right, I went to see Sister Ling Xia. We haven't seen each other for a long time. I also found new exercise books for the two children." Cheng Jiaoyue hummed. "She must have a lot to say to you, so be careful when you go back home at night." Ruan Ning smiled at him, thinking that this taciturn guy couldn't even utter 3 sentences. Goodbye. Upon learning that Cheng Jili was safe and sound, Ruan Ning relaxed completely and hummed a song as she went to give warmth to the two children. The look on the two kids' faces when they saw her was, "You devil." Ruan Ning chatted with Wang Lingxia for a while, and Wang Lingxia suddenly said, "You just came back and you may not know, but the Black Sea Command Center has decided on a strategy to send out an ocean-going fleet to search for food on the sea. We have also issued a recruitment notice. If you join the fleet, you can get 2 kilograms of compressed biscuits every day." She lowered her voice and said, "And the Black Sea Center is preparing to build a new Hope base. For those who join the fleet, their families can enter the base first." Ruan Ning's eyes widened. "New Hope base?" "Yes," Wang Lingxia said. "It is said that the base has already selected a site and will recruit a large number of talents when the time comes. Think carefully about whether you want to join the base, and if so, what talents do you have? It's inconvenient for us to always live in the refugee camp. If there is a chance, we will definitely find a way to enter the base." Ruan Ning nodded. "Then I'll go back and think about it and ask my parents for their opinions." Wang Lingxia smiled. "Okay." The two chatted for a while, and then Ruan Ning went to see Wen Mei and gave her half a month's supply of compressed biscuits. Wen Mei also talked about the recruitment of crew members in the base, but she knew more details and said that very few people have signed up now. Everyone thinks it must be very dangerous to go out to sea now. Otherwise, how could there be 2 kilograms of compressed biscuits? That's life-saving money. Although what Wen Mei said was unpleasant, going out to sea is indeed dangerous. In addition to unpredictable disasters, there are also pirate looting. Of course, if you can go out to sea earlier than others, the situation will be different. Ruan Ning said, "Anything else?" Wen Mei thought for a moment and said, "A very strange man came to see Cheng Jiaoyue. Is this something else?" Ruan Ning narrowed her eyes. "What strange man with a broken hand?" Wen Mei said, "I don't remember him, but he had an unshaven beard and was dirty. He was wearing a big coat even in such hot weather." Ruan Ning frowned. Wen Mei said, "He only came once, and I don't know what the two of them talked about, but this is what happened. The sign of a broken hand should be very obvious. and Chu Dingfeng would definitely find a way to hide it. However, it is impossible for him to look for Cheng Jiaoyue. This person is more likely to be an old acquaintance of Cheng Jiaoyue who wants to extort money from him. Ruan Ning asked, "Besides these, is there anything else strange?" Wenmei shook her head. Ruan Ning said she understood, said goodbye to Wenmei, and left the air raid shelter. When I walked to the door, I found something on the ground. The air raid shelter used kerosene lamps and the candlelight was dim. Ruan Ning walked over and found that it was a compressed biscuit. She picked up the packaging bag inexplicably, thinking that this person was so kind-hearted that he could even drop food. At this time, Sun Yongchao came over from outside, looking back every few steps, and lowered his head as if looking for something. Seeing Ruan Ning, he was surprised at first, then smiled. "Miss Ruan, long time no see." Ruan Ning remained calm. "Major General Sun, long time no see. I saw you seem to be looking for something just now." Sun Yongchao didn't have the nerve to say that he was looking for compressed biscuits. After all, he was already a major general. No, I'm not looking for anything." Ruan Ning stretched out her hand, and a piece of compressed biscuit lay in her palm. "Really? This is what I just picked up? I saw Major General Sun seem to be looking for something with his head down, so I thought you dropped it." Sun Yongchao never expected that Ruan Ning would pick up the biscuit. He felt a pain in his heart and laughed dryly. How could it be possible? It must have been dropped by some stupid kid. Ruan Ning took back the compressed biscuits with a smile. "Then I will send it to the lost and found office later." Sun Yongchao took one last look at the compressed biscuits and said, "Okay, you go and deliver them. I'll go get busy first." Ruan Ning tried hard to hold back her smile. "Okay." After the confused child left, Ruan Ning couldn't help but laugh. She was about to go to the lost and found office in the disaster relief camp when she saw Cheng Jiaoyue walking in from outside. Too lazy to run again, Ruan Ning stood there waiting. Then, she saw a cloth bag fall out of Cheng Jiaoyue's pocket with a click. It happened to be the one she gave. Ruan Ning thought to herself, "Wow," her eyes sparkled. "System, is this what good luck means?" The system replied, "This is a streak of good luck, but a streak of good luck is not necessarily like this. This means that triggering good luck twice in a row does not necessarily mean picking up something. So, is this triggered every day?" System: "No, the frequency of good luck is positively correlated with the luck value, but it is still a probabilistic trigger." Ruan Ning smiled and raised her voice. "Brother Cheng, you dropped something." Cheng Jiaoyue was just thinking about something, and when he looked up and saw her, he was visibly stunned. Ruan Ning gestured to the ground. "You dropped something." Cheng Jiaoyue reacted and quickly picked up the cloth bag on the ground. There was some self-blame in his eyes. Ruan Ning said, "If you wash it, you can still eat it. Besides, if it's wrapped in something, there won't be much dust." Cheng Jiaoyue put away the cloth bag and hummed. "Are you planning to go home?" Ruan Ning smiled and wondered whether she should ask about the bearded man. Cheng Jiaoyue could probably handle this matter, so she was just asking. But after meeting so many people just now, Cheng Jiaoyue was the only one with a high friendship level. Ruan Ning felt that this was a good ally. She felt embarrassed to sit idly by while her ally was in trouble. Ruan Ning said, "I just heard from Antwin that a strange person came to see you recently. Is he your old friend?" Cheng Jiaoyue shook his head. "It's my father." Ruan Ning was very surprised. "Your father is the one who doesn't care about you?" Cheng Jiaoyue said nothing. Ruan Ning immediately thought of backing out because it was not good to interfere in other people's family affairs. Cheng Jiaoyue took the initiative to say, "He has not cared about Cheng Jili and me since we were young. He came over a few days ago and said that Jili and I have no conscience." Ruan Ning could only say, "Don't be sad." Cheng Jiaoyue shook his head. "I won't be sad. You don't know, he actually wanted to keep up with the expedition team, but he couldn't stand it after walking for a day and ran back. If I follow Jili, I'll kill her on the way." Ruan Ning frowned. Cheng Jiaoyue said, "He came to see me 2 days ago and said some strange things." Ruan Ning was curious. "What did you say?" Chapter 62. Cheng Jiaoyue paused, looked at Ruan Ning, and said, "He said he saw a man eating fresh beef." Ruan Ning was stunned. Cheng Jiaoyue frowned. "If it was just fresh beef, it would be fine. He said he saw the man take out an apple. How can there be fresh fruit in this situation?" Ruan Ning blinked and thought that it was not impossible. She actually knew this part of the story. "I've been looking for Chu Dingfeng for so long, but I didn't expect that he would come to my door in the end." If she guessed correctly, Cheng Jiaoyue's father was called Cheng Shan, a supporting character in the original book. His son Cheng Along was Chu Dingfeng's right-hand man. He is not a supporting role like Wu Jin, but a real friend of Chu Dingfeng. However, Cheng Along does not have many scenes. After all, this is a pure harem novel, and the author spends a lot of time and effort on collecting women. Unexpectedly, Cheng Jiaoyue and Cheng Jiaoyue have such a relative. As for what Cheng Jiaoyue's father said about discovering someone taking out fresh food, this is also a plot in the novel. According to the novel, Chu Dingfeng was very powerful at this stage, and the Cheng family father and son both followed him for a living, and they lived a pretty good life. Once, Cheng Shan accidentally discovered the leader's big secret. He hurriedly told his son Cheng Yilong about it. From then on, Cheng Yilong and Chu Dingfeng had a common secret. This common secret was reached in this way. Cheng Shan was very shocked at the time. He ran to Cheng Yilong's room in a panic and told his son what he had seen. He had no idea that Chu Dingfeng was actually following behind him. Just when Chu Dingfeng was about to show up and kill him, Cheng Yilong scolded him. "Why are you telling me this?" Cheng Shan was confused. Cheng Yilong said, "Since you told me, there is no guarantee that you will not tell others. I will cut off your tongue and fingers today so that you can no longer speak." Then, he actually cut off Cheng Shan's tongue. Chu Dingfeng was very satisfied with this. He felt that a person who could hurt his father for himself must be loyal. He showed up and gave Cheng Yilong medicine for his injuries, allowing him to save Cheng Shan's life. From then on, Cheng Shan became a mute and had no shortage of food and drink. Later, he was assigned 2 young wives. Now Cheng Shan has noticed that something is wrong with Chu Dingfeng, but nothing happened to him, which means that Chu Dingfeng did not notice that he was being spied on. His abilities have been cut too much. Ruan Ning thought about it and realized that this plot was related to Chu Dingfeng's ability. If Cheng Jiaoyue was involved, he might associate it with her. Although Cheng Jiaoyue is very friendly, she doesn't dare to take risks. Ruan Ning said, "This is really unbelievable. Is he too hungry and therefore hallucinating?" Cheng Jiaoyue frowned and said nothing. Ruan Ning continued, "Don't take it too seriously. Since he has never taken care of you, you have no obligation to take care of him. I remember Ji Li said he still has a family, and he can rely on the children there." Cheng Jiaoyue hummed, bowed his head and apologized. "I was too excited just now. This is my family matter, and I shouldn't complain to you." Ruan Ning smiled at him and said, "We are friends. It's normal for friends to say this. But I have to go back first today," Ruan Ning said, handing the compressed biscuits she had just picked up to Cheng Jiaoyue. "This is what your Major General's son dropped. Help me return it to him." Cheng Jiaoyue took the biscuit and had no idea what was going on. Ruan Ning smiled without saying anything and left the disaster relief camp. The novel mentioned the name of the neighborhood where Cheng Yilong lived, and Ruan Ning went there directly. Unfortunately, she didn't know the specific building, so Ruan Ning waited outside for a while and found that there was no well in this community. If residents wanted to use water, they had to go a long way to queue up. Seeing 4 people walking out of the community, Ruan Ning took out a bucket from the space and quietly followed them. Due to the shortage of resources, the provincial command post could only dig a deep well at a considerable distance. It is impossible for the people queuing up every day to be exactly the same. The 4 people did not notice Ruan Ning and continued to complain about the hot weather and how they felt like vomiting after eating the compressed biscuits. Suddenly, someone asked, "Do you know the Cheng in Building 3? "I know," said another person. "He's the former boxer who killed people ruthlessly. Yeah, every time he tries to rob something, no one can beat him. But so what? This kind of person doesn't even care about his own father. No way, he steals so many things and doesn't care about his own father. Is he a stepfather?" "What stepfather? He is my biological father." Since ancient times, humans have loved gossip. The person who was speaking noticed that many people were listening attentively, so he raised his voice and said, "This is a father and son. The son can eat compressed biscuits every day, while the father has no clothes and wears a long coat every day, and he may not even wear anything underneath." "Oh," said an ant. "This is also a shameless person. Where can he get a piece of clothing?" The man laughed. "Maybe. One is shameless and the other is heartless. They are really father and son." Ruan Ning asked, "Brother, are you talking about the family in Building 3, room 1102? The man said, "What 1102? I don't know where they lived before, but they live on the 2nd floor now." Ruan Ning smiled in her heart. Then I was wrong. People continued to complain about the weather and compressed cookies. While no one was paying attention, Ruan Ning quietly left the team. She hesitated whether to use the invisibility device. Although this thing only has 50 contribution points, it will be consumed quickly if used. Now she only has 4 left. It was already past midnight, so Ruan Ning simply opened them all and found that the easy container had been refreshed and the selling price was still 50 contribution points. Great stuff, bought 10 right away. Looking at the plummeting contribution, Ruan Ning felt heartbroken. Contribution points are hard to earn, but easy to spend. No wonder the system prompts you to consume rationally. For the time being, she didn't know who was in the room or who she could disguise herself as. So Ruan Ning decided to go over there first and see the situation first. There is only one family living on the 2nd floor. Ruan Ning waited at the door for a long time, but saw no one coming in or out. It was almost dawn when a sloppy figure appeared, took out a key, and opened the door. After he went in, he never came out. This person should be Cheng Jiaoyue. There was no loud noise in the house. Ruan Ning thought about it. Used the e-container to transform into the appearance of a man collecting tolls on the highway. Walked to the door and knocked hard. A terrified voice came from inside. "Who is it? I tell you, my son is a boxer. He's very powerful. If you wake him up, you'll be in big trouble." There was no sound for such a long time. Cheng Jiaoyue was probably not in the house. Ruan Ning said, "Don't talk nonsense. I'm here to cause trouble for Cheng Jiaoyue. Let him come out quickly." Cheng Jiaoyue was silent for a moment, then mustered up the courage to say, "He's not home. Really not home." "Ruan Ning, where have you been if you're not at home? Old man, open the door quickly and hand over all the compressed biscuits, and I'll spare your life." How could Cheng Jiaoyue open the door? Seeing that there was no one around, Ruan Ning took out an axe from the space and broke the door open with a bang. Cheng Jiaoyue hid under the table in fear. "Spare me. Big brother, spare me. I don't have any compressed biscuits here." They were all taken away by Cheng Jiaoyue, the guy who got struck by lightning. Ruan Ning asked in a rough voice, "Where is Cheng Jiaoyue? He offended our boss and he wants to run away?" Cheng Jiaoyue said, "I don't know, I really don't know." Ruan Ning chopped the table with an axe. "You don't know, right? Today I will chop off one of your arms to see if you know it or not." Cheng Jiaoyue immediately yelled. He took his mother to the Tomorrow base. Ruan Ning was stunned and narrowed her eyes. "Is this true? What is the Tomorrow base?" Cheng Jiaoyue said loudly. "Really? I heard it from his mother too. She said they were going to join the Tomorrow base and that they could live a good life there." Ruan Ning, "When did you leave?" Cheng Jiaoyue said, "Just 5 days ago. He left for 5 days." Ruan Ning frowned and asked tentatively, "What about his friend? Doesn't he have a friend named Fong? Chu Dingfeng?" Cheng Jiaoyue immediately replied, "It was Chu Dingfeng." The two of them went together. Ruan Ning let out an "oh" and retracted the axe. "Behave yourself from now on. Get some relief food and live your life. If I see you again, I will blame you for Cheng Yilong's offense against the boss." Cheng Jiaoyue said, of course, I have cut off all ties with that heartless thing." Ruan Ning ignored him. After returning to the villa, she took out a bottle of juice and drank it slowly. Zhou Sulan was combing Xiao Huang's hair when she saw Ruan Ning and asked, "Aren't you going to the disaster refugee camp? Why did you take so long?" Ruan Ning said, "Something happened." She told the story of Cheng Jiaoyue and his sister. Zhou Sulan's eyes widened. "Is Cheng Yilong the man who married 5 wives? He and Cheng Jiaoyue are actually half-brothers. They really don't look alike at all." Ruan Ning, "I didn't expect that either." Ruan Sifeng was repairing his car next door. He vaguely heard Cheng Jiaoyue's name and ran to the wine room in confusion. Xiaohei followed him diligently and mopped the floor. Not even footprints are allowed. Ruan Sifeng was at a loss for words about Xiaohei at this moment. He loved and hated him at the same time. He quickly asked Ruan Ning what had happened. Ruan Ning had no choice but to say it again. Ruan Sifeng said, "Now Chu Dingfeng and Cheng Yilong have gone to the next city, which seems to be completely different from the novel. There should be more plot developments." Ruan Ning said, "I plan to go to the Tomorrow base to see it for myself." Zhou Sulan's eyes widened. "We have to go out again. We have only been back for 2 days." Ruan Ning, "Tomorrow's base is too complicated. It's different from Sheii City. Sheii City is an urban area. Once you enter, there are all kinds of people. The government still has a little bit of power. At least on the surface, it is prosperous. Tomorrow's base is different. It's just a pure little kingdom." Zhou Sulan frowned. "What do you mean by that?" Ruan Ning said, "I'm going alone this time." Zhou Sulan was about to object subconsciously, but Ruan Sifeng quickly stopped her. Ning is right. She now has a positioning function and can run away at any time. We will only become a burden if we go to the Tomorrow base. Zhou Sulan stopped talking. Ruan Ning said, I will turn all places except the room into ice storage, so that the cool air can last at least 4 or 5 days. 5 days later, no matter what the result is, I will come straight back. Zhou Sulan said worriedly. Okay, be careful when you are alone outside. Ruan Ning smiled. Leaving the RV at home, Ruan Ning set off at 6 in the evening. The next city is not very far away. It takes about 2 hours to get there by highway, but it takes a day and a night to walk. Ruan Ning rides a bicycle. When there was no one around, she would use an electric bike, and when there were people around, she would ride a bicycle. If someone wanted to rob her, Ruan Ning would take out her gun. The next morning, she arrived safely in Nanyuan City. This place has not only experienced 4 natural disasters, but also various man-made disasters, leaving many traces of gunfights in the streets and alleys. There is no refugee camp or command post here, only people from the base and scavengers. The container can last for 24 hours. Ruan Ning first found a place to hide for a day, and then appeared at night as a highwayman. He chatted with a scavenger with compressed biscuits and found out the location of tomorrow's base and the basic conditions for entering the base. First, men need to pay 10 kilograms of compressed biscuits and promise to serve the tomorrow base. Second, beautiful young women do not need to pay for compressed biscuits and may even be robbed. Third, old women are not accepted. Fourth, female family members also need to pay 10 kilograms of compressed biscuits. Fifth, elderly people and young children are not admitted in principle, but they can pay 20 kilograms of compressed biscuits as an entry condition. After entering the base, you can prevent yourself from being robbed by personnel from various bases and no longer have to live in fear. You can also join a team to rob others. In addition, there is water at the base tomorrow. Ruan Ning prepared 10 kilograms of compressed biscuits and arrived at the entrance of tomorrow's base, where she saw about 15 men queuing up. These people were listless, their clothes were torn, their faces were pale, they were always looking around, and they were subconsciously fearful of their surroundings. Ruan Ning was the last one to arrive and could only stand at the end of the line. In front of her was a big boy, about 16 or 17 years old. His face was as dirty as a black bear, but his eyes were still bright. When he saw the tall and strong Ruan Ning, he suddenly felt terrified and was so scared that he almost ran away from the team. Cautiously, the boy said, "Brother, why are you standing behind me? Please move forward." Then he flashed and came behind Ruan Ning. Ruan Ning raised her eyebrows, thinking that the child was quite clever. No wonder he could survive the apocalypse. "You're a good boy. You know how to give up your seat." Ruan Ning imitated the man's rough voice. "How old are you this year?" The boy flattered. "Brother, I am 18. Ruan Ning saw that he couldn't be 18 years old, but she didn't ask any more questions. "Do you want to join the Tomorrow Base too?" The boy said respectfully. "Yes, I think Tomorrow Base has the best future. It will definitely be able to unify Nanyuan City and become the overlord in the future." Ruan Ning found it funny and thought that this child must love reading novels and his Chinese grades are pretty good. "You can also tell fortunes. Can you tell me what will happen to me in the future?" The boy pretended to look at Ruan Ning for a while and said, "Big brother is tall and has a moist mouth. He must have plenty of water to drink. He must be a tough guy outside. As long as we can enter the Tomorrow Base, Big brother will definitely be successful and at least become the deputy base commander." Ruan Ning grinned and said, "Then I will accept your good words. When I become the deputy base commander, I will give you a pound of compressed biscuits." The boy immediately started to flatter her. Soon, it was their turn to take the test. Ruan Ning was standing in the front. Her appearance was indeed very attractive. She looked strong and powerful, and capable of fighting and carrying. The small leader in charge of collecting people asked, "Where are they from?" Ruan Ning said, "He escaped from Sheii City." The man raised his head quickly. "Is this true? Why did you run away so far to come here?" Ruan Ning, "I used to stay in a base, but it was destroyed. I fled north because I thought it would be cooler in the north. I passed by Nanyuan City and heard there was water, so I decided to stay here." The little leader asked curiously, "How did your base get destroyed?" Ruan Ning said, "The other side gathered 3,000 to 4,000 people to fight with us." The little leader took a deep breath and looked Ruan Ning up and down. "It seems that you are really a ruthless person. Do you have such a big base?" "But we have a lot of tough guys in Tomorrow Base, and we like tough guys. As long as you are willing to work hard, you can live a life of superiority, which is even better than before the big flare." Wan Ning forced a smile and put 10 kilograms of compressed biscuits on the table. The little leader gave him a piece of iron. This is our pass, take it. Wan Ning took it. She didn't wait there, but walked straight into the base. Chapter 63. This base was converted from a large steel plant. This type of large factory has a large area, many buildings, factory warehouses, and high walls. Before the end of the world, it could form a small world of 20,000 to 30,000 people. There was even a river behind the factory. Although it is dry now, it can still serve as a trench. Except that the house is a bit shabby, it's fine as a base. Just as Wan Ning was about to take a step further, more than 30 men suddenly walked out of the building in front of them. Each of them carried a long gun, was dressed in tattered clothes, and moved in an uncouth manner. They walked towards the gate, talking and laughing loudly. Wan Ning didn't move, and then someone ran up from behind her. It's the boy who was in the queue just now. He whispered, "Brother, I know you are powerful, but we cannot offend anyone since we are new here. Let's hide aside first." Wan Ning raised her eyebrows and followed the boy to the corner. The group of people went out quickly. Wan Ning asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Chu Dingfeng." The boy quickly replied, "Brother, have you decided where to live?" "I plan to live in District B." Wan Ning didn't find out about this, so she asked as she walked, "What is Area B?" Chu Dingfeng replied, "This base is divided into Area B, Area A, and Area S. Area B is where ordinary members live. To accept the protection of the base, you must pay at least 5 kilograms of compressed biscuits every month, or other things of equivalent value. Area A is where the official members live. These people have fought for the base and risked their lives for it. They can get at least 8 kilograms of compressed biscuits every month. The top executives of the base live in Area S. That area was previously occupied by the leaders of the steel mill. They all have their own houses with separate doors and courtyards. In addition to the high-rises, distinguished guests can also live in the S area, but they have to pay at least 100 kilograms of compressed biscuits every month." Wan Ning thought for a moment and said, "I'll go to Area B with you first." Chu Dingfeng quickly said, "Okay, brother, I'll lead the way for you." The two walked for almost half an hour before reaching the so-called Area B. This is mainly a warehouse, and there is also a dormitory building converted from an office building. According to Chu Dingfeng, living in the warehouse costs 5 kilograms of compressed biscuits per month, while living in the dormitory building costs double that. Wan Ning handed in 5 kilograms of compressed biscuits at the warehouse. A man named Sangu, who was guarding the warehouse, drew a minus sign on her iron sheet with red paint. This warehouse is quite large, estimated to be around 1,500 square meters. There are many people living here, probably around 300 to 400 now. There is a lot of space between each house, so there is no crowding. Wan Ning pretended to look for the golden position, wanting to see if Chu Dingfeng was there. But unfortunately, she found nothing after walking around. "Did he go out?" Chu Dingfeng said at this time. "Brother, didn't you find a satisfactory position?" "We arrived late. The places near the middle that don't need sun exposure are occupied. Now only the places near the windows are empty." Wan Ning said, "Why not just sleep next to others? I just can't stand this place. A grown man should sleep on the floor. I won't tolerate this injustice." She walked up to the gatekeeper and asked in a gruff voice, "How do you live in that dormitory building over there?" The man said lazily, "A room for 4 people has 10 kilograms of compressed biscuits, a room for 2 people has 20 kilograms of compressed biscuits, and a room for 1 person has 40 kilograms. Wan Ning took out a pack of cigarettes. "How long can I live with 1 cigarette?" The man's eyes lit up immediately, and he stood up and said, 2 cigarettes, and you can live in a single room for a month." Wan Ning threw one to him. "Do you want it or not? If not, forget it." "Okay, just one." The man saw that Wan Ning was tall and strong and had a cigarette, so he quickly said to him, "Brother, what's your name? I'll take you there. And do you want to become our official member? Just sign up with me, and you can get free accommodation right away." Wan Ning said, "I haven't thought about it yet. Take me to the dormitory building first." This dormitory building has a total of 6 floors, and no one lives above the 3rd floor. The man took Wan Ning to the room on the 1st floor. "Brother, do you think this is okay? It's in the middle, not too exposed to the sun, and you can sleep well during the day. Is there anyone living next door?" The man smiled and said, "Don't worry, big brother. You are the only one on the 1st floor. No one else can afford such a high rent." Wan Ning hummed, "The conditions are barely acceptable. You can go out." The man left quickly. Ning walked around the dormitory and confirmed that there was no electricity and it was impossible to use the surveillance. She looked at the tattered curtains and took out a piece of cloth to hang them up. After extinguishing the candle, Ning began to place ice cubes outside until the temperature dropped slightly. She was feeling hot after running around these 2 days. Don't worry about anything else. Just have some ice cream to cool off, then have a cup of milk tea to stay alive. Finally, eat strawberries and cherries. I didn't eat. It's hot and I have no appetite. Ning rested in the room for 2 hours, put all her things back into the space, and planned to go out for a walk again. She only has these 10 receptacles, each lasting 24 hours, so they must not be wasted. Most people would go out to look for opportunities at night, and Ning heard countless screams and wails along the way. It was probably the scavengers who were robbed. In the novel, the scene during the hottest period is like this. If you don't join the base as a scavenger, you will not be able to survive unless you are ruthless enough. It is even more miserable to work hard to collect food in order to join the base, because you never know when it might be robbed. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Ning returned to the base tomorrow. She observed the people entering the base in the corner, but unfortunately she still could not find any trace of Chu Dingfeng. The same thing happened the next day. On the third day, Ning found the gatekeeper in Area B and threw him a piece of compressed biscuit. How do I apply to become a formal member of the base? Xiao Sanga knew that she had a cigarette in her hand and immediately smiled. This is easy, just register. Ning, then register for me. My name is Li Qi, which means flag. Xiao Sanga wrote Li Qi's name on his notebook and then gave him a bronze plaque with his name on it. This is the plaque of our official membership. Keep it. Are you going to move to Area A? Ning, of course. But the rankings there are based on contribution, so you can only live in a shared dormitory if you go there now. Ning said, bullshit. None of you official members have families with them? Well, I have to pay the rent. The third brother quickly smiled ingratiatingly. Brother Qi, how about this? I'll put in a good word for you and move the rent from here to there, but Ning asked arrogantly. How much do you want? More than 3 jeans. No deal. Xiao Sanga quickly said, it's just 3 kilograms. I'll use my connections to get you a single room in Area A. Ning smiled and said, okay. Seeing that the deal had been reached, Su Zirwei came over and asked timidly, brother, have you decided to join the base? Of course. I'm here to live a good life, so of course I have to join the base. Su Zirwei said, oh. Ning looked him up and down. Come with me, I have something for you to do. Su Zirwei hurried to catch up with her. Ning knew why he kept looking for opportunities to talk to her. It was simply because he couldn't survive in the end times and wanted to use his name to prevent others from looking down on him. She was not unwilling to cooperate in this regard. The two walked to a deserted place, and Ning said, you stay in Area B for now. I have something for you to do. Su Zirwei's face lit up. Brother, if you have anything to ask, just tell me. I will make sure it's done for you. Ning, help me keep an eye on Area B to see if there is anyone with a broken hand. If you find one, tell me. Su Zirwei agreed readily. Ning, it's done. I'll give you 2 kilograms of compressed biscuits at once. You'd better be smart and don't let anyone know that I'm looking for someone. Don't worry, big brother, Su Zirwei said. I've lived alone for more than a year, and I know what to do. Ning nodded with satisfaction. Afterwards, the person in charge of registration took Ning to Area A. This place is surprisingly more popular than Area B. The reason is simple. Since you have joined the base, why bother paying rent? It is better to be a formal member so that you can go out with others every day without worrying about being bullied. I may have to kill someone, but can I survive without killing someone now? Area A is actually the former factory dormitory building, and the environment is slightly better. According to estimates, this dormitory building can accommodate at least several thousand people, but we don't know the exact situation now. Another difference between it and Area B is that there are women around 30 years old here who make a living in their own way. Seeing Ning looking at the 3 women, Xiao Sanga smiled obscenely. How is it? Is the welfare here good? Ning didn't say anything. Brother San, these were all captured before. Now they have learned their lesson. If they take the initiative, they can get some compressed biscuits. Otherwise, they're still being held captive for free. Ning's heart skipped a beat, and she followed the third brother into the guard room, where 4 people were sitting and playing cards. Seeing Ning coming in, one of them said, Xiao Sanzi, this guy has good conditions. Which team does he plan to join? Xiao Sanzi leaned close to his ear and said something. The man playing cards' eyes lit up. Are there really cigarettes? Xiao Sanzi took out a cigarette and said, "How dare I lie to you, brothers? This is his rent." The four people playing cards suddenly smiled brightly. One of them looked at Ruan Ning and said, "Brother, I heard you have a pack of cigarettes. You are promising." Ruan Ning said, "I learned all this from previous fights. Just now you asked me which team I want to join. I will join whichever team is the toughest." The three of them laughed loudly, and one of them seemed to want to put his arm around Ruan Ning's shoulder. Ruan Ning glanced at him. The man raised an eyebrow but did not continue. "You can go out and check the rankings. If you want to join any team, go find the team leader. We will not arrange it for you." Ruan Ning hummed. They then gave her a dormitory key. Ruan Ning was not interested in where she lived, so she came to a blackboard at the dormitory door where the strength rankings were written. It was written in chalk. "I have to say that the management of the base tomorrow is not chaotic." He did not resort to the practice of eating raw meat and drinking blood. He set rules for the base and arranged an upward channel. Ruan Ning looked for a moment and concluded that there were about 5 strong teams in this base. She certainly had no interest in joining. Looking at this, we can guess where Chu Dingfeng is going. He has a broken hand, and those teams with good conditions will definitely not welcome him. If she were Chu Dingfeng and entered a base with strict hierarchy, what would she do? Wrong. Ruan Ning found that her way of thinking was wrong again. If she was really Chu Dingfeng, how could she think of climbing up now? Of course, she would look for a woman. Ruan Ning's face was filled with sudden realization, and she looked towards the 3 older sisters standing at the dormitory entrance. She took out a compressed biscuit from her backpack and slowly walked towards them. All 3 of them had short hair and wore cool clothes, and it was obvious that they had tried hard to keep themselves clean. When they saw Ruan Ning, their eyes lit up. One of the women rushed forward and said, "Handsome man, do you want some service?" Ruan Ning said, "Follow me." The woman didn't expect to meet such an easy-to-deal-with client, so she quickly followed Ruan Ning into the room. Ruan Ning was too lazy to talk nonsense and handed her the compressed biscuits. "Has a man with a broken hand patronized your business recently?" The woman was surprised. "You're looking for someone?" Ruan Ning said, "Just answer me whether you have it or not." "No." The woman shook her head. "Handsome man, don't you want service?" Ruan Ning's face was not really handsome, but rather had a pointed face and monkey cheeks. She shook her head and said, "Stay in the room for another 20 minutes, then leave. You know what to say and what not to say, right?" The woman quickly said, I know. After a while, Ruan Ning asked again, "Do you know that there is a pair of beautiful twin sisters in this base? A beautiful girl alone may not attract attention, but a pair of twin sisters is different. They will attract people's attention wherever they go." According to the content of the novel, the twin sister should be given to Chu Dingfeng. It's definitely not delivered now. Perhaps we can start from this angle. The woman quickly replied, "I have heard that there is a pair of sisters in S District, but we have never seen them. People like us cannot enter S District." Ruan Ning deliberately asked, "Is it really beautiful? You men all say they are beautiful." The woman replied, "Is this big brother also interested in them?" Ruan Ning, "Just asking." The woman was quiet for a while, then asked, "Brother, you really don't need service. I'm very cheap." Ruan Ning looked at her. The woman shrank her neck. Ruan Ning understood what she meant and handed her 2 more compressed biscuits. "Swallow what I ask you today, okay?" The woman smiled and said, "I understand. I won't tell you anything." After she left, Ruan Ning decided to go out and try her luck. She definitely couldn't enter the S area openly. She had only been at the base for 2 days. If she entered the S area, she didn't know how many pairs of eyes would be staring at her. By then, let alone finding someone, it will be difficult even to hide in the room. It was already late, and the other teams had already left. Ruan Ning simply planned to act alone, just like she did last night. She arrived at the gate of the base and saw Su Zirwei squatting there. Ruan Ning was stunned and walked over there. Su Zirwei saw her and quickly stood up. "Brotherly, are you going out?" Ruan Ning asked. "Why are you squatting here? Aren't you hot?" Su Zirwei lowered his voice and said, "I can't find anything to eat outside, so I want to see if I can find the person with a broken hand here. This way I can help you, and I can get some compressed biscuits." Ruan Ning smiled and said, "It's fine for you to stay here, but what if someone asks you about it? They'll think you're a spy and shoot you dead." Su Zirwei hesitated. "No way." Ruan Ning said nothing more and turned to leave the base. Su Zirwei hurriedly followed behind him. Ruan Ning didn't stop her. She went out just to try her luck, and it made no difference whether there was someone around her or not. The two came to a row of low commercial buildings outside the base. Before the end of the world, this place served the steel mills, and the businesses here were all small stir-fries, convenience stores, internet cafes, etc., usually with low prices and large portions. Now this row of houses is in a dilapidated state, with the roofs almost gone. You won't find anything here. Ruan-Ning walked around for a while, and Su Zirwei asked curiously, "Brother, what are you looking for?" Ruan-Ning, "Looking for luck." Su Zirwei's face was full of confusion. Ruan-Ning took him towards the city. The temperature is about 45 degrees at this time, and it will be uncomfortable and sweaty to walk. Ruan-Ning asked casually, "Were you from Nanyuan City before?" Su Zirwei said, "No, I'm here to study at university." Wasn't the super flare at the beginning of the school year? Ruan-Ning was surprised. "Are you really 18? Su Zirwei paused, looking helpless. "I am really 18 years old." Ruan-Ning looked at Su Zirwei again. "The end of the world didn't destroy you. Do you believe me when I say I'm only 22? Su Zirwei replied, "Brother doesn't look old, just a little mature." Ruan-Ning smiled. The two slowly came to the edge of the city. After living nearby for a year, Su Zirwei was already familiar with every corner. He took Ruan-Ning to the 16th floor of an office building, pointed to the opposite side, and said, "That's the university I got into with great difficulty." Ruan-Ning tilted her head and took a look. "Going to college is useless. It's better to make money delivering takeout." Su Zirwei sighed. "Yeah, it's better to stay at home and deliver food. At least I can be with my parents. Why don't you try to go back?" Su Zirwei lowered his eyes and said, "It's such a long journey. I will definitely not be able to return home alive. My parents should hope that I am alive. This office building has been searched countless times, and nothing can be found there. Even the desks and chairs are gone. It is estimated that it has been burned to ashes long ago." The two came down from upstairs. At this moment, gunshots were suddenly heard in the distance. The two looked at each other and quickly returned to the office to hide. With Su Zirwei by her side, Ruan-Ning did not take out the telescope. She only heard the gunshots becoming more and more frequent and seemed to be getting closer. Su Zirwei said, "They are coming our way. We'd better climb a few more floors to avoid being hit by the people they hide in." Ruan-Ning said, "Okay." The two of them climbed to the top floor in one breath. Both of them were sweating profusely. Climbing stairs in this weather is more painful than extreme cold. The sound of gunfire was getting closer and closer. Su Zirwei listened for a while and said, "It should be the battle between Tomorrow Base and Panga Base." Ruan-Ning asked curiously, "How did you know this?" Su Zirwei, "Tomorrow the base will be mainly rifles and guns. Panga Base has sniper rifles. Although their marksmanship is not accurate, they like to ambush in high-rise buildings. You can tell by the sound of gunfire." Ruan-Ning raised her eyebrows and gave him a thumbs up. After a while, the sound of gunfire came from far away, then slowly faded away. When the two of them heard no more sound, Su Zirwei breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Let's go down." Ruan-Ning nodded. Just as I was about to go out, I heard footsteps on the stairs. Ruan-Ning glanced at Su Zirwei and motioned him to be quiet. Su Zirwei was so frightened that he couldn't move. Ruan-Ning tiptoed to the window and found two men walking into the corridor with guns. They walked very slowly, obviously preparing for a surprise attack. Those who join the base, especially those who join the team, have a mark on them. The symbol of Tomorrow's Base was painted on the clothes of these two people. It was actually two circles placed together, and then a crescent moon was drawn inside the small circle. Represents two suns and one moon. It can be seen from this that the base commander of Tomorrow Base has a strong sense of ceremony. But this is the end of the world, and coming out of the same base does not mean they are friends, not to mention that they may be in disguise. Ruan-Ning didn't say anything. The two men continued to walk inside and began to search room by room. Ruan-Ning thought about it and realized hiding was not an option. She was about to go out when Su Zirwei suddenly said, "Brother, I'll go out and take a look. If they have anything wrong, you can go after them." Ruan-Ning looked at him unexpectedly. Su Zirwei said, "You must have a gun. You are a formal member, and you came from a big base." Ruan-Ning nodded. "If anything goes wrong, you have to protect me," Su Zirwei said, making a noise on purpose. The two people outside immediately shouted, "Who?" Su Zirwei shouted, "Brothers, I am a member of Zone B of Tomorrow's Base, and I have a certificate of honor." As he said this, he raised his hands above his head, holding his iron plate in his right hand, and walked out of the house. The two men outside did not put down their guns. They looked at Su Zirwei. One person asked, "Are you really from our base?" Su Zirwei said, "Of course, this is my iron plate, and there is a line drawn on it by Xiao San brother." The man continued to ask, "When did you enter the base?" "Just these 2 days." Su Zirwei said, "Brother, I'm just out here to search for supplies. We're all from the same base, so please let me go." The other person narrowed his eyes immediately. "Did you find anything to eat?" Su Zirwei, "No, you can check my backpack, it's empty now." The two men holding guns looked at each other. One person said, "Pour it yourself." Su Zirwei carefully took off his backpack and poured it to the ground. One of the two men lit a candle. There were all kinds of mess on the ground, including an iron porcelain basin, which seemed to be used to boil water for cooking. The man holding the gun was unhappy. "How come you were so poor?" Su Zirwei said aggrievedly, "I have already paid for the admission fee to the base, so I just want to live safely for a few days." The man still didn't put down the gun. The man holding the candle approached Su Zirwei and said, "I see you are so short, with a small face and delicate skin. How old are you this year?" Su Zirwei's body stiffened because of his approach. "I'm 18 years old, and I used to be a college student at the university across the street." "You're still a college student?" The man looked Su Zirwei up and down and asked, "Are you 1.7 meters tall?" Su Zirwei forced a smile. "Brother, my height is my eternal pain. Please don't mention it." "Did I insult you?" The man said with disdain. "Looking at you, I don't think you are a girl who deliberately hurt your voice and pretended to be a man." Su Zirwei immediately said, "Really not. I am a real man of steel and blood. If you don't believe me, I will take off my clothes and show you right away." The man said, "Then take it off." Su Zirwei could only drop the backpack in his hand and grab the hem of his clothes with his hands crossed.